Hello and welcome to Championship Sunday here at the ePremier League Finals 2022. Yesterday, all 20 Premier League teams competed and we've whittled them down to our final 8, our quarter-finalists who will kick things off today. My name is Rachel Stringer and alongside me, as always, I've got Kyle Walker, Tom Gebber and August Rosemeyer. Guys, this is going to be one hell of a day.
It is indeed. We're stood on the stage where our semi-finals and finals will take place later. All those 8 competitors that start the day will be whittled down, all of them hoping to get their hands on these trophies, but also on the £30,000 top prize. Tom, we've had some time to reflect on yesterday's events. There's plenty of FIFA 22 action. What was your highlight from yesterday?
I mean, my highlight has to be Norwich and Brentford. They played some absolutely sensational FIFA. It was a credit to watch both teams. And I think they're still undefeated right now. So it would be nice to see how they get on in the latter stages.
Well, Tom's going for Brentford and Norwich. Aga, I'm going to come to you now. Who's a dark horse possibly to lift the title?
I think looking at Crystal Palace, they have a very, very important game today and a crazy one against Liverpool. It could be the winner of that game who goes on and win it.
Right, well, what a day it was yesterday. Before we get into day 2, before we talk about all of our quarter-finalists, let's have a look at how day 1 of the ePremier League Finals went down.
The 2022 ePremier League Grand Finals kicked off with a bang. We wanted drama. What a goal! Tension.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
And lots of goals.
Oh, what a finish.
And it was safe to say we weren't disappointed.
Wow.
For some teams, it was jubilation in going through.
No one expected this result.
How did he miss? Whereas for some, it's heartbreak in being sent home. They are on a roll.
Bring on the quarters.
Only the best remain, and it's all to play for going into today's knockout stages.
Well, yesterday was super exciting. If you guys did join us, I hope you enjoyed it as much as we loved being here. For 10.5 hours it was in the end. It was quite a stint we had, but we're all refreshed, ready to go again today for Championship Sunday, as we love to call it. Well, let's have a little reminder then of how the groups looked after yesterday going into today. Remember, top 2 from each group have now progressed to today, which is the quarterfinals, of course. So Group A then progressing through nicely. Brentford and Chelsea. Brentford undefeated, of course. Group B, same goes for Liverpool, undefeated at the top of the table, and they are joined by Everton in the quarterfinals. Group C then, Leeds United and Crystal Palace safely through to the quarters, as well as in Group D, Norwich City and Aston Villa. Norwich City also undefeated, Kyle.
Yes, they were. What a day it was for some of those teams. And before we started the competition, I'm sure that we wouldn't have chosen some of those to be going through to Championship Sunday. But I guess, Aga, that's the beauty of this tournament. Anything can happen. And some of those teams, they really took the opportunity that they were presented with and they ran with it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the likes of Brentford and Norwich weren't exactly the teams we'd expect to go to the latter stage of the competition. But, I mean, they proved themselves yesterday and now it's time to prove themselves again.
And I guess individual performances as well we have to take into account. Sam Brewster from Brentford, 17 years of age. Let's say his second LAN event, because his first one was in qualification for Brentford to make it here today. And he's been undefeated in all of his individual legs. And, you know, I know Nicole spoke to him a little bit earlier. We're going to hear from him later. But he's ready and raring to go. He's got a playlist ready. He's excited about how today's going to unfold. Tom, your thoughts on Sam?
I mean, he's playing with such confidence and freedom right now at the moment. And I think he mentioned before that he purely plays on Xbox, so it kind of plays into his hand as well. But he's been absolutely fantastic, played some beautiful FIFA. And if he can do it at the latter stages, then I'm sure he's going to be a very happy man.
Definitely. Right, let's have a look at our brackets then. This is how everything will look for today. Those quarter-finals starting Brentford, Aston Villa, then it's Liverpool, Crystal Palace, Leeds United, Everton and Norwich City taking on Chelsea. Then we'll move into our semi-finals. The winners from both of those first 2 quarterfinals, Brentford or Aston Villa, Liverpool or Crystal Palace will face each other, and then it's Leeds United or Everton, Norwich City or Chelsea will play each other in our next semi-finals. And then we move on to the grand final, and as we said, it'll be happening right behind us here. I guess that makes it more exciting. The pressure will be on all of these players. Today will really feel like a LAN event where everyone's going to be watching in the friends and family area, and the pressure is on. And when it gets to that grand final, Aga, they have to turn up. Otherwise, they're not winning. Simple as that.
Yeah, this is the time where we start to separate the best players from the second best. Really looking forward to see how they respond to the circumstances now, because yesterday was kind of a warm up, right? Today is what it's all about.
I guess, Tom, as well, yesterday we saw teams playing at the same time. There was 4 teams, or 4 pods going concurrently. This time it's one game at a time. So it really is 2 teams in the spotlight. That's surely going to add a bit more pressure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, teams that unfortunately didn't qualify will be watching, as well as, those that have are in the quarterfinals as well. So everyone's eyes are going to be on, that specific game. People might feel that added pressure, but like I said, this is where, you separate the best from the second best, because, regardless of pressure, you're still going to want to deal with it and perform to your best.
Right, well, yesterday, Aga, you were choosing some of the teams that you were putting into a power ranking, and we were having lots of conversations around it, because some of the ones that have made it through today didn't even make it at all into your power ranking. So let's have a quick look at how they are looking right now. This is Aga's power ranking, starting with number 4 just here. I mean, let's get into it. Aga, talk us through this. Your choice right here. Why Chelsea?
I think looking at the 2 players, they're very fun guys, making a lot of banter, but they're definitely a serious duo when it comes to FIFA. I mean, Stingray and Jay Sharp has a high reputation on this scene, and I think they're very hungry to prove themselves today. So that's why I picked them. They could have performed a bit better yesterday, which they also went out and said we didn't even play to our best. So I'm looking forward to see that today, and that's why they're on my number 4.
Well, they've gone down your power ranking. Yesterday they finished in 2nd, so you've put them on the sliding scale. They're about to fall off for Aga's power ranking. Crystal Palace in 3rd. They actually started your day 3rd yesterday as well in terms of where you ranked them. I mean, yeah, they're super obviously competitive in terms of a team. Tom really likes his team. Ethan and Nick said, I wasn't going to go there. You laughed at me there. But they've been a force to be reckoned with, Aga, haven't they? Yeah,
definitely. And I mean, they had a bad start playing against Leeds, where they took the loss. But after that, the way they responded was big for me, and that's why I have them there as well. They're going up against Liverpool, and as I said, I feel like that's the match to watch out for, because one of those teams could go with the title. They're looking really strong as well, Palace.
Next up, who makes it to number 2?
Well, that's Leeds. They beat Crystal Palace, which is why I have them over Palace on the power ranking. And I just feel like the combination of Ololito and Mitch looks very strong. You have Ololito to score a lot of goals and get them off to a good start. Then you have Mitch, who's so comfortable at just keeping the leads. And it looks like a really dangerous combination.
Tom, I was going to say, do you think Tom can guess who Aga's put them?
Yeah, I was going to say.
I mean, this point
I
is not
wonder.
difficult.
Whoa, what is it?
Surprise. I mean, overall, Liverpool speaks for themselves. Didn't drop a single point yesterday and are the obvious favourites. The thing I want to say about all the 4 teams, the way I picked the power ranking is that these are the 4 clubs I can see winning. And that's why I picked them. Massive credits to the other 4 teams who made it through to the knockout today. But I just feel like these 4 teams have that extra that needed to go all the way.
I'm looking forward to when Norwich and Brentford, they get you later on in the corridors after seeing that they're still not in the power ranking. Right, let's hear from some of our players. Nicole Holliday, our reporter, she did a brilliant job yesterday. Well, she's already been working this morning, catching up with some of our quarter-finalists.
When I've been breaking through as a player, most of the competition has been online because of COVID and everything, and this is sort of the first land I've sort of got here to prove myself, and I'm doing it today, so yeah.
Do you feel like you and Kyle are the 2 to watch out for?
100%. I think it goes in our favour because we're underlooked as a team. A lot of top teams are here, and spotlight's not really on us, so we've got no pressure really.
Very excited. Slightly more nervous than yesterday. Yesterday I wasn't nervous at all. Today it's hitting me a bit more. Stomach went a bit when I came in the arena, but yeah, no, it's exciting. Obviously got Villa. They did really well yesterday, same as us. We'll just see what we can do.
Have you been doing a lot of prep then last night or this morning on this Villa side? Because they were a really big surprise yesterday.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I think everyone was expecting Tottenham and Watford to get out of that group, and then them and Norwich went and kind of just battered them both. So, but I mean, I haven't done anything. I know how Impact's played. Funny enough, we played our 3 warm-up games against each other yesterday morning. because I don't think they were expecting us to get out of the group and we weren't expecting them to get out of the group. So we kind of just played each other, and now, so I know pretty much how he plays. He's so good. In the box, he's so good. Like, you have defenders sliding all over the place, so you've got to hope for the best.
Well, I'm actually not sure if we thought Brentford would get out of the group, but they're firmly put themselves on the ePremier League finals map, but that is for sure. And that fixture is your first of many coming up today. It's your first quarter-final, of course. It is Aston Villa taking on Brentford. This is going to be a tasty affair for our first semi-finalists to be unveiled today. Come back and join us after this to find out who makes it through.
Hard, I don't get it.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh no, that's really hard to do actually from looking at that.
This is stressful.
This is really hard. It's surprising me how hard this is.
Okay, I'll bridge.
I think it's C, but it might be a different name. I don't know.
No, to be honest, I think it's a flick up there.
Flick up?
That'd be a flick up.
That is flick up here. Is it, yeah?
Okay, I read it wrong. My bad, my bad.
Still muscle memory. I have no idea what buttons I'm clicking.
Heel flick turn.
That's the heel chop lift.
Fake pass drag back. Don't think I would that's good one.
It depends on where you're facing. I'm just going to go for either B or C. I'm thinking B. It's A. I've just got absolutely done, mate.
I thought that actually, I panicked.
So these are such random skills.
I don't really think too much when I'm playing. I mean, I think about what I'm doing, but I don't think about my hand movement.
Oh.
I don't know that one.
I believe that's the...
I believe this is the 4-touch turn.
3-touch exit left.
That new 4-turn touch, isn't it?
It's a 3-touch exit left.
The 4-touch, I didn't look at that answer.
You see, because when you're reading it, it's so much different to when you're actually doing it. It's so weird. It's harder than I thought. No idea. I'm going to go running scoop turn, but I don't know.
I think it's fake Rabona, right?
We're going to go with the running scoop turn. B?
I think that's the fake Rabona.
There we go.
I'm getting it now.
Yeah, I feel good again. Confidence is back.
Hold LBRB, flick, press right stick. Oh yeah, directional nutmeg.
Directional nutmeg.
Directional nutmeg, yeah.
For this one, it's the lateral heel to heel.
I don't think it's a lateral heel to heel, so that would leave B, drag back sombrero flick.
Drag back sombrero flick.
Sombrero flick.
Sombrero flick.
Let's say B, drag back sombrero. Yeah, okay.
No, I was going to say B.
Finally got I can't lie, that one was a bit of a guess, but we'll take it.
It's easy to do them on the pitch, but when I need to put a command with the name, I think it's much harder than I thought.
And none of them there are really obvious ones.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League Finals Championship Sunday. Our quarter-finals will be starting very, very soon, and this is where it all starts, that road to £30,000 plus all of our competitors. Well, the winners, they get their hands on a trophy each. Tom, what a day this is going to be. Let's talk about our first quarter-final matchup. We've mentioned Aston Villa. We saw from some of their players, and Sam Brewster from Brentford as well. Arguably, you could say, two teams that we thought might not make it to today.
Yeah, literally two teams that we thought, might find it difficult getting out of their groups, but they've been absolutely fantastic. First of all, credit to Brentford for getting here. We mentioned how much Peace loves Brentford, so he's really feeling probably the pride running through him right now. And I think Brentford actually mentioned him on Twitter, so he's probably loving all of that right now. And alongside that, Villa are absolutely looking fantastic as well. Impacts and Kyle Rowley, they knew what they wanted to do, came through with a game plan, and they executed it. So it'll be interesting to see what their game plan is today in the latter stages and how they get on, if they're feeling nervous or, if they're excited for the occasion.
Yeah, the boys getting ready there, and as you can see, in only one of the pods behind of us. Of course, it's one game played at a time now. Aga, I'm going to bring you in and chat a bit more about Peace, obviously Sam Brewster's teammate. He just said an hour ago, tweeted out, please, anyone got any pro practice games? I mean, it's a bit late notice in the day, Peace, to try and be practicing just an hour before. Is that something you would have done, though, only an hour before you're coming out here to the finals?
Yeah, I think it's about preferences really. Obviously, you want to get some games in when the tournament really comes to this point, but you probably have to schedule it a bit better, I'll say. But I think he'll be ready regardless. When you sit there, on the other hand, you have to be ready now because it kicks off now.
We can see in the background there, Michael Fisher, Southampton representative. He's obviously going to be in Brentford's corner today, so he's switched his allegiances out of the tournament obviously yesterday. But how important is that, Aga, having another pro in your corner? We know how important it is to have the coach, but someone that's been here, someone that's experienced this tournament.
Yeah, it could have an impact really, because Michael Fisher would know, since he's been here yesterday, how it is to sit here at the pods playing. So it could make a difference, obviously, and you want to take all the advantages you can in order to success.
And let's talk about Villa then on your screen at the moment. Obviously, Oscar and Kyle. Kyle in the background, Tom, we've mentioned before, a former footballer himself, and it's proving that it pays off. If you really know the intricacies of the game, you can transfer those skills onto that virtual pitch. And I'm sure Kyle is teaching Oscar some of that if he wasn't a professional footballer himself back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, from the outside looking in, it's always going to be, easier to know what you're doing wrong and what you're doing right. Alongside that, Kyle's also been in that seat, so he's going to know what the situation is, and he's going to provide his tactical aspect in regards to, seeing the game from the real life perspective, and hopefully that helps them out.
Definitely. Now we are getting closer and closer to this matchup, the first one of the day. The pressure will be on these boys, won't it? Because you can see the hand towels, you can see that they're trying to keep them warm with the hand warmers. They don't want to get too sweaty though, but this is what they all dreamed of when they started the tournament yesterday. Every single team, all 20, they wanted to be in this position. Brentford and Aston Villa find themselves right here. Now it's go time, Aga.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep up with yesterday. Obviously, Impacts and Brewster had a really, really good yesterday individual as well. So I think it's going to be a key matchup, this one.
Yeah, and guys, I've just got a question really about doing it as a team. What a nice story it is to do it with a teammate. What a journey you can go on together. Usually it's been known to be an individual sport here, the ePremier League finals. It's 1v1. This is a new format this year. Tom, how special is it to know you've got someone in your corner and you can celebrate together the ups and the downs, really?
I think it's vital, and I don't think there's enough importance placed on it, because sometimes, when you're doing it by yourself, you can always have your coach there and stuff, and it can be a little bit difficult. But with a teammate, essentially, they're in the seat as well. They know the situation at hand, and I think it goes a long way because they know how to play the game and they understand, your frustrations, whereas sometimes a coach might not be able to provide that.
Right, well, we are close to getting things kicked off right now. We can see our casters are ready. It's good to see you guys. We didn't get to see you yesterday. Lisa Manley, Tyler Goff as well. Guys, I think we can throw it straight across to you to get day 2, a.k.a. Championship Sunday here at the ePremier League underway.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And of course, it is going to be an incredible matchup. The two of us weren't expecting Villa to go through either. We were, of course, covering Group D yesterday, and it was a crazy group. Everything then was decided between that game with Villa up against Norwich. They tied, both went through. Norwich were able to place first, but we also did have Brentford on our radar.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, we wasn't covering the Brentford game, but Group D we had, and I mean, everyone thought it was going to be Spurs and Watford. I had a little side thought that maybe Aston Villa would go through because I'm good friends with them both, but yeah, we definitely didn't expect it, and I'm looking forward to today.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting just because, of course, Kyle, he pretty much went into it saying, yeah, he doesn't really have any expectations to come through it, but then Impact, he said that, of course, being a little bit nervous, not really today at all. Same goes for Sam as well, though. And that's the thing. Sure, on a first day, you might not feel the jitters as much. Then heading into a quarterfinal, you never know, because of course this is really where we're going to separate teams, and it's two teams that we weren't expecting today. And still, what do you think? Is it going to be Brentford or Villa moving on?
Oh, you're getting me early, are you? Okay, so I am going to go with, I feel like in this game, an underdog as such. I think I'm going to go with Aston Villa.
I was actually going to go for Villa,
Ooh,
but
okay.
I guess we just have to stick to that now and not have a rivalry here. Straight for the first quarterfinal. We're ready to head into our first quarterfinal of the day, leg one on the Xbox. And of course, Sam Brewster, one of those guys that is also a rookie when it comes down to the ePremier League. And it's great to see how both line up and head into it. We've seen more or less the same lineups across the weekend already.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's better to have no expectation going into the game as well, because there's no pressure on you to perform. And a great start here from Brentford, and great defender there from Impact. I do think this is going to be a great game, because we mentioned yesterday Impact basically not losing a game on his side of the bracket, and so he was looking strong yesterday. But today is definitely a different day, and anything can happen if you turn up on the day.
And that's the thing. Sure, you might have had a great day yesterday and surprised a couple of teams, but you have to bring that same amount of energy today, because of course there's everything on the line. If you lose games and then your teammate on the PlayStation can't fix it, then you're out. It's not double elimination, it's single elim, and right now, already going forward is Impact with Sancho. Chance to get it towards the center as well if he wants to. Into Rashford, and first chance! Hits the woodwork, only against the post, but Brentford at least. Big breaths here for Sam.
Exactly, twisted and turning in the box there. We heard Sam beforehand in the interview speaking about him being good in the box, and we saw that there. And to be honest with you, in that position, should potentially be going in. He might be a little bit hard done by there, but great start from him there.
But I think into competition as well, when you're warming up against your opponent on one day and then having to play him in a quarterfinal the next, surely that is going to be an advantage. And it goes to show that they weren't expecting to actually be facing off against each other. And one thing as well that Villa were great at yesterday was making little mistakes. We've just seen one now from Impact, and that opens things up for Sam immediately. Cantona in the box is going to get blocked and out for our first corner here.
Great dead stop there into an Elastico, and great defending from Impact. That was something that he was good at yesterday, defending, and we got a chance here from a corner.
Yeah, just waiting for that pass towards the center. Firmino is going to be blocked. Ronaldo also joining in on defense. Impact has everybody back. And we've talked about the importance as well that Kyle could maybe also bring to that team, because he used to, or is a defender, and still right now could certainly bring his expertise to the FIFA pitch as well, and maybe give Impact a couple of points to go on how to actually structure his defense.
Yeah, normally the first part of a game, the players are trying to work out how each other plays. Maybe not in this case, because obviously they played like 3 times yesterday that they mentioned. But, I mean, it's going to be a little bit shaky the first 10 minutes because of nerves as well. But we've seen a few missed passes, but a great start from both teams.
Yeah, maybe a short pass in from Rashford right now. Plenty of skill moves in the box, as we were expecting from Impact today as well. He's going to get a corner for his troubles. And a lot of these yesterday we've seen short passes, crosses then coming in from Sancho, but right now it seems more like flat passes, sometimes the double A or double X passes just to lob them over the defender. CR7 Ronaldo though, and it will be St. Maximin to get that next shot off. Van der Sar saves it easy. Not the most dangerous shot early on.
Yeah, I feel like it looked like a bad offside trap that he did there, and a great double A pass, sorry, because they're on Xbox, and a terrible finish. I mean, in that position, if he would have got the right, I guess, kick on it, the great power on that, then he could have potentially have scored. But great start from Impact, obviously getting 2 early chances, which could potentially have been goals.
Either way, Brentford coming either way. Firmino already finding Ronaldo towards the inside. Cantona again. Didn't see him in too many games of Group D yesterday. Van der Sar getting outside of the pitch, but at least the defenders have everything shut down right now, and Impact can keep hold of that ball everything is fine and reset, and he's into a position where even his defenders have that structure back. If he loses the ball now, he shouldn't be punished immediately. That's always the big part in FIFA as well. If you're in a build-up and you lose the ball, you do get punished really, really quickly. Not sure what he was trying to get with that cross, but that could be nerves as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, maybe a little bit of nerves coming into this, but like you mentioned, Cantona's very an interesting player to be used, and we only see him once yesterday, and that was as a sub, and he actually did score. But normally we're seeing like the likes of St. Maximin, Ronaldo. Obviously, he could still potentially have Ronaldo, but I don't think Brentford are using St. Maximin, which is really interesting because he's such a vital player, especially yesterday. You know, we see a lot of people using him for his skills. He's even scoring goals as well, so he's an interesting player that to not actually have in your team. And
yeah, right now, either way, we're still waiting for that first goal to be scored here in the quarterfinals. We had something along the lines of 263 goals scored yesterday across all 4 groups. Of course, our group had, I think, the game with the most goals on aggregate as well at 11-4, something along those lines. And that is just crazy. Sure, it was in one of those games that didn't really mean too much. It was all about group placement still. But if you're last in the group, you're not getting any prize money. If you're third or fourth, that was already £2,500 as well. And that makes a difference at the end of the day for a FIFA player, because you don't always have tournaments with prize money, even at £2,500.
yeah, exactly. I think even just being here for these players was enough. So to get a little bit of additional money for these players is a lot. You know, some of these players are only 16, 17 years of age, so that money will definitely help them.
Yeah, and especially considering how, of course, in FIFA, start of the season, if you don't have a club, that is money that you're investing yourself as well. And we've seen plenty of players come through this year, actually, with RTG teams, and just great to see that that still is working out. It's putting in the time, but a bigger chance here for Brentford now with that chip in towards the centre. Everything dealt with in defence thus far, though. None of the shots have been too crazy, apart from maybe Impact early on hitting the post.
Yeah, definitely no chances. I feel like I mentioned, it's just them trying to work out how each other play. I kind of expected a little lower faring in this game, maybe 0-0, maybe 1 goal to someone. I'm not really sure who it will go to at the moment, but Impact does seem to be making a lot of mistakes at the moment.
Yeah, and Cantona, decent run down the right-hand side, needs more support though, and that's why you're recycling possession again, passing it back, seeing you get more players towards the box. St. Maximin is going to lose the ball, gets it straight back! And the opening goal works out well, but off the back of a mistake of Impact's.
A massive, massive, massive mistake there. And it was quite fortunate for him to get it back. You mentioned in his interview earlier, Sam, that he loves to do the heel-to-heel, and we saw that there. Obviously, it did bounce off the defender, maybe Ruben Diaz there. We mentioned St. Maximin. There's a reason that he's in people's teams, and I mean, 97 pace, 90 shooting, 95 position, and he was definitely in the right position there, wasn't he?
Yeah, always a little bit of luck involved, but we have to just have those runs ready. You have to be there when it matters, and takes advantage there of basically the mistakes that we've seen. Maybe now Impact's a little bit more open. Another chance here for Sam to maybe get another goal in, but it probably won't happen. It will stay at 1-0 going into half-time. Or maybe he does get a final attack. Cristiano Ronaldo on with the keeper, but Van der Sar keeps it clear. A lot of times we see corners continuing here in the final minutes. We're already 2 minutes into injury time. How can he place it in the box? Doesn't really have too many players forward. There's only 2 players in the box, a couple outside still. But Ronaldo crossing in. Hullet would have been there, not as well placed. St. Maximin still going. It should be Brentford just to clear this one out. 3 minutes into 1 minute of injury time is a way to conclude our first half. And I think Sam can be fortunate to stick to that 1-0 lead, because he almost gave that up immediately.
Yeah, exactly. I do feel personally that Impact's had the better opportunities. I mean, he almost scored straight away as well, but I'm intrigued to see why he didn't put that across the box. St. Maximin was seeming to make a great run, but he did try go for the green time shot, and a great save from Van der Sar. We've seen him in literally every single person's team in the games that we've commentated so far.
I think it's like yesterday as well, we were talking about the fact that a lot of the times, sure, you can get a shot in from there, and especially with Ronaldo, if you get that green time finish, it is hammering in. That time it doesn't work out. That time, one final pass could have helped. In hindsight, it's always, of course, easier for us to see it here at the desk, but still, advantage played early on here in the second half. We're underway. No time spared. Aston Villa coming forward with Impact. Rudiger to actually stop it here, but Rashford gets it straight back for a second chance to pass it. Maybe to St. Maximin, and won't just work out yet. Van der Sar picks it up, and Ruben Diaz to carry it forward. Good bit of pressure from Impact early on.
Yeah, I feel like he wants to try and get that goal back for his teammate. It's crucial being drawing in that for his teammate to actually go into. I mean, if you're drawing or you're winning, it's really helpful. You know, being 1-0 down's quite hard, but there's a big chance here.
Big shot from Ronaldo, and that's exactly what you have him in your roster. Keeper was out of position though, and that might have been down to Sam's mistake as well.
Yeah, it seems like both the goals that we're seeing today are literally from mistakes, and it's nerves, I think, to be honest with you. But what a finish that was from Ronaldo. It would be interesting to see what Ronaldo he actually is using, because looks like it actually is the foot birthday, and there's players that actually pick between the two Ronaldos. Sorry, there is two. There's foot birthday, and there's also the team of the year version. One's got 5-star, 5-star, and the other one's got 5-star, 4-star. However, the sort of shooting stats on one and the pace, there's like extra additional stats on one of them that you would potentially want, but for some of these players, 5-star, 5-star is important, and we saw it there, him being able to shoot on his left foot, on the right foot, and what a finish. Finesse shot. Van der Sar obviously wasn't in the correct position, but it was still a great finish.
Yeah, and I think Impact thoroughly deserved that as well. It is a game that is very neck and neck, trying to then just thread those passes through, and it is going to give a chance for Sam to maybe take it either way. Did he just about get that off in time? Cantona now, plenty of defenders to beat, and does not have enough support forward. And Hullet is able to get that one clear. About an hour is in when it comes down to in-game time. Of course, we're playing 6 minutes a half as we usually do in competitive FIFA. And the players didn't waste any time towards that halftime break. Around this time, in the next 10 in-game minutes, is the time when we start seeing pauses, when we start seeing changes in the rosters as well.
Yeah, normally between the 60th and 70th minute, we're seeing a little bit of pauses, whether they're going to go defensive, attacking. If they're losing by a couple of goals, then they'll change. Obviously, I feel like in this game, it's the first leg. You don't really want to be changing too much, because you're not going to be out if you lose this game.
Yeah, exactly. Just keep it to a tie. Decide it on the PlayStation later on. And who knows, we might need to go to extra time and penalties. From what I heard, the penalty, whoever the kick taker is going to be decided by a coin flip. So it needs a little bit of luck, but of course, all these players are the best on their consoles to be able to qualify here. Cantona, good block there to defend for Vieira as well. And that was a player that Impact says may be his most important player back.
Yeah, I spoke to him just after his interview that he had earlier, and I said to him, in your opinion, who is your most crucial player in your team? I expected him to say the likes of Ronaldo and Hullet, but he actually came out with Vieira, and looking at his stats, you know, he's so strong, and that's the reason why these players have him, because he's so crucial. 93 strength, 96 aggression, 92 reactions. He can react to you doing a free ball, and as you saw there, he did it really well.
Yeah, still again, Ruben Diaz to lose that ball. And still this time though, Villa able to recover. And Impact for now able to carry that ball a bit longer. Still 20 minutes. We've seen that pause queued for a couple of moments now. But interesting to see what kind of subs you go for. We've talked about the different items or different versions of items as well when it comes down to players, especially with that Ronaldo. We haven't really seen that for other players. There's not as much of a difference there, but yeah, just small difference that can make it happen. Ronaldo this time blocked by Rudiger once again. And he's been a staple in most defenses, stealing the ball in last instances across the day yesterday.
Yeah, it's interesting actually seeing Vieira on both teams, and they're in literally two different positions. One's in the centre mid for Brentford and the other's in centre back for Aston Villa. It's just the way you want to use these players, and I know previous years people have used that Vieira card at centre back, and he is really good at doing his job. As you saw, he literally cleared it on the line there for Aston Villa.
Yeah, decent cross, headers into Van der Sar's hands. We can see the passing accuracy there as well for the players. 28 more passes right now for Sam for Brentford. But we usually see, sure, a couple of jitters early on, a couple of mistakes there, but since then, especially into the second half, we've seen less and less mistakes. Players getting settled in, and that's what we like to see as well. Rashford coming forward right now for Impact, still needs to centre that ball, and the players not in the exact perfect positions just yet. We've talked about freezing players yesterday as well to kind of keep them in the ideal spots. And Impact is going to see a yellow card on his Hullet. Well deserved as well.
Yeah, I mean, I
great
feel
tackle.
Yeah, I feel like that was like a tactical sort of slide. You might think, why? Well, I think they actually wanted the pause, so there was sort of like no really need to do that. And we're seeing the formations that they're currently using as well. Obviously, they're 4-1-2-1-2. It's a very great formation, narrow formation as well that we've seen a lot this weekend. We've seen that. We've seen a 4-4-2. We actually saw a three at the back with Norwich, didn't we, yesterday? So, yeah, it's interesting to see the different formations, and, you know, it's great to see these players at the moment drawing. I mean, could we see maybe a late winner by one of these?
It wouldn't be the first time that we see late winners, especially yesterday. We had a couple in Group D. If we look back at Newcastle, who were literal underdogs and then came out to beat Tottenham in a last-ditch effort. But we'll have to see, and also just have a look at how players are going to be reacting to these situations as well. Usually laser focused. We had a couple of players yesterday that had a couple of problems just staying in focus. Big goal here for Brentford. And so very important to get that goal late in the game to set your teammate up on the PlayStation.
Yeah, we did mention, is there going to be a goal soon? I might be a mind reader or something. It was instant. We saw a goal straight after the pause, and I mean, what a finish. We see his reaction as well there, and I mean, it looks like Van der Sar was in no man's land there as soon as that ball came in. Top bins, and with the 94 Ronaldo as well, we mentioned about there being two versions, and he seems to be the favourite out of the Team of the Year version because of his 5-star, 5-star.
Either way now, of course, both teams trying to bring this maybe even just to a level conclusion. Ideally, you, of course, have the lead going forward. Impact seems a little bit more phased by this right now. Sam is just laid back in his chair, relaxing and just playing his own game, not really reacting to his opponent just yet. He's in the driver's seat right now and might be able to extend it with Cristiano Ronaldo. Left foot shots. And yet again, Van der Sar seemed beat before it came down. And yeah, that is one way as well to further extend your lead and make life a whole lot easier for your teammate on the PlayStation now.
Yeah, we can see how much it means to him, and I feel like maybe like Impact's kind of phased as such. I mean, we saw yesterday he literally won every single game, and now he's in a losing position, and it's the first time he's basically seen himself in there. And yeah, I feel like that was a great goal as well. Obviously, Sam's been playing really well. I feel like they both had equal chances, but Sam's just taken them really well.
Yeah, the big thing is just that Impact for him, yes, he was able to grab a bunch of wins. Most of them were 1-0s, though. It's not like he got huge margins. The big goals really started to happen when Kyle was in front of his PlayStation. So we'll have to see how they're going to be coming forward right now. Crosser shot coming in towards the center for Sam. Won't be happening right now, though, as we're into injury time already. Can Impact at least score one more just to bring the margin down to one goal? He's trying to go forward. It'll be tight to see what the in-game ref decides on, and this should be game for the first leg on the X spot. Brentford take it 3-1, and a great showing from Sam. Was able to take a 1-0 lead into the halftime break, and it's going to be interesting to see how the desk is going to be breaking this down. So let's hear it from Kyle.
Thank you, Tyler. Yes, great first leg just there. I mean, 3-1. Who expected that towards the end of the game? Let's break it down then before we get into leg number 2. 3-1, Sam. We saw what he could do yesterday, Tom, and actually another great performance from himself today.
Yeah, I mean, the first goal was all about margins, but he absolutely, he kind of warmed into it as he went along, and he absolutely looked fantastic towards the back end. That second goal was absolutely crazy, you know, being able to use that for Ronaldo with the 5-star weak foot. And again, it's those little margins that make all the difference. And you put the ball in the back of the net, and that's where the confidence grows, you know, it makes all the difference.
OK, well, let's see the two winning goals, and we'll get Tom and Aga to cast their expert eye across these and just break them both down for us. Obviously, they came quite late into the second half. Tom, talk about the first one here.
It's just a really well-worked move, you know, he took his time, found that little bit of space, and again, like I mentioned, that foot item, Cristiano Ronaldo, that 5-star weak foot makes all the difference. It's those little margins. If that's maybe Team of the Year Ronaldo, perhaps it doesn't go in.
Aga, the decisive goal to make it 3.
Yeah, and what an important one. I mean, a one-goal lead is nice, but a 2-goal lead is very nice, and he'll be happy with that. I like the way he attacks. It's not a lot of fancy skill moves and stuff. It's just solid passing play and playing fast and direct. And he keeps on.
All he did, didn't he, at the end in the box, there was just switch feet in the end, just to give himself a little bit more space, and it proved decisive. But I was going to say, how mature is Sam as a player as well, waiting till the latter end of leg 1 to kind of really put the foot down and make those moves?
I think it's a good way of timing it, obviously, scoring the 2 goals. I think he was trying to create chances throughout the entire game. Both players were pretty offensive and optimistic in the way they attacked. And yeah, lucky for him, he got the goals in the end. So there wasn't enough time for Impacts to get one back.
Right, well, talking about Sam's play, let's listen from the man himself. He's joined by Nicole Holiday.
Yeah, I'm here with Sam. Okay. Big breath.
Yes.
3-1 up. How are you feeling?
I mean, yeah, that was a tough game. Like, first 70 minutes is a bit kind of cat and mouse on the edge of each other's box, just knocking it around. Managed to get 2 late goals. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like it was a 3-1 game, but I'm very happy, and now just hope Zoe can do the job. I'm sure he can. He's playing really well as well.
I mean, those 2 late goals that you just mentioned, so important. You've got to be feeling quite good now. I mean, you've put Peace in quite a good position going into the second leg.
Yeah, but it's FIFA. 2 goals isn't much, especially like with what happened. So I'm very confident in him, and this is the nervous part now. Playing's fine. Like playing, I'm in my zone, but watching stresses me out. So we'll see.
Really? So you felt quite calm when you were sat there, but now your bit's done. This is where it's actually worse for you.
Watching's awful. It's awful. Yeah, all the Xbox players this weekend will tell you, like, playing first leg's great, but watching the second leg, especially when you need a result, and now it's knockouts. But yesterday in groups when people needed a result, it's awful. Even if like Peter's playing as well as he is, even then it's still nerve-wracking.
Okay, well, go take a seat, chill out. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. Well, Aga, if Sam thinks it's nerve-wracking to sit now and watch, how is Oscar going to be feeling for Villa, knowing that they have got that, knowing that Brentford have got that 2-goal lead, of course, and he has to sit back now and just watch what Kyle can do and hopefully bring a couple of goals back?
Yeah, I think he will be quite nervous, but on the other hand, I think right now he'll be a bit disappointed because he played a pretty good match and his goal was very nice as well. So, you know, the gutted feeling for him can be a thing that kind of overshines the nerves because he felt like he dropped the game. But he'll be cheering, obviously.
Kyle, though, he'll be very confident, especially after yesterday's performance. What do you think he's going to have to do now to bring this one back and carry that momentum through?
I think he needs to attack. It's all about, you know, trying to score those goals and trying to, you know, get in the box and really work those angles. It's knockouts, and that's the most important thing that we need to realise. So he really needs to get on his game, maybe use some of that real-life football knowledge that he has and try and implement that into the game and potentially get a result.
Yeah, look at this, the partnership they have got going here. You know, we were having a look at their Twitter, weren't we? And Carl tweeted out and said some great words about Oscar, about impact there. And I think, Tom, great friendships are being built regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, I mean, as literally as you go on and as you get into the latter stages, you know, you really do start to rely on your partner, and those key moments sort of bring you closer together. And that's what it's looking like right now.
Looking at those two just there, I think Kyle was just telling Oscar to come off his phone and giving him some words of encouragement. That shows just how confident Kyle must be. Aga, what do you think he's actually got to do to get back into this game, except for score 2 goals, obviously? What do you think he's actually got to do over the course of the 90 minutes?
Yeah, I think he's got to play with the same confidence as he did yesterday, where he didn't really give a lot of respect to his opponents. Obviously, he's down with 2, so he's got to play a bit aggressive, try to take control over the game, and if he gets an early goal, it will take some of the pressure off him, and maybe the game will be a bit more nervy, which could go into his advantage.
Well, let's see what happens with that. That second leg is coming up very, very shortly. Brentford taking on Aston Villa, currently 3-1 on aggregate, but there's still 90 in-game minutes to go. Don't go anywhere. That second leg is coming up very shortly.
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you. Whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Well, welcome back then to the ePremier League Finals 2022. Championship Sunday is already underway with our first quarter-final, of course. We've already played one leg. It's Brentford taking on Aston Villa. Brentford currently lead that one 3-1 over Villa. Sam Brewster with all 3 of those goals. We're now turning our attention to our second leg and seeing if Villa can get themselves back in this one. Super excited for this one, and our casters are standing by ready and raring to go with this second leg. Tyler and Lisa, how are you feeling ahead of this second leg?
I think we're excited to see, especially what Kyle can bring to the table. He was one of the goal scorers yesterday, and of course was able to bring things back in style against Tottenham.
Yeah, exactly. He came out raring to go against Tottenham and not getting around 4 or 5 goals in that game. So he's definitely the one that could potentially bring this back. Obviously, in the games that we saw, Oscar only scored around 1 to 2 goals anyway. So and obviously, Mr. Kyle was coming out with all the goals. So I'm sure there's a potential comeback, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah, he was able to beat Tom Lees 5-1 yesterday, but of course, that always ties down to Tom also saying he didn't really have the best event. Spurs, of course, didn't make it through, but Kyle certainly has the fight for it, to stay in this, to fight against his opponent, who, of course, also is a ePremier League rookie. One of those guys that sure played the Brentford land, but apart from that, hasn't really had too much of a focus in competitive FIFA, and we'll have to see what he can bring to the table. I mean, first FIFA game is FIFA 06. He's 22 years of age, so starting off young, as I think most of us did. I think I started off with FIFA 5, so yeah.
Yeah, obviously Carl's also 25 years of age, so he's got a little bit of age on him, experience as well. Obviously, he is a professional footballer. He used to play in I think it was League 2, I think. He was definitely on FIFA, so at a decent level. Obviously now he's in non-league, so he still does play football. So I think that knowledge sort of coming into FIFA as well will help him, especially knowing when to press the ball, where to pass. He's obviously a defender in real life, so I feel like that's his strong point in this game as well. He didn't really concede too many goals in the tournament yesterday, so I feel like if he can get an early goal, there's a potential for him to come back, but he needs to not concede first, or it's going to be a huge ask for him, I feel.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the big thing. Score first, fight your way back. He was able to score 2-3 goals in many of the first halves yesterday as well. But of course, it's a different game now. Sure, he's played against top opponents as well within the group. But Brentford, they ended their group in first place. So certainly a good place to be. And of course, right now, not only has he been on a professional pitch as a footballer, and that helps with his FIFA skills, but also when it comes down to mindset. We've had our colleagues on the desk talk about it. Of course, yeah, talking to Oscar and just kind of bringing him back. And I think it was more of just calming him down, saying, okay, well, I can still get this back, so don't drop your head just yet.
Yeah, I know when I spoke to Carl yesterday, he said that he doesn't get nervous, and obviously Sam wasn't nervous yesterday, he said as well, and now he is. So I feel like now it's actually knockouts. I feel like they're going to be a little bit pressure, and now he obviously has to come back as well. So he definitely will feel a little bit of pressure, and maybe not nerves, because he feels that he's, I guess, good at the game and he's ready for today. So we'll see whether he can go all the way.
Yeah, we're ready to head into it. Second leg, Brentford up against Aston Villa. And of course, the aggregate scoreline right now is 3-1 for Brentford. And it'll be interesting to see what both players can yet again bring to their respective consoles. And into the game we go with Kyle getting the first possession. And we'll have to see if he can actually go towards the goal immediately. He was quite slow to start yesterday to begin with, but then did find his way into it quite quickly. Mahrez down the right-hand side is going to lose the ball. And straight away, we're going to get a chance piece to come forward down the left-hand side with Hullitz. Great pass into St. Maximin, can maybe even centre it towards Cristiano Ronaldo, takes the shots and hits the back post. Only for Kyle to probably take a deep breath to continue on forward.
What an opportunity that was there to start off with. Would have probably definitely sealed this tie, to be honest with you, this early on. And St. Maximin in that position, great finesse shot. I mean, it should have probably have gone into the back of the net, to be honest with you. He's got very good shooting, you know, he's got 99 shot power as well. Maybe that's the reason why he hit the crossbar at that power. And I mean, massive opportunity. I'm sure Kyle will be dripping sweat after that one.
Yeah, right now it's just all about staying in the game, staying in focus. And we can see both players being quite close to their monitors as well. Being laser focused into the game. Down the left-hand side they go, though. Yet again, Sancho getting so much space down that left-hand side. This time doesn't have the immediate support, but Cristiano Ronaldo with that roulette scores to open things up early once more, and that might even be enough to prematurely seal this game. It's still a long game that we have ahead of us, but I just love the fact PC stayed so cool after scoring that goal.
Yeah, calm and collected that was. I mean, what a finish. You guys at home might not understand, but that was an amazing, combination there. Ball roll scoop into a roulette and fires it into the back of the net with that Cristiano Ronaldo. I mean, that's the reason why people are using that five-star Ronaldo. He's just an immense player in the game.
Yeah, it will be a huge task now for Kyle coming the other way. Of course, his build-up into midfield has to be important. It's just, you are not allowed to rush it. You're not allowed to just give those passes away and give possession straight away to Peace again, yet again down the left-hand side. A little bit more contested down that side, but will also get a first corner here early on. And of course, scoring that first goal within the first 10 minutes certainly gives any flutters that you might have straight out the window. Super just laid back and relaxed. It's a 3-goal delta between both teams now. And that is a massive advantage that they already brought over from the Xbox as well. Build up once again, Hullet into Cristiano Ronaldo, down the left-hand side with Sancho, needs to center that ball back and might even need to pass it back to Hullet just to recycle at the edge of the box. Pull players from Villa back because it seems like he has 8 players back just right on the ball, defending, trying to stop Peace from getting another goal in. Hope there to get that pass through, but that was never getting to your man.
Peace just seems so calm, on the ball. He's doing McGeady cancels, he's doing all these skill moves in and around the box, and that's someone that is confident in himself, and so he should be with how he performed yesterday and getting out the group that he did. It's such a hard group that he got out of, and it just shows how good these players are.
So yeah, yet again, Kyle on his build-up, similar to Impact's earlier. A lot of these early passes being given away, and because of course he is quite aggressive in his own setup, he has to be running back, chasing the ball here, and at least he had a defender towards the centre, so St. Maximin can't exactly just score a free goal there. Otherwise, that would have probably finished it towards the end. Sancho, though, coming the other way, he needs to score one, ideally within the next 5 or 10 in-game minutes, to maybe even make it 2-1 towards that halftime break. And then the second half is all open to play for, but Peace just granted too much space. And I think Kyle, to be honest, might just need to pull a break right now to reconsider how his defense is set up. It might even be too late, and you might have to start thinking about going more aggressive, but that yet again opens you up in behind.
Yeah, definitely a great 1-2 play there, and Ronaldo in that position is always going to put it in the back of the net. Van der Sar nowhere near it, but as you mentioned, he needs to change something here. I think he's too open in the back. That's going to happen when, I guess, your teammate can't pull through a win or even a draw to be able to let you play the way you want to play. We saw it yesterday with Get Rid Kid. His teammate was 4 goals down and he wasn't able to, I guess, play the way he wanted to play. He had to go constant pressure. Obviously, Carl ain't at that stage yet, but to be honest with you, by half-time, he might have to be there because he's got to score 4 goals to at least draw this game.
Yeah, and then still you have to fix it through extra time, have to maybe even just get it towards penalties. We didn't see too many creative penalties yesterday. Most of them were just banged straight down the centre. Right now, though, Sancho, decent amount of space here within the box, is able to score as well. And this is the crucial timing that we were talking about. Get that goal in within 30 minutes. And ideally, you do score at least one more before that halftime whistle blows. Bring it back to a level game in your own leg. And then, of course, work on that in the second half. Maybe go on a little bit of constant pressure whilst your opponent isn't expecting it just yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was a great goal there. Twist and turning with Sancho, 5-star, 5-star. That's the reason why that version of the card is in the game. And we actually have an opportunity here with Ronaldo. And great.
Oh, yes, he gets a second chance. And stole away by Kante. Kyle can't believe it. You can see his reaction and impact in the background as well. And almost gifted there, but of course the defenders came back to help out. And now it's all about just saving it one more time. 10 minutes remaining in this first half.
I mean, that was a massive opportunity there. To be honest with you, I feel like we both didn't actually expect that to sort of get there, and neither did Carl, and that's why he didn't end up reacting to it. But massive opportunity, and we were talking about the goal that he scored. 5-star, 5-star. Sancho, pretty sure this could be offside. It is. That's the reason why they use that version of Sancho, because he's actually 5-star, 5-star. Normally he's not 5-star weak foot, and that's crucial. Twisting and turning, you can be unpredictable whether you go left, whether you go right. I feel like he potentially should have shot it earlier, and there's a chance across the box.
Ronaldo laid it back, tried to lay it back towards St. Maximin. Doesn't work this time. Hullet can clear things out. And counter-attack certainly on right now. Sancho one-on-one with the keeper, just has to beat it now. Great movement to bring Van der Sar out to meet Sancho at the edge of the box. And that just about working out for Brentford. Otherwise, it would have been great for Kyle to set this one up.
Wow, I think I can't even speak. I mean, what an opportunity that was there. And I mean, could he have chipped the keeper? Potentially in these situations, pressure situations, sometimes you don't think of that. Potentially a ball roll was obviously the chance that he could have done, but it's a great save from Van der Sar. In that position, the keeper was always potentially going to save that, and he went down well and obviously saved it.
And I think a ball roll was almost out of the question because the chasing defenders were already there. We're already there to stop him on both sides. And right now, the minute is done of injury time. It will be 2-1 into the halftime break. Of course, that still puts a great bit of pressure on to Kyle for that second half, as right now the aggregate scoreline says 5-2. And that is still, for 45 minutes in game, that's 6 minutes of real time to score 3 goals just to be level.
Yeah, it's quite a mountain to climb, to be honest with you. And I mean, I feel like Kyle could have probably actually had maybe 2 extra goals, or at least 1 coming into half-time, which wouldn't have been so much to sort of try and get. But I think he's playing well. I think they're both playing well, to be honest with you. You know, we saw Jadon Sancho for Kyle's goal, and I mean, twisting and turning, I feel like he could have shot earlier. It still went in the back of the net. We've seen a lot of Sancho's being played this weekend. He's just such a great item to be added into the game, and I mean, it's going to be a mountain to climb. Maybe we'll see a pause at the 60th minute for him to go constant pressure, free at the back, just send everything forward, because if you lose this game, you're out.
The thing is, you could even start it straight in towards the second half for about 10 minutes or so, then swap back, just to see what the constant pressure can maybe even surprise Peace on the other side. But right now, St. Maximin already coming forward. Plenty of players trying to pressure him off the ball. It works out well for Brentford right now to take it the other way straight away as well. Decent amount of space here for Sancho. Can he get it towards the center? In towards Cristiano Ronaldo, not right now. Decent bit of defending. We've talked about that. That's the strength for Kyle, even though he had problems early in this game conceding 2 goals right away.
Yeah, he's definitely played better since he's conceded. I feel like he's started to get it together. Maybe the nerves got to him a little bit, but in this game, I feel like he's maybe going to have to change something really early, like you mentioned, constant pressure. The problem is with constant pressure, you know, your players run out so quickly, and there's a chance that you can concede from it, but he's got to send it forward.
Yeah, everything's on the line here for the quarterfinals. Of course, we're in the second leg right now of quarterfinal number 1. We've got 3 more coming, and Ronaldo to bring things back to at least a level second leg. Still, of course, a 2-goal lead in favour of Brentford, and that would still put them as the first semi-final contender for the finals of the ePremier League. Of course, it's Championship Sunday. All games to be played if we make it to that grand final. Got a bunch of FIFA throughout the day, especially if you're that early game. Starting off right at 11, the semi-finals aren't until 5:45 or so.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what a goal that was, by the way. I mean, most people in that position would only just click the X button for a normal pass, but he decided to do the double X pass, which basically chips the ball, and that's what sort of lifted it, I guess, away from the defender, and Ronaldo was able to pull it in from that tight corner.
Yeah, still Brentford coming the other way. Good block here from Kyle. And I was actually expecting that to be out for a corner. But everything working out there. Virtual hour now done into this game on the PlayStation. Of course, losing that first game by 2 goals isn't exactly what you were hoping for heading into the game, but that's the team aspect as well for this year's ePremier League, and I love that at least you're not, well, maybe even poised to play against your teammates in the grand final when you play PlayStation first, then the Xbox, and then meet for a cross-console final, but actually we will have one club as ePremier League champions, and both players will get trophies to get home as well. Just love that as well, because I think especially when you have club competition in a league, you need to have 2 players representing, to have a little bit of a, well, teammates support happening as well.
Yeah, I feel like it brings in the sort of aspect of, you know, doing it you're not just doing it for yourself, are you? You're doing it for your club, you're doing it for your teammate. And I know I see reactions yesterday where certain players, they just felt so upset, not the fact that they let themselves down, but that they let their teammates down. There's a potential chance here.
Yeah, Ronaldo in the box already. He's already being pressured down, and there's not as much support forward for Kyle just yet. He should also be queuing a pause pretty soon, just to have that ready in case the ball does go into touch. Because of course, that's exactly the time frame now where you do want to make changes, where you do Want something new to your game. Turn on constant pressure if you can. The offside trap kind of worked out for Kyle. Isn't able to center that ball back, and we will see that break that we were waiting for now.
Yeah, we see the pause. Obviously, he's going to want to change something. He's only got around 22 in-game minutes to get 2 goals to even see this go into extra time, and it's definitely doable. We saw him score like 3 goals in about 20 minutes yesterday against Tom, so if he can change something up and do it correctly, maybe 3 at the back, potentially just maybe the formation he's playing and maybe go constant pressure, get players in behind to try and get this opportunity, because if he can get a goal within, I'd say before the 75th, 80th minute in the game, he could potentially come back.
Yeah, and maybe even come back to a point where he could be able to win it. Late into the game, we had a couple of last-second goals around the groups as well that decided final standings. Right now, though, St. Maximin to lose the ball. I think it is still jitters for Kyle. He said that it doesn't really get to him, but I'd say that as well, no matter how I'm feeling on stage.
It's definitely going to be different sitting on the stage, knowing that if you can't score 2 goals, you're going to be out of the competition, because for these players it means so much. Even just getting to today, they want to be able to get to the next round.
Yeah, another chance here for Peace to maybe even further escalate this, and it's perfectly played, and that's what happens when Kyle is a lot more aggressive in his own game. Then of course you open up in behind. Peace is able to take full advantage for that for Brentford, and this should probably be it then for this quarterfinal. That should be the final nail. And Kyle, of course, not happy with it, not happy with the way that he conceded that goal, but it was nicely played. Brentford had 4 players in the penalty box, and it all worked out fine.
Yeah, I think that was against a modern player, in my opinion. Obviously, it was a great goal. Obviously, you talk about the extra pass, he did that so well there. You actually have 4 players in the box. It's because obviously Kyle was sending everyone forward, and he was attacking, and there was too many players in the box, and he could have gone anywhere. So that extra pass, he did it so nice and finished it great there with Sancho. Obviously 5-star, pinging that in the back of the net. But yeah, I think this game is potentially over, to be honest with you. I don't think he's going to be able to get back here.
Yeah, there's still 50 minutes in the game right now. We'll probably see a little bit of injury time as well. We can see at least the passing stats. We haven't seen as many passes here as we did earlier, but the accuracy is still there. That's what we expect from pro FIFA players as well. He did just miss one, but that's fine. Would have been offside anyways, and right now, the time is really on. He needs to score right now, and then I just don't think that if he scores now, he's even going to see the ball again. Because I think right now, at this stage of the game, if you're Brentford, if you're Peace, just hold on to the ball. Say, okay, well, I could score more, but let's just make sure that there's no chance that Kyle is getting back into this game. And with 10 minutes, it's very unlikely now.
Yeah, for me, the chance here, though, on the edge of the box. He gets into the box with Firmino, and what a save that was. He gets it back again across the box for Ronaldo, and
Rudiger this time to save it and hold it to clear. So good on defending, and of course he had everybody behind the ball just to try and defend, and Kyle just cannot catch a break here.
That is the reason why you have that version of Ronaldo. A chance here for Sancho, and he shoots. Oh my word, I don't know how he's missed that. And we was talking about a chance just a minute ago that he had. And, you know, we see Firmino coming on actually as a super sub a lot for these guys. He's good defensively, he's good going forward. He's been played quite a lot in the centre mid, and an opportunity there. I mean, he could have scored 2 goals already.
Yeah, and still he might just concede one now. Hullet going towards the goal. Defender not quite covering off too well just yet. Now he's on him. Still retaining possession here though. Maximin loses the ball, but yeah, we're back down into the final 3 minutes of this game. Of course, in-game time, in regular time, that might be enough to somehow get this one back in an individual game, but not when the aggregate scoreline is 3-6. And yeah, it's unfortunate the 2 of us both predicted Villa to be the one to maybe move on to the semi-final. They did have plenty of mistakes early on, which cost them not getting that early advantage. Kyle still trying to score now. And yeah, still having difficulties with it. I can understand the frustration, but it's all done and dusted. Brentford are your first semi-final contenders.
I mean, what a way for them to go through. They played really well both legs. It's crazy to think how impactful the Xbox side is. If you can give your teammate that lead, it really does help. I think every single game that we commentated on yesterday, if you won the Xbox side of things, you basically won.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why that is going to be continuing to be so very important. As far as I know, we're heading back to the desk. So take it away.
Well, there you have it. We have our first semi-finalist then in the form of Brentford and Sam and Peace. I mean, what a day for those guys. Commiserations, of course, to Aston Villa. It's so gutting for them, especially when they had obviously high expectations coming into this. Day one didn't quite go their way, but Kyle, Tom, had a good stab at trying to get back into that, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he played to the best of his abilities. He did what he could do, obviously, but then Peace at the same time knew his game plan, set out this game plan, and to be fair, he still attacked and still, you know, moved the ball forward. It was nice, and there's only a 1-goal margin in it, so credit to Carl for trying to bring it back.
Now, obviously, Peace did have a nice start, let's just say, after Sam Brewster managed to get that 3-1 win. But the pressure still would have been on him in that second leg, knowing just how good Kyle Rowley is. So what did you make of Peace's performance, Saga?
Well, I think he did great. In general, Brentford was really strong. And I think the difference between the two teams were converting their chances. I feel like Aston Villa created the chances to equal the game. But at the end of the day, Brentford were much more efficient inside the box and took the right decisions to score the goals, and eventually they went through to the semi-finals, deservedly so.
Yeah, and their first outing, of course, Brentford making their first ePremier League finals debut. They've made it through to the semi-finals, and Nicole is talking to Peace right now.
Yes, Peace. Oh, take a deep breath. How are you? That was quite a nervy second leg, at least for us watching.
Yeah, definitely. It was really difficult. Obviously, Sam did really well, giving me a 2-goal lead. And I started really well as well. I got 2 goals myself, and then it started to sink in that, okay, we're almost semi-final stage, and then I started getting a bit nervous. Had to hold on a bit. Obviously, Carl's an amazing player as well, and obviously he arrived. But obviously managed to see the job through, and then obviously nicked it as well, which is a nice feeling for confidence going forwards.
So, I mean, Sam, like you said, set you up quite well in that first leg. Did you feel quite a bit of pressure then, like it was all on you?
Yeah, definitely. I didn't want to let him down. You know, he deserves to be in that semi-final. He's been amazing. I don't want to let the club down either, and obviously don't let myself down. But obviously, I was thinking about, okay, I've got a lead to protect now or get more. So it was difficult, but like I said, it's a new experience, and just take take each lesson as it comes.
And you got that early goal. Did you then start to feel, I think you just said you felt a bit more nervous after that?
Honestly, I mean, I hit the post and then I scored 2 goals and I was thinking, okay, we're there. And then I'm like, oh my God, I've got like so many goals lead. Then it's like, do I keep attacking? Do I defend? You know, your mind starts, and then that's when I think I started to panic and get nervous. But I said, just obviously it's a new learning curve, so I just got to learn from it. And obviously, the more you're in situations, you know what to do next time.
And your opponents, I mean, they've done pretty well. Underdogs as well. Kyle was really trying to make a really good comeback there, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's an amazing player, and you know, it's the same when anyone else can go through. Obviously, we've been underdogs and stuff, and I like him. He's a nice guy. So obviously he arrived and he showed what he can do. So he's one of those. I mean, I knew he was going to score. He's a top player, and he can only do so much. But like I said, you know, managing those 2 early goals were good for me. You know, helped me settle down a bit. It was up and down game. It was entertaining, and that's what everybody wants to see. So I try my best, and it's good to get a win as well.
Well done. It was entertaining for us, I can imagine. It was very nerve-wracking for you guys, but you were through to the semi-final. Go and relax for a bit. Thank you so much, Kyle. Rachel, back to you.
Thank you, Nicole. It was great to hear from Peace just there. Really interesting talking about that pressure and actually how he sees it, that Sam deserves to go through, and he almost feels that on his back, Aga, that he's got to be the one that takes the team through after a great start.
Yeah, and he deserves it as well. I mean, it was a good performance, especially the start from him off the game was great. That's the start you want to get when you're defending a lead. And as you also said, it came to a situation where it was a bit awkward for him. Should he try to get some more goals, or should he try to put his foot off the gas? But I think he handled it well, as we saw here with the roulette, and just finding that far post with Cristiano Ronaldo. And that was mainly the difference. Aston Villa had the same sort of chances, but really didn't take them. And I think that's what separated them.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sam scored 3 and Peace also scored 3, Tom. So matched in terms of goals scored. Obviously, Peace did actually concede 3 as well to Kyle there on your screen. But yeah, kind of matching him in terms of what he was able to do.
Yeah, I mean, for someone that said he was feeling quite nervous, it didn't show at all in the interview and in his game style. You know, he still looks comfortable, still had his game plan set, and you can see the goals that he's scoring. You know, beautiful flowing moves, that one extra pass that we spoke a lot about yesterday, and it's really, really paying off. And credit to both of them, because they both scored 3 goals and they're both through to the semi-finals.
I'm glad as well, because Peace tweeted about the clock, so I'm glad he got that sorted, because otherwise he may have missed his start time today. So well done, Peace, for sorting out the clocks. You are here, you've made it to the semi-finals. And let's talk about that as well, who obviously they knocked out Villa there. I mean, awesome day yesterday, I think they can say, for those boys as well. They must be pretty chuffed of how far they got in terms of the entire process, Aga.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the way they came out of a very tough group yesterday, they'll be happy with that. Obviously, right now they'll be a bit disappointed because they wanted more than just a quarter-final. But I think looking back for them, it would have been a nice performance overall. But obviously, you want the title.
Well, then, let's hear from some of the Aston Villa players. Nicole, I think you're with Kyle Rowley, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm here with Kyle. Commiserations. How are you feeling right now? Mixed emotions, I guess.
Yeah, you know, first of all, congratulations to Peace and Sam. You know, they deserved it. They've been unbelievable throughout the tournament. So, obviously, disappointed with it. You know, you're not going to be happy losing, but overall, I think they deserved it. So yeah, it's good to actually get this far, and that's what happy, but obviously disappointed at the same time. Yeah.
Are you happy with your performance in that second leg? Because, you had some great chances. We were all over there like, oh!
Yeah, it's a different mindset. That's the first time in the whole tournament that I've been behind. Obviously, which is fair play to Oscar, but don't get me wrong, I did lose my head a couple of times. I feel like I had a very good couple of chances, especially when he went 2-0 up, I felt like the pressure was off me. And I think he felt a bit of it. But listen, Peace is here for a reason. Sam's here for a reason. They know how to deal with that kind of the pressure. And I think the third goal that he scored just really threw me over the edge and I think killed the game. But happy with the performance. Don't get me wrong. Throughout the tournament, I think the first game against Stoke, which I said yesterday, played on my mind a bit. But throughout, I think me and Oscar obviously done a good job ourselves.
You guys have done so well, and to get this far, did you think that you would get this far, really?
Nah, no way. Like I say, we spoke on Friday night and we said, look, if we had a tough group, you know, Watford and Spurs were heavy favourites. So we were saying, you know, okay, we just make sure we're in and around it going into the last game. But look, we made it to the Championship Friday, also Norwich, which nobody even thought. So yeah, it's amazing.
Thank you so much. Look, we've really enjoyed watching you guys, so well done. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Oh, lovely interview with Carl there. Thanks, Nicole. Yeah, obviously they have to kind of pat themselves on the back at the performances of yesterday, of course, and getting to Championship Sunday. Well done, though, to Brentford, who we'll see in those semi-finals. OK, well, who is going to join them? Well, we're about to find out, because let's transition into the next quarter-final. The guys are already ready out here. You might be able to see behind us. We have pod number 3 already getting set up here with Liverpool and Crystal Palace. Nick Sneb there on your screens. He'll be facing up against Tex from Liverpool on the other side of the little setup there. Guys, this is the big quarter-final, isn't it? I know they're all big, but in terms of how we're setting this up, it's Liverpool. Obviously, Tex was a reigning champion back in 2019, and Crystal Palace have been a team to be reckoned with. Consistency-wise, on the global stage, they're right up there, Tom.
Yeah, and I mean, this game is, like you mentioned, it's a very important game, and I think the first leg is going to be very important as well. Both very good attackers, both have that unique style of play, and it's going to be all to play for, especially in this first leg. See how it all unfolds is going to be a very interesting sight.
Nick Sneb and Ethan will probably be going into this one feeling like the underdogs. Aga, can they use that to their advantage?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's two guys who have a lot of confidence and believe in their own abilities, and that's well needed. I think there's a difference between how much respect you gotta give Liverpool. Obviously, they are heavy favourites to win the competition, but they are players that can beat them if they hit their 100% level, and they'll need to put out a performance like that.
Tom, I'm going to come back to you. Nick Sneb, I believe you've spoken to his dad as well to get a few thoughts on how he's feeling ahead of this one.
Yeah, I mean, we had a little conversation beforehand, and, you know, he's feeling all right. He's feeling comfortable. Obviously, you mentioned yesterday he lost, but as the games went on, he sort of grew into it and he started getting comfortable. So he'll be looking to carry on that form into today's games, as, you know, he goes up against Tex.
Now, one man let's focus our attention on, Tex, and the man behind him, actually, Diogo, just there. I mean, those two teaming up, they've been a brilliant partnership. But I guess for Diogo, he'll be going into this second leg knowing that whatever happens, his partner will have given his all, being one of the best FIFA players in the world, Aga.
Yeah, definitely. He had great results yesterday to work with, and I think it's going to be not as good today because the level obviously is getting higher and higher. I still think Tech's gonna give good results, but as Diogo said yesterday, he wants to prove himself a bit more, perform a bit better, because that's needed. You need both players to play on a high level to win.
Right, well, quarter-final number 2 is coming up very, very shortly. Liverpool taking on Crystal Palace. Hopefully, it won't be any yawning or tiredness, just like Tex was there. There's plenty of FIFA 22 action coming your way. We'll see you after this short break.
When it comes to EA Sports FIFA 22, Ultimate Team is all about building the very best team possible. So today I'll be putting 2 EA Sports FIFA experts to the test. In the red corner is Lisa Manley. In the blue corner, Age Rosenmeyer. Lisa, how are you feeling?
I'm excited. I think I'm going to beat him. I'm going to pick the best team possible. I'm just going to come out there guns blazing, but we'll see.
Age, how do you feel?
Very excited to try to find my best 5 players.
So do you want to do a little game of rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first?
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, Age, you are first. Who is your first pick?
I'm going for Virgil van Dijk.
Why Virgil van Dijk?
Well, basically for me, when I have an attacking 5-a-side, I want him to be controlling the players and make sure that if Lisa's attackers are going for a chance, I have the best to defend it.
All right, Lisa. Are you gutted that Virgil van Dijk's been taken already?
I'm happy that he's taken him. I can have another Liverpool player somewhere else.
Who are you going for?
So I'm going to go for Kyle Walker.
OK, talk me through that choice, because obviously, again, there are a lot of Man City players that you could go for in this 5-a-side team.
He's tall-ish, so he can win some headers, so I think he could stop your attack, especially if he goes for a pacey attack.
When Lisa hears my strikers, maybe she'll regret.
OK then, who's your next pick?
Yeah, I'm going to go for Kevin De Bruyne.
Very good pick, but talk us through why you picked him.
He can do basically everything, and that's why he needs to be on my team.
I mean, I could have picked him, but yeah, it's a great choice. He's obviously good, like you said.
Who are you going for then?
I'm going to go for Paul Pogba.
Talk us through that decision.
He's obviously got great stats going forwards. He can shoot, he can pass, he's got good dribbling.
Pogba was on my radar as well.
Oh,
so a bit got it there. A bit got it there.
You're having to rethink.
I have to go with Cristiano Ronaldo, CR7. He's pretty complete, and I just need that goal poacher at the top. Then you have the likes of Kevin De Bruyne assisting him, and also my next player.
Lisa, are you going to go for a striker then?
So I'm going to go for Mohamed Salah.
OK, why are you going for him?
I mean, the Egyptian king, what else can I say, right? But yeah, 90 pace, 90 dribbling, he's good going forward, he's good at dribbling, good at shooting, so I can try and get a couple of goals in.
I'm going to go with my fellow countryman, Kasper Schmeichel.
OK, was that quite a tough pick for you, goalkeeper-wise then?
I had some other names up, the likes of Nick Pope, who's actually underrated in my opinion.
Lisa, would you have gone for Schmeichel yourself?
You can take him.
Who are you going for then?
I'm going to go for Nick Pope.
Did you just steal that from Age?
I didn't, to be honest with you. I was always going to go for him, but he made me want to go for him even more.
So you both have 1 player left each.
I'm going to go with Son.
I can't believe you've done that as an Arsenal fan.
To be honest with you, I didn't even think about him, but yeah, I'm
No offence, Son, if you're watching.
I'm gutted that I obviously didn't think of him because he'd been a great addition to the team.
So who is your final player, Lisa?
So the player that I'm going to go for is Saint Maximin.
Talk us through why you've gone for him.
He's got good pace, good dribbling. Obviously, he's shooting, not the greatest, but you know, I've got Salah for that. So
it is time for me to pick my winning team. This is tough. I'm gonna have to go for Team Age.
Yay!
How do you feel?
I'm relieved. I think it would have been a very close game if they were to play.
Do you guys agree? What do you reckon? Which is your favourite team? Let us know in the chat and we will see you soon.
Well, hello guys and welcome to the ePremier League Finals 2022. You're watching Championship Sunday. Of course, at the end of the day, we'll have our finalist crowned and they'll take home £30,000 in prize money as well. We've had one quarter-final played already. Second quarter-final coming your way now between these players on screen. Liverpool taking on Crystal Palace. They will meet Brentford in semi-final number 1. It's all hotting up in the studio here in London. The players look like they're ready. We're ready on the desk. It's time to hand over to our casters to see if they are ready. Lisa Manley and Tyler Goff, over to you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, and we'll be looking forward to this game. Of course, Liverpool certainly the favourites when it comes down to winning the title here today. But, of course, pressure is on his opponent now, text here, Nick Snebb, 17 years old, and you already said he's one to watch out for.
He definitely is. He's a great player and he's so young. He's got obviously Dan by his side, a good coach. His teammate Ethan, very good. And I actually wanted to come to you and ask you, in your opinion, who's got the most pressure? Obviously, we do know that Xbox side need to perform to try and give their teammate a lead. But then if they give their teammate a lead and then they don't end up performing on their side and they end up losing, they lose the whole thing. So in your opinion, who's the pressure on mainly?
I still think it's so important to grab that lead early on the Xbox side and just say, well, okay, grab a lead, maybe make it 2-3 goals in difference. And then it is pretty much to a point where, theoretically, if your teammate isn't feeling it, park the bus, don't let anybody through. And whilst that's difficult in FIFA 22 in comparison to previous versions, it is still manageable here at times. We'll have to see how both players come to the table. I still think that right now, though, of course, yes, for Tex, he's, of course, the big favorite. He, I think, has more pressure in this duel because on the other side, sure, Jacob, he's up against one of the best players from the UK, but he knows he can play FIFA, and at the same time, what does he have to lose?
Yeah, exactly. I think the pressure definitely is on Tex in terms of obviously he's won it before. Jacob's 17. Potentially, I'm pretty sure his first ePrem. Not too sure on that. I'm pretty sure it is, though. And for him, if he goes and wins probably the favourite in this tournament, it's going to be a huge shock to everyone. I think he could potentially win the Xbox side. And obviously, yesterday, Diogo did say that he didn't play to the best that he could, and obviously Tex carried him. But if Jacob does end up beating him, he's going to have to try and come back against Ethan. And we mentioned, obviously, the Xbox side being important and bringing the lead over to the PlayStation side. It's very going to be interesting to find out.
Yeah, so of course, right now, Tex with his lineup as well is supposedly playing a 4-2-2-2. On the other side, a holding 4-4-2 for Jacob. How does that kind of match up against each other?
Yeah, we see a lot of 4-4-2 formations being played, especially this weekend. We've seen a few of them formations. We've seen a 4-1-2-1-2. Just depends on the player and their style. I know Jacob's a very attacking player. He does a lot of skill moves as well. Very good at defending, but a great chance here, potentially for Tex, switching and turning on the edge of the box.
Yeah, already getting his players into a position. De Bruyne to St. Maximin, and at least getting a shot on target. Schmeichel in goal to stop that from going in. And we're getting an injury pop-up. Let's just hope that they can actually walk that off. Otherwise, that'll be a big problem for Palace. And for Nick Snebb, if his Ronaldo has to come up before the game has even gone underway. St. Maximin now going for it, being chased down by Varane, and seem to have more pace on hand for Liverpool. And Tex, not a big problem for him to defend. It's always interesting to see as well, some players not having headphones in, some listening to music, some preferring to hear in-game sound as well. Everybody has their own preference.
Yeah, we saw Sam earlier obviously go in with the music. I think for me, when I play, I like to listen to music as well. It gets me in, I guess, the energy, the vibe, as you could say, you know, listening to music makes me concentrate, to be honest with you. Obviously, Tex doesn't seem to have anything in at the moment. Nick Snebb having, I guess, the AirPod in, and then obviously the other one taken out so we can hear his coach.
Yeah, and still getting dangerously in front of goal. St. Maximin is actually blocked off. And Tex can yet again see if he can counter-attack this one quickly, maybe even down the right-hand side. A long run, actually, for Cristiano Ronaldo down the midfield as well, and then being caught in offside. Decent use of the offside traps. We've seen them a bunch, not only just to use to actually put players into offside, but also make sure your team pressures out a little bit more from behind.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great offside trap. We see a lot recently, a lot of offside traps. People do it normally from kickoff just to make sure that they don't get a kickoff goal, but a great opportunity here through it in behind. And
yeah, Cristiano Ronaldo has options towards the centre. Bigger cross. I was expecting him to go for a shorter pass, but yeah, good defending here for Palace. Good defending for Nick Sneb, as early on as well, he's going to get a chance, maybe even down the right-hand side. St. Maximin now towards the centre. We rarely see, well, game actually being developed on the wings, mainly just threading it through. Ronaldo, big stop by Schmeichel here on the other side for Tex as well. First time that he had to get involved. And one positive thus far, let's hope I don't curse it, is no big passing mistake just yet from either player.
Yeah, both of these players are concentrated to the max. I mean, we didn't see any mistakes like you mentioned. Normally, within the first 10 minutes, we see around 10 to 20 stray passes, but these two are great players at the top level, and I'm looking forward to actually see who wins this game, because I think it could be a big upset.
Already coming forward, though, is Tex now, with De Bruyne trying to thread it through towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Doesn't quite work out, and it's a chance for Nick Sneb to maybe come the other way quickly. Doesn't quite work out for him. And with that now, still, the way that Tex is winning the ball back early on is great, even though he drops it back immediately here. Bigger question is, can Nick Sneb really take an advantage from that? Doesn't really seem like he can. It's just speed being taken straight back out, and Tex had everybody falling back as well.
Yeah, great opportunity earlier from Nick Sneb as well with the ball roll. I think it was a very weird position to do it in, away from goal, and he ended up getting a shot off it, and Schmeichel with a great save, I'm pretty sure, which is interesting to see Schmeichel. We've seen a lot of Van der Sar. I think it's the first time we've actually seen Schmeichel in goal for one of these guys, and obviously a great save there.
I think we've seen him once or twice, but not on both sides. Right now, Hullet with a decent shot. That was offside anyway, so it wouldn't have counted. And Varane is going to bring that back into our game. Tex, of course, super focused, but already taking deep breaths as well. We've seen Diogo behind him, whispering in his ear. I'm not sure how quiet it is in the studio, if they can actually hear each other. Of course, if one player has music on, you'd be safe, but otherwise those instructions can clearly be heard. Right now, Tex at times, with his reaction to a couple of those passes, he isn't too happy with his game just yet. Sancho, though, in within the box, strong in that position as well. But Ruben Diaz to get it clear. And the first half is going to be coming to a conclusion soon. Yet to score are both teams.
I feel like this was always going to happen. You know, the first 10 minutes of a game, you do try and work out the way that your opponent is playing, and almost a terrible pass there, which almost could have seen him conceding there. But yeah, you're trying to work out how your player plays, and then I guess half-time sort of regrouping with your teammates, seeing maybe what you can change to try and counteract what they're doing. And I mean, to be honest with you, it's been a level playing field at the moment. I think they're both playing well. I think both potentially could have had a chance. We obviously saw a block on the line from Nick Sneb's defender, and obviously Tex, he defended really well, but Nick Sneb had an opportunity where he ball rolled and then had an opportunity. So I think great save as well from Schmeichel. So yeah, it's definitely been a close game. We could end up seeing this as a draw, but I think one will go ahead and maybe score.
Great passing right now for Tex down the left-hand side with Rashford. Is going to be bringing it back and recycling that possession. He's been quite strong on that, just kind of taking his time, not rushing into any of these attacks just yet. Down the right-hand side right now. Both Cancelos meeting down the right-hand side, but it's Sancho now in towards the box. Ruben Diaz to block it, and Hullet for Nick Sneb just deciding to put that ball into touch, make sure they go into half-time without conceding a goal. And I think right now, if you're Jacob, if you're Nick Sneb, you're quite happy. Up against Tex, he had the larger share of the game thus far, but you've had a couple of chances as well.
Yeah, exactly. He's played really well, and, you know, arguably against the best player in the world, or one of the best players in the world, you know, he's drawing. I think going into this game, if someone would ask him, you know, would you take a 0-0 or a draw in general, he would have said yes. Obviously, he wants to try and give his teammate that boost of getting a goal, and I think there will be a goal in this game still to come. But yeah, they're both playing really well. It's interesting, actually, they both actually got their parents with them. Tex, obviously, his mum, massive supporter of him, and then Nick Sneb has his dad there with him because obviously he's under age 18. But I mean, huge supporters of both of them. I'm sure their dads and their mum is both watching on the sideline there, and I think it's going to go to one of these guys. And maybe who do you think it's going to go to?
I still think that Tex might just, well, get an early goal into the second half, but we'll have to see. One part, of course, is just that, yeah, they have their parents with them, and also the fact that they can actually watch from within the studio on screens there is a nice to have as well here at the venue. Don't usually see that. Usually then the guests and family are far away from where the action is actually happening. And we'll see, maybe even whoever wins the title, if their family's there, they might just be running over to get in a hug and party in with them. Right now, though, second half already underway. Nick Sneb of course, in the yellow for Crystal Palace, coming the other way. Tex, though, good defending. A lot of his defending has been done quite far back. And Tex has just been focused on winning that ball late, but at the same time then holding possession a little bit longer, not rushing forward as he did here. And it costs him possession, but he's quick to fight it back as well.
Yeah, he's very good at player switching. That's what Tex is good at, you know, cutting the passing in and also cutting where he could potentially pass the next ball. And, you know, that's why they're so good. They have 3 players around the ball as soon as you have to touch with the ball. And that's why people watching think this is easy. And when they try to implement it themselves, it's just so hard because you've got a perfect player switch. And if you don't do it at the right time, there's 2 ways of doing it. Obviously, the L1 and the right stick. And if you don't do it to perfection, you can concede because of it. And both of these players have it nailed down to perfection. And that's why it's such a level playing field. Obviously, they're both good defensively and going forward as well. And that's why we're seeing a 0-0 at the moment.
Yeah, right now, Tex coming forward, though. Saint-Maximin in towards Ronaldo. Good defending, though. And all working out there to bring Schmeichel into the action as well. And straight away, that big kick towards Rashford and then a rush pass. Gives possession back to Tex, and he's going to use that space, the heaps of space he had down the left-hand side. Tried to get it in towards Saint-Maximin, but didn't quite work out for him just yet. As now Nixneb, of course, looking to hopefully just quiet things down. He's trying to rush forward, and that's not really his usual style of play. He's more of a holding player, trying to use possession to the best of his abilities. And Tex has had a larger share of the game, at least what it feels like from my position here.
Yeah, they both seem to be giving away quite a few, not terrible passes, but just rushing it too much. I know they're trying to get a goal for their teammate, but I feel like they just got to play calm, just try and work for the ball going forwards, maybe see if you can drag some players out of position, which normally is the way people are scoring. You know, mistakes are key, and we see a few of them in the last game that we commentated on.
Yeah, Tex now coming forward once more. Hullet and De Bruyne, quick little double pass there. Might just go back to De Bruyne, and it does. In towards Cristiano Ronaldo. Can he somehow find a way through the penalty box? 3 defenders straight on him. And he's a great item to use, of course, in foot. But not able to manage against 3 defenders coming your way, of course, especially when you're at such a high level of play. The ePremier League quarterfinals here. Right now, De Bruyne trying to go for one of those through balls in towards Saint-Maximin. Didn't quite work out for him this time. We haven't got too much time remaining. Finally now the first pause cued as well. Unsure if that's Liverpool or Crystal Palace to take it, but I think it's a perfect time to bring it in. Of course, as soon as the ball is actually out into touch. Haven't really seen that many shots. Maybe now Saint-Maximin probably should have just gone for it first chance. And Varane able to save it for Tex. And big breaths there because, let's be real, Crystal Palace should be 1-0 up.
Definitely should be 1-0 up. What an opportunity. To be honest with you, I thought he was offside because he just stopped, and I thought like maybe that's what Tex thought. And then obviously he waited for the, I guess, the run across the box, and yeah, it didn't end up getting there. Obviously Varane getting in the way, but massive opportunity and a let-off there for Tex, in my opinion. You know, that was a massive opportunity to go 1-0 up, and he could have, obviously with the pause coming in, he could have potentially gone to a fight at the back just to try to see it out, but wow.
Yeah, so the build-up is back on. 75 minutes down by now as well. De Bruyne into Hullet. Lots of space here for Saint-Maximin. Does find a decent amount of space. Second chance after the first block. In towards De Bruyne. Can maybe even get Cristiano Ronaldo back into the action. Back to Hullet. Out towards Ronaldo. Great accuracy on passing as well. Sancho continuing down the right-hand side. Time to recycle possession here. Ronaldo into Saint-Maximin. Can't quite pull it back. And Nixneb yet again just ready to bring this one back into his own build-up. But Tex, plenty of pressure. And the players get a couple of seconds to breathe now and make changes as well.
Yeah, you can see the bench there. They've got so many stat players on the bench. Cantona, Vieira, Ginola, Firmino. We see a lot of Firminos coming on from the bench. Obviously, he's good going forward and defending. We are seeing him playing a 4-2-2 formation as well, in my opinion. A very attacking formation. It's a formation I like to go to. Obviously, the 2 CDMs there to help you defend as well, which he has been doing, defending really well this game. And it's interesting maybe to see Crystal Palace's setup. But, I mean, look, at the moment, 0-0 is probably what they would have hoped for going into it. If someone would have said to Nixneb going into it, you're going to draw against Tex and give your teammate a hoping chance against Diogo, he would have taken it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I just love this right now as well. Just kind of staying in the pause screen for a little bit longer. Maybe having another chat there with Diogo as well, just to figure out that's exactly what they're doing right now.
And just to go over a game plan once more, everybody's got them hand heaters as well. Need to keep the hands warm and fluid on the controller as well. 12 minutes in game. Have seen a couple of crazy shots, but no goals scored thus far. 17-year-old Nick Snebb for Crystal Palace. It's going to be interesting to see who's actually going to be making their way through to play against Brentford in that first semi-final later on, especially heading into the evening. It's a long break for these first quarter-finalists. And I'm sure you'd rather be in one of the later games rather than being one of the first to start.
I'm not sure. I'm sure watching on, they'd be nervous, thinking that that could be them going on to the semi-final, and also that could be also them going out. And that was a massive mistake there from Tex, and obviously he was able to capitalise on getting it back. But yeah, I feel like me playing personally, I want to get it out and done away with, them nerves out. So, you know, as soon as I start the game, if I can try and get an early goal, the nerves sort of leave me as such. But if I do concede really early on in the game, it does sort of put me off a little bit. But I'm sure for the players, are going to be nervous, but a chance here potentially for Tex. But well won from Lucas, obviously a super sub that he's brought on.
Yeah, and counter-attack straight back on. Decent advantage here played. We'll go back for that free kick and straight away into another pause. And is that Tex? Yeah, making more changes now. Firmino will be coming on. Does have more change that he can bring. Prior to that, it was just checking his formations again, making sure that his tactics are right for the end phase of this game. Is there a chance still where he can develop it? Maybe just grab one goal before that final whistle blows. Make sure that you have a little bit of a lead where Diogo can maybe even be a little bit more comfortable. I'm sure that Ethan would rather have this game tied and have it all to decide himself. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting actually to see KDB in the midfield instead of Kante. Obviously, Kante does give you the defending aspect, and obviously KDB gives a little bit of both going forward. He's a little bit more better going forward in terms of shooting from outside the box and a little bit more dribbling as well. So I think it's interesting to see him. Yesterday we saw a lot of Kante. Today we're obviously seeing De Bruyne in the team. Kante is obviously on the bench.
And still good block there with both Hullets going head-to-head. The time is pretty much gone though. It's all about Nick Snebb maybe just getting this final attack, getting it done and dusted, making sure that Tex will not be able to score in these final minutes. But you have to start going forward right about now. We'll see a minute of injury time. Tex might just be able to bring this forward if he's quick. But that, of course, a big if right now and a big ask for him as well. Will remain at 0-0 at the end of the first leg, leaving it all to the PlayStation players to decide. Or who knows, maybe even our first extra time and penalties to decide it at the end of it. I think we'll throw it back to the desk to go over the action here.
Yes, 0-0 there between Tex and Nick Snebb. Crystal Palace, Liverpool. Let's get the thoughts of Tom and Aga on this one. Aga, I'll come to you. 0-0, did you expect that?
Both, Anne. I mean, two top players playing against each other, seeing each other out, trying to open each other up, and I think it was a cagey affair. No one wanted to take the big risks and not many chances. So yeah, it shows how good both players are, especially in terms of defending and pressing, I think.
Tom, let's bring you in on this. I mean, did you actually expect Liverpool not to get a goal in terms of Tex not being able to get a goal against Crystal Palace? Obviously, Tex and Liverpool topped their group, unbeaten. Crystal Palace were second in Group C behind Leeds. Did you expect to see what we just did there?
I mean, initially at the start it was quite cagey, but I expected the game to open up a little bit more. I'm quite surprised that there were no goals scored at all, but you know, I felt that both of them understood each other's game plan and sort of cancelled each other out, and I think it just goes to show the class of both of them, just being able to, you know, almost read one another and, you know, have that cagey affair and like almost a mutual respect amongst one another.
Tex did talk about some of his opponents yesterday, Aga, and he talked about them maybe not attacking as much as he would have liked them to. I don't think you can say that about Nick Snebb today.
No, he's an attacking player and always wants to score more goals. I think it was just a result of Tex being very good at pressing and two different play styles, really. Tex is a more controlled player in terms of keeping the ball a bit more, while Nick Snebb were trying to play a bit faster and more direct. So, yeah, close game.
Yeah, Nick Snebb as well, only 17 years of age. We've spoken about Sam Brewster from Brentford only being 17. We can't forget this is a super young player as well, and into the quarterfinals, possibly only one leg away from the semi-finals.
Yeah, and I think it just goes to show that the quality of UK competition is just constantly rising and rising, and people are getting younger, but they're playing with such fearlessness. Like, they go in and they just feel so confident that they can achieve anything that they set their minds to, and it's really showing in those games, and they're flowing through with confidence.
Right, well, let's hear from both of those players that just finished that game 0-0. Nicole Holiday is with Tex and Nick Snebb.
I am indeed. Tex, 0-0 in that first leg for you. Firstly, how are you feeling after that?
I'm fine. I believe in Diogo. It was a close game, to be fair. I think I should go 1-0 up, and then he had a few chances to equalise. If I did go 1-0 up, I didn't. But all in all, we sort of cancelled each other out. So yeah, it's on Diogo and Ethan now, and hopefully Diogo can win.
Why was it so difficult to break Nick Snebb down? I mean, he defended very well, didn't he?
Yeah, it's just first game of the day. I'm not good first game of the day, obviously. First knockout game at LAN for so long. So yeah, it's hard to break the deadlock, and it's only one leg, of course, like on X4. So if we played 2 legs, it'll be like a high-scoring game, but no, not this time.
Are you quite nervous now? Because now it's kind of all on Diogo, isn't it?
Yeah, like yesterday in groups I was nervous, but now like if he loses, we're out of the tournament. So I feel for my mum. She watches every tournament, and like it's so nerve-wracking watching. So yeah, you'll see my legs shaking if you look at me in the background.
But you got faith in him?
Yeah. That's it.
All right, Nick Snebb, you've got to be pretty happy with that result, I'd imagine.
Yeah, we'll take it all day long. I mean, got full belief in Ethan to put us through to the semi-finals, but yeah, we started 0-0. We didn't go down, we didn't go up. We just take it and we move on.
You must have been quite nervous going into that leg, because we all know how good this man is, Tex here.
Yeah, I mean his name's Tex. Like, he's the best of FIFA player, Not to gas him up or anything, but it just truly is. So yeah, we'll take the 0-0, and we're going to the second leg against Diogo, where as I said, full belief in Ethan to put us through the semi-final.
But you're a very strong team as well, and you've been spoken about a lot yesterday in particular. So you must be feeling pretty confident as well. And like you said, you're kind of backing that Ethan can do this.
Yeah, I mean, we started bad yesterday. We lost against Leeds first game, but after that we've been playing really, really well. Might have been down to me, to be fair. It's my first LAN tournament, so it started bad, but we're playing really well at the moment, so we're hoping we can go through.
And Aga had said that he thinks possibly the winner of this game right now could be the winner of the tournament. Do you feel like that's going to happen?
Yeah, we've all been saying it in the lobby and stuff, and in the player room. Like, everyone thinks whoever wins this game will win the tournament. Obviously, whoever does win it, they still need to win 2 more, which will be hard. But yeah, I think this should have been the final.
Nick Snebb, do you agree with that?
No, I definitely agree. Yeah, the winner of this game will win the final.
Oh, big shout from these guys. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Wow, yeah, big shout indeed. It's great to get that insight from those players just there. Really interesting, thinking now about this second leg. It is 0-0, Diogo taking on Ethan. That pressure falls on those two now, Aga.
Yeah, I think it's really Diogo's chance to step into the competition now and really show what a player he is, because he's proven it a lot of times over the last years, and now it's up to him to get the win. But on the other hand, the same goes for Ethan, right? And Ethan is an experienced player as well, who had major results over the last years. So I think we're going to see a very tight affair once again.
Yeah, Tom, Ethan was quite modest, I think, yesterday, saying that he felt Nick Snebb carried him quite a lot in yesterday's matches. I don't think that's possibly correct. I think, obviously, it's a partnership here. He's obviously well experienced, like Aga said, E-Champions League 3rd place, actually, in 2021. He knows how to perform under pressure, would you agree?
Yeah, and I mean, this game is pretty much a clean slate. Obviously, we had 0-0 in the first leg, so at this point, anything goes. They'll probably be thinking that. They'll probably want to, play their natural game, and Ethan especially will want to sort of play his natural game. Did play well yesterday as well. He felt like he was being carried, but, we saw what he was capable of in glimpses, and he's going to hope that, he can do that for the whole thing.
Aga, would you ever say what Nick Snebb just said there? Yeah, I think whoever wins this is going to win the entire thing. Were you that confident when you were playing, especially as a 17-year-old?
Not as much, I'll say, but it just goes to show again what a player he is. And there, in some ways, right? I mean, the momentum you can get of winning such a match here could give you the title, but I think there are still a lot of good teams left in this competition, so it's definitely not going to be easy, but it will be a massive statement for whoever wins this.
I'm sure the Brentford boys will not be too happy with these comments from this one just now. Well, that second leg is coming up. Ethan just there representing Crystal Palace. He'll be taking on Diogo's Liverpool, and that'll be coming up in the ePremier League after this short break.
When I was in the 5th grade, I became a fan of the intensity of the game while playing football. I ended up playing football at the district level for Mumbai. And after that, I did my sports management studies. I got an internship offer from Mumbai City FC. That's the current club that I am working with. ISL and British Council together were conducting Premier Skills in India. An ISL team had to send around 5 coaches. My club approached and they said, you know, there's something like this happening and you should go for it. I started off as a coach initially with their phase 1. We were in class, we were on ground, we are working with kids, and it's like a complete development, and there's a lot of interaction, there's a lot of knowledge sharing happening. When I finished my phase 1, and after that, my confidence level as a coach and as an individual increased to a vast level. I went ahead to do the phase 2, that was again about being a coach. Phase 3 was more about becoming a coach educator. And that was the one that really gave me a reality check of what my capability is as a person when it comes to being in football. Since then till now, I have educated around 150 to 200 coaches, including males and females. In a way, it gives me a sense of responsibility. I feel that I should actually motivate other females who are actually looking forward to get into the sport but don't really know what they can do. I think women need to start believing in themselves more, and that's the same kind of knowledge that I'm trying to pass around to other female coaches, that don't think about yourself as someone less or someone more. Just go out there, take it as an opportunity, take the game as your priority and work towards it, and you can grow as a coach in it.
Well, welcome back then to the ePremier League Finals 2022. One quarter-final already played. Brentford through to the semi-final. They're waiting to see who will join them between these two players, Liverpool's Diogo and Crystal Palace's Ethan. They're into their second leg now of the PS5 side of things. Let's see how this one plays out. 0-0 after leg one. It's all to play for in leg two. Lisa Manley and Tyler Goff are going to call this one for you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And it sure is going to be an interesting affair between these two, because especially as they said in the interviews, this might be the one game to prematurely decide it all. I'm not that sure about it just yet. I think it is a big call, and it's still going to be a tough game between Diogo and Ethan. We were just talking in the break, and sure, it's big pressure on for Diogo. Both players said yesterday that they were carried by their Xbox counterparts. So we'll have to see how that stacks up, as the PlayStation will decide it all.
Yeah, we mentioned earlier, obviously, the Xbox side being important towards, I guess, it was the result, because, you know, every time the Xbox brought a couple of goal leads, it really did help them to be able to play their game and wait for their opponents to actually attack them, which therefore meant they ended up winning. But, I mean, this game, to be honest with you, I'm nervous for them. Like, you know, their teammates behind them must be so nervous. Obviously, Tex did say that his legs might be shaking if you see him behind, but I think in this game, the first goal is everything.
Yeah, the thing is, of course, Liverpool players have so much more experience. They've even been into ePremier League twice within the top four. So, yeah, definitely, of course, players and favourites to maybe win the entire thing, but they have to get through this game first. They have to take it game by game, because the semi-final isn't going to get any easier. We know that already. We'll have to see, as Ethan in the yellow for Crystal Palace from left to right. And, of course, Diogo coming the other way in the reds. Right now, though, for the early game, it's important just to hold possession a little bit longer. We do actually see Ginola from the start on the side of Diogo as well. Interesting to see a couple of new faces that we haven't seen during the other games.
Yeah, interesting to see Carl Walker as well at right back. We haven't really been seeing him too much. We've been seeing Reece James. We also obviously are not seeing Vieira actually at centre back in these games as well. And great start here from Liverpool.
Yeah, Sancho down the right-hand side, decent pass to get things going, but of course has to recycle it back. And there's so many Palace players back right now. It's super compact in front of the box, and actually Sancho the one to win the ball back and immediately also involved in the build-up. And we'll just have to see how far they can bring it. Passing back and forth, Cristiano Ronaldo involved in the midfielding as well. St. Maximin is going to give it straight back. Chip here, not enough power behind it. And it will be Walker to get it clear. Actually, both teams using Walker on that right-back position, which interesting to see. And it was nice to see also that the players were having a little bit of a chat. Is always, I think, part of the game as well, and maybe also trying to intimidate your counterpart, trying to say, oh, just throw them off before you actually jump into the game.
Yeah, a lot of these players are friends prior to this event. Obviously, when it comes into the event, it's them, I guess, deadlocked. They don't talk to them. They're, I guess, enemies as such, right? But as soon as the game's finished, you know, there's great sportsmanship, and they're both talking to each other like best friends again, and obviously they're going to be supporting each other, whoever goes out. So I think it's just a great vibe in the arena, and that's why everyone loves LAN events. Yeah,
Diogo here tried something different on the corner. A little bit of a shorter cross to maybe also head it on towards the back post, but didn't quite work out. Palace were able to deal with that immediately here for Ethan. And it's going to be interesting to see. Ethan always said prior to his games that he likes to press high, especially early on, try to get early goals. But we talked about the importance there. If you can grab 2 goals within the first 20-25 minutes, then all of a sudden the game is on, and it's so much more comfortable for you as a player as well. Right now, the first 20 minutes are soon to be wrapped up, and we haven't seen even crazy shots just yet. A lot of it has just been going end to end in build-ups, but then also a strong defense, and in last instance steal that ball away and yeah, try to build up yourself again.
Yeah, we normally see this within the first 10 to 30 minutes within the game. They're just trying to see how each other plays, and you haven't really seen any opportunities, especially any ones that we would think that would go in. So I think they're just trying to see how each other plays, trying to work out. Maybe at half-time they'll speak to Tex, obviously, for Diogo, and Ethan will talk to Nick there and his coach to see maybe what he can change to try and get a goal, because none of these players want to go to extra time or penalties, because penalties is just, especially without the cursor, it really is hard.
Yeah, right now, of course, next build-up for Ethan. Just starting to get into it now. Nice little chance to maybe even send it down the right-hand side. He does. Good stop from the right back from the left back for now. However, yeah, Diogo still under pressure. as Ethan is coming forward, is finding space as well, tries to chip it straight back, but Ruben Diaz to get that ball back, and maybe now even on a counter-attack. Sancho, though, not going to win that sprinting duel. It still feels like both players have it set, but they're not pressing as high after winning the ball back, not really going for the counter-attack just yet. Oh, big chance here! Is it offside? It looked like it at the start, but it won't be. St. Maximin to open up scoring between Crystal Palace and Liverpool. And a good time for Ethan as well to bring himself into the game. He's just ice cold on the reaction.
Yeah, he didn't react. He knows it's not over yet, and same thing that I wouldn't do. I wouldn't want to react in that position when he knows how good Diogo was. But I'm pretty sure that was an offside trap, and therefore it was just a massive mistake, to be honest with you. We talk about mistakes being the reason why most of the time teams do go out, and that was a massive one. And I wanted to speak about the way Diogo went forward earlier. You know, he did a great through ball, and you know, Ethan was able to play a switch early to be able to get that man in front of him and take a couple of steps back, which therefore meant that he was able to get in the position to stop that.
Yeah, right now build up once again on St. Maximin, getting that ball back into Hullet now. Back to De Bruyne. Does have space towards the penalty box, maybe even with Ronaldo. Some opportunities do seem rare and slim right now. De Bruyne, a big ball carry for him forward. It will be Cancelo to stop that. And passes across the penalty box are always dangerous, but this time Diogo not able to intercept and get a lucky break. 57% of the ball thus far in the first 35 minutes. But yet again, yeah, he hasn't really been able to use it as much. As we've said earlier, it was more or less end-to-end. Sure, Diogo got that earlier start, but as soon as Ethan is now into it, he seems to be quite comfortable also within Diogo's half.
Yeah, he seems to be doing really well in his half. Diogo seems to be defending really well as well, and he does seem to be giving away the ball very cheaply at the moment. You know, we mentioned nerves. Obviously, he is losing. He has to chase the game now. Maybe we'll potentially see a couple of mistakes from Ethan as we do there, because his nerves are going to be hitting him too. You know, if he wins this game, he's knocking out the favourites, arguably, in this competition. Yeah, great interception still, and of course now in the build-up, Sancho down the right-hand side with Hullet. He, of course, against the other Hullet, is always a physical fight, and just about works out for Ethan. Generally, when you're in, well, a defensive motion, Hullet against Hullet usually works out for the defending side, and just putting pressure on. And still, first 45 are pretty much wrapped up now. We're not going to be seeing any injury time. Ethan is going to get another chance to go forward. Has to stay in a forward motion, though. Can't really pass it back too far. Ethan on the edge of the box into Hullet, and then intercepted by De Bruyne. And that whistle is going to blow. Decent advantage right now for Palace. Yeah, great McGeady counsel there, and to get back sort of into a position where he's able to pass the ball into the box, in and around the box there, and it was a terrible pass and obviously whistle blown. But to be honest with you, it's been a great display here from Ethan. Obviously, Diogo hasn't really had a clear-cut opportunity where I thought it was going to go in. Ethan didn't really have any opportunities until the offside trap where he got given basically a goal as such. But nerves definitely going to be on both of these players, and I mean, I'm not sure what way it's going to go, but if Ethan does change to a 5 at the back, which we do see a defensive formation coming out there, I mean, it's likely that maybe Diogo can't break him down. Yeah, we'll have to see how this one continues to develop, how both players react into the second half. Ideally for Diogo, of course, just grab an early goal. Hullet there to stop the build-up in midfield straight away, send it down the left-hand side. And he's been such a vital item as well. We talked about, sure, Impact saying that maybe his Varane was a little bit more important, but Hullet, especially in midfield, winning balls back for every player. He's been part of every squad across the weekend, and surely was on the top of our list, maybe next to Cristiano Ronaldo, as he was the one to hammer home the most goals. Cancelo now down the left-hand side, chip towards the centre, passed on, and it's St. Maximin again to score the second goal. And now Palace are in a great position, and Diogo shaking his head, cannot believe it. I mean, what a goal that was. You know, majority of the time, players don't even think about doing a play lock. He did a play lock in the great position there, and most people in that position would shoot instantly with Cristiano Ronaldo, and he didn't. He did the extra pass. The extra pass is crucial in FIFA. Most people don't do it, but it basically makes it a 95% chance of scoring because the goalkeeper is out of the equation. And, I mean, what a shot result this has been so far.
Yeah, not at all what we expected. Liverpool were certainly the favourites, the ones to beat, the ones to watch out for in this tournament. They were able to top their group, not really dropping anything. And right now, Palace, sure, a lot of people had them on their radar. And Ethan, great showing from him on the PlayStation, and he might just add on top of it. Offside, and then Schmeichel, and a deep breath from Diogo. And I'm unsure what you do if your Tex now weren't able to set your teammate up the way you wanted to, the way that you maybe did yesterday. But it's out of his hands, and Diogo, there's a reason why he's in this team and why he also competes at a very high level internationally.
Yeah, obviously Diogo's a very great player. We saw him a few years back play Tex actually in a final and ended up losing to a last-minute Calvert-Lewin header that's always been spoken about. But he's a great player. He's here for a reason. They're here today for a reason because they played so well yesterday. I know he said that Tex carried him as such, but he's here now and he's got to do what he's got to do to try and win this game. And we're seeing a pause potentially from him.
Yeah, Ginola towards Ronaldo, tried to bring it through. De Bruyne is going to win it back at least. But there's 4 or 5 defenders straight on him, and that's the advantage as well when you have your defenders back, but also 2 defensive midfielders. The counter-attack is still on though. Sancho does have support towards the centre. Actually beat Rudiger in the race there. And with 64 minutes down, Ethan gets to take more time off the clock, and that has to be part of the game plan now as well.
Yeah, we're going to see that a lot at the moment. You know, there's a lot of money on the line. There's a spot in the, in the semi-final, and we're going to see this a lot where players are just going to try and drain down the clock. He might even try and go for a third here, and a green time shot from the edge of the box, a great volley. And to be honest with you, if that wasn't blocked, a potential goal.
Yeah, definitely, and both Hullets going head-to-head there. But right now, Diogo, of course, back on the setup here. 68 minutes down, and he's in a spot right now where he needs to score within the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. Otherwise, it will get really, really difficult to try and fight his way back. Hullet putting it forward towards St. Maximin, can't quite get that final pass through to get into a shooting position. But the counter-attack is yet again on. Of course, Diogo is opening himself up to attacks. He has so many players coming forward, but they're hustling back as well. And Ethan, great run with Ronaldo down the left-hand side.
Yeah, great ball roll scoop there just to come back as well and try and waste time here. We have seen a pause. It's probably from Diogo. He's going to change probably to a free at the back, constant pressure. Players getting behind and potential chance here for him, and defending so well is Ethan.
Yeah, and even the failed pass here. Cancelo gets it straight back into attack. Rashford, the players towards the centre, are still offside. Cross coming in towards the centre, and Ruben Diaz to head it back to be the saving grace that Diogo needed. And still, of course, he's not in the best of spots. It's under 15 minutes left in game. Probably the most amount of passes that we've had in a game at this stage of the game. But right now, Hullets through ball to De Bruyne. Didn't quite realise the ball was through, and Varane was there to defend. But yeah, with that break still not coming through, with the ball still being in play, it makes life so much more difficult if you're Diogo right now. Players are drained for one part already. You cannot change over. St. Maximin! So important to score that now, as we've got roughly 12 minutes still on the clock. Pause now to make changes. And Lisa, that might just be the perfect timing to now work your way back into the game.
Yeah, exactly what a finish that was from St. Maximin. That is why that new version of St. Maximin is in your team. The fantasy version of him, obviously, he's got 90 shooting, 95 positioning, in the right position there to score for him, and twisting and turning in the box. And I mean, we're definitely going to see a pause, which we obviously have right now, and that was a perfect time to score before a pause. You know, you're in the driving seat at the moment. I guess momentum could potentially be on your side now that you scored that as well. So I feel like it's going to be a mountain to climb. Obviously, one goal at this stage of the game is going to be quite hard, especially with maybe constant pressure, but Ethan has defended really well so far.
Yeah, Diogo, certainly a player that could manage, especially late into the game. Ethan has had more control thus far. But the countdown you can see at the bottom of your screens is on. One of the players might still be in the menu, so just taking a quick little breath. But we're ready to jump straight back into the action. And Ethan, he's done a decent job thus far to take 10 minutes off the clock at times, but of course the pressure is going to be on, and we know how difficult it is to be defending against constant pressure. And right now, sure, a throw in for Palace. Ethan cannot afford to make any sorts of mistakes right now. Down the right-hand side, passes it back as well, loses it there, and that's exactly what we were on about. Don't lose the ball in a position like that. Ronaldo, the chip might not have been the best idea to get it towards Mahrez. And Diogo realized that now as well. But of course, Ethan already using his keeper here as well, just to take time out of the game.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone watching, you know, when they play Foot Champs, when they're you know, winning by a couple of goals or by one goal and their opponent puts on constant pressure, it's really hard, and you normally concede a couple of goals and end up losing. So you can see how hard it's going to be for these players when they're at the best level as well.
Yeah, and still Ethan on for a break. St. Maximin one-on-one with keeper Schmeichel, can lay it off to Firmino, and that might just seal it here for Crystal Palace to knock Liverpool out of the quarterfinals and move on to the semis to face off against Brentford. And I think Diogo is thinking much the same. Sad face on Tex, it looked like, as well in the background.
I mean, we do obviously talk about the extra pass, and he stayed so composed there, but another opportunity with St. Maximin. He's got barged completely off the ball there, but, you know, a great opportunity they had beforehand, and obviously we talk about the extra pass, he did that very nicely, and Firmino obviously coming on as well as a super sub. We talk about him coming on, being able to defend for you and also attack.
Yeah, and he is still going forward here, Ethan. This game seems like it will be done. Might just add on top of the tally, Schmeichel to save it. We will get this one more corner, and he just dribbles it straight into touch. What a game we've seen. Liverpool knocked out. They were our favourites. I think everybody had them noted down. Of course, for Tex, he could have been the first player to win 2 ePremier League champions. We will definitely have a new ePremier League champion that has not won this tournament before, and with that, we'll send it back to the desk.
Wow. Well, what a performance it was from Crystal Palace. It does mean, though, that Liverpool are out of the tournament. Let's get your initial reactions of this. Tom, I'm coming straight to you. Tex and Diogo out of the Premier League.
Yeah, and I mean, it all went down to the second leg. You know, they both had their game plan set. They both knew what they wanted to do. It's quite a shock because obviously we had them as our favourites. They were on your power ranking as #1, Aga, and yeah, I'm still a little bit in shock, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke, though, about how strong Crystal Palace are as a team, and, you know, obviously Liverpool came unstuck to them today. Let's talk about that second leg, though. Diogo, we looked there, 78 minutes, he got one back. It was 2-1 to Crystal Palace. We thought they may have something, they just couldn't quite find it. What do you think they were lacking, Aga, there?
I think the difference between Diogo and Ethan was that Ethan was a bit more lethal going forward and making the right decisions. Made a very nice goal to make it 2-0, which gave him the confidence. Diogo tried, he did what he could in terms of changing tactics, formations, and push everything forward. But that last good decision just missed, and as we can see here, the first goal, a failed offside trap, which you can't do against the best players. He will punish that, and this goal is a really nice one, as we can see, just exploiting the wings here and using the player lock here with Cristiano Ronaldo. And instead of going for the shot or the header, he just made that extra pass, which shows the confidence. So yeah, massive performance by Crystal Palace.
It was indeed, and it continued with Ethan here, so close making it a third, and he was just pushing so much, Tom, wasn't he, for that third, and it felt like he was in control for the majority of that match.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, you know, he's literally got control from the 66th minute onwards, and he's literally just playing his game, taking his time, trying to almost frustrate his opponent, but then at the same time, obviously, still getting the ball forward. And as you can see, 85th minute, Diogo's throwing all his players forward, but, you know, Ethan's obviously made that counter-attack.
Well, Aga, that's the risk you have to take, isn't it? When you're kind of going all that attack, you're obviously going to have some weaknesses at the back, and then when the counter comes on like that from Ethan, you've got nowhere to run, really.
Yeah, it was at the end of the game, and he had to push everything forward, and eventually that can result in two things. Otherwise you get back, or otherwise you lose the match with one more goal, and that's what happened. So yeah, congratulations to Crystal Palace, and a big surprise, I'll say. 2 of my #1 and 2 going into the competition on the power ranking, they're both out now, so interesting.
I mean, it also opens up, doesn't it, the tournament, of course. Liverpool have been champions before with Tex in 2019. Obviously, there's no Man City in it as well. No Watford, who won it a couple of years back, and no Bournemouth. So a new champion is on the cards this time, which makes it pretty exciting, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it opens up so many doors. We've literally got the likes of Brentford, we've got Crystal Palace as well. So, you know, a lot of people are looking to, you know, put their foot forward and almost like, I don't want to say springboard their career, but really put themselves on the map.
You had them as number 1 on your power ranking, Aga. So how big of a surprise is it that they're out, Liverpool?
It's a big surprise, but at the same time, Crystal Palace would be one of the teams who were capable of doing what they just did. It was a tight game. It was about margins, and I think Crystal Palace took advantage of that, really. So a small surprise, yeah.
Definitely. Now let's hear from Tex and Diogo. I can see them over our shoulders just here. They're joined with Nicole Holiday.
Yeah, I've got Tex and Diogo here. I hate this bit. I know you guys will too, because there's a lot of raw emotions going on right now. Diogo, I know you're gutted. I saw you sat there with your kind of head in your hands. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just like, I'm just upset with myself. Like, I don't know. It wasn't even like this game. The thing is, if I played bad one game, then that's okay. It's just I played bad the whole tournament, and I'm just like more confused. More than anything, I'm just confused. But yeah, I'm just sad because, you know, he played sick all tournament as well, so I feel like I let us down a little bit. Can't lie.
But I remember you saying yesterday that you were quite frustrated with yourself. What is it? I know you'll probably reflect on this tournament after today. What do you think went wrong for yourself?
I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. That's why I'm confused. Normally, I don't know. Normally a LAN is, especially a LAN. I don't lose. Like last time we had LANs, it was FIFA 20, and the only people I would lose to then would be like the guys who'd win the tournament. So I guess there's a sign for things to come, maybe for Crystal Palace, but it's just like my level at this tournament was definitely not what I'd hoped for.
But I think that's what everyone's been saying, right? That if you guys didn't win this and Palace did, that they would probably go on to win the tournament. That's kind of what a lot of people were thinking. So, you know, you've lost to very strong opponents, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, but I don't know. I think I never look at it that way because, like, yeah, they're very good, but like, there's no reason why I can't just win that game. You know what I mean? So he's got 2 hands, I've got 2 hands. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. I guess we just have to move on.
Yeah, I know it must be really frustrating. Tex, for you, that first leg, I know that was quite frustrating because you would have obviously liked to have given Diogo a bit of a head start, I suppose, going into his second leg.
Yeah, nah, I'll be honest, like the whole tournament, I played decent. Yesterday I played okay. Today I played okay in it, but I got to get a lead. Like, I know I am. I got to give my teammate a lead. So I guess like I should have done better in the first leg. But I'm a sad man for Diogo. He's better than what he's shown these last like 2 days. Like honestly, warm-ups when we play, he wins. So yeah, nah, I think it's just upsetting.
And you're obviously not blaming Diogo for this because he's such a good player. We know what he can do.
Yeah, no, that's like, I watch him every day. Like we practice together. Like he's one of the best players in the world. It's just sometimes, like even for the best players, it just it don't click. It don't click. Like, and like you got the best players when it don't click. You just gotta win. I don't know. I'm angry, man.
How disappointed are you? Because you two, you're kind of smiling through it, but you must be gutted.
Yeah, obviously, we're favourites to win. We're the best team here. We still are the best team here. We didn't win, but like we're the best players here. It's just sometimes the best teams lose. Like that's our first loss of the tournament. We're out. Like yesterday we went unbeaten. So yeah, they're the second best team, and I think they'll go on and win. I'll be honest.
Is there that added pressure as well, though, because everyone's backing you to win?
Nah, I couldn't care less what like anyone says. I care like what I say in it and what Diogo says, and like. We just put pressure on ourselves. Like we don't care about anyone else.
Well, guys, thank you so much. Commiserations. You have been a joy to watch and to have in the tournament. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Well, yeah, they couldn't seem to put their finger on it, could they, Aga? Why they couldn't quite find that top level of FIFA, which they know they're capable of. They said they think they're the best team here. You know, they just couldn't quite make it click today, and no one's blaming each other, but it is obviously individual legs, and it becomes a team thing. If you were looking at their performances, especially there against Crystal Palace, if you could put your finger on one thing why they didn't progress, what would it be?
I think creating the chances that's necessary to win. I also think an interesting aspect in it, which could be a bit from my side of why it didn't really work, that playing with a player like Tex could add some pressure to you, being teammate with him, because the standards of him is so high. So you want to prove that you belong on a team with him, and that can add some extra pressure maybe to you. But I don't know, it's hard to say. When you have that level, you need to show it, and they, unfortunately for them, they didn't show it today. And then just hats off to Crystal Palace. I mean, they played a super game over 2 legs.
They definitely did. Confusion was a word that Diogo used, being confused that he didn't go his way. And I guess, Tom, coming into this tournament, now there's a lot to reflect on and a lot to learn for both of those competitors.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to, you know, go away and have a think about what they've done. But obviously, they've got all the footage. They know themselves. And obviously, for example, Tex can look at Diogo and analyse what went wrong and vice versa. So they'll know what they need to do. They'll know how to bounce back, and hopefully we'll see them again really soon.
Well, let's now change then to Crystal Palace and see how they're feeling after progressing to those semi-finals. They, of course, will be taking on Brentford. That will be coming up later on in the day. But Nicole is now standing by with both the Palace players to get their thoughts after knocking out Liverpool. Nicole.
Yeah, I'm here with Ethan and Nick Sneb. I mean, massive game for you guys there, knocking out Liverpool, the team who a lot of people were backing to go on and win this. How do you feel right now?
I'm very happy. As I said, yesterday we weren't we didn't start the best, but we grow on, and we played really well yesterday, and we started today really well again. So we're hoping we can keep up the form and keep playing well. But Liverpool was a tough first game, so I'm hoping we can excel from this.
And you two know each other very well, which I'm guessing is a big help and an advantage in the format as it is.
But yeah, exactly. We know our strengths, we know our weaknesses, and I think this is why we're doing so well, because the format suits us. Me going first is better for us, and Ethan going second is better for us, as Ethan's better at me in defending. He can hold out wins like he done there. He went 2-0 up, and then he held it out, and we go through to the semi-final. So yeah, the format suits us definitely.
Ethan, I know that you were saying, because I was like, oh, you must have been so nervous, especially when Diogo scored. But you were like, no, I've been quite calm up to that point, right?
Yeah, because I think the only chance I came was like in the 80th minute. So I was like, oh, I've done all this to late in the 80th minute. So I was like, I just carry on exactly how I did throughout the whole game. And yeah, luckily managed to seal it out with the third goal.
You know how good Tex and Diogo are. When Diogo did get that goal, did you have any doubt in your head?
Not really, because in my head I was like, even if the worst case scenario happens and I do concede a goal and equalise, I had complete faith in Nick Seb putting it back. So in my head it was more of a just do not lose this game, because worst case scenario, Nick Seb goes for extra time, I think. It's after how the coin toss worked. But no, I had a complete faith in Nick Seb worst case scenario anyway.
Nick Seb, what about you? Because for you sat there on the side watching, that must have been so nervy.
Yeah, it was the same yesterday. Like, we played Wolves to get out of the group. We needed a win only. And it was a really, really close game. Like, I think Kai FIFA was like 1 goal off literally knocking us out. So like the last 20 minutes, nerve-wracking. And you say sitting there watching, I can't. Nah, it's really hard. I want just sitting there, just watching, hoping. But yeah, as I said, belief in Ethan all the way. So yeah.
There you go, you got that win. Congratulations, you are through to the semi-final. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Great interview there, great insight from both of those players. You can see the smiles on their faces. I'm going to come to you, Aga, just on this one. That mean that Crystal Palace now #1 on your rankings, on the power rankings? Yeah, of course.
Well, we still have Leeds playing, but I mean, massive statement, and obviously winning in the way they did against Liverpool, it was tight, but I still felt like Crystal Palace deserved to win over the 2 matches. I mean, they created the more chances, so yeah, arguably the biggest favourites now.
Yeah, I think, Tom, with how composed Ethan was going into that second leg, obviously it was a stalemate in leg one there with 0-0 for both players. The fact that he did kind of take his chances, create a lot of chances as well, get 3 goals in the end, knowing it was up against a team like Liverpool.
Yeah, I mean, and they mentioned it literally in their interview just now that the way the format is set, it works better in their favour. You know, Nick Snebb obviously going first, and then Ethan sort of reacting to that. And literally, as Ethan scored both those goals, he was able to, you know, hold out the lead and, like Nick Snebb said, play better defensively, and that's what he did. He frustrated Diogo to the point where he felt the need to bring his players forward, and once he did that, you know, it was an easy game from Ethan from there on out.
We're seeing some of the highlights just here, and Aga, I guess when it gets to this stage of the tournament, when there's money on the line, when the ePremier League trophy is slowly becoming a reality for some of these players, they're thinking that they can get their hands on it. We start to see more and more little mistakes from the players that we wouldn't normally see on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, but I also think it results in the levels of the players. I mean, they force errors out of their opponents, and that's where you need to be ready to take advantage of that. I think we've seen the difference here is who makes the less mistakes and who takes advantage of them, really. So yeah, we're coming to that stage of the tournament now where that's the difference.
Now, there was a point, I think it was at this point, where I asked you, I said, what would you do? Would you try and keep the ball, or would you try and go for another? You said keep the ball, but then he managed to actually get a 3rd goal just in this one and seal the victory.
Yeah, I mean, as the game evolved and Diogo put everything forward, and there's around 5-6 minutes left of the game, when you get an opportunity to get a free run like that, you're obviously going to take it because you want to close out the game 100%. But if he wouldn't have got that chance, I think we'll definitely have seen Ethan running down to the corner flag, just, you know, taking his time, making sure that Diogo didn't get one last opportunity.
Yeah, it was a great performance, of course, for Crystal Palace there. Ethan and Nick Snebb going through to those semi-finals. Just confirm that now with a little look at the bracket and just confirm who they'll be facing. We already know, of course, they'll be facing Brentford in semi-final number 1 after Brentford defeated Aston Villa there 6-3 in quarter-final 1. And then second quarter-final, we just saw it, Liverpool taking on Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace coming out on top 3-1. Very exciting. The next quarterfinal is coming your way shortly. The boys are just setting up behind us in their pod. It's going to be Leeds taking on Everton. Again, a great clash next up, guys. We're very excited for this one. Ethan, though, and Nick Snebb, a chance now just to kind of go reset. Tom, I know after last night, Ethan tweeted my head spinning. I think it was spinning more and more now, won't it?
Yeah, I mean, as you get into the latter stages, you know, the pressure is really on. And like I said earlier, this is what separates, you know, the best from the second best. You know, they'll want to go away, maybe relax a bit and, you know, get ready for that semi-final because it's going to go down.
Right, well, we will have a short break just now, and after that we will get into our next quarter-final. Leeds taking on Everton. They're setting up behind us, and in a few minutes' time we'll get that one underway. See you soon.
Round 1.
Bit of a risky off-balance pass around the back, that.
Yeah, done well to get it out though.
Yeah, through ball's on, he's in.
The thing is, he's done the right thing so far, not passing it.
Obviously, if he passes that, it's a goal, but he's shot it, so we'll go safe, we'll go safe.
His right leg's bent backwards, so he's definitely shimmed his right foot, so he's probably going to go for the near post for the goalie's right-hand side.
Yeah, it's not going in.
Not a chance.
He's dinked in.
Oh, that's cheeky.
Not the meta thing that you'd expect in that situation.
Let's go for the next one.
Under the middle up here.
Oh, good play in the middle of the park.
Good roulette.
Oh, look at it.
He's trying to find a striker.
Yeah.
Good tackle that was.
Good ball. What can we do? Oh, that's not going in. No chance that's going in.
Based off that, he looks like he's going to give it a good whack.
Last one went in, this one's not going.
Nah, I'm sticking with you, it's not going in.
It's going to go high and right.
100% saved.
As expected. If that is a foot item though, like say a Team of the Year Ronaldo.
It could,
Do you know what I mean? It all depends on the card as well.
Round 3, let's go.
Haha, yes, they've
look at the run on the left. Oh, what a tackle.
Hitting them on a counter, a lot of space on the right.
He's overlapping, man.
He's got to play the extra
Yeah,
pass.
he has to play that pass.
He hasn't.
I think that does sneak in.
I agree.
I think
it does.
It's going in.
Scoring.
Near post, going in.
I told you, Martinez. To be fair, we said if he hits the roof of the net, it's going to be a goal.
Right, here we go, round 4. Come on, here we go.
Go on. Again, it's Villa. And again.
It's going to cross. Maybe.
Never going in. Never going in.
He ain't got the angle to go near post, and he ain't going to dip it over the keeper from there.
Nah, no way. Not from there.
Nah, not a chance this goes in.
Yeah, nah, this is... nah.
Keeper hasn't bothered. He's...
What is that all about, though? That should just never go in.
If I concede this goal, I'll be very, very mad.
We've got to get this one right.
Come on.
Oh,
What a tackle.
crunch and tackle.
Ooh. Oh, that's bad from him.
Awful dribbling.
No, he's not scoring.
Just got to shoot this. I think it's a guaranteed goal. It's a really good angle.
100% a goal, this one.
Definitely a goal, yeah.
Yeah. Either corner as well.
Keeper's got this in his locker.
Yes, keeper. Good save, good save.
I mean, hit his head. It's a poor finish, that one, I'm sorry.
I'd put that down to the player who's controlling him's fault, because if they was doing the right sort of instructions with the controller, it would have been on their left foot.
I actually think that's quite unlucky. It's come off the keeper's head at the end of the day.
It's hard to predict low-level FIFA as well. Like.
Welcome back, though, to these EPL finals in London. We're ready for our quarter-final number 3. Leeds taking on Everton. We've already played 2 already. We know our first semi-final. It's Brentford up against Crystal Palace. Of course, we just saw Liverpool getting knocked out before the break. That was a massive upset of day 2 already, Aga. But let's just turn our attention to what's happening behind us. The guys are getting ready behind us. They're setting up for quarter-final number 3. This is an interesting one because obviously we've been speaking about Leeds quite a lot, not so much about Everton. Let's continue with Leeds, though, and Ololito, because he's such a quality player and such a fun player as well, I think. You can see him sitting there. He'll be going first. He probably will give us a wave knowing that we're talking about him. He was doing that quite a lot yesterday. When we are talking about him, he gives us a little smile. Yeah, it shows that he's relaxed. Again, he doesn't look like he's taking it too much pressure on his shoulders at the moment. He obviously is going up against Mitch Hayward. But Ololito, Aga, in terms of kind of how he is as a player and as a person, how much do you know about him?
Well, we're great friends. I mean, it's the Scandinavian connection. And yeah, he's a very chilled out guy who knows when to be into the zone and when to be off the zone, so to say. And he's been performing on a high level for a long time now. I think the most remarkable thing about him is his consistency, really. I mean, he always delivers. And for the first time for a while, he didn't have the season so far that he wanted to because he set the standard so high for himself. But now he's here and he's been doing great. Like yesterday, it was really impressive. We saw how he took down Nick Snap 4-1 in the first match, and we just saw Crystal Palace knock out Liverpool. So, I mean, this is a top quality player.
I'd love to get a deep dive into Ololito's mind right now. This morning, he was thinking about what time it was here in the UK. He did tweet that. It's British summertime, if you didn't know, but you know him really well. What would he be thinking ahead of this game? What's happening in his head right now?
I think he's pretty relaxed, believes in his own abilities, and looking forward to play. Really, he has this passion that's super important. His will to succeed can do the difference for him. So, yeah, I think he's confident, really.
Also possibly got a point to prove as well. Runner-up, of course, last year to Shells, to Man City. Neither Shells are here, and Man City obviously got knocked out yesterday. So in terms of that, the door's open for Leeds to come through now.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, obviously they're going to take one game per time. First, they have to focus on Everton, who's been performing great as well. And at this stage of the competition, you can't underestimate anyone, and you can't think too far ahead of the competition. So I think right now his only focus is on the game against Callum.
Now, you said that he might be feeling quite confident ahead of this game. Let's hear from the man himself. I didn't realise how tall he was, Nicole.
Yeah, Olelito, you are quite tall. Can you hear them on the desk? They're talking about how big you are.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm that big, to be fair, but I see Kyle looking at me a lot, so I was like, okay, I need to give him that vibe back. So, yeah.
Kyle is a big guy. I can see you shaking your hands as well. I know you've got hand warmers. Yes. Is that helping your hands kind of warm up as well and prepare for the game ahead?
Yes, they are. But I think it's more of like, you know, like just getting in the rhythm, the feeling. So I think gets your hand warm and you can think of other stuff. So, yeah.
And Kyle kept saying there that you must be feeling pretty confident. How are you feeling? Because you and Mitch are probably two of the favourites now, I'd say.
I'm feeling confident. Of course, we have a very, very tough game here against two very, very good players. So I think this will be a super tight game. But I'm looking forward to be playing again.
Are you happy with your performances yesterday? Have you guys had much time to, I guess, reflect on that and actually have a chat about how it went?
Quite happy, I would say. I think it would be like the perfect kind of group stage if we were to beat Southampton as well, which we lost to. But we finished first, so we can't really complain.
Do you have any nerves right now? I'm not going to keep you for too long because I know you want to sit down and get your head in the zone. Yeah. But are you all right? How are you feeling? Are the nerves holding out?
No, I'm feeling good. As I said, I'm just excited to be playing again. Like, it's a super good stage, a lot of people watching, playing good players. It's basically what you want as a FIFA player, so I'm looking forward to it.
And do you feel like you know what to expect from your opponents, what to expect from Callum?
I'm expecting a lot. I mean, I know he's a super, super good player, so I think it will be a super tight game, as I said. But as I said, once again, I'm looking forward to be playing the game.
And we just saw a pretty big shock. Liverpool going out, Tex and Diogo. Were you surprised to see that happen?
I don't know, like Crystal Palace, we played them in the group stage and I knew for a fact that they were one of the tournament favourites. But of course, I mean, Diogo and Tex were definitely the favourites for me. So a big shock, but at the same time it's FIFA and Nick Snebb and Ethan are two super good players as well. So I'm not really super surprised.
Are you the tournament favourites now, do you think?
Nah, definitely not. We are not favourites at the moment, at least.
I think you're being quite humble. Right, I'll let you get on with it. Good luck. Kyle, Rachel, back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. Definitely being humble there. Aga, I want to come to you because you said obviously you're good pals. Have you had a chance to speak to Olelito after yesterday or get an insight into how any of these players are feeling?
I didn't really speak with Ole. We just chatted a little bit. He was like, it's good you're mentioning me here on the desk. And, you know, he's just a happy guy. And I think that really goes to show here in the interview that he's confident. He doesn't seem nervous at all. No. He has this mentality this screams passion, and I really think you need that. Like, that's a key value for me in order to succeed on this level. So yeah, he looks great.
Definitely confident, but still doesn't see himself or the team as favourites for the ePremier League.
Well, that's the Swedish humbleness, I think. Obviously, you have Palace and you have Leeds, in my opinion, as well. I think they were the teams we were looking after if Liverpool would go out of the tournament, which eventually happened. So I think that it's not mind games. He's just trying to, you know, slow it down a bit and say, hey, we're just in the quarterfinals now. We're not going to speak about being favourites for anything right now.
It's just taking a game at a time, isn't it? We always like to just get ahead of ourselves on the desk here and look too far ahead in the competition. But let's talk about that man then on screen there. Callum Moore, obviously going for Everton. His first ePremier League, I think Ollie was saying, good player. We don't know that much about Callum, it's safe to say, but obviously, a very good player. The fact that he's here with Jazz, his teammate, in the back of shot into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely, and coming out of a strong group yesterday with Liverpool, Man City, Burnley, so impressive so far, and I think they will try to keep that up, especially the way they went through. There was like a lot of teams offering themselves to get that second place, and in the end, Everton got it, and those that kind of success under a tournament can build something great then you can take with you onto the quarterfinals. So that's why Everton have a pretty good chance, I think.
Definitely. It's going to be a difficult match-up, though, against Leeds right now. But we've seen one upset already. We could possibly see another in this. And I guess that's the beauty of the ePremier League, of FIFA, the fact that it's over 2 legs. And that second leg, well, Jazz will be stepping up against Mitch Hayward. And we know that he's got plenty of experience at LAN events and on the FIFA scene.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, experienced players here, they tried a lot of things. And they'll be looking to get a good result for Jazz going into the second leg of the match. So yeah, interesting one as well. Looking forward to see how it pays out.
Yeah, totally. Well, we're really looking forward to it as well. Nicole, we've got our hand warmers over here, just in case Callum hasn't, because it's cold on the desk. Callum's first ePremier League final, so we want to hear how he's feeling ahead of this quarterfinal.
Yeah, Callum has his hand warmers as well. I said, is it like a nervous thing? But apparently it does really help, doesn't it?
Yeah, playing with cold hands is the worst feeling, so get the hand warmers out and we're all good.
How are you right now? I mean, off air we were speaking and you were kind of saying, I know I spoke to Ololito about it a second ago, that Liverpool shock exit has kind of, I feel like it's maybe sent a message to everyone that you just don't know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's been a lot of shock results this weekend. Watford and Spurs, and then you see Brentford doing well, Villa doing well, so a lot of shock results. So, I mean, I don't think we're the favourites here, but hopefully we can pull off a shock as well.
Does that kind of help you and Jazz in a way? Because not being favourites, I mean, we've seen how well Brentford have done because they were one of the underdogs. I don't think anyone thought they'd get that far, if I'm being honest. Does it kind of mean that the pressure's not on you in a way?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot less pressure because people don't expect you to do well, but obviously me and Jazz know how good we are. We know we can get far, we know we can win, so it's all about just playing our own game.
And how did you find yesterday, personally and as a team?
First couple games I struggled, got battered by Tex, and then seeing Jazz beat Diogo is quite a tough feeling. But towards the end of the day I got better and feeling a lot better now than I was yesterday. So,
how are the nerves? How did you wake up feeling this morning?
I can't lie, I felt all right, but once you get going, once you take the kick off, you're like, this is it. But I mean, the nerves settle down quite quick, so should be all right.
All right, I'll let you go. Good luck. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Great to hear from Callum just there. Talked about one of the performances yesterday against Liverpool, how watching Jazz beat Diogo was quite difficult for him. I guess when your opponent is when your teammate, I should say, is outperforming you in a way, the pressure begins to build when you're going up first.
Yeah, definitely, because you want to secure a good result for your teammate, and now it's really getting crucial, right? There's no room for mistakes, otherwise you'll be out of the competition. So need to put in a very focused performance here in the first leg, because what Leeds have succeeded with so far in the competition have been Ololito giving big leads, and then you have Mitch, who is so strong at making sure they get the results they need. So it's a very dangerous duo they're playing against, and there are no room for mistakes.
Well, all these matchups, of course, are dangerous because we're into Championship Sunday and the quarterfinals. And that Leeds-Everton quarterfinal is coming your way in just a few moments' time. So do come back and join us for that one.
Welcome back to the ePremier League. It is Championship Sunday and we are deep into our quarter-finals. That third quarter-final is coming up very, very shortly. Leeds taking on Everton. You can see the players right now. They are ready to go. They've got their hand warmers. They're keeping themselves warm. They're getting the rhythm going, as Oli Lito said, and we can get across to Tyler and Lisa to call this game.
Thanks a lot, and we're certainly looking forward to it. We're ready for one of these two teams to upset. It would theoretically be Everton to upset and not Leeds, but yeah, we've had a chat here as well. Definitely agree with you guys on the desk, and yeah, especially this first game with Oli Lito, I'm just hyped to see him on the console.
Yeah, exactly. He's probably one of the best players today and yesterday that played, to be honest with you. He's well known for being how good he actually is, and I think going into this game, as you mentioned, I think realistically Everton would be the ones to upset because Oli Lito is so good. And I feel, you know, coming into today, you know, yesterday he turned up at, you know, he was at an airport at 9 o'clock in the morning trying to get here, so he had to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning just to come here, and he performed well yesterday, and obviously he's probably had a nice sleep in the hotel, ready to go today. That's potentially offside, which it is. So I think, you know, he's ready to go today. He played well yesterday, even though he probably had about 2 hours sleep, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and that's always the thing with full-time FIFA players. They have so much to play at the same time. There's some events where you have to be in certain locations, and now of course then had to fly over here for ePremier League, and it's just great to see him being fit, being on stage, saying that he could just feed off of that energy, being in a great studio and being ready for those games. So we're well underway already. First 5 minutes have concluded. Both players have at least have some sort of approach towards goal. Oli Lito already being caught offside. Callum, his cross was caught, but everything fine here off the start. We'll have to see how far he can take it here in the first leg on the Xbox.
Yeah, we haven't really seen an early goal yet. I feel like in the first 10 to 30 minutes, normally players just feeling out how each other plays. Obviously, some players have played against each other's prior, maybe just practicing. We did see that in the last game of Sam, and we have the potential chance here, but great defending there, and obviously a save there. With Van der Sar being back in goal as well, I want to mention. But yeah, we saw obviously Aston Villa and Brentford both playing against each other prior, thinking they both weren't going to make it. Potentially, we could have probably seen a couple of other players in the tournament play against each other at this stage. But I think, like I mentioned, they're both just trying to see how each other plays. We haven't seen an early goal as of yet, but potentially maybe one before half-time is what these people want.
Yeah, especially just open up that scoring. We've talked about the importance of the Xbox, certainly just to set up your teammate, make it a little bit easier, make it less stressful as well. Oli Lito, of course, was quite clear that he's not seeing them as a favourite. Big cross in coming yet again, but he can deal with it and everything's fine. And also not seeing yourself being humble there is probably something that helps out with your stress level. At the same time, Everton have said they were just happy to be in this quarterfinal, see how far they can come. They just take it game by game. They've settled down and they're feeling better today than they did yesterday, and that's also a good sign for them.
Yeah, exactly, and I feel like, you know, Oli Lito and Leeds both obviously got into the final by winning in their group, whereas Everton obviously came second, and it was close. It was between them and Burnley to actually get out of the group, and Everton needed Burnley to lose, and they did against Leicester. So quite fortunate for them to be here, and I'm sure they're happy for Leicester doing it for them, and there's a potential chance for them to go into the semi-final because of that.
Yeah, right now it's just approach plays and the defense being locked down without any problems. Everything seems settled for both teams. It's just about, as you said, feeling around. What can you do? How is your opponent going to react for whatever you throw their way? Down the right-hand side with Mo Salah right now for Oli Lito. Cross could be coming towards the centre, looking for that shallow pass though into Ola as well. And right now, looking to continue on. St. Maximin, first goal early, and he had allowed let's go with it as well. And it's great to have those player reactions, especially when your opponent does not have headphones on. And it's just great to see. Great build-up, perfect execution.
Yeah, definitely great build-up there, and a great scoop turn there with St. Maximin that you saw there, and a great finish with him. And, you know, he's been in every single person's team this weekend, starting off at that striker position. Some teams, it seems like he plays a little bit further back, maybe that cam roll or such, but he's got 99 shot power, and you're getting him in them positions, especially with that perfect scoop turn. He's going to be scoring, and he did so well there. And I wanted to mention, actually, that We see Kante back in the team again here for obviously Leeds. Last game it was De Bruyne for Liverpool, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, maybe Ole Lito's going for that more defensive style of a player in Kante, because obviously De Bruyne gives you more of an outlet going forward.
Yeah, especially just his approach play towards the goal just now as well, with him scoring, was a little bit more of a quicker ball. Try to just go for those long balls, see if you can catch your opponent off guard, and was able to find space that he was able to use as well. So yeah, great stuff to get that goal in and get that shot off before there's 8 defenders around the box trying to stop you from doing exactly so. So right now, Callum, of course, doing his best to jump into the game swiftly, and ideally before the halftime whistle blows. Caught offside, great offside trap here from Ole Lito.
Yeah, we see an offside trap last game, obviously, with Diogo. That didn't go to plan and ended up conceding from it. So with these offside traps, you need to do them in perfect timing, or you're going to end up conceding from it, and he did a perfect one there. But, you know, starting off, Ole Lito's looking strong. His player switching is immense, and that's why Callum isn't able to get into behind. We might have to see a couple of player locks maybe from Callum to put his players into different positions to try and get in behind him, because he's looking very, very strong defensively here.
Yeah, and the control from Ole Lito using Salah down that right-hand side, perfectly on the line. Just needs to center it by now. Put it back to St. Maximin to try to find Cristiano Ronaldo. But just too many defenders in the way. Counter-attacking chance for Callum, but there's plenty of defenders already back for Leeds, and for Ole Lito to try and defend this right now, stop Callum from really just getting into a scoring position, and he does exactly so. And we're starting to get into that time frame at least, where the first half is going to be wrapping up soon. And of course, scoring a second goal just before that halftime whistle blows would at least guarantee a little bit more comfort, have a little bit of a cushion as he goes down the right-hand side, loses the ball to Ludiger. But Everton and Callum can now take it the other way.
Yeah, it's very interesting actually to see Salah on that right-hand side. We haven't really seen him much this weekend, or at all, if anything. Maybe a couple of games he's come on as a sub, but I haven't really seen him too much in teams. Normally it's that Jadon Sancho new card that's recently come out, that's 5-star. Always seen a bit of Rashford fantasy card. So we are normally seeing different options there, and it's very interesting to see him there.
Yeah, Callum coming forward down the left-hand side with St. Maximin himself. Cancelo into Hullets, in towards the centre. Vieira is up there as well, as we've seen him multiple times across the weekend. Cross could be coming in, but usually we just see them recycle possession. But right now, with Ole Lito as well, having all 10 field players behind the ball. Great chip forward into Hullets. Great block even there from Ruben Diaz, and just put the ball into touch. Take a deep breath and take this half-time break to have a chat with your coach and maybe even your teammate.
That was a great opportunity there for Callum. Great play in and around the box, obviously getting Hullet into the sort of 6-yard box, and you know he was looking for that sort of pass across the box, which he did really well, and it was great defending from Ole Lito. I mean, that's why you have the likes of Hullet in your team. He's very good going forward. You know, he's got 95 shooting, so maybe potentially could have obviously had a shot from there, 99 positioning, so he's able to get into them positions, which he really did there. And I mean, 92 strength as well. He's able to like hold the ball off people, you know, in and around that space, which he kind of did there in terms of waiting to pass that into a better position.
So of course, we've just seen a big chance still coming this way for Callum, and with that, Ole Lito will of course be happy to be saved by the bell, saved by the whistle really, for that halftime break. And yeah, right now it's just about keeping your composure. Ideally, you score one more goal just to make it 2-0, make life easier for Mitchell going forward as well into that second game, into that second leg on the PlayStation, which Jas also quite dangerous across the weekend.
Yeah, I think obviously Callum got into that game, to be honest with you. Maybe started off with a bit of nerves. He did mention obviously he was a little bit nervous, and once he gets into it, he starts rolling as such, which he saw there. Obviously started off not the greatest, had a couple of opportunities just towards the end of that half. So if he carries on like that, maybe we could potentially see a goal coming in from him. Obviously Ole Lito, he's in a winning position. Obviously last game we didn't see that sort of winning position from the Xbox side, and it went down to PlayStation. So going into the next leg, if he can try and keep the 1-0 win, or maybe even score another one just to guarantee that his teammate has a good helping chance.
Yeah, right now for Ole Lito, he's trying to win that ball far up the pitch as well, trying to of course cause problems for Callum, just pressure him to the point where he makes mistakes, and that of course always opens up a door. And you can be so strong with, and of course high defending means you spend less time defending. And yeah, big football principles, and Ole Lito wins the ball back with Kante, sends Cristiano Ronaldo down the left-hand side. Doesn't have the support he needs towards the centre just yet. And still, Ole Lito
Losing the ball, and Callum will be fine with that to just kind of reset from the start.
Yeah, I feel like going into this game, a lot of people potentially thought Olilito would get a couple of goals against Callum. To be honest with you, he's playing really well. Olilito's press, player switching is on point, not allowing him to get anywhere in behind. Every time he gets a ball in behind, he's got 2-3 players on him, and therefore has to go backwards, basically forcing him backwards. That's why we're seeing a lot of player locks happening, trying to get players into better positions.
Yeah, right now, decent chance with that chip, but also well defended by Olilito. Head it back to Van der Sar and take a couple of seconds just to calm back down, get the players into better positions, to not rush out from your own half, because that causes mistakes as well.
Yeah, exactly. We'll probably end up seeing a pause soon as well, because it's even though if you might not need to make some changes, it is good to pause just to take a breath, relax, talk to your coach next to you. And we see that quite often, even if maybe we'll see a couple of changes to see whether they can change formation. As we see here, obviously, we see they're playing 4-4-2 with Sancho on the left, Salah on the right. We spoke about Rashford obviously coming on as a sub. He's a great sub to bring on, obviously. 97 pace, 99 shot power. He's just a great addition to, I guess, bring some fresh legs on.
Yeah, no change just yet for Leeds. Just taking a look at the rosters first and then going straight back out the break. To be fair, like, this is not a stage in the game. Sure, it's 1-0, but you don't really need to be changing game plans. It kind of seems to be working for Callum. He just hasn't been able to get into a position where he can actually score from. And that's his biggest problem. Olilito has been so strong in defense. We do, of course, see Rashford come in for Sancho. But apart from that, I don't think that that is going to be changing the way that the game is played.
Yeah, I feel like when we see a pause normally on the Xbox side, there's only a couple of changes of players coming on. You don't really see custom tactics being changed. You don't really see players go press after possession loss or constant pressure, because there's no need to. There's still an Xbox side. There's a chance here, and green time shot, and great save. Obviously, Van der Sar coming out very quickly, but we spoke about, obviously, there's no need for them to change anything because there's still another leg. 90 minutes is a lot of time for their teammate, and he's starting really well here, and great defending, as we've seen throughout this tournament.
Yeah, great idea with that cross as well just now. But big control for Olilito to first of all get it clear, and then also play it straight into towards Rashford on that left-hand side. Kind of cools it down a little bit, and still in a forward motion, making sure that he has players in the right positions. Unfortunately there, with a great interception, and sends it the other way here for Callum. Needs support towards the centre though, and he doesn't have that just yet. So it's cancel the attack, recycle possession, and see if you can somehow thread the needle through. 10 players from Leeds being behind the ball right now. Always just about getting your defense set up. The offside trap was there as well to put Hullet into an offside position. And Callum just stepped straight into it.
Yeah, we spoke about, obviously, the offside trap being very useful if you can get it perfect, and he's done that a couple of times in this game. We mentioned, obviously, Diogo doing it and it not going too well for him and conceding from it. So I think in this game, Olilito's just been playing really well. I think potentially, obviously, Callum has had a few opportunities in terms of his chips that he's been doing, and he's been green timing them every single time. And if his defenders, potentially, I think, in Ruben Diaz and Varane, don't end up winning a header, it could potentially go in and put him off guard. So there's a potential for another goal in this game, whether that be for Leeds to get another goal up or for Everton to equalise and maybe potentially see a draw going into the next leg like the last game we saw.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Callum can do right now. He's not seeing a whole lot of the ball, and Olilito has been stepping up on those offside traps and has put Callum into an offside position a couple of times now already. Great through ball into St. Maximin, and still somehow lucky to get it to Cristiano Ronaldo and Van der Sar to actually stop it there. Luck on both sides, but Olilito had a big chance, although, of course, reacting that quickly is always tough, and Van der Sar was pretty much on top of it already. But a quick moment where both players' hearts maybe just skipped a beat.
They definitely skipped a beat, to be honest with you, and also obviously both using Van der Sar. Last game we saw both using Schmeichel, and throughout the tournament, to be honest with you, it's been Van der Sar central. Every single person has had Van der Sar. Literally the last game was the only time we've seen Schmeichel in action.
Yeah, another build-up right now for Callum. It would be crucial timing to maybe just hammer one home right now. Bring it back to a level scoreline, maybe even find a late winner in this game. But right now, of course, it's just the first leg, and it's great defending from Olilito. You can see him super laser focus as well, just taking his time with that run around the back, making sure that he has a little bit of time to breathe and maybe just work towards that final attack that he will be setting up right about now as well. 88 minutes down, crosses the ball towards the left-hand side, and Cancelo is at least cycling back for the moment. Probably expecting a minute of injury time. I wouldn't be surprised if it is the classic minutes, but at the same time, I think they would be fine to just finish it after 90. We'll see that normal minutes always be added on top. Final attack now happening, perfectly timed for Olilito. Cristiano Ronaldo can't quite find the final pass, but it will be 1-0. And Olilito will at least guarantee a lead heading into the second leg.
That space opened up there so nicely, and I see the reaction there for Olilito. He thought that he was going to get the goal there, and I'm sure he's going to be disappointed with that, but he's 1-0 up, and that's important for his teammate going into the next game.
Exactly, and I think the desk will agree on that. The 1-0 lead is better than just having a tie. We'll see you on the other side for the second leg later on.
We will indeed. Tyler, Lisa, thank you so much. Olilito takes a 1-goal advantage going into that second leg, where Mitch Haywood will pick up the controller, switching across to the PlayStation, though. Tom, great to have you back just here. Aga, what a performance that was. Olilito managing to get that 1-0 win, going in with that advantage.
Yeah, I think he didn't play at his highest level, but he got the job done. A one goal lead is good, especially with the caliber of Mitch, who we have seen being very good at the defending and making sure that they kept the results. So he'll be satisfied, but as we also could see at the very last second of the game, he had a huge opportunity to just make that extra goal. So that will haunt him a bit, maybe. We'll have to see.
Tom, Aga saying satisfied. I'd say maybe a little bit frustrated that he didn't score more goals, Olilito.
Yeah, I mean, as you know, in the first leg, you always want to try and give your partner the best possible position. And you could see by his expressions and stuff that he was a little bit frustrated. But, you know, you'll take the lead, you'll take the opportunities that you have, and you'll continue to move forward.
Going forward then, and looking at these, the highlights from that first leg just now, I mean, what would you say? It was a close affair, Aga, between the two teams?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit tactical, and here we see the first and only goal from Olive with the running scoop here, just finding the near post, which is a signature goal for him. Really, I've seen a lot of goals from him doing exactly that move. So close game, but just a small advantage to Leeds, I'll say.
But Tom, in terms of Callum, he must be really thrilled that, you know, only 1 goal scored against him. It's his first EPL, of course, you know, giving Jazz a really good second leg to kind of get his teeth into.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be happy that, you know, it's only 1-0, like you said, and it's a very, very tight game. We saw that with Jazz, you know, yesterday he was scoring those goals, especially I think it was against Liverpool, I believe,
yeah.
Scored
quite
a few goals, yeah, quite a few back. So, you know, he's put Jazz in a good position, and it's going to be interesting to, you know, see how it all unfolds and if Jazz can, you know, bring it back.
Couple of good chances as well, wasn't there, for Everton and Callum, of course. You know, so it wasn't all Leeds' way. Aga, were you impressed with Callum?
Yeah, I think he played a good match, a smart match as well. You don't want to give too many chances away. You want to keep the match open, especially when you have a player of Jazz's caliber who are able to make those goals and get the win. So I think his main priority was to keep the game open, heading over to the second leg, yeah.
Now you can see there's a bit of a buzz obviously behind us on that pod just there, and I guess for both of these competitors now that are taking the controls and are going forward, they've got a huge job on their hands because it's still close, and as we know, Tom, anything can happen in FIFA, anything can happen over 2 legs, but in this second leg just now, the pressure will be starting to mount upon these opponents, and they're going to have to really showcase what they've got.
Yeah, I mean, it's all to play for in the second leg. Just because it's 1-0, that doesn't change anything at all. You know, we've seen what both of these players are capable of. Mitch has solid defence, but, you know, at the same time, like we said, anything's possible and that can be cracked. So it'll be very, very interesting to see how it all unfolds, and I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm quite excited.
Yeah, we're all looking forward to it. And as Tom was saying, it's pretty open. Leeds have a 1-goal advantage going into leg 2. Nicole, though, is with Olilito, who scored that one and only goal in leg 1 right now. Nicole, how's Olilito feeling?
Olilito, how are you? Well, you heard Rachel there. How are you feeling? I could see a sense of frustration, I think, on your face, was it?
Yeah, I think it was a quite even game. I think I could have won that 2-0, but at the same time, he could have scored to make it 1-1. So I think the fair result was maybe 1-0, but I felt like I'm also a bit of a slow starter when it comes to these kind of things. So first game yesterday, I was playing good first game yesterday, but today I was a bit, I would say, slow in like everything I did. So I was playing decent, but not at my highest top.
So you're a bit frustrated with yourself, but then look, you're still giving Mitch a kind of 1-0 head start going into the second leg.
Yeah, a bit frustrated by myself. As I said, I want to give Mitch the best possible outcome of the second game. But I think a 1 lead is decent enough. So yeah.
And were you quite impressed with how Callum played? Because he did well.
He did super well. One of the best players I played in this competition for sure. So a very talented guy, and I think he has a very good future ahead of him.
And Mitch is up next in the second leg. All on him, no pressure. How are you going to be feeling sitting there watching?
Nah, as I said before, I feel confident when he plays. I mean, we were doing super well yesterday, even though I had some bigger wrestles going yesterday. I think he played the game super well, because it's not easy going into a second game even leading, because you still need to play like your own tempo, etc. So I think a lot of people like underestimate that going into a second game.
And some of the players have said that they actually find it more nerve-wracking, basically being you now, where you're going to have to sit there and watch, rather than when you're actually playing. What do you prefer? Being in control or being on the sidelines watching?
I think being in control, to be fair. But as I said, I feel very confident with Mitch as always. So yeah, just jumping into the game soon.
All right, good luck, guys. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Yeah, thanks, Nicole. Well, I'm going to bring you in, Aga, and just say that what a statement saying that Callum is possibly one of the best players he's played so far.
Yeah, that's a big word from a top player. I mean, obviously he wanted to get a different result, but hearing those words can be nice, especially after you maybe felt a bit hard done by there. So yeah, definitely.
You can see how frustrated Olilito was. Now Mitch has got to ensure that he doesn't get into that mindset, Tom, and he's got to stay very calm, very relaxed. And as Ollie said, well, actually, it doesn't matter whether you're leading or you're losing. You've got to hold on to that and continue and just do your job.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you've got to sort of almost forget about the first leg in this instance and almost play your natural game, play it to the way that you know how to play, and just really try and get your front foot forward in this game. So that's what the second leg is going to be about, and that's what I can't wait to see.
Yeah, we're very excited for this one. And Jazz actually was just tweeting a picture before he got in the pod as well, showing how maybe confident he is and chilled out he is. That's Mitch Hayward, of course, for Leeds. They currently have that 1-goal lead over Everton. Jazz is in the hot seat now for Everton as well. Second leg coming up between these two teams to see who will go into that second semi-final right after this break. This is going to be electric, guys. Come back and join us. When it comes to EA Sports FIFA 22, we all want to collect the best foot items for our teams. So, with that in mind, we brought together 3 ePremier League finalists to test their knowledge in what we're calling a fastest finger first style quiz called Stat Attack. Our 3 finalists today, we have Ryan from Man City. Ryan is a boing.
Yeah.
Cosmin. Cosmin's a bell. Jazz. And Jazz is the horn. The first person to make their lovely noise there and correctly identify the item will be given a point. If you buzz in and you answer incorrectly, you're frozen out. Ready, guys?
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's play Stat Attack. Okay, this is going to be trickier first from pace then.
Pace 70 defend.
Jazz.
Pogba.
Incorrect. Frozen. Cosmin.
Bruno. Oh, it is.
1 point.
I was thinking that he's a CDM or when I saw the face of the other midfielders.
Foot item number 2. Dribbling 84, physicality 62.
Must be an attacking player.
Ryan.
No, I'm out in it.
No, you're in.
Okay, no. Oh, you say no.
You said no.
No way. From the nationality. Listen.
And 3 stats.
Yeah, don't worry about that. We just have it in the locker. Done, Jazz. I gotta get this one back.
Foot item number 3. So physicality 60, passing 81. It's defending right wing.
Morris. I knew it from the physicality. No, do you know what's mad? I didn't even know it from the pace. It was the physicality at 60. I swear to God. Because I thought, I've seen that before.
2 to Ryan, 1 Cosmin. Jazz, you're frozen. Come on,
I'm getting
mate.
this next one. Next one's one. I don't think his buzzer worked.
Foot item number 4. Jazz, I'm looking at you. Villa. Close to home.
Leon Bailey.
Woo! Jazz, tell me about your thought process then, guessing this.
He's probably the only good player in Villa's team.
I like your thought process. That's great. Let's move on then. So we've got 2-1-1. Cosmin, Jazz. Let's get another one. Okay, number 5. Flags. Ooh!
Kouyaté.
Oh, it is. I was.
Oh my days!
We're here.
What was it? The flag that gave it away?
The defender didn't give it away, yeah.
Okay, number 6. Come on, Cosmin. Gotta get on back.
Son.
Correctio. No
Just need a
further.
flag. You see what I mean? A flag, just a flag. You don't need anything else. Just a flag.
Okay, let's start. 70 physicality, 73 dribbling.
Non-res is where we draw the line, you know. Not
English shooting is 67.
You guys, this is yours. I haven't. No clue.
37 pace. What else do we get?
Mark Noble.
Woo! Mark Noble, Mr. West Ham.
Big knobs, come on. There's not many people slower than that, so.
Ryan and Jazz,
Fighting for it.
between you two, but you could upset the party a little bit here. Okay, number 8, final foot item. 70 defending, centre mid.
Thiago.
Jazz, Everton is your champion. 4 points to Cosmin's
Come
1,
on.
to Ryan's 3.
You bottled a big lead there.
What's my day today?
That, guys, was Stat Attack. Thank you so much for playing, Ryan, Cosmin and Jazz. Good luck for the ePremier League finals this weekend. Jazz, though, you are a champion at
Let's
Stat
go.
Attack. Congratulations.
Take those.
Welcome back to the ePremier League finals. It is Championship Sunday and we are deep into our quarter-final stage of the competition. All of our competitors will be hoping to get their hands on that EPL trophy, plus share that £30,000 top prize as part of that £100,000 prize pool. We've been talking ahead of this game. Leeds have a 1-goal advantage over Everton. So Tom, going into this second leg, I guess Everton, Jazz, he's got it all to do, but we saw him do that yesterday.
Yeah, we literally saw what he was capable of. Very, very good on the attack and very, very good at getting the ball forward. I think he scored like 5 pretty much straight out the bat. So he'll be hoping to replicate that form today. Obviously, he's only got, the one game to try and get warm and make it happen. But, anything is possible. And Jazz looks really good from what I've seen so far.
But then, Aga, so does Mitch Hayward, of course. And I feel this is a player with a lot of confidence. And maybe that comes from being a member of the England national team, the E-Lions. Obviously, Ololito is a member of the Swedish team. These guys both representing their countries. And I think that does add a little bit of swagger to your walk around here and says, I represent my country on this console.
Yeah, definitely, and he's been performing very well so far, so why not keep it up? I mean, it's going to be an interesting matchup regardless. It's a strong defense against a super attacking play.
Now, I spoke to Jazz yesterday after that matchup where he had lost, essentially, overall, but he managed to score 5 in that second leg against Diogo. He said, I'm playing good, I'm feeling good. That confidence yesterday, he would have carried that through to today.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what it's all about. As long as you feel good and you're playing good, you're going to want to take that confidence from yesterday into today. And if, you can replicate that form and that's what you want to try and do, then there's no reason why, you can't go on to score those 2, 3, 4 goals that you're looking for. It's a confidence thing at the end of the day, and as you continue to score more goals, your confidence lifts, you start to play better, and that's what Jazz is hoping for.
And Aga, I guess Jazz as well, has been here before as well in the EPL, Lan event in 2019. I believe he was playing for Chelsea back then. So he's been in this situation, in the high pressure environment, being here in person. He's not new to this, is he?
No, he's an experienced guy who's been to the FGS playoffs as well twice. So, I mean, he knows what this is about. He knows what he needs to do now in order to progress in the tournament.
Now, looking at both of these going head-to-head, overall, both teams, so Ololito and Mitch, and then Callum and, of course, Jazz as well. I mean, 2 sets of teams that you would say are very, very different in their styles of play, but it's still so close. So, do you think those different styles of play will come into it right now? One's super defensive, one's got a great attack. That's going to be the difference?
Yeah, I mean, literally, we saw it in the first leg, you know. Olito had that great attack. A little bit frustrated that, you know, he didn't score that many goals and give his partner a better lead. And in the second leg, you know, we're going to see Jazz, as we mentioned before, scoring 5 against Liverpool. We're going to see that again. We're going to see him, you know, try to attack, but then we can't look past Mitch and, you know, his solid defence. That's what he's known for almost. And that's what, you know, we're going to essentially see.
Yeah, let's continue then talking about Mitch. He played for Sheffield United, I believe, in 2020 version of this. And he actually is a student at Sheffield University as well, studying accounting. Does that also take the pressure off a little bit that he's got something to fall back on if FIFA doesn't go all his way at the moment? You know, he's a smart guy.
Yeah, I think it's good to have something besides. I'll advise anyone to make sure to do that because it's very few percentages of the players who will actually make it, you know. He will want to prove that today. And what I also found interesting is hearing the players like Olito and Tex being upset about not giving a better lead, where I'm a bit like, you won. You need to expect your opponent, not opponent, so a teammate, to be able to work with that. Like, you have a lead, so it's a team-based effort, so obviously a lead is enough. If you win your match, you can expect your teammate to deliver, really.
Traditionally, we've had to rely on ourselves, the individuals. I say ourselves, like I'm a pro player. The pro players have had to rely on themselves to actually just focus on their own game in tournaments. But over the years, we have seen 2v2. We've seen other formats like this where they're relying on their teammate as well. Just how difficult is that, Aga, to actually adapt to these new formats?
It is very hard, and I think we also seen some of the players here struggling a bit with it. We had obviously Spurs going out yesterday, where they talked a lot about the format was hard for them. They wanted to have Tom in the first leg and then Gorilla in the second leg to try to chase due to game styles. But I think you have to be able to adjust on this level. You have to be able to play the first leg or the second leg. It doesn't matter. If you want to be the best, you got to be flexible.
And in terms of key items and FUT items that each of these teams will be using, we've seen obviously a lot of St Maximum, CR7 at the moment. Do you think they're going to have the same kind of formations and teams that we've already seen?
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be down to preference, but I feel like the base item's always going to be the same. You know, you're always going to have your Hullits, you're going to have your Cristiano Ronaldos. Seen a lot of St Maximin as well, and a lot of Jadon Sancho, but then I feel like the little differences and the little intricacies come when the items like maybe Eto'o are involved, or the Foden that we saw yesterday, the likes of Coutinho, and I think those little players, you know, boil down to preference, and they might make the difference moving forward.
This is when I always think, well, why isn't Calvin Phillips in if it's Leeds or something? You're like, why didn't you play with one of the actual guys that are playing on the field in the Premier League?
I mean, when you're looking at that and you're looking at what they've got on offer and these different FUT items, once again, they're having to adapt and they're having to shift, because these won't be the teams that they have at home. These won't be the teams that they're using for their own qualifiers or for their own FUT champions and each weekend all their games. So they're going to have to start to slowly adapt to the rules of each tournament. That's going to be difficult, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be difficult. You kind of have a team that you're set with, and, you know, as you progress through the qualifying stages, you work with that team. So when you come to the actual tournament, you know, you've got all these abundance of items at your disposal. You know, it's going to take you a while to get used to maybe like a Team of the Year Kante, or maybe take you a while to get used to a FUT birthday Cristiano Ronaldo, because that 5-star weak foot makes all the difference. The body types are essentially the same, which is fine, but, you know, those little intricacies, those maybe like the 5-star skills, the 5-star weak foot, maybe the finishing might be a little bit different on this item in comparison to that item. They all make a massive difference, and you want to really try and, you know, get used to that before you perform at your best.
Aga, how long did it take you to adapt to maybe using new FUT items in your team at a competitive stage?
I mean, sometimes it just clicks from the beginning. You'll have the feeling. That's also why we see some small differences in the team's choices, especially the fullbacks, I'll say, and the centre mids and obviously the subs. It can take a while, but sometimes you can just feel it from the beginning. Okay, this item is working for me. I'm going to stick with him. But usually it can take a while. So luckily for them, they had the club's playoffs as well to test some of the players out.
Was there never an item that you could really get on with when you were playing? Is it one that was always just a little bit tricky for you to figure out?
I think I had some experiences. Obviously, I'm an Arsenal fan, so I tend to try to use Henry, but he's a little bit stiff in game. don't misunderstand me. He's an amazing player in the game as well to have, but he wasn't working for me, and I just wanted him to work so badly, but it didn't work, and I had to switch him out with Cruyff instead. So there's a few, yeah.
Tom, were you the similar? Did you have maybe a player that you could never really quite get on with?
Probably all of them.
Obviously, Tom wasn't a pro player, guys. Not dumbing Tom down at all, but he wasn't a pro player. He's actually dumbing himself down.
Yeah, I would say probably same as you, maybe like the likes of, the Thierry Henry, the Robert Perez. Again, I'm an Arsenal fan as well, so wanting to use those items was probably ideal for me, but it never really worked out. So again, it would revolve around going back to the likes of, Cristiano Ronaldo or the St. Maximans or the Jadon Sanchos, and I found that that's where it really sort of clicked for me. Anyone that's quite, agile and quite swift on the ball, I found that, I've had a lot of luck with straight off the bat.
Right, well, people watching at home might just see that we are getting into our next quarter-final very, very shortly. We are just having some technical issues, so please bear with us. We'll be getting into it very, very soon. But for now, we did catch up with some of these players ahead of the tournament, and let's see how they got on, how they're preparing, and what they got up to.
Who's been practicing skill games?
Callum has practiced again. I'm not joking, and again. Oh, crossing. Oh, we know someone likes a cross. Just do your best, mate. I want you to do really, really well. Oh, he's done this before. He's done this before.
Yes! No!
Another knockdown.
Offside.
Oh, disgusting.
Alright.
Oh, there's an obstacle there, pal.
How did he miss?
Here
we go. Here we go.
Oh, he's getting nervous.
Right, there's no way you're losing to Toast. I'm sorry, what is going on here?
I mean, what is it? Let's start again.
You let this guy in. No, you're taking the mic. This ain't real.
There we go. That's deep and dreadful, mate.
Great.
About 0 points.
Oh my god. Right, what is going on?
Four fingers, yeah?
Yes!
No, man.
That was awful!
Nah, it's a disgrace.
Round 2.
What is it?
Shooting.
Oh, shooting. Who's got their shooting boots on today, then?
It's going to be curtains.
We're done
come on.
We're done for.
Oh,
He's hitting it every time.
Outstanding.
Outstanding,
I don't know if that's a good score or not.
Oh, we're straight into it.
No way.
I got in.
Oh, nah, I'm bottling it.
He's not missed though, do you think?
Yeah, but...
No!
No! I can't believe it!
Oh! You've got to at least hit the target on the first one, mate. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. He has to score.
Oh my god!
I'm the greatest of all time. Sorry, lads.
What have we got?
Oh. It is over for you.
I think it could be.
Free kicks.
Oh, I don't like the look of this, I'll be real.
Don't let that Joey get in your head.
Alright, it's a good start, it's a good
Tell you
start.
what, that's a nice one.
Yeah.
Allison, you got to dive, mate.
We'll
What am I
take it.
seeing? Oh my, what's he doing now?
I think that's enough to beat you. So, all the best, mate. No pressure. 14,000. Ooh, 2,000 for that. Yeah, you know what? Sympathy points. I'm not bothered.
I'm going to hit like 2 targets. Been rigged. Unbelievable. Oh, honestly, mate, I'm chuffed a bit for you.
Oh, what can I say? It's a great trophy. It's an honour to win this trophy. Honestly.
I got this.
Well, Callum winning that trophy, is that a sign of things to come? Possibly. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Everton are still waiting to get into their second leg against Leeds. As you probably imagined, we've got a few problems still occurring behind us. We'll bring you up to speed on leg 2 of that match as and when we can. Obviously, you've seen a change of persona on the desk here. We have Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley jumping in. They're obviously going to cast the semi-finals and finals, but have been busy already all weekend, guys. You were casting your eyes over Group D all of yesterday. Rich, I'll come to you first. Firstly, how are you and what a day yesterday?
Yeah, great day yesterday covering, I think Tyler was on Group D, we were on Group A.
You were Group A? Ooh,
yeah,
okay.
Loads of games.
Brentford, Chelsea, Brighton, Arsenal, West Ham.
Yeah, I mean, Brentford were the surprise package. Unbelievable stuff, really. We went into the day, we looked at Chelsea and said we think it's going to be Chelsea +1. We didn't know who that other one were going to be, yet we're up in the air. And I tell you what, Brentford, they just came and they just kept on winning. And the impressive thing for me was when you looked at a number of the ePremier League sides over the course of the weekend so far, it's been one player playing well in one game and then the second player sort of, not coasting, but just doing enough to get over the line. Every single match that Brentford played, one of them were really performing well, and then the other one were backing it up. He was scoring 3 goals. He might have conceded a few, but he was making sure that all their scorelines, we're looking at 6-3s, 5-2s, and I mean, they did it earlier today as well. They've got a semi-final to look forward to.
Sam Brewster and Peace, that's the Brentford duo just there. And as you just mentioned, they were great yesterday. They continued that into today, Brandon. What has made them so good, in your opinion?
Well, we've been able to sort of be in the background and speak to a lot of the players in the players' room. And
you've not been working? Oh, come on.
Oh, but a odd break here and there.
Network.
But the funny thing is that me and Rich have been laughing at is you may have seen that Cantona scored a lot of goals for Sam Brewster. And we keep on asking him about why Cantona, why is he in the team? And he's literally just said, I don't even like him. He's just there for chemistry reason purposes. But he scored so many goals for him. I think the one big thing is they don't have pressure on them. They are literally just playing a tournament as two players that have never been at a LAN tournament before or an esports event before, and they're just thriving, enjoying it. They're in a semi-final. They've already got £15,000.
And Peace, Rich, as well, being a massive Brentford fan. I mean, that's such an honour as well to represent your club firstly and then be progressing them to the semi-finals.
No, 100%. And I mean, it gives you that extra 5%. No matter who you're playing for, your dream as a young football fan is to play for that football team. If you're not good enough, unfortunately, knee injury put myself out the Barnsley side. If the opportunity came up, I will be thinking, you know what, that is what I want to do. I want to be representing my club on the social medias, performing well, going to be on Sky Sports later today, live, representing Brentford. It don't get any bigger than that.
It doesn't. Absolutely huge. We're obviously on the Sky Sports YouTube channel right now. Sky Sports Premier League a little bit later on as well. Brandon, though, going back a few months, because you guys have actually seen some of these qualifiers play out. You've been at some of these different clubs. You've seen how some of these competitors have actually got to this stage right here of being at the EPL finals weekend. And I guess that you've seen some of them who were relatively unknown in the scene rise through the ranks to represent their clubs.
I think the best example of that is Norwich. We commented on Norwich's event. It was a long day of FIFA, but the storyline there was Lyrics and Dammy. And it wasn't Lyrics and Dammy, it was Dammy and Goal Poacher. Again, someone else who's playing in their first ever FIFA tournament. I looked at Group D and I said, anyone said, Watford, Spurs.
Yeah.
No one said the two that went through. I'll hold my hands up on that as well as someone that watches a lot of this FIFA. But they did really well, and Goal Poacher didn't get carried through that at all. He played just as well as Dammy. Yes, Dammy had a few more big results on that, but they both pulled their weight. And again, they're another formidable duo that seem to just be making this look a bit more simpler.
This is a running theme as well, because Manchester City, once again, everyone thought it'd be Ryan and Shells, but it wasn't. It was Ryan and Brandon. You guys were at that one as well. Once again, another upset, and we saw Brandon knock out the reigning ePremier League champion in Shells.
There's no gimmies. I feel like when we first, 2019, we looked at the ePremier League, every single other club playoffs, you thought, they're going to go, they're going to go, they're going to go. And maybe a couple, one or two. I think Diogo was at Fulham back in 2019, and that should have been, everyone said, Honey Badger when he was at #United. That was going to be the player to go through. Now, you can't look at a club playoff and say they're the two players who are going to go through. We can think about it, but it's so unpredictable. I think the level of, I don't want to say the amateur players, but the semi-pros, the ones that haven't got an opportunity yet, the ones that are grinding division rivals, they're playing FUT Champions, they're playing in the online tournaments. They're the ones, that's a new generation. I was talking to Shells coming into the event on Friday, and he said, if you look back at the 2019 roster and the players who made it, and now there's less and less names going through. We've seen a new generation of UK FIFA talent, and this is the breeding grounds for it.
Well, that's awesome, of course. I want to bring you guys back. We could talk about this all day, but I want to bring you back to what's actually at hand at the moment. We're still obviously waiting. It looks like they're still trying to get started on this second leg of quarterfinal number 3. But you guys obviously haven't really been across this group. So let's kind of get your thoughts on Leeds then and Everton. Leeds, well, Aga had in his power ranking as ones to watch. Obviously, Ololito and Mitch Hayward, the Lions player. Great duo there. Firstly, Brandon, your thoughts on Leeds so far this weekend?
Would you say unfinished business from last year?
Absolutely.
I think that's the biggest storyline there. Ololito losing on a penalty shootout last year. It was an incredible final. But that group wasn't made easy. Let's be honest. That was a really difficult group for those guys to get out on. I believe one of the groups in it went out. Was it Southampton?
So it was Leeds, Crystal Palace, Southampton, Wolves and United.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Southampton went out on, was it a head-to-head or was it a point or something on those lines? They weren't happy
tight.
with
Yeah.
They
how
needed to
went out.
score 10 goals yesterday to ensure in the last
And it was a draw
game.
in the end, of course.
Yeah.
So it didn't quite go their way in the last game.
I think just going on the back of the Leeds thing, we all look at Ololito and say he lost in the big game, the grand final. Mitch lost one game before against Shells in the console final on the PlayStation. That's, you could say, the top 4. We got half of them on one team here.
Yeah.
Like, we don't particularly pick teams that we think are going to go sort of outwards and say that's the team that's going to win. I don't really like doing predictions before the tournament started, but
You hate it. You love sitting on a fence.
I think when we were talking about the teams that were here for it, for me, it were the two sides. And if it was Liverpool and Leeds, I thought that would have been the final. Leeds are still in the tournament. And they're a couple of games away from making a grand final. And me being right to every single person in this arena who I said Leeds are going to go and do it.
Now, let's have a look then at Group C from yesterday, because you said, was it unfinished business? Well, they certainly made it look as if that was the case. Top of that group, played 4, won 3, they lost 1, but they had a goal difference of 13, that's 9 points. And then Crystal Palace just behind them. I'd like to get your thoughts on those in a minute. Ethan and Nick Sneb, again, 9 points just there, not managing to score as many right now. Southampton, they obviously didn't manage to score those 10, and Wolverhampton Wanderers and Manchester United, those 3 teams that didn't quite make it. So I guess then we've seen another team from Group C progress through to those semi-finals. Crystal Palace, they'll take on Brentford later on today. You'll be obviously casting over those games just there. Crystal Palace, again, a 17-year-old, Nick Sneb, first LAN event, one of these names that have come through over the last 2 years. When we were back at LAN events 2 years ago, he wouldn't have been able to have competed. He was too young. Fast forward 2 years, here he is at the ePremier League in a semi-final.
Yeah, he's one of those that I think people have even gone as far to describe him as the next Tex, but I don't even think that's fair to put him in that sort of like, you know, he's his own player. As we just saw there, he held Tex to an impressive 0-0, and whether that was a game plan of Crystal Palace to just hold Tex down, he's been one of the highest goal scorers for that Liverpool team. And then we know Ethan's quality. I mean, I hate to say it, he played for Brighton a year or so ago as a Brighton fan, now went to Crystal Palace. What decisions that he's made. But they're doing really well, and a punt I said yesterday was, it was in Group A, and I said in our last game of the day, it's on there somewhere on the broadcast. I reckon Brentford or Chelsea will be in the Premier League Grand Final.
Yeah.
Brentford are 1 game away.
They are 1 game away, but we saw that group standings. That could be the final. It could be Palace.
Well, we're getting too far ahead of yourself. We're going to talk about Everton, guys. We haven't spoken about them yet. This is what I want to talk to you guys about. Jazz is sitting there now. He'll be listening to you behind. He had an awesome day yesterday. Of course, look, he is. He's fine now. Hi, Jazz.
That's what I'm going to say.
He had an awesome day yesterday. Do you remember the Liverpool game?
Yep.
He got 5 back there, 5-7 in the end, obviously against Diogo. But Jazz has been around the ePremier League finals a number of years now. And, you know, Callum was just saying on the 2 of them that, you know, we are a force to be reckoned with. I would love your thoughts on that team.
No, they certainly are. I think when you look at that team, you've got maybe the experience that Jazz brings, and that experience has shone through. I wouldn't say that. I'd say that he's been the more dominant player out of the 2. I don't think that's any disrespect to Callum. He's doing his job. He's playing well, but Jazz is the player that's pulling him through these results, and he needs to do the same again right now. He needs to perform well when we get this game underway. He knows he can do it. He's been one of the best players. He's almost been, this tournament is his tournament. The Premier League is the tournament that he says, puts a ring around in the calendar. I'm I'm going to do something in that tournament. He's had a top 4 finish in the past, and he's one game away from getting another top 4 finish.
Right, well, we are getting closer and closer
I
to
wanted to
this
say they got an
matchup.
Can he get an upset? We're going to see an upset here. Everton.
You're on the spot. You're on the spot, Brandon Smith.
I love putting Brandon Smith on the spot.
Don't do predictions, Rachel. You know this.
It's a yes or no question,
yes,
Brandon.
Yes.
Yes.
Rich? Spot. You're on the spot. You've got to pick.
I think Mitch will pull through. Sorry, Jazz.
He's not listening at this point right there. You turn the fear in your voice just there. Right, this game is coming up very, very soon. Do not go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. Leeds taking on Everton, quarter-final, number 3? 3. It is number 3 here, the ePremier League 2022.
Scan your BP Me Rewards card for a chance to win Premier League tickets every 90 minutes.
Well, welcome back, and we're just going to jump straight into our next matchup. We've been waiting a while for this one, haven't we? Leeds taking on Everton in quarter-final number 3. Leeds with a 1-goal lead at the moment. Ololito scoring that one, of course. What can Everton and Jazz do in this second leg? Well, we're about to find out with Tyler and Lisa. Guys, we're very excited to have you casting this one. Enjoy this second leg.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's going to be really, really interesting because, of course, it's only a 1-0 lead, and we know that's not a whole lot in FIFA.
Yeah, obviously a 1-0 lead is huge, but there's a lot of minutes in the game for them to come back in. Also, there's been a big, big break as well, hasn't there? So therefore, maybe the nerves setting in there with that long wait.
Yeah, I think certainly that could be part of it as well. We'll have to see what both players can do. I think both are experienced enough to just not really care about it. And right now, especially, I think Mitch Hayward probably will be the one to maybe be in that favourite role. But one thing that Everton definitely took is, as we've seen in our breaks today, they won like all of those challenges that we threw against the clubs. And from like guess that skill move to the free kicking challenge to stat attack earlier as well. It's nice when at least you've got the basics noted down. And let's just see if they can tie it all together and beat Leeds now. It's Hayward in the white from right to left. And Everton in black with Jas from left to right. And already in a build-up here. Early 5 minutes. Trying with that roulette for Rashford. Would have been nice to find Cristiano Ronaldo, but not going to happen.
Yeah, great start there with Everton, of course. And, I mean, great start. Can Hayward obviously try and find his groove? Obviously, whenever you start a game, it's all about working out how your opponent, is going to play. And obviously, at the moment, it's just going to be like that. Potentially, can Jazz get an early goal, and it will definitely set up this tie.
It all just comes down to, yet again, find the decision here on the PlayStation. We've talked about the importance of Xbox games a bunch throughout the weekend. And, of course, yesterday, all of our games, it felt like, were decided on the Xbox, all but one, of course, when Watford were able to beat Aston Villa. Still didn't make it out of Group D. But yet again, it's down to Everton and Leeds right now to be the first contenders in our second semi-final. The first one's already set. That's Crystal Palace up against Brentford, happening later on tonight. But of course, we do have one more quarter-final after this second leg here, and that will be Norwich up against Chelsea as soon as we finish here. But right now, down the left-hand side goes Hayward. Can't quite bring it towards the centre just yet, though. And immediately, Jasson with the counter-attack down that right-hand side with Sancho. Only looking for options to get it towards the centre.
Yeah, interesting to see Sancho back in the side, of course. Salah was in the last game that we saw, and, you know, we've seen both players going forward, not really a clear-cut opportunity at the moment. Obviously, Mitch Hayward obviously can just try and keep the ball, try and make him drag players out of position to try and get a goal, but potentially could see an early goal in this game. Jazz is a very good player, you know, obviously Mitch representing his country, and Jazz obviously been in ePrem before. You know, they're both experienced players, and they might potentially sort of cancel each other out in terms of what we saw in the last couple of games, where the two players are basically similar levels and the game is always close, normally just one goal separating them.
Yeah, and right now, yet again, it's just building up your game again. This game, of course, very, very narrow margins thus far as we've kind of went over time and time again. It was great to also get the view on it from Brendan and Richard before that break. Just kind of see their view as well. They, of course, were covering Group A yesterday, and will be bringing you guys the semi-final and grand final later on across the evening. As right now, still, as we've seen a couple of times now already, just slow build-up to kind of feel out your opponent, see how far can you really take it. And Mitch is going to be on his way back forward down that right-hand side with Mo Salah. Has, of course, worked out before. Right now, Hullit's great way to find that interception. And not really in a position, though, where Leeds are at least not going to be out of their usual form, so it's not going to make it any easier for Jazz to score at this time.
It's very interesting to see both teams actually using Salah. Obviously, I mentioned earlier that Everton are using Salah, which they was in the last game, but it's interesting to see both sides using him. Obviously, he has got 3-star weak foot and 4-star skill moves, and most players prefer different types. And a chance here potentially, and a great block there was there, but like I mentioned, he's only got 3-star weak foot and obviously 4-star skill moves, and I feel like weak foot is a big factor in FIFA, being able to shoot on each foot, left foot, right foot, being unpredictable, and with him you're not able to be unpredictable. That's why people are using the likes of Sancho, which we can see on the other side for Leeds.
Yeah, it's one less consideration that you bring to the table as well. We can just say, well, I can shoot on either foot. Kante right now, great pass towards Ronaldo, back to Saint-Maximin, and unfortunately couldn't bring it back towards Ronaldo. Could have maybe even shot from that position, but of course we've seen it already today and yesterday as well throughout the day, that it's just always getting into those 95-98% chances rather than going for a shot on an off chance that you might be able to score that one. But right now, Jas on the other end, still figuring out how he can actually send to that ball to get a proper shot off. And with 10 minutes remaining in the first half, it is shaping up to be similar as we've seen it in the first game already. Very, very closely matched, of course, exactly what we expect from a quarterfinal match.
Yeah, normally in the first game, when they play each other, in the first 10 to 30 minutes, they're always just seeing out each other play, like I mentioned before, and that's happening there. It's going to be a close game, but a potential chance on the edge of the box with Ronaldo, and a great step there. And that's why people are using the likes of Vieira at centre-back. He just gives that strength in the back, you know, that you can't potentially have with the other defenders. You know, Varane, you've got Ruben Diaz, we've seen Rudiger as well. Obviously, Rudiger's a very strong player, but I feel like he's just the body type that you need as a defender, and that's why a lot of people do use him at centre-back.
Right now, Mitch Hayward on his way back up into an attacking run. Jorginho down the right-hand side, back towards the inside. Always just testing the water, seeing what is the reaction going to be on the defenders right now. Cristiano Ronaldo back out to Mo Salah. Just about stays on the ball, and back to Ronaldo he goes. Could maybe even find a final pass. Not going to be happening just yet, but you're also not going to be shooting from that sort of angle. Usually it does not work out for you. Mitch Hayward might just have full control for the final 10 minutes of this first half. There's only 2 remaining. Not expecting a whole lot of injury time, if we're honest.
Yeah, it would have been a really hard and tight gap to actually score from that. So we obviously tried to go for the extra pass, which would have potentially have been a goal.
Yeah, maybe now still Salah trying to bring it through. Not going to happen, and with that it will be all fair and square, 0-0 at half-time. Of course, Ololito was able to set up his teammate very well in that first leg. You can see the coach jumping up immediately, showing things, showing what's happening, and giving inputs to, just further that game plan and see that Leeds see it through as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously going into half-time, you can see Jas now doing the same thing with his teammate and the coach, I assume, next to him. But I think it's been a close game. They both really haven't had many opportunities. Of course, Mitch there did with the set across the box, but it was great defending, and I feel like it was kind of obvious with the way he stopped, because you're not really going to be shooting from that position. Potentially he could have just shot, green timed it, tried to, I guess, make the goalkeeper into a save and maybe got a rebound. But at this high level, you see a lot of players putting it across the box for that 95% chance, but it was great defending.
Yeah, I think still bigger chances right now for Mitch in that first half. We'll have to see how that continues in the second. Of course, anything possible in FIFA. That's pretty much been the statement that we could have brought to any of the games thus far. A couple of upsets, of course, if you're just tuning in. Liverpool already eliminated after they played their quarterfinal match up against Crystal Palace. And that is one of the ePremier League winners that we've had in the past already out. We don't have any of our previous winners here, so it's certainly going to be a new winner. The question is, who's it going to be? Which club is it going to be? And it might be one of these two. I think a lot of people have moved Leeds further up in their ranking. So did Aga as well earlier. Right now, though, Hayward coming forward. Not really finding that control that he wanted with Ronaldo.
Yeah, great defending there from Jas as well. And I want to mention, obviously, Mitch Hayward obviously is beatable. You know, in the qualifiers for Leeds, he ended up getting knocked into the loser bracket in the first game. Ended up, you know, having a big run in the loser bracket and ended up winning in the final. And, you know, he's here now and he's performing at the biggest stage. And obviously there ain't been many lands recently, so I'm sure a lot of these players are happy to be here. And certainly a lot of upsets so far in the competition. Can we see Jas try and get one back to potentially take this to our first extra time?
Yeah, well, of course, stay on it for now. However, Mitch as well, maybe just seeing if he can find a little bit more control. Work that all the way from behind. Don't lose the ball up ahead, because right now, Jas, he's still pressuring pretty high, trying to win that back early, because then Mitch isn't going to have his players back in a structure where he can actually defend from. However, of course, Ronaldo always being double pressed, and right now Jas doing a good job on defense. And both players really being strong in their own defense. And not just come down to not being strong in front of goal. Sancho, though,
difficult shot to master. And he didn't have a passing lane open to try and get it towards the centre. Big save, of course, by Schmeichel. But at least here for Mitch, he can get it clear for the moment. Even though we're not going to be seeing a counter-attack.
That was a great opportunity. We sort of mentioned before in that angle of where the shot came from last time that he could have potentially have shot instead. And he did that time because there wasn't a passing option. And obviously it was a great save and forced the goalkeeper into a save, which could have potentially have fell to his player. Didn't end up doing it. Could have potentially have counter-attacked Mitch, but he's obviously decided to try and keep the ball and work gaps.
Yeah, very tight pass here, just about not offside, and then the pass towards the centre is caught by Ruben Diaz, and he goes for a quick clearance as well, out towards Jadon Sancho down the right-hand side. Doing a decent run going forward, and passing opportunities still towards the centre. Ronaldo's already too far up. Could have maybe locked him in at that position earlier. The counter-attack not really on just yet. Mitch yet again playing for safety, and of course has time on his side. Salah though could even be through, pulls it back. Well, it's back and forth here for Mitch Haywood as he's looking to go for it. Sancho down the left-hand side. Can he centre it back? He tried for it. Good block and picked up wisely by Van der Sar as well.
Yeah, great player lock there from Mitch, trying to get a player in a better position. It's quite a good way of playing. Not many people actually add it into their game, but it is helpful in terms of trying to get players in a better position, especially when they're covering it well with the passing lane and player switching that they do. So it's interesting to see De Bruyne back in the team as well. We mentioned Kante is normally in there. It's over him. He's obviously opted to go for him for more of that attacking option because he is obviously needing to get a goal.
Yeah, and right now still Jas as well. He's noticed that the game has slowed down a little bit. Just trying to path the way through, so that's why he recycles possession all the way back in midfield towards the halfway line. But even here, Mo Salah coming back, winning that ball here with Mitch, and very, very strong for him. He's able to combine his way out in defense, and even now, of course, already looking to find a pass towards his attacking players. Hullets out towards the left-hand side. I would have been expecting even an immediate pass in towards Ronaldo, but takes his time. Cross could be coming in. And the passes towards the centre haven't been working out for Mitch too well.
No, they haven't. He's been defending really well and covering the midfield a lot. Has Jazz, but it's interesting not to see a pause already. Normally we see within the 60th, 65th minute to try and change some up. He obviously does need a goal, and he can potentially get one here.
Yeah, of course, because we have the player cameras up, we haven't seen if they've changed any of their quick strategies here just yet, but we'd presume so, that you have something up your sleeve. It's a very tight margin here. Of course, you don't want to concede a second if you're Everton, but at the same time, we've seen the break called in now. It might just be too little too late, especially Mitch could centre this one. Needs to score with the chances that he's had coming forward. And we'll have to see what changes he's going to be bringing. He seems to be on his ultra-defensive setup as well. Just bring in a couple of new players that have the energy going forward.
Yeah, obviously you need some fresh legs on the pitch to sort of help you going forward. We obviously see, like you said, mentioned the defensive formation of 4-2-3-1. It's a great formation, sort of defending and also going forward. You have the two CDMs obviously helping in defence, and obviously you've got the cams and the left mid and right mid. Obviously we saw Rashford coming on. He's a great card to bring on, of course. You know, he's got the pace, 97 pace, like I mentioned. Fresh legs is really helpful. He's got good finishing in 91 finishing and obviously 92 shooting. So if he gets an opportunity to go forward again, potentially could snatch a goal and obviously be 2-0 up and it'll be over. Whereas Jazz, obviously we see him now, he's playing a completely different formation, and you can see he's getting all these players to go into the box. It's last ditch for him. He needs to send everything forward. Didn't actually see if he went constant pressure, but I assume he probably did.
Yeah, and I'd presume he did it as well. Of course, just everybody forward is the mission right now, but for the moment as well, Mitch has the ball. That's why I'd much rather see him go for a short pass off the corner, keep possession, because that is what you might need to do, because as soon as Jas can even start a counter-attack here, it's going to get very, very difficult to try and defend. When you have 10 men running your way, he's actually going to get a throw in here as well. And that buys more time for Mitch. Of course, time is of the essence, and it's 6 in-game minutes still going. Great way to actually find your way out of that defense with Rashford. Go towards the corner flag, take time out of this game, maybe grab another corner kick as well. But now, Jas, the chase is on. He just needs to maybe even bring it into extra time. And then the game is back open. Foul here.
Got quite fortunate there to get that foul, to be honest with you. I'm just looking at the face cams and seeing Oli Lito. He looks so nervous. Obviously, we can't see Callum because Jazz is obviously covering him at the moment. But just looking at the face cams, it could potentially get a chance here.
Yeah, still working up. Fritzo passing it back towards Cristiano Ronaldo, and still Cantona. His shot is blocked. And the 90 minutes are done. We're going to be seeing a minute of injury time right now. And look at that, wasting time as well. Haywood not too safe. He gets the ball back, and quite fortunate there as well. All he needs to do is get that ball clear, and we can hear the shouts from Leeds as well. Great stuff. Very, very tight margins at the end. All Mitch had to do is maintain the status quo, and he definitely did do so there.
Yeah, great performance. I thought he was actually going to score with that last opportunity of the game, which could have been absolute scenes going into, obviously, extra time. But, I mean, Mitch played really well there, didn't he?
Yeah, great to just control it, but we're going to throw it back to the desk as Leeds are your first contenders for the second semi-final.
Yes, they are. Congratulations to Leeds there. They do go through. We heard the screams and the shouts from both of those players and the coach, I think it was, as well, as Leeds make their way through to that second semi-final. Aga, Tom, great to have you back with us. Tom, Oli Lito got the business done in that first leg. In the second leg, Mitch just had to maintain and ensure that he got the result 0-0.
Yeah, and that's literally what he's gone and done. We mentioned it before, you know, one of the best defensive players at this tournament, and you know, he's literally showed why. He's held down arguably one of the best attackers in this tournament in Jazz. So you know, the fact that he scored 5 prior and wasn't able to get one just is a credit to Mitch, and shows, you know, his game style, and he came to execute.
Well, I guess, Aga, it shows the level of quality of all these teams now at the latter stage of the tournament as well, which we, you know, held it to 0-0 for such a strong portion of that game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 2 legs and 0 goals conceded. The cliche says defense wins championships, right? So looking strong for Leeds. I think the only thing they won't be too satisfied with were their offensive style. Could have created some more chances and scored some more, but you can say 1 goal was enough because their defense was on point in both matches, not giving away a lot of chances. Obviously, we have a few here. Jazz was really trying, but at the end of the day, Leeds going through.
How frustrating do you think it was for Everton, for Jazz in that second leg? Because he was creating those chances, but just wasn't getting past Mitch at all.
No, I mean, obviously frustrating for him. They wanted to try to get back into the match, and he created some good opportunities. But as we've been speaking about, it's now we're starting to see the best players separates themselves from the second best. And if you want to be a part of that group called the best players, then you need to convert the few chances you get, because you won't get a lot of chances when we reach the latter stages here.
Well, Mitch managed to do that, of course, for Leeds United. They will progress to the semi-finals. Nicole, though, is standing by with both those players, Jazz and Mitch.
Yes. Jazz, you could hear the guys on the desk. They were talking about how frustrated you must have found that because you just couldn't quite get past Mitch.
No, I tried. It's tough, you know, when you're fighting for these position semi-finals and stuff. You're going to defend like your life's on the line, and yeah, it was hard to break down. I tried, but it weren't to be.
But you still put in a good performance. How have you found yesterday's games in particular? I mean, to get to this point with some really tough opposition as well.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of top players here. I was actually quite surprised to get to this stage because we had a very tough group. But I was in the form of my life yesterday, so, you know, I thought today could be the day that we win it all. Just wasn't to be, just couldn't find the back of the net in that game. But yeah, it's just one of those.
But it's tough because, I mean, earlier we saw Liverpool, Tex and Diogo. That was a shock exit, and Tex was saying, and Diogo as well, they couldn't work out what wasn't really working. I think it's quite hard to come out here and just, I mean, there's so much pressure on you, isn't there?
Yeah, no, of course there's a lot of pressure. It doesn't help when the game's so inconsistent as well. But yeah, you know, it's one of them ones you got to take it on the chin, work hard and come back again stronger next time.
And Mitch, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, relieved if anything. Is obviously going into the game there with a lead. Is, you know, I just need to see it out. But yeah, thank you. That's a relief.
So Oli Lito obviously won up in that first leg. Did that calm your nerves a little bit, or I guess it was still all to play for, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it gave me a lead, which is great, but it was only one, so I knew that I had to play the game pretty much as normal. While I was also in the back of my mind thinking I do have the lead still, so yeah, it's definitely tight. I think any situation when you're winning, losing, drawing, it's always tough, so yeah.
And as a team, you did very, very well yesterday. Do you feel like people are kind of watching out for you now?
I don't know. Look, we're just going to keep ourselves to ourselves. You know, we're going to keep playing our game and see where it takes us, really. That's it.
Are you feeling quite confident now? I feel like you're being really humble, and Ololito's the same. He didn't want to say that you guys, you know, are possibly favourites now.
No, I genuinely wouldn't say we're favourites. I'd say, I don't know who are favourites, but I think we've got a chance. I'm not going to say we're not, but yeah, I wouldn't say we're favourites, no.
How are you feeling then heading into the next game? It's going to be a big one.
It will be a big one, yeah. I mean, I'm confident. Like I said, yesterday we won the group. We only lost one game yesterday. That was a very narrow game as well, and obviously we've carried it on today, so no reason to not be confident.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much, guys. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Thank you, Nicole. Right, let's talk about this, because Ollie and Mitch now have said, well, we don't know if we're favourites. We're feeling slightly confident. Surely, out of the teams that are left, the teams that could be progressing through, the teams that could be getting their hands on the trophies, they've got to be favourites, Aga. Come on.
Yeah, they're one of them. I mean, we have Crystal Palace as well, and it's different ways of like approaching your next upcoming match. We saw Liverpool and Crystal Palace obviously being very confident and just saying it as it is. We are the favourites. The winner of the match is eventually the biggest favourite to win the competition, where Leeds is a bit more, the players of Leeds is a bit more, yeah, I wouldn't call it humble, but it's like a bit more chilled out and say, okay, one game at a time. We're not looking forward to the final yet because we're not there, and it's whatever gets you zoomed in, really.
That reminds me of Tex from years gone by. Never liked to really big up how he was feeling, his chance, of course. Well, we just saw the bracket there, of course. So we're having to see now between Norwich and Chelsea, who will take on Leeds in that second semi-final. This is what's coming up, of course. Norwich there in the green. Dammy and Goal Poacher make up their duo. And then for Chelsea, it's Jack Sharp and Dan, who is Stingray, of course, for Chelsea. That's the last quarter-final that we're going to see today. Out of those two guys, obviously we're thinking Norwich looked in excellent form yesterday, topping the Group D with 10 points. Again, didn't get a loss yesterday, got a draw instead. Tom, fancy their chances going all the way?
Yeah, I mean, they looked really good yesterday. You know, we didn't really have an expectation of them at the start, but, you know, as things warmed up, Dammy and Goal Poacher looked absolutely amazing. They warmed into it. We also need to mention as well that, you know, they didn't actually lose the game, so there is always that, and there's potential there. But then at the same time, the Chelsea boys, Stingray and Sharp, also did look good enough to qualify. And they also mentioned in their interview that, you know, they're only at like 30 and 40%, and if they can take it up another notch, then, you know, they can, you know, potentially win the whole thing. So they'll be hoping that they can really step up to the plate today against some good competition.
From yesterday to today then, for the Chelsea boys, what work do you think they would have put in to push themselves up from the 30 or 40% to make sure that they're ready for today, Aga?
I think they had the feeling now of playing here, and they know what they need to do better. They would have had some time to reflect on their games yesterday, which they obviously have done, as we could read on Twitter, as well as what they said in the interview. So they should be ready now, because otherwise they'll go out. Norwich has been amazing so far.
Yeah, I mean, both teams have been amazing so far. Let's go back to Norwich then, and Dammy in particular. He looks like, I guess, the player leading this team. Have we seen that across most of the teams, there be one leader in particular?
I don't think so. I think maybe at certain times, I think it helps for a lot of people, you know, the way the setup is with Xbox playing first and obviously PlayStation playing second. We've seen that with Crystal Palace and Liverpool, who unfortunately got knocked out, that it worked in their favour. We're also seeing that with Leeds, obviously Ololito, who's really good in attack, and Hayward, who's really good in defence, and it played into their hands. So I think in this scenario, you know, Norwich will be hoping that, you know, Dammy can really step up to the plate. He scored a lot of goals as well, and, you know, Goal Poacher will do his thing as well.
Aga, do you sometimes need in the team someone to take command and be the team leader, though?
Yeah, I think you can. I mean, it's a bit of having a captain, really. Someone needs to take the responsibility in some ways. Obviously, everyone needs to take responsibility, but it's good to have someone, especially a player like Damie, who has a lot of experience, been to a World Cup, has been to EPL before as well, loads of international tournaments. So a guy like him, who is the most experienced on the team, will like to go forward and kind of show the way for his teammate and say, this is how we're going to do it. I'm going to show you how we're going to win this match.
Right, well, let's see how either team will come out on top with that. Leg number one is coming up very, very shortly. Norwich City taking on Chelsea here in the ePremier League. We'll see you soon.
Play it quite often. I play the game mode pro clubs with a few other footballers and a few of my friends.
I play it quite a lot, especially when my friends are around.
On the coach, I play with Kels. We play a lot. During the trip, we just play.
They haven't given me the best stats at the moment on the FIFA, so I can't play myself just yet. But I like to play with the big team like Liverpool.
Yeah, it's mainly just online.
Just a few of my friends from my Charlton days growing up, or a few of the lads here at Villa.
No one wants to play me on a friendly because they know they'll get beaten, I'll ruin the day, so I have to play online.
I played once Tex, so he's representing Liverpool now. And there's another Portuguese player that was also representing Liverpool, Diogo Mendes.
Sometimes people recognise who we are when we're playing against them, and we'll get a message on Instagram, which is quite funny.
Sometimes I just play at home and then I post it on my Snap or Instagram story, and then you get direct messages like, who plays FIFA 16 in 2022?
I played against Jota.
Against Mikel Antonio, so...
Against Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Probably Marcus Rashford.
I don't know, 5-0, 6-0. My biggest win is against Kel, and it's 8-1.
My biggest win, I think it could be 18-0.
15-1, I think, against one of my friends. It was not a good day for him.
Stevie B is good at FIFA. I remember one away trip we played and I couldn't beat him, so just kept on beating. I think it was 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, something like that.
I used to play a lot with two friends of mine and my brother, and it used to get really competitive. So I think whenever we lost big numbers to them, it's getting really uncomfortable.
No, I don't like to lose at anything, to be honest, so I definitely don't. I try not to get beat on FIFA.
Playing for forfeits, so if you lose, you've got to do a forfeit. Well, if you lose, do 10 star jumps, 50 press-ups, whatever, stuff like that.
I can't remember the score. I remember winning and he had to do a forfeit, basically. And I remember he had to take a picture of him in a Tottenham kit, so and put it on social media.
Whenever the competitive sites come up, I like to get, really into it, sometimes get a bit angry as well.
I'm quite chilled, Unless the ball goes off both posts and then comes back out, then there's a bit of a different problem, but no, I'm usually quite chilled.
I just get the job done, I'm not into the skills or all that, I'll just get to the byline, cross, goal, that's it.
You would see me play, scream, shouting, it's just like a madman at home, but it's just because I love the game. I'm used to the game.
Well, that's the trophy, of course. Everyone wants to win this weekend. It's now down to Norwich and Chelsea to see who can make it through to that second semi-final. They'll be facing Leeds if they progress further in this competition. This is our fourth and final quarter-final, of course, of Championship Sunday. It's going to be a pretty tight affair here. Norwich, of course, topping Group D and Chelsea second in Group A. I was just having a quick look at the tweets from the Chelsea boys, and Stingray there says, "I finally found my thumbs at the end of the day." I mean, that's obviously a positive note there, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he himself said he wasn't really feeling too confident as it went on, and like you just mentioned, he found his thumbs at the end of the day.
Good trait like that.
It really is, but he'll be hoping to, you know, not to have his thumbs pretty much at the start of this, as you know, it means so much. So he's hoping for him.
I don't know where we're going with these thumbs. I don't know where we're going.
Put me on the spot.
Tom literally on the spot there with a thumb chat, and he doesn't know where to go. Anyway, let's move off the thumb chat. Let's kind of carry on the conversation about Norwich and Chelsea. We were talking about earlier, obviously Chelsea trying to find this extra percent. They felt like they're only playing 30-40% yesterday, and both the guys reiterated that again on social media. Really not satisfied with their level. Well, they've got to find a different level today, Aga, haven't they?
Yeah, they have to, otherwise they'll lose the first match here. It's not... You can't win a tournament playing on 30 or 40 percentages, even 90. You need to be on 100 and maybe at times more than 100. So they'll definitely be looking out for a better start today.
Definitely. Right, let's get into it then. We are ready for our fourth quarter-final of the day. Championship Sunday, the ePremier League. Let's get things kicked off. Lisa, Tyler, it's over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. And we'll be looking forward to this matchup right now. Of course, our final quarter-final, Norwich up against Chelsea, Damie up against Jay Sharp, and it's going to be really interesting. I've just spoken with them before they headed into the studio, and Damie pretty much said, after being asked, would you rather be first to play or second to play? He says he doesn't really care. He'd rather play first, though. And there's only two ways this is going. Either he's going to set his teammate up 3-0, or they're going to be down 0-3.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yesterday he played really well. I feel like he was a standout player in the tournament, especially yesterday anyway. He won basically every game. I think he drew one, actually, and his teammate ended up drawing as well, which therefore meant that was only points that he sort of ended up getting yesterday that he sort of lost, I guess you could say. But yeah, going into it, he was literally so dominant. He was winning every game. The only player that he actually didn't end up beating yesterday was Impact, and we saw them get to the quarterfinal today. So I think going into this, I'm not really sure who I'm going with in terms of the favourite. I think they're both strong teams. Obviously, if Damie performs like he did yesterday, there's a potential that they could have a slight, I would say, maybe chance of going through.
Yeah, I'm just going to be sticking to my guts here. I didn't see too many of the Chelsea games yesterday. We saw all of the Norwich games, and I'm going to say Norwich to win. But we'll have to see how they start things off. Of course, they've been waiting around for these other games to finish the whole day. They probably still got up in the morning thinking, well, okay, it's going to be a slower start. Maybe came to the venue slightly later, and now it is all on for them. We've got one more spot in the semi-finals, and it's all going to be decided here. We do have the first leg underway on the Xbox, and of course the PlayStation game straight on after that. Sancho already dangerous here for Norwich. Back to Cristiano Ronaldo as well. Kante in and out. Good shot. And out for a goal kick in the end, though.
Yeah, and obviously Damie's starting like he did yesterday. Very, 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 very strong. And see a quick pause there, of course, and players taking a drink. And I mean, to be honest with you, obviously you said that you think Norwich is going to win. I'm going to go against you, I think. I'm going to go Chelsea. I think Jack and obviously Stingray, they're really good together as well. They know each other quite well, good friends. And obviously Goal Poacher is only very young. So if Damie can't get him a lead, it's going to be really hard against Stingray. He's a very, very good player. Obviously Damie started really well. Potentially could see an early goal from him as well.
Yeah, we're seeing a slight technical pause there, but straight back into it. Just due to something on the controller. Let's hope everything's fine, and dandy from now as we jump straight back into the action. No whole lot has happened just yet. We've seen one, well, sort of approach towards a goal, and a decent shots on from Damie, but we'll have to see him right now. Jay Sharp
coming forward. He's going to get stopped early, and that's one thing that really put on for Damie. He was early in defense, quick on attacking, and that's what he's going to be trying to do here as well, just to get early goals, not wait around 20 minutes to kind of feel each other out, but grab a couple of early goals and make life so much easier for goal poacher in his second leg.
Yeah, exactly. I think yesterday, obviously, he got a lot of early goals in these games because he was going forward so quickly and he's defending. Obviously, we see him playing that three at the back formation. I'm pretty sure he's doing it today, where then basically, I guess, left mid, right mids are basically more like wing backs, and they come back, and you can see when he's defending, there's literally a line of players and these two CDMs like sitting in back, and you can see the line there. It's like a wall.
Yeah, and also the way that he shifts over all the way to one side where the ball is currently at. Sancho in towards the centre. Good stop there from Vieira to get in between. And now, of course, how quickly can Damie build his own game up? Long ball for Sancho. Does reach him. Varane is there to try and stop it as well, though. Little ball roll back and forth. Out to the left-hand side. Lots of pressure on from the Chelsea defence. The pass towards the centre. Sancho is going to be here. He's so strong in the box as well. But right now, not working out just yet.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's defending really well. Damie, Jack hasn't even really been in and around the box. He obviously had Kante in that position earlier, but you don't really want Kante in that position. You need to have the likes of Hullet in that situation where if you do want to shoot and sort of maybe catch him off guard, you can. Obviously, you can shoot with Kante, but I feel like the chances of going in are obviously less likely than the chance of obviously having a striker or Hullet in that position.
Yeah, 4 right now. It is at least just Jay Sharp trying to get forward. Damie every so often just stopping him there and then losing the ball again, though. Offside trap works out for him. First 20 minutes done and dusted. Similar as the other quarterfinals we've had thus far. No explosive start just yet. 0-0 in the first 20. But that can, of course, change before we head to our halftime break. Rashford going forward, almost losing the ball, still retaining possession, though. Maybe even to switch sides. It looks like there's more space on the right-hand side right now as Jay Sharp also, of course, shifting over to that ball side.
Yeah, it just seems to be the players trying to work out how each other play. We see it every single game. Normally the first 15 to 30 minutes, we don't normally see a goal, and most of the time we get a goal normally before half-time, normally 40-ish minutes. Sometimes, you know, like last couple of games, we haven't really seen too many goals at all or late into the second half.
Yeah, especially that previous quarterfinal Leeds up against Everton, of course, was all decided by Ololito's first goal just before that halftime whistle went, and he was able to get that quite nicely. Didn't see any other goals in that matchup, and that's why sometimes all you need is a 1-0 lead, and you can carry that through in towards the end of the game, into that second leg, and carry it through the entire matchup. And right now, of course, that could be a game plan here. Norwich, of course, yesterday were one of the surprises to come out of Group D. We had plenty of surprises here at the ePremier League finals. Of course, just wrapping up the quarterfinals now. It could be Norwich. Oh. Yes, it is! Damie, Cristiano Ronaldo, the classic Damie goals as well. He did that every single game. Lay it across and just hammer it home with Ronaldo.
Yeah, we mentioned before, obviously it's interesting that he's actually using a 97 version, Team of the Year version of Ronaldo instead of the Foot Birthday 94 with 5-star, but it seems to be working with him. And we called it yesterday the Damie special, didn't we? Every single time he got into the box like that, he did the extra pass to make it that 95% chance of scoring, and he's been doing it well all tournament, and he's done it well there, especially against a good player in Jack.
Yeah, the way that he's been positioning other players as well, support players, to make that happen as well, has been so strong from him. So we'll have to see how that continues. We were expecting a goal in the first half. We got that as well. We've got 10 more minutes of regular time here in this first half of leg 1. And then, of course, Damie said before the game, it'll either be him 3-0 up or losing 3-0 for that second game. Surely just an exaggeration as well. But, yeah, goal poacher might have a little bit less to do. But, of course, never underestimate Stingray coming in. Both young players there. Rashford coming forward for Damie, but good stop.
Yeah, great reverse elastico there. I actually thought he was offside, if I'm being honest, and that's the reason for using that Rashford card. You know, he's sort of a new addition to the team as well, 5-star skill moves, and players, especially the young players that I've noticed, love to do skill moves to be unpredictable, and even Dami, you know, we've seen him do quite a bit of skill moves. And like you mentioned, he's a very attacking player, although when he's defending, he's got every single person back that he possibly can. When he goes forward with some force.
Yeah, and for right now as well, for Jay Sharp, it's just about getting that final attack of the first half, and that's exactly what he's working on right now as well, coming forward. Ronaldo out towards St. Maximin, and cross could be coming in. Pass in from Jack to Cristiano Ronaldo. Decent movement there as well. I think he got his own players in the way, and that's going to be it for that first half. Yeah, Norwich up in the lead, and well deserved of that as well.
Yeah, I feel like Dami had the better opportunities. Obviously, that was a great opportunity there. In my opinion, obviously, Green timed it as well. It was a great block from Dami. We mentioned, obviously, his defensive line is really, really good, and having all the players back does obviously help, having that extra man. But he's defended really well there, and if he didn't block that, was definitely flying in the back of the net.
So we'll have to see what the second half has in store for us. Players taking a sip of water, taking a breath as well, and not rushing in towards that second half just yet. I think Damie's ready for it. Just waiting for the game to go back live, as it does right now. Do you reckon that Jack is going to get this game tied before end?
I mean, I did speak to him, obviously, just before he actually went in, and said to him, you know, are you nervous? And he directly said to me, no, I'm not too nervous. Obviously, I'm confident. I'm looking forward. I just want to start, basically. And obviously, I don't think he's playing too bad. I think this is probably one of the best performances I've seen against Dami. Obviously, Impact also had a very good game against him, made him actually end up drawing. So I think potentially we could see a draw. Obviously, he had a chance just before half-time. If he can carry on playing how he is, I do see him potentially getting a draw in this game, maybe even winning it. But Dami is very, very strong.
Yeah, even just the control here in midfield with Cristiano Ronaldo. I'd much rather, see him put that pass off to one of the defenders, let Ronaldo come back in front. So if you do actually find passing opportunities to get into a decent position, then Ronaldo is going to be in place right now. Pull it. Everybody behind the ball for Chelsea. And still, Damie bringing it forward. Cristiano Ronaldo down the right-hand side. He's at least going to get a corner kick for his troubles. Short pass surely coming in. Sancho could be bringing the cross, only out for another corner. Not going to be seeing a carbon copy. Cross coming in, great header! And Damie's going to be 2-0 up.
We don't really see too many corners, you know, being sort of whipped in straight away, or in general just being whipped in from a short. So to see him do that and obviously get on the end of it with a green time header, we were mentioned before, green time in a header gives it more of a chance of going in, gives it a bit more power as such. And Ronaldo, you know, obviously wasn't to score that goal, but he has got 99 jumping, and the likes of, you know, Varane, Hullet, Vieira in the box, you know, these goals can go in from doing that. You know, we see it in the Premier League in real life where the ball goes into the box and the likes of defenders, Maguire and all the other players, Rudiger, you know, they get on it. So I think that's why every so often you do have to try that, and he did that and it went in.
Yeah, worked out so well right now for Damie. And he can be very happy with the score as it stands right now. Gives him a little bit of a cushion, even if Jack were to score the next goal. But even maybe now, counter-attacking could be on. Surely we're not going to be seeing any constant pressure early on here. We're always just in the first leg. If you can't get back into the game, make sure the scoreline doesn't escalate further. Set your teammate up to a position where at least he has a chance of making it back, and a realistic chance at making it back as well.
Yeah, I feel like he still has to play the way he likes to play, because there's a potential of him getting a couple of goals back. But also, if he does end up going forward and losing the ball and conceding, it means his teammate sort of got a mountain to climb. You know, we saw yesterday with Newcastle and his teammate being 4-0 down and him having to go constant pressure 20 minutes in. And if obviously Stingray has to do that, there's a potential that he will end up not being able to chase it back as such. So I think he's playing well. I think he's just got to try and get that next goal, sort of wait for him to drag players out of position.
Yeah, Jack coming forward well. Sancho. Good stop by Varane though. As Damie can also just hold the ball for a little bit longer, keep it controlled, make sure that you have that structure locked down. We've talked about the gameplay for Damie a couple of times yesterday as well. He was constantly switching between having three at the back and of course letting those wingers fall back to really form a five-man defense, and then also playing his usual 4-1-2-1-2 that he uses to have a quick attack but also early defense going. That can work out with his strategy here as well though. And we've seen that already. Cancelo now down the left-hand side, passing it back to Hullet. Pass looking towards the centre. Players there, Rashford, nice little back heel, great combination! And exactly what Davy was looking for, and the frustration is more than visible.
Yeah, exactly, and I feel like it's going to happen when you get, you know, this type of game plan kind of from Dami. Obviously it's quite a defensive formation, but he is able to get opportunities going forward. And look at that great 1-2 plays, 1-2-3 passes in and around the box, and he puts it in the back of the net just like that. And obviously we do see the frustration from him. You know, it does happen at this level. Obviously he means so much to these players, and when they're obviously losing, you don't like it, of course, and he just got to try to stay composed and make sure he doesn't concede more, or maybe, like we mentioned, potentially get one back. But he hasn't really had a clear-cut opportunity other than the one earlier that got blocked when it was green timed. But I think he could potentially at least maybe put one back in the net.
Yeah, it's just important to kind of just catch your composure as well. Get back into it, stay on this game, because anything's doable. Sure, Dami is a strong player that brings so much international experience as well from different esports teams that he's been in, and also playing, well, with Roma for a while. And just great to see him now here for Norwich, and the run that they've had. I think a lot of people underestimated them. Sure, had potential to make it out of that group, but everybody expected Spurs and Watford to make it out, and that just didn't happen.
Yeah, to be honest with you, Dami is beaming the whole tournament. He's won every single game bar the draw against Impact, and he's looked so strong. You know, he's given his teammate and goal poacher, only 17 years of age, so much confidence. Obviously not needing to actually have to get a couple of goals, needing to just see out a win, and he's done that really well.
Yeah, 10 minutes remaining now, as Norwich, of course, have that great lead for themselves already. Goal poacher might not have a whole lot of work to do. Of course, still retaining a lead is important. But if Dami can add on top of this, down the right-hand side with Mo Salah, certain chances to bring it back towards the centre. Isn't happening just yet, though, and Chelsea can get it clear for now. Jack, it'd be so important for him, as you said, just to grab one goal here, close down that margin slightly. But even the defence, especially with Vieira, so strong and able to win that ball back.
Yeah, and that's why he's there. We obviously mentioned with Vieira being used as a centre-back in game. He's just so strong, you know, he's got good physical, and that's why he's there. He's there to barge off players, sort of like Hullet in the midfield. That's why he's there, you know, he's there for that physical presence, and he does a good job of it being in that centre-back role, and we've seen him alongside Rudiger, and he just does a good job.
Yeah, Dami back in that build-up now, and of course this just taking time off the clock as well. He might just have that final attack, but 3-0 is already going to be exactly what he promised prior to jumping into the studio. And yeah, it's just interesting when stuff like that actually works out. He says, yeah, I'm just going to win 3-0, no problem there. And yeah, sets up goal poacher in a grand way. And of course, Jack, I just hope that that isn't going to swing over to Stingray, and that maybe Stingray is going to get another chance.
Yeah, he's a very confident player, and he shows that in the way he plays. You know, he's so good going forward, so good defensively. He's just a player to watch, to be honest with you.
Yeah, we'll see how that second leg is going to go, and I'm sure that the interview with Jack is going to be interesting as well. We'll head it back to the desk, and we'll see you later.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to hearing this interview, possibly with Jack just there. What a performance, though. Let's get into it. Dami, he's just continued on from yesterday. Tom, it looks like he's not lost any momentum at all. If anything, he's built from yesterday.
Yeah, and he looks like a man on a mission right now. He's looking sharp. The goals that he scored, pretty much very similar, or if not the same, to the goals he scored yesterday. He knows the way to play, and you know what it means to him. You know, the celebrations are coming out now, whereas yesterday he was a little bit more composed. Today, you know, he feels a little bit more upbeat. He's fist bumping his partner, and he's celebrating a little bit more. And it's just like I said, look at the class of the goals. You know, that one extra pass makes all the difference moving forward.
Yeah, and he obviously got 3 of those in this first leg. Aga, this was the second.
Yeah, just a set piece where he greens it, obviously gives you a better chance of scoring that one. And this goal I really enjoy, with a lot of first touch passes here. And that's a signature Dami goal from what we've seen here. And I really feel like looking at all the players also as individuals, she's perhaps been the best here so far. I mean, it's been really impressive, the responsibility he's been taking, looking very, very good for Norwich now.
He's a player that seems to be thriving under this pressure that we're all placing on him, and maybe the whole of the ePremier League finals are placing on him. Is he a player, from your experience and your knowledge of Dami, Aga, that likes people talking about him in this positive way that we are?
I think he's always been the type of player that gone a bit under the radar, that people wouldn't highlight and say, okay, this is one of the very best players, but he's always been just below that. And I really feel like he's showing right now that he's up there, like three goals, a free win against a very good player. I mean, wow, pretty speechless, because I was looking at Chelsea and thinking, all right, I think they'll win this match, but now certainly Norwich are huge favourites.
Would you say that he is one of the best players here at the ePremier League, talent and experience combined?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's been to the World Cup. He's been playing here for quite a lot as well. I mean, it's not his first EPL competition, so yeah, one of the best for sure.
Well, he is one of the best. He's been around for a while, of course. And Nicole is actually chatting to Dami now after that 3-goal lead he's got for Norwich over Chelsea.
Yeah, 3-0. Dami, you must be feeling pretty good right now, I'd imagine.
Yeah, started the day even better than yesterday, so I mean, I must be happy, right? Job is not done yet though, so I'm still gonna help my teammate, give him some tips, and hopefully we can just get it done and play semi-finals.
Are you happy? You just said I must be happy. I mean, yeah, you should be.
Yeah, I mean, always can be more, right? But the goals were not the greatest, I would say. The corner, the third goal was okay, but still, I think yesterday I had even more creativity than today, so yeah, I just feel like I can do even more.
I think you're being a bit harsh on yourself. Do you feel like you're one of the more informed players this weekend? Because it seems that way to us.
Maybe, yeah. I think it's the right time for me. So at the moment, no one really can figure me out. How do I play? How I score goals, right? Because every game I play, I score at least 2. So it's a lot in best of ones, and hopefully I can keep it going.
So you're kind of a bit mysterious to some of these players, do you think?
I'm trying to be, right. I mean, until it works, I'm gonna keep doing the same thing, and hopefully no one realizes what to do against me.
And I don't know if you heard, but a minute ago, Aga on the desk, I'm throwing him under the bus, he was saying he actually kind of thought that Chelsea would win this. Look, it's not done yet, still the second leg to play. Does that surprise you, or does it make you feel quite good? Underdog, right?
I mean, I was watching the power rankings yesterday after the stream, and yeah, that's not a good choice, I would say.
You know what? I think it was Kyle that was trying to say, come on, surely these guys have got to be in your power rankings, and Age wasn't having any of that. You should be in there, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to score more goals. I'm not sure, but maybe after this one, he'll rate us even higher.
And you must be feeling like you've given Jack quite a good advantage going into the second leg.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so far he was excellent at keeping those leads, so hopefully today he'll do the same thing, right? As I said, it's not done, everything can happen, so I'll try my best to also help him from the sidelines, and I want to make it done, yeah.
Well done. Go take a seat. You can cheer on Jack. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Thank you, Nicole. Right, let's get into this then. Got a bit of a juicy gossip to break down just there. No, obviously the power rankings, we did put this together to generate conversation. It's definitely doing that, and it feels like Dami now, he's trying to stay mysterious. He's trying to ensure that all of his opponents don't figure him out, but he's scoring plenty of goals at the same time, and he's calling you out about the power rankings, Aggie.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, a lot of performances from him now where, yeah, it's hard to argue that they shouldn't be in there. I think coming into today, I wanted to see it again when it really mattered, where we were getting closer to the final edge of the competition, and he just proved it there. So yeah, definitely something I have to consider now for sure.
This is how the power rankings looked the last time we saw them out. Obviously Liverpool, they were number 1, they're out. Chelsea are number 4, they're currently 3-0 down going into this second leg. So Tom, if you were to choose a team to put in there, would it be Norwich, would it be Brentford? I mean, there's a lot of competition.
I mean, yeah, there is a lot of competition, and it's getting really tense right now, but I think it might be time for us to throw Norwich in there. You know, they've proved proven time and time again that they're such a good side. They look strong, hadn't lost in the group stages, and a 3-0 comfortable in the first leg of the quarterfinals. Anything can change, but yeah, I would throw them in there, even if it's just like 4th, you know, I would.
Well, Aga has Chelsea still in his power rankings. Chelsea currently 3 goals down against Norwich, of course, and Nicole is over there with Jack Sharp at the moment.
Yep, I'm here with Jack now. Not the greatest first leg for you, but, you know, it's still open, still all to play for. Talk me through that first leg for you personally.
So Dami, I don't know how long he's played it, but he's in the 3-5-2 now, which is obviously you got the left mid, the right mid, the cam, and the 2 strikers when you go forward. So much going forward, and I've never really played. Anyway, this year there's someone that plays like that, so kind of just threw me off a little bit. But yeah, there's no excuse really. It's whatever. It's just, Dami's been around for years now. Dami's obviously very good, but I have faith in Singh here. I've seen him overturn night school onto this, beat people convincingly, so I have no reason why I can't do it here.
And that's the thing, like you were saying about Dami, he's a very experienced player. We know what he can do, and he's been in great form this weekend, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been beaming everyone. Obviously that group with Tottenham, Excel, hashtag Watford and stuff. So yeah, he came out of that, and yeah, he's obviously having probably one of the weekends of his career. He's been around for a while, so yeah, full credit, but hopefully we can do something pretty remarkable here.
How did you feel about your performances yesterday then?
I didn't feel I played that great yesterday. I mean, I won my games or whatever, but yeah, today that was, I don't know, it was one of them, but they can happen in FIFA and it's whatever. But yeah, full credit to Stanley, he played really well.
How confident are you guys going into this second leg then? Do you feel like you can do this? Because hey, it's not impossible by any means.
No, yeah, I know how good Stingray is. He can score goals in quick succession, 2-0, 20 minutes, it's back on. So yeah, I see no reason why I can't potentially get back into this, but yeah, service win.
We'll soon find out. Thank you so much. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Nicole. Yes, I mean, looking at the reactions from him, you can see just how dejected he is, Tom, and actually how much, well, frustration he's got. I'm not a lip reader right there, but I can tell, I think, a few words that he's saying. I guess now this is one of those parts in the tournament where you've just got to rely on your teammate and put your full faith in them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult situation. First leg, you know, you always want to try and give your teammate the best possible lead that you can, and obviously you can see from his frustrations that, you know, he's not going to be too happy about, you know, letting the lead slip, but, you know, he'll place full trust in his partner, hope that he can deliver. Again, they mentioned that percentage. They're going to want to, you know, try and lift that percentage up a little bit higher, and hopefully they can pull something back, but, you know.
Aga, everyone was talking about Dami as a well-rounded player. No one really can break him down. Jack there was saying that that Dami was playing 3-5-2, of course. How would you have counterbalanced that?
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It can be a very annoying formation to play against, especially if you're playing very narrow, since in the 3-5-2 you have an extra man on the midfield. But there are a few formations you could dig into and try to balance out the game. But yeah, I think for the second leg here, Stingray is a player who plays with a lot of flow, very good in attack when he gets going, and he'll need to fill out his entire repertoire now.
Well, Tom actually wrote down 3-5-2. I think he's going to go try that as well on Monday when he goes back to grinding the game. That was what you're doing, Tom. I got you sounded out.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, we're going to have the second leg of this final quarter-final. It's, of course, between Norwich and Chelsea. Norwich leading Chelsea 3-0 at half-time. Come back and join us to see who will progress through to that second semi-final after this short break.
My name is Catherine, and I've been supporting Wolves 60 years. My husband was a Wolves supporter, and I come from Scotland, and he was in the army, and I met him in Scotland at my home, and he asked me to come down and meet his family, and he took me to the Wolves, and from the time I was started at the Wolves till now, I've never gone without seeing them.
Kath is a lifelong supporter of Wolves. She is a 95-year-old who has dementia, and she's just a fantastic person.
Come here, are you all right? Yes, thank you. Oh, I'm well. How are you? I'm as fit as a fiddle.
Amazing. She loves coming here. Wolves is her life. She struggled a little bit during the pandemic, and there was a decline there because she couldn't come to a game. Every game was behind closed doors. So we worked with her at home to make sure she knew we were there.
This was her dream,
to continue coming after she lost her husband, which unfortunately she lost him at the beginning of the year, and she didn't think she'd ever be able to come again until Laura helped make it possible for us to be able to come.
You're going to go up to your seats, have a sit down. We initially had an inquiry from a season ticket holder who was struggling with his early onset dementia. As you can see at the ground, there's a sea of golden seats. So I helped him find his seat by placing a sticker on his seat. But it soon came to light that dementia affects more than just the memory. So I developed a pack to help season ticket holders and members come in to help them with their dementia, help them with their match day experience and make them feel more independent and comfortable at a match day.
Do you know who that is?
I do, Ron Flowers. Oh, he's nice. Looks different there. He looks a young bit of stuff there.
With Kath, it brings her alive. The first ever game I brought her to, when we came in, she was a bit unsure, but as soon as we sat down in the seats, that dementia, it just faded and the real Kath came out.
That doesn't make me shaky coming to the football match. I make them shaky.
Listening to her singing, it was amazing, really amazing.
Her family are so happy. They know that if she couldn't come to Wolves, the decline would be more rapid. So although they're in Scotland, they've been in contact with us and they're keeping us up to date of how well she's actually progressing. Football's a connective that brings people together, and if we can think of little projects like this just to keep people having their independence, they can come here each week and be part of the community and be part of the pack that we aspire to be.
There's nothing like it. I look forward to Saturdays. Every Saturday there's a match on. I look forward coming to the matches. It's great. I love the Wolves. I love the people that are nice. You know, everybody's nice to me, and I've always enjoyed myself being here.
Welcome back to the ePremier League finals. It is Championship Sunday. We've had plenty of action so far, plenty to go, so let's get straight into our second leg of our fourth quarter final. It's Norwich taking on Chelsea.
And it's a battle of the youngsters, of course. Goal poacher, 17 years of age. Dan Ray, as far as I know, he's 18. And two very young players that have already, of course, here at LAN. It's great to be there. It's a great experience either way. And we just had a chat in the break as well. Even just making it to the quarterfinals already gives them a decent payday.
Yeah, it does. Obviously, in this position that they're in at the moment, they're going to get 5,000, obviously 2,500 each. So it's a lot of money for these players, especially at such a young age. But they ain't going to want to stop here. They're going to want to go all the way. And Stingray is a very, very good competitor. And I feel like he could potentially get an early goal.
Yeah, and he might just be on for one right now. Good stop, though, by goal poacher. And he's been quite strong when it came down to his own defence as well. Of course, was able to nurture a lot of the leads that Dami was able to build up already to then bring them through into the rest of the aggregate scoreline. And yeah, they were maybe a little bit of a surprise to actually come out here, but especially in their last game yesterday, it was 11-4 in aggregate up against Watford. And sure, that was only then for group placements, and they secured their first place in Group D. But what a game we had. Goal poacher even scored 5 in that one. So he certainly knows how to be dangerous in front of goal.
Yeah, he does. Obviously, that one game he did score 5, but in the rest of the games, a potential chance here with St. Maximin. Bad touch.
Yeah, and that one touch really ruined the entire attack. Might still be able to recover, but Vieira heads it away. And Ronaldo couldn't really do too much for that. Goal poacher saved by Stingray, not able to bring that ball forward.
Yeah, exactly. So what I was saying in terms of goal poacher, yesterday he scored 5 in that game against Watford, but he didn't really score too many goals other than that, maybe a 1 goal. In a couple of games, actually, he didn't even score a goal. He was just keeping out the lead from Dami, which is obviously fine if you're in a winning position. Just seeing out the game is exactly what you got to do, and that's what he's got to do here as well. There's a big risk this time, obviously, being quarterfinals. If he doesn't, he's out of the competition. So being so young, nerves could get to him, but at the moment, it doesn't look like he's shown any.
Nah, he's just super laser focused in his monitor right now. No problem there whatsoever. He's actually only moving his eyes, Stingray, because he's a little bit closer, has to move his head as well to kind of look around the screen and see everything. You see players not just looking at where the ball is right now, they glimpse down at the radar as well to kind of figure out where everybody else is and already plan out 3-4 steps ahead. And especially when they play against amateur players, that becomes a whole lot more clear because they just outclass them in every way. But right now, everybody here is a pro, and that's been seen during the weekend already. And of course, it's Championship Sunday. It's the last leg of the quarterfinals, and from this point on, it's is already real, but it only gets more real after this.
Yeah, exactly. I think they both started really well at the moment, just trying to see how each other plays. Potentially could have practiced against each other. As mentioned before, they didn't probably realise they were both going to be out the group. Obviously, Chelsea, everyone thought they would, but Norwich, they didn't. So they could have potentially practiced against each other before the game on Saturday. But both starting off really well. Looking forward to see how the rest of this game goes, especially if Sting can try and get an early goal.
And right now, that might look a little bit more likely. Stingray at least can already start to get further up in front. For right now, especially here for goal poacher, he's been strong in defense, yes, but as soon as he tries to make it outside his own half, he's had a couple of problems to really get too far, and even here he's being pressured down and chased down by Stingray, and that's just great to see because it shows, of course, the chase is on. Yes, you're 3-0 down, and if goal poacher can just nurture this into half-time, then that already is going to limit the opportunities that Chelsea are going to have going forward. Of course, for Stingray, in an ideal world, he just scores 1 or maybe even 2. Now that these first 20-25 minutes of just feeling out how your opponent is playing are figured out, now the game can properly start and hopefully the goals start ringing as well.
Could potentially see a couple of goals ringing. Obviously, at the moment, goal poacher is just trying to keep the ball, and so realistically he should. People at home don't like to watch it, but if it gets him through to the next round, I'm sure he will carry on. But Stingray, player switching, has been very good so far this game, making sure that every time he gets the ball, there's 3 players around him.
Yeah, and strong pass here straight into Cristiano Ronaldo. Unfortunate to not be able to beat the defender. And a counter-attack could be on for Stingray down the left-hand side with Rashford immediately towards the inside, and that, of course, takes pace back out of the game as Norwich can pass it back to goalkeeper Schmeichel. And goal poacher can be quite comfortable from there on out. Bullets loses the ball there in a dangerous position. Chip forward. Unfortunate, not able to get that ball under control.
Yeah, it was interesting to see the chip there, of course, with St. Maximin. He's not really the greatest of players, is he? And against Ruben Diaz, the chance of him winning that, not very likely unless Ruben Diaz obviously misses the ball completely.
Yeah, and that's just very unlikely in this mode as well. And the way that these players are at the current level, great stop by Vieira. A dangerous pass back to Ruben Diaz, but everything fine from there on out. As right now, yet again, Stingray not even letting goal poacher leave his own half. There's 8 minutes still remaining in this first half.
Yeah, we speak about the extra pass. He tried to do that there. In my opinion, he could have potentially tried to hit near post with Ronaldo, obviously being such a great player, additional in the team for everyone. You know, he's 99 shot power. He's got 99 finishing. Could have potentially tried there, but we talk about the extra pass to give it like a 95% chance of scoring, especially when you completely take out the goalkeeper into equation when you do the extra pass.
Yeah, goal poacher now coming forward here for Norwich. Yet again, just those passes around the back to make sure he keeps possession for a little bit longer. That takes time off. And still, you can see that there is a clear message. He wants to go further up, but there's so much pressure on from Stingray right now that he might not be able to afford it just yet. However, now, slowly but surely, as the first half is coming to a close, I'm not expecting us to even see a minute of injury time because there's nothing that's really happened. We've seen a couple of shots towards goal, and we might just see the game with a half blown off, if not for that long ball down in the middle. St. Maximin in front of goal, 2-3 defenders trying to stop him, and Kante gets that job done. So important for goal poacher to not concede.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why you have Vieira in that position. You see his body type, you see how strong he was there. Physically, St. Maximin wasn't able to get past him, and he tried his best to obviously work around it, but it didn't end up happening. You can see them both now speaking to their coaches, seeing what to do. Obviously, for goal poacher, it's just probably maybe go to a defensive formation and try and see the game out. Obviously, for Stingray, maybe he's going to cue a pause 60th minute or even change something now because he does need to get a goal. Potentially, maybe more of attacking formation, 4-2-2, maybe a 4-1-2-1-2. A lot of players like to use 4-4-2. We've seen quite a bit as well. But we need an early goal here for him to be in a chance of actually even drawing this game.
And we'll see how Norwich get on, what Chelsea can do. We do see it change. It's all coming in for Stingray here right now. Sancho, of course, Ronaldo into St. Maximin. And sometimes it's as easy as that and as quick as that. First attack coming up front. 2 minutes into the half and already scoring a goal. You just said it. He needs to score an early goal. And it seems like he heard you.
I think he heard me, yeah, exactly. Normally it's a commentator's curse, but maybe it's not that today. But yeah, I did say he needed to get an early goal and he did that. Maybe the tactical, I guess the half-time pause helped him out, bringing on a couple of players as well, talking to Jack next to him, obviously maybe said something in his ear, and that was a great goal. We mentioned the extra pass, he did that there, and St. Maximin in their positions, he's not missing, and he didn't there, and New obviously carded into the game that's recently come out, and we potentially need to see one before the 70th minute, and I think it's game on, to be honest with you, and maybe our first extra time.
Yeah, of course it is still a decent way to chase, and goal poacher, of course, can always hold possession. He had a little bit of a wake-up call now. He still has 2 goals in hand, or Norwich do. And might have just been an offside. Ronaldo seems on, and a goal's given out of nowhere. And I'm just a little bit baffled because I didn't see that one coming. It looked offside to begin with. But there you go. Goal poacher brings it back to level in their PlayStation game. And that restores a 3-goal lead for Norwich.
Yeah, and it's all the reaction there. It means so much to him. I feel like coming into this, they were probably, yet again, not the favourites to win. And I guess they're showing everyone off here that they actually can be here and they're here for a reason. But, I mean, did look offside to me as well. Potential offside trap that they maybe did, I didn't actually see. But, I mean, great finish. That's why you green time shots from that position, because the chance of it going in is more higher.
Yeah, Ronaldo tried to bring it out towards that left-hand side. Didn't quite work his way just yet. Of course, that only gives possession to Stingray. He has 30 in-game minutes to remedy this situation. Score 3 goals. He might just continue here, and he does.
I think that could have maybe potentially been offside.
Especially with the reaction as well, it was. Tight call. But I was wondering why goal poacher fist bump, but everything fine this time out. The goal stands. Quick back-to-back chances. Was that offside as well?
That was offside as well. I mean, he's getting very, I guess you could say lucky.
Jumping out of the game immediately. That was an offside. And it wasn't. But it's also not a goal. I love that. I'm just ready for me to get bamboozled every single time.
I mean, to be fair, Stingray is piling on the pressure here and potentially could get another one.
Yeah, he's working this very well right now. St. Maximin yet again. So much space for him! And that's on goal poacher. Sure, the constant pressure might be on right now, and the question is how long can you actually sustain it as well? But there is heaps of space towards the centre, and that just cannot happen.
And that time he was actually onside, and it was a great goal as well, obviously, roulette there, and great finish into the back of the net, and 2 goals now for St. Maximin. We speak about his card literally every single game because he's always scoring for every single team. You know, 97 pace, 90 shooting. It's just an outstanding card to use. Obviously, 96 jumping if you want to try and chip it into him, which we've seen quite a lot this weekend. And
look at the possession charts as well.
99 shot power as well. Like, he's going to be scoring from them positions, especially when you're rouletting it into the 6-yard box of the goal. No goalkeeper saving anything from that distance.
Yeah, Hull under a lot of pressure here for Norwich, but all good going forward. Missed pass here for goal poacher, only gives possession away. I mean, the game is on right now. Sure, it's still a 2-goal lead on aggregate in favour of Norwich, and they might just be your favourites to move on to that second semi-final to join Leeds or face off against Leeds there. But right now, even Ruben Diaz so far up front.
Sancho back to Hullet. St. Maximin yet again so dangerous, and he's not going to get a second chance. It came off Schmeichel, off the defender, and otherwise it probably would have been a goal for Chelsea. And a second chance attempt. Big chase on against Cristiano Ronaldo now as Varane is coming back. Great control and no chance whatsoever. Textbook there for goal poacher.
I mean, you can see the frustration there from Sting at this level. You don't normally see people slide in. He slid, and you saw the sort of Jack's reaction in the background. But yeah, interesting to see him slide there. He did, and obviously it was just an easy pass across the box for goal poacher. And yeah, it's basically the most goals that he scored this tournament, other than the game against Newcastle.
I think he scored 3 as well in their second game. Yeah, he did score 3 against Newcastle. That was the game that you're on about. I'll take everything back. He might just add on top of his tally here. Against Watford, of course, he scored 5, but that was 5-2. So at the end, yeah, we'll have to see. Right now, Ronaldo, another chance, not another goal. With 3 goals to be scored for Chelsea, just to pull things level, and only 8 in-game minutes to do so. It is looking very hot for Norwich to be moving on to that semi-final.
Yeah, exactly. I do think Norwich in general has played really well, especially Dami. You can't really counter. I know a lot of people going into it would maybe say that maybe goal poacher hasn't done as much as Dami, but he's there. He's got to do his part as well on his side of the PlayStation. Of course, he needs to basically not concede any goals, and he's done that really well.
Yeah, another chance here though. Big coverage there by Schmeichel to stop that goal from going in. And of course, we've talked about that point already. I think the cutoff point has come where 3 goals are virtually impossible right now. He might need to score even more. But Sancho back to St. Maximin. And just staying up front, staying in attack. Goal poacher has done enough. Retains the status quo with this 2-2 scoreline. And with the lead that, of course, Dami was able to get from his game, 3-0 up against Jack. That is going to be enough. And with that, we'll have both of our quarterfinalists set and ready. Both of our semi-finals for the second semi-final set and ready. That's it. Final whistle. And what a showing from Norwich. I don't think too many people expected them to come out from that group. And I don't think that they expected to make it to the semi-final. And we'll sure hear from the players, especially from goal poacher, after that one. Let's throw it back to the desk.
Yeah.
Wow, what a performance that was from Norwich. That second leg, 2-2. However, because of Dami's first leg performance, 3-0, that does mean that Norwich go through, and there are 4th semi-finalists. Yes, we have both semi-finals now. Brentford taking on Crystal Palace. Leeds will be taking on Norwich in those semi-finals, all hoping to get through to that grand final with the dreams of lifting the ePremier League trophies. Right, we introduce Kyle Rowley, Aston Villa representative, to the desk right here. Let's just focus on Norwich right now. They seem to be a force to be reckoned with. As a player, you must respect them so much.
Yeah, I mean, they were in the same group as us, obviously. Don't think anybody expected either of us to get out, and they've made it to the semi-finals. Credit to themselves.
But you did get a draw to them in the group stage, of course. That was your last match, wasn't it? Determine who was going to top that group. Obviously, you guys ended up finishing second there. How tough were they to play against?
Yeah, it was tough mentally as well, because I think, especially in the game with the PS side, we both knew that a draw would be enough. So neither of us really went for the killer, just in case we were scared to, lose the whole game in general.
We did keep on saying that on the desk, saying that a draw actually is enough, thinking, are they going to go for it, Tom? But we mentioned this yesterday. They got the job done. They both got through to Championship Sunday. And I guess for Norwich now, going through to those semi-finals, they've managed to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, I mean, towards the end of the game, it almost felt like a little bit of a telepathic, consensus that, OK, you know what, I'm not going to press. We're both happy to sort of get the draw and move forward. But yeah, looking at Norwich, I mean, they held out, especially in that game towards the second leg. It was proving a little bit difficult, but they held out. The first leg was absolutely crucial. Dami showing, why, pretty much why he's one of the best at the tournament right now. And I feel like it's looking good for them moving forward.
Yeah, Kyle, obviously your partner Oscar this weekend, he had to keep playing Dami, or he played Dami.
Yeah.
What did he say after playing him of how, I guess, a complete package player he is?
You know what? With Oscar, he's got two different game styles. He can battle it out with you, but he's very good himself around the box. And I think them two matching up together was probably a very, very good watch. And he's a confident player, and why not? He didn't drop a game the whole tournament apart from obviously the quarterfinals, and I think he's the only one who take a point off, or he's the only one who kept Dami not to win, so credit to Oscar for that. And yeah, after that game, it was like a bit of relief that, you know what, we've actually took a point off them. I mean, for me, they're a force to reckon with, aren't they? Like.
Definitely. Now, I've got loads more questions for that working relationship with your teammate Oscar. But before we get into that, let's get across to Nicole. She's speaking to one of the Norwich representatives. Oh, there you are, Nicole. Over to you.
Yeah, I found Jack. Jack, how are you feeling? That was quite a nervy, stressful second leg, maybe for me watching. How was it for you playing?
Oh, not good. I played too defensive in the first half. I didn't go forward enough, so I made it tough for myself because in my head the 3 goals was enough, but I played too defensive. I was very nervous. First LAN. So.
But hey, for your first one, you're doing all right. It's going quite well.
Yeah, it is. I mean, my teammates giving me 2 or 3 in the leads every game, so it's. Yeah, it's going well.
That must have given you confidence each time you then step up to play in that second leg.
Yeah, definitely. It gives me confidence every game I go into because Dami's insane. He's playing in this 3-5-2. He's playing unreal. No one can really score against him. He's defending really well. So yeah, every game's going well.
We were talking about him earlier. Well, I was basically trying to say to Dami, you're really in form this weekend. Do you think that he's actually one of the best players here this weekend?
Yeah, on form without a doubt. There's a few that have. So Tex was obviously Tex, and then Sam Brewster's done really well. No one thought he would, and then Dami, and I think they're the 3 best. I'd say maybe Nick's now as well.
Were you surprised then to see Tex and Diego go out?
Yeah, but Palace are a really good team. So, and you knew it was going to be a close game. So yeah, a little bit, but at the same time, no.
Semi-final next against Leeds, a good side. How are you feeling? Do you fancy your chances of winning that?
Need to play a bit better than I did there, but yeah. I think we can win. Leeds are a good team, though. Ollie obviously been around for years, so it's gonna be a tough game.
But you've got the experience, like you kind of were touching on earlier, of Dami. Has he been able to give you a lot of advice throughout this tournament?
Yeah, he's been a good coach. You can't really give someone too much advice on FIFA because, you know, at the end of the day you're playing. But he's giving as much as he can. He's been a good coach.
Words of wisdom. Well done. Go chill for a bit. Thank you so much. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Thanks, Nicole. Goal poacher not giving much away there. Obviously from Norwich City. They now are in the semi-final against Leeds United, like Goal Poacher was just alluding to. So all our quarterfinals have completed now. Let's just wrap things up and see who is in our semi-finals today then. So Brentford taking on Crystal Palace in semi-final number 1. Then we've just completed that final fixture. Norwich City taking on Chelsea. Norwich winning 5-2 on aggregate there to book their spot in that second semi-final against Leeds United. Cannot wait for those 2 matches coming your way in about 20 minutes time. We still have Aston Villa representative Carl Rowley with us. Carl, just got so many more questions for you. Me and Carl were like, we've got so much to ask you because it's lovely to get obviously a pro player on here. And something I want to kind of bring up is what you tweeted out actually about your teammate Oscar, about the relationship that you're building and probably a lifelong friendship now after, you know, doing this amazing journey together.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, we knew of each other before. Not really just spoke online as you do. Never met him in person, and then when we met Friday, I mean, even the media day that we had, we was on different time slots. Obviously, I'm from Birmingham, he was in Norwich, so we had different times. And when we met Friday, straight away we had the same goals, and we both wanted to do well, and we've made ourselves proud, to be honest.
Definitely, and we saw before, and I commented on this before, that he did seem really down after one of his performances and the position that he had left you in this morning. Yeah. And you were giving him some words of encouragement. If you don't mind sharing actually what they were, because it did seem that he was on his phone and you told him to get off his phone, maybe?
I just said to him, like, look, Oscar, mate, you've been unbelievable all tournament. You've got nothing to worry about. It's on. At the end of the day, you've held your own. You know, that's the first game that you've dropped. I think he's obviously disappointed to lose. He felt that it should have been a 1-1 game, but as a partner, you have to pick him up. I know my game was obviously coming up next, but main thing, I wanted him to be okay as well.
Yeah, totally. Obviously, it's teamwork, and obviously Tom, Carl and myself have been chatting about this all the time. And Carl and I have been having the discussion of a player in real life, I know you used to play football yourself, can transition so much better to the virtual pitch. And yeah, Tom and I were kind of talking about that in terms of the female showcase yesterday. We want to know, I guess, how good a player were you before you've come onto the sticks here in FIFA? Because Nicole kept telling us about it as well.
I was all right. I started off at Birmingham City as a 13-year-old. Done 3 years there. Went to Warsaw and signed a two-year pro at Warsaw. All going well. You know, in and out of the team. Made my debut at 17 in a friendly against Aston Villa.
Whoa, love that.
Yeah. So that was obviously, I'm a Villa fan as well, so it was a nice feeling. And then, yeah, obviously different managers come in and out, and football's football, you know, you have your ups and you have your downs. And a bit like FIFA, to be honest, mentally wise, you have your ups, you have your downs, and it's how you cope with them.
Tom, this shows how good he is then, why he's so good on the virtual pitch, because he was actually a real good footballer.
Yeah, I mean, that tells you everything that you need to know, and it shows like his mental fortitude as well. You know, obviously you were at Birmingham and then you left and you went to Warsaw. That fight to not give up, and it kind of really did show in that second leg. You know, you were supporting Oscar impacts, and at the same time, you know, you're really trying to like push yourself and push the team forward. And I think that's, you know, props to you for, you know, your mental fortitude and being able to push forward.
Right then, let's move the conversation on to some of the games that are coming up. We have still got 2 semi-finals and the grand final as well. First up, Brentford taking on Crystal Palace. Once again, we're talking about some of these teams that people didn't expect to get through the groups, maybe Norwich and yourselves in Aston Villa. I think Brentford, safe to say, one of those teams that we didn't expect to get through. And here they are in a semi-final.
Exactly that. No one expected them to get through. I'll be honest with you, neither did I. After seeing their first game yesterday, they were just, you knew straight away that, well, you know, you've got a team on there and here. And did they drop a game in the tournament? I don't think they did throughout the...
They got 10 points.
They got 10 points.
Yeah. So they didn't lose a game. And when you've got 2 teammates like that, like who've got the chemistry that they've got, I mean, we speak to them in the players area, and they're both brilliant lads, and they both want the same thing. They both got the same goals. Both want to win. And more importantly, they look like they're good friends as well. So they accommodate each other.
Well, unfortunately, obviously, they knocked you out, Brentford, this is, to get their spot in the semi-final. They're behind us now. Yeah. Sam and Peace, of course. Let's go back to you, Carl, on this, though. Obviously, you're a big Villa fan. Peace is a big Brentford fan. Did it add a little bit more pressure, like the club tweeting you and you just wearing that club jersey?
Yeah. Like you say, there's some players come in and they want to do it for their own achievements, but me and Peace, you know, we represented the team that we love and support. So yeah, there's a lot of pressure, especially for obviously us guys. You know, we want us to do well, we want the team to do well, and more importantly, we want the fans to actually engage into it and have something to celebrate about as well.
Definitely, and for Brentford, obviously it's their first year in the Premier League, so first year in the ePremier League as well. And you said that they're great friends. How important is that friendship and the relationship that you are building, not just this weekend, but prior, and actually knowing that you're a team?
I think it's majorly important. You know, if you come into a tournament, especially in the format that we've got now, and you're not friends, or say you're not friends, you don't have that togetherness, you're at a massive disadvantage already. Speaking to people, just like myself and Oscar, when I lost at Watford, he pushed me up. He said, "Look, Carl, you know you're better than this. You know you are," and that little belief and that your teammates got in you goes a long way.
Well, and tell us more about Brentford. Obviously, we've got Tom over here who's possibly going to be backing Crystal Palace. He's mates with Nick Snebb. He's texting Nick Snebb's dad, OK, Kyle? I love to get that in. But obviously, they did defeat you. So what has a team like Crystal Palace and Nick Snebb, who's going up against, of course, Sam, got to do to break them down?
I think with Nick Snebb, he's very good as well. He is a very up-and-coming talent. So is Sam. I think it's going to be a close game, very good one to watch. I think for Nick Snebb, play his game, don't change, don't try and beat Sam, or don't try and defend against Sam. You go and do what you've got to do to win the game. and I think it's going to be a good watch. I'm excited for it.
Definitely, and you can see both of the players there. They are just getting ready, and we are moving into the middle pod right now. So maybe we have to think about how loud we're talking. Before in the pods, we thought maybe they can hear us, maybe they can't. They definitely can hear, but now it's centre stage, and one game at a time. The pressure's going to start building, as if it isn't already, Tom. But semi-finals, so close to that grand final, so close to the trophy, so close to the £30,000.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, semi-finals, and a lot of stuff has changed. We're in the middle pods now, and, you know, it's probably at the back of their minds. They might not feel like it, but subconsciously, they are probably starting to think, OK, cool, we're getting to the point now where, you know, the trophy's on the line, money's on the line, and I really want to start, you know, thinking about, you know, winning this whole thing. Obviously, they're going to take it a game at a time, but I think it will be at the back of their mind subconsciously anyway.
Kyle, you obviously went up against Peace, I believe.
Yeah.
Don't say it too loud because Ethan might hear, but, you know, how would you go about trying to defeat him?
I think with Peace, it was the case of I knew I was going to score goals. It's how many he can score against me. And that's the problem. That's the problem that you have with Peace. If Sam does get him a lead, like you say, you have to go chasing the game. And he's a top-class player. He can score at any moment, as he showed in the semi-final, or the quarter-final, sorry. He can score any given moment. So I think the best way I think Crystal Palace have got to win is try and get a lead first.
I love that you're whispering there as well. You did. I need to learn how to do that right now. Now, we are getting closer and closer to this first semi-final. Brentford taking on Crystal Palace. And I guess let's talk about the prestigiousness of this tournament, because the ePremier League, this is the 4th edition of it, but it's here, it's in person. What's that experience been like for yourself? We're not all talking to screens anymore. You're not communicating via the screen. You're here with real people in real life.
Exactly. This is, like I say, this is my first ever LAN as well. I qualified I represented Villa at the 2020 ePrem, and it was all going all well, the Premier League, and it was perfect. And then COVID hit, so it was obviously, it got changed to an online thing. But seeing people face to face, you can interact with people that you didn't think, or you probably never would interact with ever. So, but brings that a little bit more pressure as well, though. I think when you're in the stadium, when you're in the venue, and you're in that pod and you're focusing, but you know there's a lot of people watching and a lot of people backing you. It is a bit of it's nerve-wracking, I'll be honest, it is nerve-wracking.
On that then, I mean, these players just now, obviously, Nick Nebb's just putting his AirPods in, he's getting that playlist on, Sam is getting ready, he's smiling, I can see his face just now, he's smiling, he's putting a thumbs up to us. But what do you think's actually going through the players' minds right now? How do you try and focus before such a big game?
I think it's just believing in yourself, believing that you are good enough and you are here because you're good enough to be here. There's no luck involved. The last 4 remaining teams in this position are all fantastic teams. But just believe in yourself and believe that you are going to win this game.
Did you have a little routine yourself, Carl, you and Oscar? Because Tom and I know that Sam Brewster there is listening to a playlist. He tweeted out if anyone wants a bit of motivational songs going on. Check out Sam Brewster on Twitter. He knows where the songs are at. But what did you and Oscar do to prepare each round?
Bit different. Oscar had his own playlist, listen to music. I just put the headset on. I could hear you guys most of the time.
Oh no!
Oh gosh!
But now I'm very superstitious as well in all life, football, FIFA. Hence why I'm in the same shorts, the same socks, and the same hoodie as I was in yesterday. I have to, if I've got something going for me, I have to keep it the same. And I basically just came down, had the hand warmers, had my towel, and Oscar had his headset and his playlist, and well, done us proud, done us well.
Kyle, thank you so much for joining us on here. It's been great to get that insight from you. Right, the first semi-final is coming up very, very shortly. The players are doing their final preparations. Brentford taking on Crystal Palace. It will be live here at the ePremier League 2022 finals.
When did you realise you were good at EA Sports FIFA?
Probably realised I was good at FIFA was probably back in FIFA 17. I used to place highly on FUT Champions when I got brought in, so I was placed in like top 10, top 20 in the world for it, so that's when I probably realised I was good.
For me, FIFA 19, the first year of the ePremier League, being able to go to St James's Park at the club playoffs and then get through at the final and ultimately win that, I think that's when you look at yourself and you think, yeah, maybe I'm all right. For me, it was like, yeah, I'm the best player in the North East. I'm the best player who's a Newcastle fan. That meant everything to us.
When I was like 14, 15, I'd be going home and my mates would be like, do you want a game? I'd go home, beat him like 7-0, 8-0, and then I'd be like, you know, I'm too good for this, like what's the next best thing? And then I just go to the Global Series, ePremier League, so on, and that's where I've got to where I am today.
I used to play FIFA in between being a footballer, doing my downtime. When I come out of pro football, it was then turned into more of a serious thing, realising that I was actually quite good at the game, beat a couple of good people. 2-3 years down the line, I'm here.
What skill do you use the most?
I'm going to say it's a skill because it is, but it's shot cancelling. Like basically, it like sends the defender. It makes them like not know what's happening. So like they'll just fall to the floor. Like it is a skill. So like it just makes them like just I don't know, just like faint if you will.
I'd say I use the Elastico the most. When you enter the box from maybe the side angle, if you do an LB, like press the LB or L1 just to stop still, and then you can like elastico back to where their defender's coming from so they can get like sent the wrong way. That's basically just push the right stick all the way around in a fast motion. I'm sure you can watch videos on how to do it. It's quite hard to explain, quite hard to learn as well, but once you do learn the angles, it's a great skill to have.
I use the ball roll scoop, and to be honest, with more skill moves, I don't really think about what I'm doing, I just do it. That's kind of how you just get good. You just do it over and over and over again.
I'm great at playing against AI opponents, but I can't get this to translate out to online. Do you have any advice for me?
One bit of advice I'd definitely give is probably to start looking at pros' custom tactics on like YouTube and stuff like that. And then you can get a gist of what they're doing to be good online. And then implement it into your own. And then maybe adapt them as well to like suit your play style.
Practice against people online, do it. You know, even if it takes 10, 15 games and you're losing every single game, the only way you're going to learn is to play people better than you. But if you want to transition to the online game and compete and be competitive, be a competitive player, you need to learn, you need to get used to the gameplay, realise your own style, and basically, without sounding nasty, get battered, lose games, because then you'll see what your opponents are doing to you and how they do things, and hopefully then you replicate that into your own game.
What was your favourite winning competitive tournaments, grand final win at Wolves to get to here, well, where I am today? It was the furthest I've ever got.
Playoffs in FIFA 19 in Hamburg. I saved a penalty in the last minute to win 10 grand. Yeah, I snapped him in the last minute at the box. He would have scored, so it was either take the foul and the red card and the penalty or concede and go to extra time. So I took the red card and luckily I guessed right and saved it.
A Blackie Cup, which is like an online tournament, which is filled with like top tier pros. Now, I smashed them all.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League 2022 finals. What a weekend it's been. We are going into our semi-finals right now. Semi-final number 1. Yes, Brentford taking on Crystal Palace, and it's live right here in East London.
St. Maximin is going to lose the ball, gets it straight back. St. Maximin to open up scoring between Crystal Palace and Liverpool. Big goal here for Brentford. And now it might be able to extend it with Cristiano Ronaldo. Chip towards the centre, passed on. Cristiano Ronaldo takes the shots. Former Cristiano Ronaldo with that relents. Scores. Change over St. Maximin. And it's perfectly played. Nats might just seal it here.
Well, what a story they've had, the Bees. It's been a fairy tale story for these two unknown quantities. Certainly have made a name for themselves on the big stage here in the ePremier League. A game in front of them worth £15,000, but they don't look like they've got any pressure on their shoulders. They've been lapping up every single moment and taking them on in this grand final. Two young guns with a lot of experience in this FIFA Pro scene. They signed for Crystal Palace this year in the Premier League. It's been a rocky road with big results against Liverpool to get to this stage. Have they got enough to make it to the grand finals?
Okay, I am here with two of our semi-finalists. Sam, I'll start with you. How are you? You seem really chilled. You've been very, very calm this whole weekend.
Yeah, honestly, like, I was thinking about it, like, honestly, like, every day I felt like, oh, nothing's really going to happen. Even this week, I felt like something might go wrong with COVID or something. Survived that, and now, like, yeah, we're here. I'm trying to have a good game.
Okay, I mean, you just must have, like, the calmest composure ever. No nerves at all, or are you just hiding it well?
No nerves yesterday, nerves today. Yesterday was like kind of a free hit. Today, now we're playing really well, and like people are starting to notice us a bit more pressure. But it's whatever.
Did you expect to get to this point? Is it also, do you think, a bit of shock maybe that it's not quite registered with you yet?
It hasn't registered purely because like I wasn't expecting it. But the thing is, because I've only played on Xbox this year, not only did no one else know my level, I didn't know my level compared to other pros. So like once I found that out, then I discovered that we can get ourselves going.
And you'll obviously be hoping to get off to a very good start and give Peace the upper hand going into his second leg.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, Jacob's unreal. Like, he was really good last year. I played him a couple of times last year when I was competing, and he was really good. He's seriously good again this year. So I think it'll be quite an end-to-end game, and like hopefully I can grab a couple of goal lead.
Peace, how are you staring into space, just processing everything? How are you getting on? How are you feeling?
We're feeling good. Obviously, like Sam, mentioned, we came here with no expectations, just trying to have fun, enjoy the experience. We've been playing well. We've had tough matchups. This played the toughest one so far. But like Sam said, we're looking forward to it. Try to do our best and see how we get on.
And you're on the big stage here right now. You've made it this far, all of you. How does it feel?
It's surreal because obviously, like, I've watched it over a couple of years. When it was LAN events and stuff, and it was nice to see on TV, and it's special now to obviously be here myself competing. So yeah, it's a really nice experience. And
a tough opposition over here, Crystal Palace.
Oh yeah, definitely. Ethan's amazing. I've watched him over the years. He's been amazing. This year's amazing again. But as I said, it's a game of FIFA. Obviously, we're all trying to be at the best. And you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best. So we've got to give it our best and see how it happens. See what happens.
These guys seem a bit chilled, don't they? Sam giving a little thumbs up. How are you feeling?
I'm really proud just to be here in the semi-final, but I'm here to win it, and that's it. I won't take second, I won't take third, I won't take fourth.
You've got confidence in yourselves then that you can go all the way?
Yeah, we've been playing really, really well today. We've obviously only played one game. We finished yesterday really well. I'm just hoping that we can win this game and get to the final.
And people were backing you guys earlier to go all the way. Ethan, are you feeling pretty confident now?
Yeah, after the Liverpool game, I'm feeling very confident in our performances, and I think we really can win it all.
What have you two been doing then since I last saw you to prepare yourself? Because it's really stressful and really nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a wait, but we've just been upstairs actually watching the rest of the game, seeing how everyone else is getting on. Really just like chilling out, to be honest. You don't want to get too in your own head about these things. You just want to focus on your own game when it comes.
And you feel like you've got this? Because, I mean, underdogs here, I think it's fair to say, right?
That's just people's predictions. Anything can happen in a game of FIFA, but yeah, we're here to win, and that's all.
Okay, well, good luck. Brandon and Richard, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Nicole. And yes, here we go, the ePremier League semi-final time live in London. We have waited a long time for LAN competitive FIFA to come back to this FIFA esports scene. It's back again, Richard. And maybe 4 clubs that we didn't expect to be here at the start of yesterday. They're here, they're playing for cash, and this plans to be a fantastic opening semi-final.
All 4 clubs who have made it to the semi-finals deserve to be here. They have won big games in the quarters. They've won huge, stressful matches for lots of money, and the prize earnings continue to rise. The pressure continues to rise to a boiling point here in London. I tell you what, I'm shocked at how calm everybody is on that stage, because if that was me, I would be panicking. I think for the players who are playing second, maybe the nerves are starting to build a little bit more. If you're playing first, this is what you've done the entire tournament for the last 6 matches in the groups and then in the knockouts as well, this being the 6th. You know what you're doing. You know the format. You're going to play first, you're going to give it to your teammate, hopefully with a goal lead. In the case of Crystal Palace, it was a 0-0 result that was so beneficial against Liverpool. It gave Ethan the reins and said, go and get a result, go and get a win against Diogo. That's exactly what he did. On the side of Brentford, what a performance from these two in their quarter-final matchup. First game of the day, they just came out and dominated. They really did. Both players playing well, both scoring excessive amounts of goals, and really, I think this could be one of, if not the best game of the tournament in terms of what you see on the pitch.
Well, the lines have honestly been this weekend from Brentford is that the Bees have been buzzing, quite literally. New to the ePremier League in their first ePremier League outing. Two very unknown quantities certainly have made themselves known in this tournament. That man on your screen who'll give us a wave has had an unbelievable tournament. There's something missing on that. It's favourite FIFA player in game. It should be Eric Cantona, because he's been so impressive this weekend for him, isn't it?
No, he certainly has, and he's been playing a little bit of 4-1-2-1-2 narrow as well. When we were watching his group yesterday, Group A, Eric Cantona has been so good for him. It might not be his favourite player, but he certainly does the bits on the pitch. He scores goals, he gets assists, he makes himself a nuisance in the attacking third.
On the flip side, Richard, we have to talk very briefly about Nick Snebb, a player that obviously has been coming up, 17 years of age. It's his second time in the Premier League. He was with Leicester last year, got a top 24. The game is kicking off now as we jump into this Xbox leg. This is the semi-final live here in the Premier League. A lot of people have been speaking about this player, Richard, and Nick Snebb. Him and Ethan have got a great team camaraderie. They've been playing in tournaments in a 2v2 and a 1v1 format outside of this tournament. And I think that's an edge that has helped them progress through this tournament. And their biggest result, no doubt, was that quarter-final win against Liverpool, who were hands-on favourites to go and win this.
You talk about confidence, it's been shot to the moon. And rocket has been sent up them because of that Liverpool performance. They are unbeatable right now. No one can touch them in their minds. They've beaten the top dogs, the favourite for the tournament, and now they just need to go on and lift the trophy. You talked about the team aspect of it, playing with each other outside of the Premier League, part of team footage. You saw Dan behind them as well. They are here, they are wanting to win. But can they get past this Brentford side who will throw a curveball at every opportunity that they have been given?
Yeah, well, Brentford still yet to lose a game in the Premier League as they look to defend this first chance of the game. From Crystal Palace, Alan Saint-Maximin trying his best to manoeuvre his way around the back line. If you are new to the Premier League and you're wondering what the squad restrictions are, it's FIFA Ultimate Team with Premier League players only and icons that have featured in the Premier League. Look at the numbers available for Brentford here. Hullet into Hullet on the flip side. It's going to be a battle you're going to see all day long.
We've watched 7 minutes. We've already had 2 attacks at either end. It's going to be end-to-end FIFA. It's going to be quick. It's going to be frantic. I'm expecting goals in this first game. That's just how both of these two players are. They are quick. They are direct. They want to set their teammate up in the best way possible.
Sancho intercepted. No way through. Crystal Palace have been involved in the Premier League since it kicked off back in FIFA 19. Their best run was back in FIFA 19, and surprise, surprise, who had that run for them? It was Dami, who now plays his FIFA for Norwich. It was a top 8 finish. This is their best ever run in an ePremier League. Here comes Nick Snebb now. Alan Saint-Maximin to open up the account. He tries his best to Lacroqueta his way past Edwin van der Sar, but there's no way through.
I think he was probably looking for the Lacroqueta straight into the pass. The animation where you can just pop it up and dispatch the ball really quickly, offload it to a player who was arriving into the penalty box. Unfortunately, couldn't get it off. Good save from the goalkeeper, and we go again down the other end. It's like a basketball match, just you attack, I attack at the moment.
And it's the FIFA that we love to see played on the biggest of stages here in the ePremier League. The biggest the Premier League has ever been, £100,000 in prize money, and 30,000 of it being awarded to the winning team. It's a team element this year.
Great win.
It's not an individual game. Another big win. Watch out for Cantona wearing that number 9 chair. He has been full of goals for Brentford, and especially for Sam Brewster. As much as he's tried to have a knock-on effect to his teammate Enzo Henio, he hasn't looked to involve the French icon. Cancelo, bit of time just to try and build this one up. Can't find a way through, and this could be a counter-attack for Eric Cantona. Watch his run now on the corner of your screen, number 9.
Not the player you want driving forward, Eric Cantona. Get it out wide, get it to the likes of Alan Saint-Maximin from central attacking midfielder. We've already seen Roberto Firmino involved You just see him turning around, talking there to Zahinio, a little rub of the hands. They do chat a lot. They're very vocal in their performance and in their approach. Expect to see lots of communication.
Sam Brewster on the hunt now for Brentford. Cantona, heel tail is his favourite skill move. He's loved to implement there. Couldn't find the exit with the reverse elastico. I think the one thing we're seeing here from Brentford, they're just enjoying themselves. There is not any pressure. They came into this tournament as two people that have never made a live FIFA event before. No one knows about them. There's no research to go and do. You can't look back on previous tournaments other than the club playoff that happened at Brentford. That's the only experience they've had in an offline tournament format. And I think that's what Sam Brewster was saying in the build-up, is that there's no footage to watch of me. There's no backup footage to watch of why I am so good on the Xbox. Cantona was nearly through there for a split second. Chance still comes alive now. Saint-Maximin, who does brilliantly well to just keep possession. Fortunately, again, it's a battle of the midfield, so it feels Kante or Hullet. In the colours of Crystal Palace and Patrick Vieira and Ruud Hullet. In the Brentford midfield, the half midfield, that's where a lot of battles are going to be. Across both legs here in the Premier League. 31 minutes gone already, 0-0. Who will have the first laugh in a match where the cash starts to really roll forward? He's just offside, Saint-Maximin. Whiskers offside.
Yeah, it was really nice build-up, actually, from Nick Snebb. He kept it nice and calm, moved the ball from left to right. Little mistake at the back. Sam Brewster shaking off the cobwebs. A third gone here. There's been a couple of those moments already where he is very animated. He'll let you know if he's not happy with something. I think you've got two approaches. You've got sort of the stone, cold, hard look, where players don't really let it sort of affect their performance, or Sam Brewster, where I saw him appealing for a throw-in earlier when the ball went out of play. He had his hand up, asking for the referee and the linesman.
Could be a chance. Firmino, chance, brilliant save from Schmeichel. It's the best one yet that Brentford have created in this game. He knows it was a brilliant chance too. Was there a pass available to maybe cut it back across goal?
He stood up well to it though, the goalkeeper. It was on a tight angle. It's one of those where FIFA at this level's played so quick, it's frantic, it's played at a lightning pace. Those decisions, you look back to them and you think, oh, maybe I could have done that. I could have changed the angle of the pass, or maybe the angle of the shot. But in the moment, in the split-second decision-making, it's so hard. Could be in on the top side.
What's that run of Cristiano Ronaldo in the box? Rashford, is there a cutback available? So is CR7. What a block from Ruben Diaz. He has been an absolute rock at the back this weekend in the Premier League. And once again, the Portuguese defender just sticks out a big left boot.
Rashford had a free rein down that right-hand side. He got forward from midfield, managed to get to the byline, and actually got the cutback off. This game is so quick at the moment.
What's the cutback that could be available? There's the cutback. Ronaldo, one more. Saint-Maximin. Surely not. He timed it green. Found a cutback. Still it's alive for the French midfielder, reverse elastico. And there's no way through in the end. But if he pulled that away, wow. Let's have a little listen in to both teams to hear what they're saying at half-time here.
Edge of the box, I'm doing it.
Well, not much from the side of Crystal Palace. I think zoned in is Nick Snebb, but
We're talking about the rainbow flick, weren't they?
The words that you heard from Sam Brewster there and his teammate Zahinio was, just needs to do a bit more around the edge of the box, was the words we took from that.
Yeah. Not too much being said on the Palace side of things. 45 minutes left to play before you hand over the controller to your teammate and the reverse matchup is played.
Well, it's quite a funny story. Rachel mentioned it on the preview to this one in terms of the music that these guys are playing and playlists. He's only got 2 songs on his playlist to Sam Brewster.
Just on repeat.
Whatever 2 songs they are, pass them about because it's providing you with win after win here in the Premier League. And the one thing that's been so good about these 2 players, Richard, especially for Brentford, is that they've just both pulled their weight. They've both delivered results. They've not needed to fall back on each other heavily with a big scoreline. And to be honest, the same can be said for Crystal Palace.
No, absolutely. There's not been one player who's maybe, I don't want to say carried the duo, but being the more dominant in the duo. The results have sort of gone in their favour, and then the teammate might have lost a couple of games, etc. But both of these two individual duos, Crystal Palace and Brentford, have both been so good in their individual matchups. They've won their individual games. They've drawn their individual games where they need to. There's been very rare situations where a teammate has been handed a very drastic scenario. Probably the only one, the Crystal Palace first matchup where they played against Leeds.
Well, the Liverpool game was, you speak about big performances needed. Nick Snebb did an unbelievable job of keeping Tex at bay. 0-0 that game.
And that also then has a rub-on effect on your teammate when Ethan looks at the game there and goes, you know what, it's a one-legged shootout, it's a one-legged game against Diogo. There's no reason why we can't go and win this. And he went and won it comfortably in the end.
You see a pause coming from one of these two teams. The changes will be made in the last third of the action here. If you have just joined us, this is the Premier League semi-final number 1. It's Brentford against Crystal Palace. It's the first leg of 2. If you haven't been following the format this weekend, the game is played on the Xbox and then the game is played on the PlayStation with an aggregate scoreline being added together, which then equals the final result. Nick Snebb and Palace on the hump for their first real chance in a Brentford goal. Brilliant feat from Rashford. Kante interchange as well with Hullet. Waiting patiently for that killer pass, which became a bit too predictable.
Seen that pause cued for a few seconds now. Eric Cantona jostling away with Varane at the back there. Didn't get the better of the Frenchman. The French defender, I should say. They're both Frenchmen.
Sancho, he's been influential this weekend. That's the Manchester United man. Lovely feed, scoop turn into the box. It shall go. There's an option at the back post. Not happy.
Cantona could be in down the side there. Just have to recycle and hold the possession. There was an opportunity, though, for Cantona to have a run at Varane again. Sam Brewster electing the slower approach.
Nicely done, punch into the feet of Ronaldo. He can't find Eric Cantona. I'd like him to remain quiet in terms of the goals that he has been able to score. Sancho. Palace on the hump for their first real chance at goal. Rudiger in
Really
for the
good
team.
step.
Varane on one side alongside Ruben Dias on the flip side. It's the Chelsea defender and the German team of the year. Honorable mention that does fit into that team still. We have seen a little bit of that in terms of different build-ups in the defensive sides of every competitor in the Premier League. João Cancelo all the way from fullback. He can certainly do a job. Finds Ronaldo. There's the cutback. Saint-Maximin!
What a save!
It's a brilliant save from Van der Sar. You heard Sam Brewster say the words. I read that. Well, Van der Sar certainly did.
What a save. Beautiful build-up play. Again, from Crystal Palace. We've seen the changes being made here for Palace. Looking like Lucas Moura and Felipe Coutinho entering the pitch. I mean, look at the stats. You just saw the XG for a second there. 1.5 for Palace compared to 0.1 for Brentford. It'll be a little bit hard done by at the moment. Will this Crystal Palace side not to be taking a lead into the second leg? However, we do have, 17 minutes left to play. So there is a lot of time for this game to twist and turn as we go into leg number 2.
Ball it's in deep towards the back post. Could be a chance. Coutinho off the bench. The Aston Villa man on loan from Barcelona. Varane. Saint-Maximin! Oh, no! They thought it was in. It's just got wide. I think Sam Brewster looks over and says, wait a minute, chaps. That's not gone into the back of the net. But it was very close to.
What a chance. Left-footed strike. Saint-Maximin, 8 yards out. Rifles it past the post.
And that is the biggest let-off for Brentford and Sam Brewster.
He struggled to create, has Sam Brewster, this game. Especially in the final third. Palace come forward again.
Saint-Maximin can't ball roll scoop turn his way out of that one. He's on top though, Nick Snebb. He has to make something happen here. 10 minutes left on the clock. This is just how competitive these ePremier League games have been as we get round onto round. 0-0 scoreline, but there has been chances.
No, there certainly has been. You just saw him look for the long ball then over the top. Was Sam Brewster. Nick Snebb looking to build up again here through Ruud Gullit in the middle of the park.
Firmino. Building, no way through.
He's in over the top if he plays it. Oh, didn't. Thought there was a pass there potentially. That could have been pinged over.
Saint-Maximin's making that run forward, Richard. He can't get his way through. Cantona's not had a game to remember. He's not on the pitch anymore. Has been subbed off. And with the 3 icons that are allowed in the game.
So at 0-0.
Gullit and Cantona trio.
0-0, where does this result sit better for either of these two sides? I think me personally, I'd probably say slight advantage to Crystal Palace. They've been in this position before. They've been in this 0-0 going into the second leg, saying to Ethan, go and win the game. I think they're probably more happy with the result as it currently is.
Added time of just a minute. Long ball forward, Cristiano Ronaldo!
Oh, must have been offside.
Must have just been offside. 90+1. And we're all square here in the Premier League semi-finals. 0-0 between Crystal Palace and Brentford. But he's not happy with that. I mean, he has been on top, Richard.
He should have scored. He had 2 huge chances. The Edwin van der Sar save at the near post, and then that incredible chance with Saint-Maximin. Somehow he put it past the post. He'll be watching it back. I'm sure it'll be on social media. He looks exasperated.
He's not scored a goal in the last 2 matches he's played. I think that's the bigger picture. Yes, there's a team element to the Premier League here. But he'll be thinking that maybe I need to get a goal. We'll find out in the second leg, which will be coming up very shortly. But for now, let's throw it back to the desk.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Great to have you on board, of course. First time we've heard Brandon and Richard on stream today. Obviously, they sat here for a while. It was a preview, but first time casting that semi-final. It was great to see, of course, a stalemate, though, after leg 1, Tom. Possibly not what we expected. We're all kind of backing Crystal Palace, Brentford being the dark horses, of course. But what a statement for Sam Brewster to, not allow Nick Snebb past him.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much almost cancelled each other out almost. And it was a really good watch, proper entertaining. But credit to Sam, he had a game plan, executed that. He went in defensively, didn't have that many chances, but knew that if he stayed solid on his defensive side, then, no goals were going in. A lot of key chances in the game as well. And it was a really good watch, but Sam can be proud of his performance. And as we can see here, there was a key chance that he had that he could have potentially put away in like the 36th minute, and that might have changed the game. But anything is possible in the second leg.
We are just watching some of those highlights from that matchup just there. Semi-final 1, leg 1. Aga, who'll be the happiest out of the 2 competitors?
I think as the game turned out, I think that Brentford will be happy with the result, because I felt like Brentford started out really well, but then Nick Snebb started to dominate the game and get some good chances, really. So I think they'll both be kind of satisfied because they believe in their teammate, obviously. But I think Brentford will be most happy about that result.
Well, I'm happy you asked that about who's happiest because Aga couldn't really tell us because he's not one of the players. But thankfully, Nicole has both the players and they can tell her how happy or sad they were with that performance, Nicole.
Yes, I'm here with Sam and Nick Snebb. Sam, I'll come to you because you probably just heard the guys there saying that they think you'll be the happiest with that performance. But I'm looking at your face right now and you don't seem too happy.
I'm not happy with how I played, especially going forward. I thought defensively I was pretty good most of the game. Nick Snebb's obviously very good when you get the ball into striker's feet, but I thought most of the game with Gullit and Vieira I was really good cutting out those passing lanes. But going forward I did nothing, so I get why they're saying that, because I didn't really look like scoring a goal and he did. So, but result's not the end of the world. Obviously our back piece to go and get a win and get us into the final.
Was that quite frustrating for you then, because you feel like you could have done better? You know what you can do?
Yeah, no, it was really frustrating going forward because I was always one pass off so many times and just kept on playing the wrong pass or playing a double tap when I didn't need to. So that was getting a bit annoying. But then defensively, I kept my head well, so not the end of the world.
Do you think that it was the nerves? This is such a big occasion right here on the big stage. Loads of people watching, all the cameras. You're in the semi-final. It's a lot to take in.
It wasn't nerves. It was just going forward. When I got the ball, I was I was too eager to attack. I kept on losing the ball like third pass of a sequence. It's just like you can't do it. Can't do that at this level and expect to get anywhere.
But you've got Peace up next in the second leg. You've done very well. I think it was Brandon earlier on commentary saying that actually both teams, no one's really had to carry the other one this weekend.
No, in our first game, I won the first game by 3 goals. Second game, Peace won his game by 3 goals. Obviously, we both drew our games against Brighton, and then Chelsea was not really a massive game because it was just to see we were both already through. So in group stage, it was fairly even, and then obviously we both won our quarterfinals games.
So you're thinking that Peace can do this?
He can definitely do it. Like, as much as he's not as well known as Ethan, and Ethan's obviously incredible. Like, from some of the goals he scored yesterday and today have been outrageous. So he can definitely do it.
Right, Nick Sneb, you all right? Are you okay? I mean, you heard the guys again saying that Sam's probably the happier one out of the two of you. What did you make of your performance?
I didn't play well. Should have won the game still, but now I know, like, after the game that's done, you obviously see some of the reactions. Like, during the game, it's a bit tough to take, but after the game, knowing that Ethan's going to the second game with the same level, I'm backing Ethan all the way, so, yeah.
What was going through your head then? I mean, you're experienced. You seemed quite composed. Were the nerves getting to you at all?
I don't know, to be honest. I just show emotions when I can't score or I'm struggling anyway, so not so much emotions because of the arena that I'm in, although it can be. But yeah, I just think I just didn't play too well, but we move on.
And Ethan is up next. You guys obviously know each other very well. You're backing him to get this for the team?
Of course, 100%. I mean, level before the game to say a best of one with Ethan versus Tina. Ethan, 100%, man.
Right, thank you guys. It is all to play for. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nicole. I mean,
we're both kind of like listening because you're so close to us here. I mean, I'll pick up first. Shall I go with Sam and then you can talk about what Nick Sneb was saying? Sam, he said he was making a lot of mistakes, guys, and he said maybe he was a little bit too eager as well. I guess that's what's coming with this top level, this high pressure situation, and that's what happens when you do kind of try and press and you're not really sure what you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, at this high level and in the semi-finals, decision making is always going to be so key. You want to make the right passes, you want to make the right moves, but then at the same time, you need to remember that because it's such a high level, your opponent can pretty much read what you're going to do, even though they kind of don't really know what's coming. So these are all sort of things you need to consider, and you don't really want to play the ball forward too quick because you're prone to the counter. And again, because it's such a high level, if you do get countered, the likelihood of scoring is quite high. So it's a lot to think about, and mistakes do happen. They do occur.
We've talked about the pressure building for all of these players, and feels like it's building more and more. The tension in the room as the friends and family area starts to fill up, as the spotlights go down. We're in the centre pod right now, and it's 0-0 going into a second leg. It genuinely just comes down to 90 in-game minutes of FIFA, possibly, of course, extra time and penalties as well. But it's this match, and that is it to get through to the grand final.
Yeah, it's getting close now, really, and you really gotta have ice in your veins and staying calm now, because now the pressure starts to kick in for real. And both of the teams obviously want to get to the final now and feel like they're close. So the mental game really starts now. Yeah.
Well, both players seemingly a little bit frustrated with leg one there. Nick Sneb as well, so he didn't play too well, but maybe that was just Sam Brewster from Brentford frustrating him a little bit there at half-time between the two legs. It is 0-0, of course. Can we find a goal in the second half? That's coming up after this short break.
This is it. It's all to play for. You can't help but be impressed with his focus. He's lined that up perfectly. Oh, it's there!
Scan your ePremier rewards card for a chance to win Premier League tickets every 90 minutes.
Well, welcome back to the Premier League Grand Finals. You join us for the semi-final stages at the halfway point, where we just saw Brentford play against Crystal Palace on the Xbox. It was 0-0 at half-time, but there's still so much to play for here, with the first team looking to book their spot in the Grand Final. Myself, Brandon Smith, and my good friend Richard Buckley guiding you through this one. A 0-0, Richard, but there was a lot more in that game than just a goalless affair, wasn't it?
No, there certainly was. It was an end-to-end game. We heard the interviews there with Nicole, and I think Crystal Palace will be disappointed not to take something out of that game, to have a goal advantage or even two coming into the second semi-final. However, you've got to say the pressure really starts to pick up right now.
Well, this is it. You win the game, you're the Grand Final, £15,000 guaranteed. And the best part is, this is honestly a clean slate. It's a 0-0. It's a best of one. But Crystal Palace have been in this position before, Richard, in their quarter-final tie against Liverpool. It was Nick Snebb that kept Tex at bay. At a 0-0 scoreline, Ethan came out cruising against Diogo Mendes. Could be an early chance for Ethan to find the cutback. Froland Saint-Maximin just couldn't angle his run for the cutback that was looking for available. Here's Brentford now. Cristiano Ronaldo fancied a shot. It was quite audacious from that far out. The one thing that we know about Zohinio, he likes to score goals. Yes, at the back can be a bit leaky at times, but
he throws bodies forward.
And he scores plenty of goals. He's only lost one game, one individual leg so far in this ePremier League journey. It came yesterday, last game of the day in the groups against Chelsea. By that point, Brentford have already qualified themselves for the knockout stages. And today, he was able to win his quarter-final tie against Aston Villa. And their PlayStation player, Carl Rowley, scored 3 goals, in fact. Ethan building pressure on his shoulders to get Crystal Palace over the line to their first ever Grand Final in the Premier League. Good feed, Sancho back to goal. Is there one more pass available? Ruud Gullit thought about it.
Kante just in the right place at the right time. Jadon Sancho was dancing on this near side, just waiting for a Brentford player, Zohinio, to go across and tackle him. He let him work his way into the box. A little bit risky. If you're like a player of Ethan's attacking capabilities, wander into your penalty area like that.
Kante just doing enough, though, there. Nicely done. This is the build-up speed that we've seen from Brentford all weekend long here in London. Salah, cut back, available! Brilliant save at the Sar. Sancho tries to get a second bite at it, but just about. Carl Walker does enough.
It'll feel a little bit hard done by him. Well, Zohinio probably should have scored that. The cutback was really nice. Froland Saint-Maximin slightly twisting as he went to shoot. Couldn't generate as much power as he wanted on the strike. And then the rebound could have gone anywhere. It was not clear at all from Van der Sar between the sticks.
Crystal Palace, they might not have topped Group C yesterday, but they were equal on points with Leeds United, who are also one of our other semi-final teams here in the Premier League. All to do, though, for a spot in the Grand Final. Remember, that second semi-final comes up straight after this one. Leeds United take on Norwich. And Leeds United looking to get over the line this time. They were Grand Finalists last year. And as you know, it was Manchester City winning the 2021 ePremier League. This time round, we're guaranteed to find a new winner, a new club to lift the Premier League trophy. Palace looking to build into this attack. Ethan Higgins won his quarter-final, which was enough to send them through to this semi-final matchup. It was a 3-1 win against Diogo Mendes of Liverpool, which again, he had a lot of pressure on his shoulders in that game, Richard. It's in the exact same scenario now.
No, it certainly did. The pressure was on. The pressure was building for him, and I think in that particular matchup, he managed to get that slightly early goal that settled the nerves, but also put the pressure on your opponent. When it is tied going into this second game, the first goal is so important because it almost forces your hand on your opponent. It makes them change formation, change custom tactics, and go more aggressive. That's where you can pick players off, get a late goal, get a couple of late goals, and it makes the scoreline look a lot nicer than it actually was. It was probably a really tight game. You get a couple of late goals, and it's a 4-1 score.
Ronaldo just about brushes off Ruben Dias, his Portuguese national teammate. Watch out from a finesse from this sort of angle. Good feet from another Portuguese player who's featured heavily in all the teams. João Cancelo is Team of the Year item in the game. Back to goal, Cristiano Ronaldo, roulette, cuts back inside, reverse Elasticos into the feet of N'Golo Kante. For a split second there, that looked dangerous. And this looks even more dangerous as yellow shirts look to strive forward for Brentford. 10 minutes away from half-time. We are still yet to see a goal in this semi-final. Who has the nerve?
It's not through lack of trying, though. There's been some really good chances, few good saves, big blocks and defensive moments so far. We will get a goal, I can guarantee it.
No sign of Reece James in this team. Kyle Walker comes into the mix. Another win again. I've got to say, so far I've been more impressed with Ethan in his first 40 minutes. Certainly feels like he's had more of the possession. More of the ball in this area of the pitch. Kyle Walker from fullback looking to cause a bit of an overload on this right-hand side. It's meant for Jadon Sancho to get back and defend. Last chance of the first half. Will we see the first goal? Saint-Maximin looking to build. Tries to squeeze it through. It's a routine day from Rudiger as that ball just took a slight defection on the way through. And that'll do us for half-time here. Let's have a little listen in to both teams. Well, just for those at home, you might be wondering that there's basically a microphone in the camera closest to the players, so we couldn't see or hear too much from Brentford there as they just pulled away to whisper to his teammate in Sam West. But we did hear something from the Crystal Palace cam, didn't we, Richard?
Yeah, they were talking about how Jorginho is playing. He's happy to stand off. He's happy to sort of wait for the pressure, very similar to what we were saying in that first half from the commentary perspective. However, they also said it was Footwiz Dan in the booth, who's coaching the Crystal Palace team. He was saying they're one pass away from that goal. They're one sort of movement away, one key play away from getting that goal. Keep it the same and keep on building. It will come, it will happen.
Ronaldo does so well. Just offside was Jadon Sancho there with the flick on. There's only been one game where Jorginho has conceded, or has not conceded a goal. That came yesterday in a really impressive win against West Ham for Brentford.
4-0.
Other than that, he does concede, he does score a lot more goals, we've rightly said.
Could be a chance.
Sancho on the build-up, Ronaldo's there, so Saint-Maximin queuing up in the box. There are just two lines of Crystal Palace shirts, midfielders and defenders back. Not the pass he wanted, does recover well. This is nice, Ronaldo finds Saint-Maximin. Is there one more pass? Ball roll, confidence, need it! And confidence personified from Jorginho. And it's the Bees that have a breakthrough in this semi-final. 55 minutes on the clock. Alan Saint-Maximin with that foot fancy item. Cool, calm and composed. And they take the lead in this semi-final.
Such a beautifully weighted pass. Just played it on a plate to Saint-Maximin. Might have been against the runner play. But Brentford in the lead as it stands, 30 minutes away from an ePremier League grand final. Nobody was even talking about Brentford before they stepped foot here at the ePremier League finals. Now they're the talk of the town.
Saint-Maximin trying to find a way back for Crystal Palace. They've won it back nicely on the edge of the box here. Pull it. Saint-Maximin, too much for Jadon Sancho as he just tries his best to lunge out to the tackle, falls to the ground.
The ball roll was so cute. to get past the goalkeeper.
It had to be, didn't it?
It was inches, centimetres.
Well, quite an interesting story about Sahinio. He's actually good friends with Ivan Toney, Brentford forward. They went to the same school.
He messaged him, didn't he, Ivan, when he qualified and won the club playoff, saying, "Well done, let's see a performance from you at the EPL finals. I'm sure we're getting in contact if they go through here into the grand final."
I couldn't have asked for much more from this performance. What a ball! What a block from Ruben Diaz! It was on a plate for Cristiano Ronaldo.
Ethan, he's doing everything right. He just cannot get that goal. It's eluded him. We've seen that exact move where he sort of player looks to the front post, wins the first contact, wins the first flick on, and then you see the flooding numbers into the box.
Palace, desperate for a goal. Time just ticking down. It's not on their side. Needs to get the ball into Ronaldo. Saint-Maximin, they'll queue up well. Kante, Saint-Maximin, Ruben Diaz has been absolutely superb.
And as those Crystal Palace shirts start going forward more and more, as you see the full-backs, as you see the wingers staying up, the central midfielders joining the attack, there's going to be gaps, there's going to be spaces to exploit for Brentford. I'm surprised I've not seen a pause at the moment.
It's time for one, isn't it?
It's time for a pause, even if it's on the defensive end for Brentford, to shore up, maybe bring on another midfielder. Patrick Vieira, prime icon moments, could be that man. For Palace, there's 18 minutes left. I know the talk at half-time was keep it the way it is, and you might get the breakthrough. This could be it.
Look at the time. Alan Saint-Maximin! Crystal Palace have their answer. And it's a very similar finish to what Brentford got just 20 minutes before that. A long ball over the top, a ball roll that you had to be composed for because you had a lot of time to think about that.
And now we're in the pause. I talked about the pause. It came after the goal. Maybe Ethan just knew that there was a breakthrough coming. There was a goal on the horizon. Ball over the top, very direct. Just pinged it over Saint-Maximin. He's got that electric pace. He's got that acceleration and sprint speed to get past that last man. Ball roll past the goalkeeper, and you heard the noise when that goal went in. I think there's a few fan favourites in there supporting not only Crystal Palace but Footwiz as well, where both of these two do play.
Certainly feels like they've just been one game away, one step away this year. Both Ethan and Nick Snebb, they were so close to qualifying for the FGS Team of the Season Cup, a sideline esports tournament. Goes alongside the FIFA Global Series, which the Premier League does play a part of.
Big 15 minutes remaining.
This really could swing anyway here in the Premier League. Nicely done, Jadon Sancho. All the time in the world until Carl Walker came and hit the ball off him. Subs on the pitch, Lucas Moura comes on for Crystal Palace. Keep an eye on him on the far-hand side of the screen.
Rashford for Brentford on this far left-hand side, I think it is, closest towards the camera and the touchline where the managers are, just for people watching at home. Expect to see those two players, Rashford and Moura, on each side. The ball sort of forced out to them because they're the fresh men.
Sancho bearing down a goal. He's done a great job to pull out Rafael Varane here. That's his flashback FIFA Ultimate Team item that has been used across the Premier League Grand Finals. Final 7 minutes here. If we are all square after these two legs, we'll play one more leg. Ronaldo, Pato Kante. Look at the space, chance, Jadon Sancho, cuts back, Saint-Maximin! And that time Ruben Diaz in a Crystal Palace shirt, doing his duty on the opposite end of the pitch.
Right place, right time, as that ball was fired back into the penalty box.
Now Cancelo lofts it, does well. Varane! Oh! It was time green, and often when it sparks green above the player's head, it normally means that ball's flying to the back of the net. A minute plus additional time. Sancho Back to Lucas Moura. Last minute chance. Is he onside? He is. Sancho. This is nice. Saint-Maximin. Come back. Cristiano Ronaldo wants the block from Kante. And that will do us for 2 legs of FIFA. 180 minutes. There is nothing to separate the 2 London clubs here in the Premier League semi-finals.
Last ditch defending from Brentford with the final kick of the game. Ronaldo couldn't get his shot away in time. As they exchange niceties.
And there we have it. That's 180 minutes played. There's still more to this story, but for now, let's pass it back to the desk to get their thoughts off this matchup.
The 2 of them at all. Look at this. It is now going to extra time and penalties. That will be decided by a coin toss as to which console we will be going on, which players we will be seeing as well. A little debrief there. Let's have a debrief of our own at the desk. Aga, couldn't separate the 2 of them.
Yeah, it was very, very tight. A very tense game, a lot of nerves, especially at the end of the second leg here. Even just pushing, and was so close in the end. But heroic defending from Brentford over the 2 legs, I think. Crystal Palace with a slightly advantage in terms of game and play. They're knocking on the door, but anything can happen, really.
Yeah, totally. Let's get into the highlights, though, straight away and break down what we did see in those 2 legs. This is the second leg now, of course, where we did get those 2 goals. The first one, though, coming from Brentford, and this attack, not quite, that was a chance. And Brentford still with the ball at the moment. Just again trying to find a space, and that was their first goal then. Scored by Peace, of course, for them. And 65 minutes approaching on the clock, and Crystal Palace trying to find one back. Still working it in and around the box. It still took a little while for them to find the back of the net. Saint-Maximin then one-on-one with the keeper, finally buried that one to draw things level, of course, and that's why we saw it go to extra time. And it's quite fitting, I'm going to say, Tom, that we see our first extra time in our first semi-final.
Yeah, I mean, literally from both legs, you could not separate them. It's been such a tight game, but it's credit to both of them. Both been very, very good in the attack. Both been very, very good in the defence. Both taking their chances. There's not been many chances. So for them to actually take those chances literally tells you about the level they're at, the level they're playing, and the stakes at hand. So I'm interested to see what happens now. It's our first time, so let's see it all unfold.
Now the coin toss has happened, that has occurred, so that means that Xbox will be the console that we see the extra time and penalties, possible penalties, happening. So it means we go back across to Sam and Nixneb. They did play in that first leg. We'll be going back to them for that extra time and possible penalties as well. Let's hear from the 2 competitors that just faced off in that second leg, though. Both Peace and Ethan are with Nicole.
Yep, it is all level right now. You're both let out a big sigh of relief there. Peace, I'll come to you first. That was intense. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was an intense game. Like I said before the game, obviously Ethan's an amazing player. But obviously I know that I've been working hard, to compete at this level. So, I went for it. Just took the lead. Run my luck sometimes. Obviously, he's going to create chances. That's the level of player that I'm playing. I felt like I could have, held it out. A bit disappointed to concede so late on in the game. It's one of those things. But as I said, top player, doesn't have chances, and he took one of his chances. So it's one of those. Like I said, it hurts a bit having the lead, but it is what it is, and then I've got to go over it now.
And also against such good opposition, I mean, you've got to be pretty happy you're still in it.
Oh yeah, of course. Like I said, you obviously at the semi-final stage, it's an easy game. It's probably our toughest matchup so far. Obviously, I felt like I held my own for most parts of the game. And like I said, it's just one of those where you could have gone either way. So it's ended a draw. I guess it's fair dues to that then.
And now it's all back on Sam. How do you feel about that? Are you kind of relieved that the pressure's not on you right now?
Mixed emotions. Obviously, I won't be stressing, but I'll be more stressed because obviously if it was in my hands, I'll sleep knowing I let myself down. But obviously Sam's amazing. He's been brilliant. For me, one of the best performers this weekend. I trust him. No, there's no pressure from me. I hope he does his best, and we'll see what happens at the end of the game.
And as a team, you've been great. We were saying earlier, no one's had to carry the other one. So I know that you'll have a lot of confidence in him. And he's pretty confident in himself, isn't he?
I mean, he should be. I mean, if anything, he's carried me to, this week, and he's been amazing. Every game I've had a lead, essentially, bar one game. You know, he's been amazing. He knows what he can do. Obviously, like we're playing, you know, Nick Sneb knows what Nick Sneb can do. I think it'll be a great game. Two great players going for it, so you're just going to enjoy it.
Oh, this is going to be tense. Ethan, how are you feeling after that?
It's my own fault. I kind of let a very, very sloppy goal in. Like, it's poor offside trap. Like, I shouldn't have really given like a 1-0 lead in like such late on in the game. But I'm happy. I should have credited a little bit more. So I'm a little bit upset with my performance. But it goes back to Nick Sneb, and I'm really, really confident in him.
Do you feel like you wish that you could be doing it now, or are you? I know that you'll have full confidence in him. Again, you guys know each other very well, but this is hard for you guys to now sit back, right, and just watch.
Yeah, it is hard. I genuinely do wish he was back on me. Like, I feel like, because I prefer having the pressure on me than rather have behind Nick Sneb. But like I said, I do back him, but I would prefer to be playing. Keep it going.
This is going to be a very good matchup, isn't it? Two very good players, and we've seen what Sam can do. And also, again, the whole underdog story, you can't write anyone off.
You really can't. Like, let's be honest, like Brentford, honestly, I think a lot of people wrote them off, but next thing you know, they're in the semi-finals. They're causing us a lot of havoc. Like, I'm throat's dry. No, honestly, it's so tough. It's so tough. I'm literally speechless after them 2 games.
I know, I don't blame you. Right, I'll let you guys go and get ready. Good luck. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nicole, for that interview. Well, let's just talk about what we're about to get into then. Extra time and possible penalties. And this momentum occasion that we have here, we actually heard, didn't we, from Carl Rowley earlier. He might have said it off camera. He said the whole Brentford squad actually are watching how this is unfolding here. They're really into this weekend. But we were just talking about the pressure. Tom, and we were watching, obviously, we're pretty close here to see how everyone looks when we were watching that last leg. And it actually looked like Sam was super relaxed. He was almost smiling at us, wasn't he? On the contrast to Nick Sneb, who was sitting there, hands over his face, watching and living every moment of Ethan. So just looking at that and their emotions, it looks like Sam's the much more chilled out player.
Yeah, I mean, right now from, you know, the reactions that we saw, it looks like Sam was chilled. He was sort of like almost like leaning back, quite relaxed, and, you know, not really, don't want to say not too worried, but he had a lot of faith in peace. So it'll be interesting to see as we move on into extra time. Obviously, in comparison to Nick Sneb, who was a bit more worried and, you know, was a little bit more closed off. But, you know, extra time, anything's possible. And these are two very good players. I can't wait to see it all unfold.
Maybe, though, that I've just said the Brentford team are watching, maybe he's going to feel a bit more pressure on his shoulders. I don't know if either of them can hear that. I know Peace is a big Brentford fan. The Brentford boys apparently are watching at home, guys, FYI. Anyway, Carl, I know you had a question.
Yeah. This is a really interesting situation now, because I'm not sure if any of these players have ever had to take part in extra time and penalties after not playing the 90 minutes before. I mean, this is, again, something they're going to have to adapt to, Aga.
Yeah, that was my point as well. I was about to say that it must be a bit weird to come in and have to play a shorter amount of time. So you have to really be ready from the first whistle here, because if you get behind, you don't have a lot of time. So yeah, must be very tense. Just looking forward to see it, really.
Well, it is very tense, of course, and this is the first time we have seen extra time throughout the weekend so far, and it will decide a spot in the grand finals, of course. It is Brentford taking on Crystal Palace. Extra time is coming your way right now. Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley have the pleasure of taking us through this one.
Thank you very much, Rachel. 180 minutes was not enough to separate Crystal Palace and Brentford in our first semi-final here in the ePremier League. So now we need 30 more minutes plus penalties, which is going to be stressful for these two, especially on the Xbox, Richard. For Nick Sneb, hasn't scored a goal across the last 2 games he's played.
Not only that, but I think Kyle and Agawa just alluding to it. The fact that you almost switch off, you take a back seat, you let your teammate play, and then you're going back into the fire right now. You're stepping back into the oven where it's 180 degrees, 200 degrees, because you've got extra time and penalties. This will fly by, this extra time period.
I mean, what we're going to talk about, each half, maximum 2 chances.
If that, 1 chance maybe. We're going to see. We're going to find out.
Well, if this has been your first taste of competitive FIFA, do not go anywhere. That's for the 90th minute whistle. And we're playing 30 more minutes of it. There was a coin toss done before the game. That's why we're over on the Xbox. But this is all to play for. You win this game, you've got a grand final spot, £15,000 guaranteed. And we are underway officially now. Back on the Xbox, it's Nick Sneb from left to right in those Crystal Palace traditional colours and in the away strip of Brentford. It is Sam Brewster, a player that no one knew coming into this ePremier League. Now, the whole of the UK and the world know him. They had a 0-0 game, these two, across the first 90 minutes. Which way will extra time fall? Jadon Sancho, this is Crystal Palace now, building up for their first chance of the game. Too much time in the box, and Maximin Ronaldo, Ruben Dias.
Again, he's been so clutch. Seems like whenever there needs to be a yellow Brentford shirt there, there's Ruben Dias, there's N'Golo Kante just throwing themselves at the ball. He's in, he's in.
There's Cristiano Ronaldo, scoop turn, see you later! He timed it red! It may have been on target, but there was not the full conviction behind the shot from Cristiano Ronaldo. We said this was open, it was open when they played in their opening game. End-to-end FIFA here.
Oh, he has to score.
Just brings a bit of calmness to this for a few minutes. But that's 10 minutes gone already. 10 minutes of extra time out the window. 2 chances already played.
You can't red time that. And you looked, Sam Brewster turned around, just thought, what have I just done? He red timed it. What an opportunity.
What a ball though. What an exit from the scoop turn from Cristiano Ronaldo. Does well now on the flip side for Crystal Palace. That popular ball roll scoop turn that we're seeing time and time again be so influential. And part of any pro player's attacking play style. Eric Cantona has been the man of the moment and the man of the tournament for Brentford. And Sam Brewster's used
nice.
him. Good feed, Jadon Sancho. Even better tackle from Rudiger. Defensively, Sam Brewster has been sound.
Both sides have been outstanding defensively, and that's why we've seen so little goals, because they've both just cancelled each other out at every opportunity.
Added time in the half-time of extra time. Scoop turn, CR7, see you later! Van der Sar needed to save the day for Brentford. In it goes, last chance of the 45. Ronaldo gets there.
Still playing.
Van der Sar went down to ground. We've played the additional time. This chance will still be allowed to play. So Maximin, brilliant feat. Just needs to win the ball back to Brentford, and we will be going into half-time and extra time. But Palace will do their best to have the last chance of the 15. The ball went the wrong way. He knows it. Nick Sneb. And Richard, we said it would fly fast. 15 minutes played here. Still all to play for.
2 big chances. You just saw the stats there. I know the stats are a little bit sort of incorrect because we played the 90 minutes, then we restarted. In that extra time period, Brentford had 18% of possession. 1-8. And they should have scored.
Yeah. Well, let's take what we can out of the Xbox game when these two played as well. I think on paper, Nick Sneb was the better player in that game as well. And you saw it in his interview afterwards. He was so disappointed that he didn't find a way through. But you're rightly so. Ruben Dias, surely the defender of the tournament. He has been here, there and everywhere. Just huge blocks coming out for him.
But then also the save from Van der Sar from the shot that Nick Sneb created. The dancing inside the box. The Elastico popped it off. Green timed it as well. And a great save. That's a really, really important win straight from kickoff as well. Nick Sneb instantly turning over possession. He's got a chance to go forward.
Look at the background there of Sam Brewster, his teammate. He can't bear to look. Can barely even watch. Here's Palace on the hunt for a goal that will send them into the Premier League Grand Final. Penalties could be on the horizon. They certainly will be in 10 minutes. Look at Cantona. That number 9 shirt is lofted into the French forward, and it's nicely done back to Schmeichel.
A little bit too direct there for Brentford. They saw the run of Cantona just trying to force it over the top, trying to win a second ball, trying to win a first contact. Didn't happen for them. Nick Sneb relinquishes possession straight out of play.
The pressure, Richard, is building.
Penalties are on the horizon.
As every minute passes, 1 minute closer towards penalties, the dreaded penalties it could be. Massive game, not just the Premier League club on. You back your teammate, praying that you can get the job done. Can't imagine how nervous it is for the teammate sitting back and watching this. Final 5 minutes, Palace, rightly so, have been in possession, dominating possession, 70+ possession they've had in this extra time period. Brentford just have struggled to get the ball, let alone keep it. Saint-Maximin, the only goal scorer in this semi-final for both teams. Brentford, a bit of a fancy pass, it does get dispossessed. Brentford on the hunt, and again, it's just a bit too forced. I think he knows that. Here we go, last chance in normal time.
He's playing for it. He knows what it means.
Nick Snip with the biggest chance of all, won it back for Brentford. This would be a story.
1 minute.
If they were to go forward and counter-attack now, it might fall back the other way for Crystal Palace. He knows it. It's a massive tackle from Rudiger, who's out of position ever so slightly. We've played the added time. They win the ball back.
Goes forward.
Could be a chance. João Cancelo wins it off to a penalty shootout to decide a grand final. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, as it's Crystal Palace to defend first. Up steps Brentford's Eric Cantona, scores. Will it be 1-for-1 for Crystal Palace with Marcus Rashford? Up steps Nick Snebb, saved!
Rude Hullet from 12 yards. Steps up to the spot, smashes it down the middle. Advantage Brentford 2-0 up. Can he reply? Yes, he can. 2-1.
Chance to go 3 from 3 for Brentford. Up steps CR7, Mr. Reliable as always. It's a must-score scenario for Crystal Palace with their Cristiano Ronaldo. Up steps CR7, saved!
Huge advantage to Brentford. If they score, that's it. It does score. Brentford in the Premier League final.
The fairy tale continues for the Bees. It's a grand final in their first ever competitive FIFA tournament. They might not have known each other before coming in, but everybody knows them now. They've created a relationship across the last 48 hours that will continue for a lifetime. Crystal Palace out, Brentford in the Premier League Grand Finals. What a semi-final that was.
What a semi-final. What a storyline we are building here at the Premier League Finals. Brentford, in their first ever Premier League Finals, of course, getting promoted this season, are into the Grand Finals, winning there on penalties. 4 penalties to 1 only, scored by Crystal Palace. Nick Snebb there on your screen, can't quite believe it. Peace though, he literally was covering his face there. He couldn't watch his teammate Sam Brewster when he was standing up and taking the penalties, but Sam did it. He stayed Mr. Cool. He was looking Mr. Cool throughout that. Tom and I were commenting on just how composed he's been looking, and he's done it. He can do no more. He's in that grand final. He has to wait and see who, of course, is going to be joining him out of Leeds and Norwich City. This is a massive day unfolding in front of us, guys. Please come back and join us with all this action. It's going to be something special. We do, though, have our first grand finalists. Brentford, of course, are making it through. We'll see you after the break to get the thoughts of our grand finalists.
Wouldn't be here if I didn't want to win. I want to bring the first trophy back to Newcastle since the 60s.
So it's a great feeling being able to tell people that you're representing a Premier League side.
So the first year, a couple of years back, I didn't have any experience, but now I've got a lot of experience under my belt, so I just can't wait to get started and hopefully just smash everyone.
Being back here, seeing the buzz in the VIP room, seeing the buzz in the players' room, seeing the buzz on set, and seeing just how amazing it all looks, the bright lights, the music, knowing that we're going on air, nothing beats it.
Every single year that it's been on, I've watched it. Sometimes the favourite wins, sometimes they don't, and that's what's so great about it.
The nerves get to people and they just unravel. You have to believe in yourself. On an event I did about 2 weeks ago, it was the final and this individual lost because they did not believe in themselves and they let the nerves get to them. And of course, you have to grind out the game for possibly up to 8-10 hours a day. This is what these guys do, okay?
My best match in EPL was the 2020 version when I beat Tex in the console final on Xbox, because Tex was always the the guy to beat an EPL, and it was a great feeling to beat him and win the Xbox console at the same time.
It means a lot to me to make the ePremier League finals because I think it's like a main stage where I can show how good I really am. I qualified for the ePremier League last year, and it was online, it wasn't as good, but yeah, this time I'm just so excited. I qualified about a month ago, and since then I've just been thinking about it all the time.
I want to win as many trophies as I can and be regarded as obviously one of the best FIFA players in the world, which I state myself as, but I need that trophy to back my point up, because if I don't have that trophy, no one's going to believe me. I don't know when it's going to happen, but potentially, you know, it's going to be this weekend, I hope so.
My most memorable game in the ePremier League came in FIFA 19 against Cardiff City. It went the extra time and I seen the clock tick over the 120th minute. I thought, oh, here we go, penalties on live telly. But Kevin De Bruyne hit one from 20 yards, went in the back of the net, and the relief that comes through the body when you win in the last minute, especially with all the big cameras, was really good.
You know, stepping up from remote to LAN is a massive difference. I think one that all the players relish. I mean, surely that's why you become a pro. You want to be here in person, lights, camera, action, all the nerves. That's when, you know, the true champions come out.
I'm hoping to see some upsets. I think that there's some players that are here, it'll be their first LAN event. It'll be their first event where in the last 2 years they've become pro players. They're old enough now to actually compete. And this will be their first event where the pressure is there, the cameras are on, the lights are on, there's an audience in front of you, not just over a screen. And I'm hoping to see some upsets, and I'm really hoping that some of those players that haven't got a name for themselves yet come out of this tournament this weekend established, and people look at them on the FIFA scene and say, wow, this is someone that we've got to look out for in the future.
Year on year, the talent is getting better. Obviously, when it started a couple of years ago, you know, players were still good back then, but obviously years and years of practice. A lot of these players probably didn't even qualify a few years ago, or didn't even try to qualify, and now they're all coming through the ranks. There's so many youngsters as well this year, 16, 17 years old. So I play FIFA, but these guys definitely would smash me out the park. You know, they're the best of the best. Every single player here that's qualified for this event, you know, they've gone through hundreds of people from the team that they obviously represent, and to come out on top, they've got to be really good. And I'm looking forward to see who comes out on top.
It is everything. It's not just one thing. You have to be well versed in everything to become the Premier League champion this weekend.
Welcome back to the ePremier League finals weekend. It is Championship Sunday. We have had our first semi-final and we have our first victor that's going through to our grand final. Brentford, it is their first year here in the ePremier League and they've made it all the way to that grand final. Here is our bracket right now. As you can see, Brentford, they took on Aston Villa, then they took on Crystal Palace. In that matchup, it went all the way to penalties and they've made their way to the grand final. Next up in semi-final number 2, Leeds United. Well, they beat Everton. They're taking on Norwich City, who defeated Chelsea 5-2 before. The winner of that will make their way through to face Brentford in that grand final. 2 ePremier League trophies up for grabs, obviously for each competitor, and £30,000 as well. But I will say this, the Brentford duo, they've now guaranteed themselves a minimum £15,000, Tom. Incredible.
Incredible feat, and you know, they probably went into this themselves probably knowing, but you know, a lot of people didn't really have the expectations on them. They probably didn't have much expectations of themselves at the time, but you know, they've really stepped into it, really got warm in the group stages. They looked really comfortable. I don't think they lost actually, and you know, they've moved on to quarterfinals, comfortably won their semi-finals, you know, went down to, you know, penalties. Sometimes that's just the way that the game goes, but they'll be looking at the final and thinking, I've got this amount of money locked in, why can't I go all the way?
I mean, I'm not sure they'll be thinking of that money just at this moment, Tom. Maybe we'll talk more about money as the competition progresses, of course. But Nicole Holiday, our reporter, she caught up with our grand finalists, the Brentford boys, a short while ago.
Sam, peace. Congratulations. But get a smile on your face. Congratulations. You are through to the ePremier League final. How does it feel?
It's a bit nuts. Like, yeah, no, that game's taken it out of me, but like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Like, the fact we're here, like, you ask any of the 38 players, 30 other players, all the coaches, they say, are Brentford going to be in the final? They say, no chance. But we came here and we played how we know we can play, and you know, that's how FIFA works. Like the top level is so level kind of between the top 40 of us that this could have been anyone. We played well this weekend and now we're here.
And then extra time, and then a penalty shootout. I was in the corner getting all hot and bothered. How was it for you?
No, it's first of all like watching Peace, and he scored a really good goal to go 1-0 up, and then obviously 1-0, knowing that it was going to come back to Xbox was a bit tense. Also, having just been sat there for half an hour with my nerves like all over the shop, I played badly again in the 30 minutes, but luckily I've been practicing those penalties with no cursor since I qualified. And, you know, I hit a really good first penalty and then knew after that he thought I was good at penalties, so therefore I knew I could go middle. And, yeah, we got away with it.
You had the confidence in the end. Peace. How you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. You know, it's a surreal moment. I had a tough game with Ethan. I thought I could have nicked it. I got some lucky. I got some good boxing. He's so good, and you know, but we're decent. We deserve to be here. Obviously, he's been writing us off. You know, but like Sam said, we just said, we'll play our game, see how it goes, no pressure, and it's been amazing, and we're in the grand final, it's crazy, man.
And you could hear some of the players who haven't made it this far cheering on Palace. How was that for you guys? You didn't let it bother you, clearly.
No, obviously, it's not the nicest thing when obviously everybody's in the rooms against you and all that kind of thing, but obviously, they got friends that are going to support their friend and all that, that's fine. So, like Sam said, obviously, we're basically nobody's here, but, we've made our name so far, and, now we're going to go one more and keep believing,
You think you can do it?
It's either Norwich or Leeds and so many quality players, again, experienced pros, big names. But what's one more, David, one more Goliath to slay, why not?
All right, thank you so much. Go take it all in and get ready for the final.
Thank you.
Peace was out of there right away, wasn't it? He has got lots of preparations to do. So interesting listening to them too, though. Just mention about some of the other pros, the friends and family area, and getting used to the FIFA community, let's say. They're going to pick a side. They chose Crystal Palace, but it was Brentford who went through. I guarantee after the grand final, though, they'll walk back into that friends and family area and all of the other pros will welcome them with open arms. Aga.
Yeah, definitely a remarkable performance throughout the week. Just got to say congratulations to them, really. What a debut to the scene, and coming here playing in front of a crowd as well here in the semi-final and be able to handle the pressure that well on the penalties. Yeah, remarkable really for Brentford.
Tom, what statement do you think it puts out as well to the FIFA community and the next generation of players wanting to come through and find themselves here at the EPL finals? The fact that, Sam and Peace are relative newcomers to the games. It's their first LAN event, obviously, Sam being only 17 years of age.
I mean, it just shows that, anything is possible. And if you're sitting at home thinking, how do I sort of get myself involved in that? And I don't feel like I'm ready at that level. These lot are quite young, relatively new on the scene, and they're just so fearless and so confident with it. So I think it just goes to show that, the competition is rising each and every day. And if anyone's watching this, if you feel like you're at the level, then why not take a shot?
Unless you're me. I've been thinking that for a few years. It's still not happened. Right, let's talk about semi-final number 2 then. We can see the players just getting ready behind us. Leeds taking on Norwich. And I guess you could say this first matchup on leg number 1 on the Xbox, Olilito taking on Dami. This is like a heavyweight clash right here, Ago. This is one that I'm very excited to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. 2 top players who's been performing very well at this competition. So, yeah, really interested to see how this game turns out. I think it's going to be massive.
Tom, it reminds me a little bit of Brentford Crystal Palace, Norwich there, Leeds. The fact that Aga had Crystal Palace in his power ranking and he has Leeds in there, no Norwich and Brentford. I mean, it would be quite the statement, wouldn't it, if Norwich came and knocked out Leeds now?
Yeah, I mean, literally, it would be quite the statement, and yeah, your power ranking.
To Aga, rip it up, throw it away.
A little bit wrong, but I think, it's testament to all these teams. And I think going back to what Kyle said, the first leg is so important. These 2 are top players, and we know that the other 2 as well are top players. And, Hayward can really solidify that defensiveness. But these 2, especially on the first leg, have been playing at the top of their game. They've been really, really good. And especially throughout this whole tournament, they've really shown what they're capable of. So it'll be a very, very interesting game to see how it unfolds and if, Olilito can deal with how Dami's playing right now.
And I guess in terms of what we just saw as well, it seemed like the more calmer duo did progress. And from what we've seen of these boys behind, Leeds have been calm throughout the weekend so far, Aga.
Yeah, I think Norwich has been as well. But it was interesting in the match we saw before that even though Brentford looked the most calm, it felt like when we were watching the game that he wasn't really Sam Brewster. Like his game wasn't perfect. So yeah, coming over to this match, obviously it's two experienced players, so they'll be calm, both of them. Yeah.
He said that, Sam, didn't he, when Nicole was interviewing him? He said, you know, I was just rushing and making silly mistakes, and that is the sign when you get to these, obviously, end finals. But I don't see someone like Dami or Ololito rushing and making mistakes, Aga.
No, I mean, they've been to too many tournaments after all their years in competitive FIFA and won titles, etc. So I think they're pretty used to this. What will be interesting is that Ololito works pretty much with analyzing his opponents, and we heard Dami talk a bit about being mysterious, and I don't think he's mysterious to Ololito. I think he's been working and analyzing his opponents, because that's what you should do when you come to the latter stages. You should know what you're going into.
What do you think will separate these two teams then, between first leg, second leg, total aggregate score as well? What do you think it will be to determine who comes out on top, Tom?
I think it's just who essentially puts their foot front forward. If they can really, you know, sit down and get their game plan in. Both of these guys are people who are really patient with the ball. They sort of take their time. We see what Dami's been able to do, really just holding the ball with the likes of Hullet and just working those different angles. If he's able to do that, then he's able to get his front foot forward. But then at the same time, Ololito likes to play the ball quite quick and obviously have possession as well. So I think it's really down to that first leg more than anything to see how it all unfolds.
Well, it is, of course, about to unfold behind us. Norwich City taking on Leeds United in this semi-final for a spot in those grand finals. Dami there, he's up against Ololito. I'm very pleased to say we're going to hand over to our casters now, Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley, to take us through the second semi-final.
Thank you very much. And yes, semi-final 2 is underway, near enough, in the Premier League. It's Norwich against Leeds, a Leeds side that were a penalty shootout away, just like we saw last year for their first ever outing in the Premier League. It was Ololito that lost to Shells in Manchester City. He's back for revenge this year, and certainly he's one game away from a grand final. Another unpredictable result, though, Richard, was this Norwich City team that have done unbelievably well. They got themselves out of the group of death, we called it, in Group D, but they have 100% deserved to be where they are standing right now. They've played some unbelievable FIFA this weekend.
Dami, who plays first for Norwich City, loves playing at LAN. When it comes to FIFA esports, when it comes to games over the last few years that we've not been able to see, maybe online, that we've been waiting for, Ololito against Dami, for me, this is probably one of the most excited I've been for a one-legged game the entire weekend. Then we get Mitch for Leeds against Poacher coming up against Norwich very shortly indeed. This is going to be such a tactical game between Leeds and Norwich. Dami against Ololito.
Well, he's been renowned, hasn't he, Dami, for playing a 3-5-2 throughout the Premier League tournament. Just spoke to him before he went down to the stage and said it's just unstoppable. How unstoppable will it be, though?
Big words.
Against a player of this quality in Ololito. He's a born winner. Someone who's got great experience in the Premier League. He was a runner-up last year. And he's well known for Leeds United fans all over the world when it comes to competitive FIFA. When they think of the Premier League, they think of him.
He's been there, he's done that, he's got all so close. Dami and Ololito in the past.
Dami, a player who has played in the Premier League a handful of times. His best ever outing was for Crystal Palace, funnily enough. Back in FIFA 19, the inaugural first ever ePremier League. He got himself a top 8 finish, top 4 on his console. This has been his best ever tournament run. And he's a very experienced player. He's Dami. Does play his FIFA for 1J Esports, the partner organisation with Norwich City.
When we actually were covering their club playoffs, we saw it unfold. We saw Dami cruise his way through the qualifying campaign, playing at the stadium.
And their teammates. Goal poacher certainly came alive in that PlayStation bracket. Here comes Leeds now, their first real chance at goal. Jadon Sancho, ball roll, scoop turn, looking to get away from the Norwich defender. One thing that both of these two teams are, though, are superb defenders. Currently on paper from the group stages, Richard, it was only 7 goals that Leeds conceded to the 9 of Norwich. And Norwich, remember, were in Group D. Leeds also were in Group C, which had Palace in it and Southampton, who, 2 ridiculous clubs. As you just saw there, how competitive that last semi-final was. That's how good and tough just some of the competition's been here in the 2022 ePremier League finals.
No, it really has. I think out of all the ePremier Leagues that we've seen so far, this is the competition level that's been the highest. I think there's been such good players here. We've seen shocks, we've seen surprises. We've seen cracking performances across the board.
Lolito coming forward with Sancho. He's enjoyed getting the ball out on this far-hand side. Finds Kante as Leeds United try and find their way towards the goal of Norwich. One more pass! Really done!
He's offside.
Just offside. They thought they were up. Did the Whites. Unfortunately, it was inches offside. That's a warning shot fired at Norwich to say, we're up for this.
You saw how quick and slick the extra pass was, firing it across the box, and then the strike that came in just a few centimetres offside. A few centimetres from firing Leeds United into a 1-goal lead.
Well, that's all they needed, though, Richard, isn't it, in their quarter-final? A narrow win against Everton. They only won by 1-0. Lolito, as we know, scored. That only goal of Mitch Hayward. Someone else who's got a lot of experience when it comes to the Premier League, formerly of Sheffield United, now of Leeds United. Last year, they both finished within the top 4 in the Premier League. Mitch Hayward, runner-up on the PlayStation to shells, and Lolito, as we know, was an Xbox champion, but just could not get over the cross-console final. The format's changed this year in the Premier League, and it's more about that team element. An aggregate scoreline across these 2 legs of FIFA will be what determines who makes it into the grand final.
It's so important as well. You mentioned that team element to set your opponent up, to give him a favourable matchup, to give him a favourable scoreline going into the next round. Potential chance here for Norwich City. It's Marcus Rashford looking to get into the box, but Reece James steps across and defends well.
And already 35 minutes played here. Haven't seen too much from Dami in the attacking sense. It's mainly been Leeds. Been in control. Just 20 years of age is Lolito. In that time, he's now to travel around the world and playing competitive FIFA. That could be a gift. Sancho, can he pick up the pieces? Back to Kante. Sancho, another great block at the back from Rafael Varane. Right place, right time for the Manchester United defender. Still, though, this is alive. Back to goal again, so Maximin tries his best to scoop turn his way around. Third time of asking Mohamed Salah. Can't get the clean breakthrough. They win a corner, though. Leeds on the charge. Salah from distance.
Great save, timed it green. It was very, very quick, the short corner. Fired it onto the edge of the box. He's doing the same again. Slower route to goal this time around.
Ruben Dias in a position where he didn't quite want to risk losing the ball. Last chance of the first 45 here. Leeds, as we know, were group leaders in Group C. Picked up 9 points. Can they find the perfect start in this semi? Say Maximin, saw Ronaldo. But Patrick Vieira also saw the pass. 45 played here, Leeds 0, Norwich 0.
I think it will come. Yeah, stay the same in my opinion. Yeah, position.
You said that.
Just keep pushing, bro.
Yeah. You see in the the booth there. Jambu, former of West Ham. You've got Legend Frod in there, a very experienced FIFA coach.
I think from a Norwich City perspective, not too much being said. I think Leeds very happy with what they're seeing so far. They've just not had the breakthrough. I heard you're dominating, keep pushing. The goal will come.
Let's go. Let's go.
Very confident Leeds United side of the booth right there.
I think it's quite intense for goal poacher. He's sitting on his own there. Next to him, he's got 3 people sitting in the Leeds United side. And if they score, you know what's going to be coming, a big roar. We'll speak more about the teammates of both of these two teams when we jump into the second legs. We'll be soon fastly approaching after this one. What does Dami need to do, Richard, to really get into this game? Because he hasn't done too much as of yet.
He's not created too much either in the attacking third, has Dami so far. This could be a chance for him. Rashford down that far right-hand side. He's been playing this 3-back Hullet with a huge weight high up the pitch. This could be the chance.
He's won it back. Rashford can't get past Leeds United defence. The chance for them to break once again. Remember, winner of this plays Brentford in the Premier League 2022 Grand Final. Lovely ball, that could be St. Maximin, time to turn! Another good save from Schmeichel as he's called into action. As the pressure continues to build here. In towards Cristiano Ronaldo, what's a save again? I think it was João Cancelo, sorry, that got the header on that. It's another corner for Leeds. Salah, back to St. Maximin, looking to build up perfectly. Ronaldo, it's another block. Half a turn available. St. Maximin, save after save, block after block. Norwich City just about holding in this game.
The pressure is building for Leeds United. Damage that little smile on his face. 3-4 corners back to back. He held strong though. Did Dami.
It's been all Leeds United in the nicest way possible. And short on the Leeds side of things, they'll be saying, just keep on creating chances. You have been dominated. His semi-final performance so far, Dami just taking his extra couple of passes to get a feel on the ball and to work up a chance. There's no midfield though available. Kante and out of the question. Cheeky chip over the top around just does enough to body the French forward of Newcastle United, Alan St. Maximin, from now to find a pass.
And you just look at the minimap right now. Look how high those left mid and right mid are. It's João Cancelo sort of being deployed as a makeshift left mid, and then on the other side of the pitch, so much room when this ball does get switched over for Dami.
Well, this is where you're really seeing the 3-5-2 to come to life now. Look at the space available. Norwich! So close to finding their first shot on target. Just a bit too much on that one for Marcus Rashford. It's the first time in this game we've seen Dami be able to really showcase just the width of the 3-5-2 allows him to have the 2 forwards queuing up for the perfect tee-up. Also how it just sits compactly as a 5 at the back in these sort of moments.
Yeah, the left mid and right mid tuck in. It's such a hard formation to break down, and it's one of the reasons Dami has had so much success in this ePremier League. He does thrive at these offline events though. This is where you see the real best from him. I mean, his results have shown that as well.
For those who tune in, it's semi-final time here in the Premier League. First time we've had FIFA Esports offline for just 2 years. Here comes Mohamed Salah now, looking for the first goal for Leeds. Nicely done with the ball rolls. Can he keep it in play? Varane just about somehow. Maybe it's time for a pause. Neither player keen to do so yet, though. Look at the numbers running forward. Ruud Gullit in a running race with João Cancelo. He's going to come out on top in that one. Cut back. Sancho. Came a bit too slow there. And now look, there's a massive gap out on this left-hand side. Ololito will do his best just to disrupt this midfield of Norwich.
Ololito, with the chances that he's created, will feel probably a little bit hard done by not to be taking the lead into this game, but Dami's not allowed him to create 3, 4, 5 clear-cut chances. He had the big one, slightly offside, and then he had that flurry of corners.
As you see, the 3-5-2 come into a 5-3-2. A wall of Norwich shirts stands strong. There could be a counter-attack available. It's a running race. Marcus Rashford, he's got the legs on his teammate of Rafael Varane. Scoop turn, ball roll. Then he knows what a chance it was too.
Big opportunity. Rashford just couldn't quite accelerate away from Rafael Varane. He was sprinting back at full pelt.
Salah, nicely done. All that was travelling to the feet of Jadon Sancho, I can assure you on that. There has been a pause cue from about the 75th minute. They'll be lucky if the subs even make it onto the pitch.
I don't think the ball's going to go out of play.
Well, damn it. Has often been full of goals in Norwich's ePremier League journey so far. But one thing that we did tease at the start of this show, Rich, they don't concede goals, and that's something that we're seeing here. Two of the best defensive teams in the Premier League throughout both the group stages and the knockout rounds. We've only seen a quarter-final, of course. And it's being showcased.
One more chance.
Why now? It's an added time scenario of just 1 minute for Leeds. They'll get the last chance off this game. Ronaldo, can he get a flick on? He was just tumbling to ground, and Rudiger will kick it out. It's 0-0 here at half-time between Leeds and Norwich in the Premier League.
I think Ololito, just as that game finished, just said, how? How is that 0-0? A big opportunity now for goal hunter and Mitch Hayward to turn this game around.
How? That is the big question. How is that still 0-0 after one leg in our second semi-final between, as you can see behind us, Leeds and Norwich? I'll ask you the question, Aga. How? How is it 0-0?
Well, they didn't take their chances. I mean, they created some nice opportunities. Especially Ololito had a moment in the first half where he really created a lot. As we see here, that was the goal that got cancelled for offside. But yeah, at the end of the first half, he was really starting to find those chances, but couldn't find the right angle or the right timing. And also have a green time finesse shot here. And yeah, he kept on going here in the second half with a couple of chances, but we weren't sitting with the feeling that you have to score that kind of. It's chances that can go in, but yeah, it's about those margins.
Tom, do you think it was Dami again with his tricky formation that we saw him use earlier on in the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I think it played a part, but Ololito did look like he was playing his proper game. Going back to what Aga said, I think there was one chance that Dami did have, maybe in and around the 66th minute, where I felt like he's got to score that, he's got to take that chance, and he'll probably look back and be like, yeah, if I take that chance, it's a completely different game. But I mean, it's all to play for in the second leg. Things are wide open, and it'll be interesting to see how goal poacher and Mitch deal with it.
It definitely will be. Right, let's hear from both of these players right now. A frustrated Ololito and a frustrated Dami, I think it is. They're with Nicole.
Yes, I just heard you, Dami, let out a big sigh, and you said that was frustrating, right?
Yeah, it was. Nothing was really going my way, to be honest, and I can only blame myself. Ololito played really well, covered the center of the pitch really well, so I didn't really find a good pass to my striker, which is really annoying, not gonna lie. So I probably should be losing after this one. I would say like 1-0 to them would be fair, but we take a 0-0, I will take it, and now I'm going to trust my teammates.
What was different for you then in that game? Because as we were saying earlier, you've absolutely smashed it this weekend. You've been in top form.
Yeah, I think Ololito was the only player who actually figured out how to defend against me. I mean, he obviously was always a good defender. We all know him about him, but he really stuck the center of the pitch, so I couldn't really find my calm and striker, which was really hard to play against, not gonna lie. So yeah, hard to say.
Your teammate Jack up next. You've got faith in him. He can do this for the team.
Yeah, of course. That's why we are playing here, right? That's why we're in the semi-finals. Most of the people, were kind of laughing that I'm doing most of the job and I'm getting him a lead, but I think that's the perfect chance for him to redeem himself, yeah.
Olilito, how is that for you? Probably frustrating too. Quite a lot of chances in that game, but it just couldn't quite happen, could it?
No, I think probably should have scored at least one. Maybe if I were lucky too. But that's FIFA sometimes. And as I said to Damien after the game, I think I got like some 50-50 chances, not these 100%. I think that offside goal was pretty close as well. So, I mean, just a game of FIFA, but looking forward to the second game now.
But also, Dami's not a bad opponent, is he? And as we were saying, he's had an absolute top weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it feels good to be playing good versus one of the best players in the tournament, especially when he's in form as well. So I felt very confident going into the game, and I think I had a pretty good game. Unfortunately, didn't score, but it is what it is.
And Mitch is up next. He's had a pretty good weekend too. You've got faith in him?
For sure. I think he had a fantastic last game against Everton in the quarterfinals, where he played his best game of the tournament, in my opinion. So, yeah, I'm going to cheer him on as much as I can, and hopefully we can take the win.
All right, thank you, guys. Well, good luck. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nicole there. 0-0, isn't it, between Norwich and Leeds United going into leg 2. Quick thought, both of you, on that. I mean, it actually means it's all down to individual performances now, isn't it, in the second leg for Mitch and for Goal Poacher?
Yeah, I mean, and they're just going to want to play their natural game, play the best that they can and see what happens, really.
You can see that frustration from both of them, but they have to drop it now, don't they, Aga, and support their teammates?
Yeah, definitely, and I feel like they are so experienced, so that's basically what they're gonna do. They have a lot of faith in their teammates, and yeah, as Thomas said, they're free now to play their own game. They're not depending on any result. They don't have to chase. They don't have to defend. They can just play their game.
Yeah, playing their game is exactly what we'll see, of course. And obviously, both the teammates have faith in the players still yet to play. We have leg 2 of this semi-final coming your way. Of course, it's Norwich City taking on Leeds United, all square at half-time. What will the score be after the break, and who will be going into the grand final to join Brentford, who have already booked their space?
forward. And look at that great 1-2 plays.
The frustration, great control, and no chance whatsoever. There's ball. All he needs to do is get that ball clear, and we can hear the shout from Leeds as well.
Welcome back to the ePremier League weekend. This is the finals here, 2022. We've already got one of our teams going through to the grand final. Yes, Brentford will be going there. And welcome to all of our new viewers as well joining us. You've joined at a crucial point. Two teams going head-to-head, Leeds and Norwich. One leg has already gone 0-0, and we'll be getting into our second leg to find out who will be going through to join Brentford in that grand final. We are good to go. Let's have a quick chat with our commentators and our casters. Yes, Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith. Guys, what a first leg that was. The big question, how was it 0-0?
Yeah, how was it 0-0? I think the biggest question on that, Carl, is just the pressure. The pressure's on both of these guys. £15,000 on the line if you win this game. Still so much to come in the second leg.
There is indeed. And Richard, for you, seeing these two going head-to-head in the second leg, they've all got it to play for. I'll throw it straight across to you. What do you think is going to happen?
Anything and everything is going to happen, Kyle, over the next 90 minutes. Incredible display coming up from both Mitch and Goal Poacher. I'm very excited to see what's going to happen, and I think the next 90 minutes of FIFA, I don't know if we're going to see a shock. I think, would a shock be Norwich going through, or would that be Leeds United clutching this up? I really don't know. I don't have the answers to your questions at the moment.
It's a very, very tight and narrow game, this one. For those that have just joined us, this is the Premier League Grand Finals. 20 Premier League clubs came together just yesterday, battling out across 4 groups of 5. There was 8 at the beginning of play here on Sunday. Now there is only 4. Or I should say 3. Brentford are in the grand final. It'll be Leeds or Norwich that join them here at the Premier League Grand Finals for 2022. It's Norwich kicking from left to right in this one. Goal Poacher, his first ever land tournament. He's had quite the story in qualifying for the Canaries. Up against one of the most consistent players when it comes to this ePremier League tournament. He's had 2 years previously playing for Sheffield United, and his first outing for Leeds. Once again, he's made it into finals day.
Yeah, absolutely. It was one game away from being in the grand final, where who would he have taken place against last year? It would have been his teammate right now. If he'd have beat Shells, he would be playing against Olelito in that grand final. That was 12 months ago. We're in 2022. They could have been enemies. Now they're teammates, and they're one game away from a grand final where they will take on Brentford. But on the other side of it, Norwich are a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they really are. They managed to get themselves literally out of the group of death, unbeaten. They took down some of the names like Watford and Spurs yesterday. Some of the household names that were predicted to go far in the Premier League. If there was a script written, it certainly was ripped up in day one. As Leeds come forward, their first chance of the game for Mitch Hayward. Didn't score in his last quarter-final tie against Everton. It was a 0-0 game. And it was the result of his teammate in Olelito that was enough to get them through. This time, there is no leg up. It's a 0-0 scenario.
Defensively, probably one of the soundest players in the entire tournament is Leeds United with Goal Poacher. Still, even now, a little bit of an unknown quantity. He's an unknown element. He could be the catalyst for this Norwich City side to go on to a grand final.
Goal Poacher. First ever land tournament. That won't mean much, though, if you look at the journey that Brentford have had throughout this ePremier League journey. Again, another player that's held his own in this tournament. I think Dammy's been the driving force, do not get me wrong, for this Norwich City team. The Goal Poacher came through qualification, Richard, just a month or so ago. We were commentating on that one.
No, we absolutely were, and sort of all the eyes were looking towards Dammy and Lyrics being the 2 players who were going to qualify. Goal Poacher went in there and said, no, I'm taking that spot straight off Lyrics, and he did it successfully.
He had to play against him twice, didn't he, in the qualification.
Every single player at this tournament earned their spot to be here.
There's a lot of people sitting at home thinking, I want to be here, and rightly so, the competition has been through the roof again. Probably the best ever set of 40 players, 20 on Xbox, 20 on PlayStation in this new team element in the ePremier League. $15,000, so dollars, pounds, will be guaranteed with a win here. Mitch Hayward, don't know much about him. He's played in this competition 3 years in a row. Might have been playing for Sheffield United this time. Found a new club, a new home in Leeds. But it seems like he likes a club sort of based around Yorkshire.
I mean, we all love Yorkshire. Let's just get that out there nice and early. But no, he's had success there. Sheffield United and now at Leeds United. What a teammate he's got in Olilito, who we've already seen in competition. That scoreline underneath the big one, that's the aggregate scoreline. We play the Xbox first, and then we move over to the PlayStation. 2 games of FIFA. If it's drawing after the 2 matches, we'll go to extra time and penalties to decide who will be facing Brentford. Yes, you heard that correct. Brentford in our grand final.
Well, that was what happened in the last game, didn't we? Went to extra time and we went to penalties. Leeds United on the hump with Cristiano Ronaldo driving there. Attack forward. We are playing on FIFA Ultimate Team, for those that are wondering why Cristiano Ronaldo is wearing a Leeds United shirt. And is also on the pitch for both teams. They're playing on FIFA Ultimate Team, where the rules state you are allowed to use Premier League players. Alongside that, you're allowed 3 icons on your team. An icon is obviously a player that is now retired, but has had
an illustrious career.
Yeah, a period of his career in the Premier League. Players that come to mind could be Hullet, could be Samuel Eto'o, could be Vieira. Even goalkeepers like Schmeichel and Edwin van der Sar have heavily been used here across the last 2 days.
Yeah, they're the famous 5 that you're going to see. An appearance from Eric Cantona will be in the grand final as well. Brentford love using him, especially Sam Brewster. But we're not at Brentford yet. We need to find out who will be there in our second semi-final. Norwich City and Leeds United approaching half-time. 0-0 currently.
As I said on the preview to the first game, we know how good defensively these teams both are. You're literally looking at it right now. We've played near enough 140 plus in-game minutes of FIFA time, and there's not been a single goal to talk about in the group stages. They were the 2 best defensive sides. Norwich only conceded 9 and Leeds conceding just 7. In a group where they had to play against the likes of Manchester United, Southampton, Crystal Palace. It was a difficult group for them to be in. They did enough to get out of it. Last 3 minutes, Norwich on the hump for their first breakthrough. Goal poacher did say before we sort of head down to the studio when we were able to catch up with him, I was a bit nervous before this game, but now I don't feel as nervous, which has been a common theme for a lot of these players that, as we've liked to say, the new generation of FIFA talent that's come through throughout this online era. As LAN events start to return, we start to see these new and up-and-coming names at the halfway point. Let's have a little listen in to both teams to see what's being said.
I know it's hard, but I think it's really good answers. They're not really
Just think on that as well, for in the Norwich side of things, just very quickly, there's a lot of voices going on in Leeds at the moment. What an opportunity that is for goal poacher, not only in this tournament, but the player that he's got behind him as literally, he's like a coach, teammate in one. He's been to so many tournaments, has Dami, in his FIFA career.
And he's always been successful in those tournaments as well. I think there was a crazy stat that came out recently where out of all the LAN events that he's been to, he's never been grouped. Over like 4 years, 5 years of competition, he's always got out of the group stages and gone into the knockout stages, whether that's on day 2 or day 3 of a tournament. Incredible stat when you think of how many games of FIFA that actually is that he's played.
Well, it's a funny story. He was actually able to play his qualification for the Premier League at Carrow Road, which he was able to qualify for another Premier League that he has managed to play. And Leeds United on the hump with Mitch Hayward for their first goal in this one. Ball roll, scoop turn, brilliant save, Schmeichel. It's an electric start for Leeds. And it's the Great Dane that keeps out Leeds United from opening up their account in this semi-final matchup. It's difficult to take too much from that half-time team talk there. We're doing our best to listen in as much as we can too.
That insight is so impactful as well in the performance in the second half. You could make one slight change. Somebody could say, oh, I think you're passing maybe a little bit too much, and then that plants a seed of doubt in your mind. Am I passing too much? Am I trying to create and walk the ball into the net? Do I need to be a bit more adventurous when I get inside the box? You've got to be really careful with what you say to a player and how that could impact their future performance, not only in the second half, but if they go on to win the game in the grand final as well.
Winner plays Brentford in the 2022 ePremier League Grand Finals. A place where Norwich have never been before. This is their best ever run in an ePremier League tournament. Nicely done, finds Marcus Rashford, goal poach. Oh, he came so close. Dammy applauds it.
Got a round of applause from Dammy. Beautiful roulette inside the box, looking to beat the goalkeeper at the far post. Really good save. Promising start and promising points of progression for goal poacher though. 30 minutes left to play. Will they find a winner?
Certainly would have sparked confidence in goal poacher. First ever land tournament. He has played it. And what a tournament it is to kick off his career. Nicely done, finds Ronaldo. Lovely ball! Oh, even better finish!
What a goal! Marcus Rashford, he just came close. The double tap pass just lofted it up into Rashford's path and rifled it into the far post.
And this goal poacher that gets the Canaries into an unbelievable position. And if this is how it plans to be, a Brentford-Norwich final, no one, and I mean no one would have predicted that.
Incredible. 25 minutes left to play. What does Mitch Hayward have in the locker?
Cannot forget that he has been one of the best and up-and-coming English players in the last few years. Mitch Hayward plays for England as an E-Lion. Some of the only 4 players have got the ability to say. Alongside that, he's a player that's just got better and better year after year, and in this tournament especially, it's the best ever run, or joint best ever run he's ever had. He was in this position last year, losing to the hands of Manchester City. Goal poacher. Is he going to look for a second now? What a position he would be in. He gets dispossessed. I'm expecting to see a pause in the next few minutes.
Has to be.
And there's going to have to be some sort of words in that Leeds side of their pod to say, we've got to go for this at some point.
Changes have to be made. Offensive changes have to be made. Jorginho's in at right back by the looks of it right now for Mitch Hayward. That's where he started the game, but maybe a change of formation is imminent with Jorginho moving in. I just heard the word narrow thrown out. So that's to be a narrow formation, more of a diamond. The central defensive midfielder as the holding, and then you have your 2 central midfielders, the right centre mid and the left centre mid, your central attacking mid and your 2 central strikers, all flying forward. Expect to see your fullbacks as well involved joining the attack. Roberto Firmino is the man coming on as one of those central midfielders. Big changes that need to be made.
It's difficult, isn't it, when you've got 3 voices behind you? I'm sure Lolito wouldn't have said too much. He's left it to the hands of the coaches there. Eric Cantona. Imagine if he was the player to pop up and score the goal to send Leeds out. That would be quite the exit. Manchester United hero. Looking out Leeds United. All to play for still here in the ePremier League. That's a stat for your passing accuracy. 123 passes from Norwich. 95% of them have been completed.
He's got away with it.
Looking at the best of the best here in the Premier League. Mitch is in a very difficult position. He's Going to have to start putting bodies forward. Final 10 minutes now. Game management has to come into play from Norwich. This is a massive game of FIFA with serious money on the line. The pressure cooker is getting hotter and hotter as every minute goes past. Mohamed Salah's got acres of room to manoeuvre.
It's just not clicking for Leeds at the moment. Norwich City, 8 minutes
I'll
away.
tell you what, Cantona. We rumoured it could happen. Driving forward for the Canaries. Come back. One more pass. Norwich City. Maybe, just maybe, are on their way to a grand final in the ePremier League. Forget Ronaldo, forget Cantona. It's Mohamed Salah, the Egyptian king, that sends the Canaries surely into a grand final, Richard. There is only minutes left and there's 2 goals needed.
6 minutes remain. This is incredible. Norwich City. We knew that they had talent. We knew that they had quality. But it's another thing seeing that quality and knowing what they can produce and then actually producing it on the pitch. And they have done that. A lot of people spoke about Dami being the driving player forward, the driving factor. This is goal poacher.
Yes, he really has held his own throughout this tournament. Unless there's more late drama, that ball goes through. Could have been a different scenario. Look at the press from Leeds. They win it back now. Saint-Maximin, Elastico, back to goal. Shot comes in. We have got a game on our hands. Well, well, well. We're not done yet. 2 minutes plus additional time. There is not even a smile, let alone a frown from Mitch Hayward. Wins the ball back. There's a chance. Surely Cristiano Ronaldo to score, to take go in the corner. I absolutely love that from goal poacher. That is a player that knows exactly what he's doing. Anyone else goes to score there. They play it back. And he's a very, very mature FIFA player. For his first ever tournament, Norwich City will make an ePremier League grand final. A weekend of shots continues. And Norwich City will take on Brentford for the match of all matches for the ePremier League 2022 title.
Norwich City or Brentford Football Club will be lifting the ePremier League trophy.
Who called it?
Not Leeds, not Liverpool, not Chelsea, not City. None of these teams who you thought may be coming into it. But who's performed when it's come to the weekend? Brentford and Norwich City.
And they're on their way to a grand final. That coming up very shortly. But for now, let's get the thoughts off the desk after 2 fantastic semi-finals here at the Premier League.
Norwich City taking on Brentford is our grand final. Wow, that was something special. I don't think anyone predicted that at the beginning of day one yesterday when we kicked off, of course, at 11 a.m. here in London. But those 2 names now do fill those grand final spots. Brentford, we're going to repeat it once again, taking on Norwich City in that final. We can have a quick look then at their progression to make it all the way through to the final. Norwich then beating Chelsea earlier on today, 5-2. Leeds United, we just saw it, 2-1. The final score and aggregate. And then let's go back to Brentford as well. 6-3 over Aston Villa earlier on. And then obviously they did Crystal Palace. They went extra time on penalties there as well. Penalty shootout. Dramatic for them to progress. But guys, I'm going to bring you in, obviously, Tom and Aga. I mean, Norwich City. Aga, I'm going to start with you because you didn't have them in your power ranking. The top 2 teams today didn't make it once across the weekend in your top 4 teams.
Yeah, my predictions throughout this weekend haven't been precisely, let us just say that. I mean, obviously before the competition, a huge surprise that these 2 teams go to the final. But looking at the way they've been playing, I mean, it's been impressive, really. Not only in attack, but also in defense. Like, we have so many low goal-scoring games here in the latter stages of the competition. So, gotta give applause to them. They definitely proved me wrong.
Definitely did, and it'd be great to get the insight and hear the thoughts from both of our players representing Norwich City. So it's over to our reporter, Nicole Holiday.
Yep, I'm here with Jack and Dami. Dami's just kicked off his sliders. He means business. Jack, I'll come to you first. How are you feeling? That was great from you.
Good, good. For once, I won. He's won every game for me, but yeah, it's good to finally win.
And just off camera, I was saying to you, oh, are you all right? God, that must have been so nerve-wracking. And you said, no, I was actually all right there.
No, so basically,
In a 0-0 game, like I actually wanted him to get 0-0 in a weird way because I wanted to win. So when he did that, I just didn't want to be nervous. I just wanted to, win. So that's why I wasn't nervous. I just played. I knew I'd win if I played well, and I did.
So you backed yourself. You felt confident.
Yeah, I backed myself. Yeah.
Also, you were saying earlier that throughout the weekend, you've kind of felt like Dammy's carried the team a bit. So did you feel like you had to prove yourself there?
Yeah, I had to win that 100%. It's a weird format because I didn't really have a choice. He's 4-0 up every game. There's nothing I can do about that. So I just have to see out the games. So there's finally a 0-0, so I'm glad I won it, yeah.
And I saw, obviously, at half-time that Dammy was chatting to you. What was he saying?
He didn't really say too much. I felt like I was playing all right, so I didn't really need coaching for that game, to be honest. He said it was true, the final pass wasn't working in the first half, which I, worked out in the second half, so that's all he said, really.
Jack, you're through to the final of the ePremier League. That is incredible. How does it feel?
Feels good, that's it, it just feels good.
Lost for words, Dammy. I mean, you're very experienced. How nervous were you there, watching Jack?
Very nervous, right? It was a really close game. In the first half, they kind of cancelled each other out really well, but in the second half, Jack stepped up and scored really, really good goals. So I'm really happy for him, right? That was not the first chance, but he just showed up on the biggest stage that he can also win for us, and I'm really happy about it.
Well, that's the thing. I know you had faith in him, but I don't know if at points, yesterday in particular, that you had that much belief in yourself. At points, it felt like you thought Dammy was the one that was kind of holding you two together. So it was great for Jack to be able to prove himself here on the big stage, wasn't it?
Yeah. For me, it's quite embarrassing because I'm in the final when I had 0 shots in my game. So it's a weird one, but I will take it. I don't mind. So yeah, now waiting for the final and see how it goes.
But also, you've played so well this weekend. As I said, you are experienced. How has this ranked in all the tournaments you've experienced before?
It's one of the best for sure. The result depends if we're gonna win the final or not, I guess. But yeah, the huge final. I think it's probably the biggest game I'll ever play. I played before, so yeah, can't wait for it and get ready.
Are you nervous? You feeling good?
Yeah, I barely have the words to speak, so yeah.
All right, I'll let you guys go. Well done. Thank you so much. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Nicole. And Tom, I'm going to bring you in because this is something we spoke about. The fact that Jack there, goal poacher on your screen, was going to get a chance to carry himself in an individual performance. He hadn't got that chance. He just spoke about it, how important it was for him. It was important for us, I think, to see, and everyone in the community to see exactly what he's made of.
Yeah, I feel like, not to say that everyone had a little bit of doubt, but obviously Dammy had performed so well. People really yet to see what goal poacher Jack could produce. He mentioned himself that, Dammy was pretty much 4-0 up every game, so he kind of had to hold out the lead, and that's what they did against Villa. But it was really nice to sort of see almost like a weight lifted off his shoulders. He really, performed, and you could see the relief when the goals were going in. He felt like, right, like, okay, cool, like, I'm here, I deserve to be here almost, and it really showed in his performance.
It definitely did. What a weekend they've both had, and now I think it's safe to say that both of them have performed to the same level. Yesterday and some of today, Dammy really excelled, but Jack, aka goal poacher, he just showed off there, didn't he? He showed out, and he really showed us what he could do to pull his team through to that grand final.
Yeah, definitely. It's the perfect timing to step into the competition. And what I really find interesting is that we have 3 players in the final who is making their EPL debut. And I think it's an interesting fact that we're talking a lot about the new generation coming into the FIFA scene. And personally, for myself, it took quite a while to get used to the circumstances, not being nervous and stuff. But they seem relentless. They seem to be up for the task much faster than the so-called older generation was, as me and others. So I'm very impressed by that.
Maybe they're just more hungry for it, this new generation of FIFA players that are coming through. I hope everyone at home is inspired. If you guys play FIFA, you know what to do. Try and qualify for the ePremier League finals. You might make it through to the grand final. Unfortunately, a team who haven't progressed to today's grand final are Leeds United. They're chatting to Nicole right now.
Yeah, I am here with Mitch and Olilito. Guys, commiserations. I'll keep this brief because I know you'll want to get off this stage because you'll be gutted right now, aren't you, Mitch?
Yeah, devastated, I'll be honest. after last year getting so close, and then this year being a chance that we had, it's hard to take.
But you guys have performed so well throughout this weekend to get to this point as well. And, you know, the opposition were a great team.
No, they were great. I mean, yeah, they're a great team. I wish them best of luck in the final. But, yeah, like I said, it's after last year, both of us getting so close, it felt like this was it. It just wasn't to be.
It's hard to take, but this is the kind of highs and lows, I guess, that come with competing. How do you deal with that? It must be really tough.
It's tough. I don't know. I don't have the answer, I'll be honest. Like, we'll have to just reassess and just look at it and just go again.
Olenito, you came so close last year, like Mitch was saying. How are you feeling right now?
Feels tough. I mean, lost the grand final last season on pens. Now in a game that I think at least the first one I deserve to win. But I don't know. Seems like the Prem is maybe not for me. I don't know. Getting a bit unlucky in tough moments, etc. But it is what it is. Will be very tough for a couple of weeks now, but we'll manage to do it.
Don't say that though. We love having you here. And last year you got so close. You were so good this weekend as well. As you know, in FIFA, sometimes it just doesn't go your way. But I feel like you're probably feeling a bit negative right now, and then you'll probably reflect and then get through the other side of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fantastic competition and probably the best league in the whole world. So, as I said, I was super happy to be playing on this stage today and yesterday. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who supported me and Mitch. It meant a lot to both of us. And yeah, sorry for not taking the trophy home.
But how has the weekend been, apart from this right now, to be here, to be competing in person again? That's, I suppose, one positive you can take.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, being back at LAN is something else instead of playing at home. So, I mean, I met a lot of new people, especially Mitch, that I didn't know before this. And I think I can call a lot of other people now friends because I made a lot of new friends in the scene, which is always nice. So, as I said, super happy to be here and, yeah, maybe be back next year. Who knows?
It's been a difficult tournament though, and we've had some really surprise results, and it just goes to show how tough the competition is now in FIFA, doesn't it?
Yeah, as I said, I think the ePremier League is probably the best league in the whole world with like the competitors that are here and competing. So I think this was a good challenge for both me and Mitch, and I think we did super well against a lot of very good opponents. So I think that's one of the positives we can take from this.
Yeah, and we loved watching the two of you. So thank you so much. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Thank you, Nicole. I mean, you can just hear the emotions running through both competitors there. Ollie Lito and Mitch Haywood. Unfortunately, we do say goodbye to them. So close to that grand final. Some brilliant performances from both of them over the weekend. And that right there is the shot that shows you just how much it means to them. Tom, I know that it's going to be difficult over the next couple of weeks for them to take this in, but there's so many positives for them to take away.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. They've worked hard. They were in that Group C that we mentioned earlier, and it was quite an open group, and they managed to top that, did really well there. And they worked their way to the semi-finals. Take nothing away from them. They've been absolutely brilliant, you know, faced off against a really good Norwich side, and they performed as well. So I don't feel like they could be too, you know, they can't really beat themselves up. They might be a little bit disappointed for a few weeks, like Ollie said, but I think he'll bounce back and they'll be fine.
Aga, do you resonate with what Ololito said there about maybe the EPL is not the trophy for him?
Well, I think taking into consideration his two performances has been amazing, and he would know, I'm pretty sure he does, that the line between success and failure is so narrow. So I'll say that he'll reflect and it's probably just frustrations right now, and I think he'll be back because we do say third time is the lucky charm, right? So maybe next season he's shown quality again, really.
I mean, I loved the line which Ololito said there, and we spoke about this a little bit earlier with Kyle from Villa, actually, that people are making lifelong friendships here this weekend, especially if they're pairing up with a teammate. Ololito said, haven't really spent much time with Mitch before. They played against each other, of course, the last time out. But yeah, lifelong friendships, which we'll see kind of carry them through maybe to next year's ePremier League finals.
Yeah, and they probably want to, you know, partner up with each other next year. But lifelong friendships are being made, you know, whenever you're going through a difficult situation, especially in games times like this, or your back's up against the wall, you know, your partner's pretty much there to, you know, give you that tap of the shoulder, or give you that outlook that you need. And, you know, sometimes that's what you need to sort of help you and get you and push you through. And you can see that, you know, they were always like fist bumping one another and being like, okay, cool, like, I've got it. So I think, like, you know, in those difficult situations, that's when, you know, some of the best friendships are formed.
And looking at the two teams that have gone through to that grand final, I mean, they did beat, obviously, two great teams. And we didn't expect that maybe Norwich and Brentford would make their way through just there. I guess that's the exciting thing that happens over this weekend. Looking at these ones now, Sam Brewster and Cezinio or Peace taking on Dami and Goal Poacher. That's the grand final. No one would have expected these would be the two teams to make it when we started this at 11 a.m. on Saturday here at the ePremier League.
I don't think a lot of us would have thought it. Maybe the players themselves, even though they even said that they were first coming in and thinking, we're happy to be here and we'll play it out and see how it goes. And suddenly they are growing and growing and growing, and now they're here. So, I mean, a big surprise, but they truly deserved it, both of them. And I'm not going to make any prediction on the final. I'm going to sit on the fence this time. So
that's the safest place for you, Aga. I think. Stay on that fence, because you haven't really got your predictions right, have you, so far this weekend? Well, guys, there you have it. We have our grand finalists, of course. Brentford will be taking on Norwich City, two teams we didn't particularly expect to get here, but they are here all the same, and they're going for £30,000 and the Premier League trophy after this short break. You're not going to want to miss this one, guys.
I play it quite often. I play the game mode pro clubs with a few other footballers and a few of my friends.
I play it quite a lot, especially when my friends are around.
On the coach, I play with Kels. We play a lot. During the trip, we just play.
They haven't given me the best stats at the moment on the FIFA, so I can't play myself just yet. But I like to play with the big team like Liverpool.
Yeah, it's mainly just online.
Just a few of my friends from my Charlton days growing up, or a few of the lads here at Villa.
No one wants to play me on a friendly because, you know, they'll get beaten, I'll ruin the day, so I have to play online.
I played once Tex, so he's representing Liverpool now. And there's another Portuguese player that was also representing Liverpool, Diogo Mendes.
Sometimes people recognise who we are when we're playing against them, and we'll get a message on Instagram, which is quite funny.
Sometimes I just like play at home and then I post it on my Snap or like Instagram story, and then you get direct messages like, who plays FIFA 16 in 2022?
I played against Jota.
Against Mikel Antonio, so...
Against Trent Alexander-Arnold.
Probably Marcus. Yeah, Marcus Rashford.
I don't know, like 5-0, 6-0.
My biggest win is against Kel, and it's 8-1.
My biggest win, I think it could be like 18-0.
Like 15-1, I think, against one of my friends. It was not a good day for him.
Stevie B is good at FIFA. I remember one away trip we played and I couldn't beat him, so just kept on beating. I think it was like 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, something like that.
I used to play a lot with two friends of mine and my brother, and it used to get really competitive. So I think whenever we lost like big numbers to them, it's getting really uncomfortable.
No, I don't like to lose at anything, to be honest, so I definitely don't. I try not to get beat on FIFA.
Playing for forfeits, so if you lose, you got to do a forfeit. Well, if you lose, do 10 star jumps, 50 press ups, whatever, stuff like that.
I can't remember the score. I remember winning, and he had to do a forfeit basically. And I remember he had to take a picture of him in that Tottenham kit, so I put it on social media.
Whenever the competitive sites come up, I like to get, really into it, sometimes get a bit angry as well.
I'm quite chilled. unless the ball goes off both posts and then comes back out, then there's a bit of a different problem. But no, I'm usually quite chilled.
Just get the job done. Like, I'm not into the skills or all that. I'll just get it to the byline, cross, goal. That's it.
You need to see me play, scream, like shouting, like it's just like a madman at home. But it's just because I love the game. I'm used to the game.
Well, hello and welcome back then to the ePremier League Finals 2022. We are live from London on what we love to call Championship Sunday. That's because in just about an hour and a half's time, we'll have our finalists crown the champions. They, of course, take home $30,000 and lift two very cool trophies, which are sat just behind me over my shoulder. We've been building up to this moment since 11 a.m. yesterday. We were on air yesterday for about 10 and a half hours. We've been on air since 11 a.m. again today. It's been action left, right, centre in here. But finally, we have our two finalists. Brentford are taking on Norwich City. Yes, you're hearing me correct as well. Two teams that we didn't particularly believe which would make it all the way. Of course, we lost our Liverpool, who are great finalists. We lost Man City, the reigning champions from last year. We lost Watford and Tottenham Hotspur, all teams that we expected maybe to progress a little bit further in this competition. But this, of course, is your finalists coming up. Brentford taking on Norwich City.
It is indeed. Now, Brentford in our quarterfinals today, they took on Aston Villa and they managed to defeat them. Then they went through to the semi-final where they took on Crystal Palace, beating those as well, making their way to the grand final. For Norwich, they took on Chelsea, beating them 5-2 in that first fixture of the day for them. And then in their second fixture, it was 2-1 right there against Leeds United, setting up our grand final, trying to get their hands on those trophies, plus a huge chunk of our £100,000 prize pool. Yes, the winners of this matchup will get £30,000. Wow. Let's talk about Brentford then. I mean, incredible performance so far from them this weekend. And we've said it so many times, we didn't expect them to get through to this grand final. But let's take a deep dive into how they've actually done it. Sam Brewster and Peace, they've both looked unstoppable at times, Aga.
Yeah, I'd like to say they came in as rookies. Now they can finish off as legends, pretty much. I mean, what a debut for both of them. Coming in unimpressed with who they're playing, showing no fear, and playing offensively, playing good FIFA, and that's the reason why they're here. Obviously, also, we hear them speak highly about each other, trusting each other, showing the support. So I feel like they've shown all the elements of what it takes to become the best.
Yeah, of course, for those of you guys who are just joining us, this is Brentford. You're seeing on your screen here. That's Peace, one of our players, and that's Sam, our second player for Brentford. Obviously, it's Brentford's first outing at the Premier League finals, obviously only being promoted to the Premier League last season, this season I should say, the end of last season as well. And for these two players, if you don't know much about them, again, this is their first ever competitive FIFA event as well. They had their first in-person FIFA event at the qualifiers to make it through here. That was played at actually Brentford Stadiums in their dressing room, so that was quite the experience for them. But these two players are super young as well, Tom. We've mentioned it before, Sam Brewster on your screens, loving his journey, 17 years of age. And then we've got Peace, who's a massive Brentford fan. Just tell us a little bit more about what it means for those two to be here in this final. And they can hear us. They love hearing us as well. Hi. Sam keeps waving at us as well. He's taking it all in his stride here, isn't he, Tom?
Yeah, super young, and they're just enjoying the experience, and that's what it's all about. Really taking it in. Initially, they probably thought, okay, cool, we're just gonna go play our game and see what happens. But they managed to get themselves into the grand finals. We spoke about Peace earlier on and how much of a Brentford fan he is. So he's probably sort of relishing the opportunity to be here and really wanting to make his club proud. But they've worked really hard to get to where they are today. I think we heard in the interview earlier, Sam mentioned that he's been practicing competitive penalties, and all of that stuff really does make a difference. That 1%, that 2%, it's all about margins at the end of the day, and you really want to push yourself to the best you can be, and I feel like Brentford have done that, and that's why they are where they are today.
And they've made their way through to that grand final. A man that's been in plenty of grand finals, sat across the desk from me, Aga. I mean, you've been there, you've done it. What is that feeling like, especially that first grand final? What will these two boys be thinking?
I think when you're coming into a grand final, you played so many matches that's been difficult, but you have an insane amount of confidence going in. In my head, going into a final, I would always think there's not a world where I don't win now. And I think that's the mentality they will be looking forward to come into this final with. It's about confidence. You have built a lot of momentum up for this moment. And obviously there can only be one team that wins. So it's going to go down to margins as well. They're definitely going to play a key part. And both teams have performed exceptionally, but they also had the margins throughout the competition because the level is so high here. So you need those in order to go all the way.
Well, throughout the competition, of course, they're still unbeaten as well, are Brentford. Let's have a look at who they actually defeated. They topped Group A yesterday and they faced off against Chelsea. They actually drew against Chelsea. They won against Brighton and Hove Albion. They won against Arsenal and against West Ham United in that group. And then Kyle already mentioned who they have defeated today as well. We can take you through that again. They took on Villa earlier on in the day. And then we just saw them face off against Crystal Palace in their semi-finals. That, if you did miss it, was great. Have a little watch back here into extra time and penalties. Tom just mentioned it. Brentford came out on top 4-2 in that penalty shootout. And they'd been practicing it just like we know you have to do in real life on the football pitch. You have to practice these penalties to be at your top level, and that is, again, if you guys aren't really aware of the competitive scene on FIFA, they practice up to 8 hours a day, and again, these boys have been doing just that. Aga, I mean, you used to be a competitive player yourself. You recently retired. How many hours did you spend grinding out the game back in the day?
I think on average, you're saying the truth. I mean, at least 5 to 6 hours per day you put into it, and it's not only about playing really. It's about getting the right amount of sleep, eating well, especially at the events. It's super important. So it's not just when you're sitting and playing. It's also about things outside at the actual game where you can improve and become better. You got to stay super disciplined, really.
Definitely. Now, one person that's been spending lots and lots of time with all of our competitors throughout this weekend, interviewing them, as well being in the friends and family area. She's got a nice little setup there. Our reporter, Nicole Holiday. Nicole, you spent so much time with these. I'm sure that you're happy that you've seen Sam and Peace get through to the final.
Yeah, you know what? It's quite a weird one because, I'm completely unbiased. I don't have any favourites, but I have spent the weekend getting to know these players, and I love an underdog story as well. And what's quite nice for me personally is I worked on this last year, but of course, all the players were playing from home. So I was having to chat to them via a screen, video calls. So to be here at a live event and actually speak to them in person, and then some of them, like Olilito, like Mitch, who played last year, I was like, hey, I know you through a video screen from last year. But it's great, isn't it? Brentford, I mean, Sam and Peace, they are so confident. And I think that's what I loved, is especially yesterday, Sam was so cool and so composed. I've never seen anything like it. And then I've been watching them in the VIP area, and I was like sweating. I was getting really stressed out watching them. And then you chat to them and they're just so calm. And they're a great team because no one's really had to carry the other one. And I think no one expected them to get to the final. I don't think they kind of expected it of themselves either. So I'd love to know what they're thinking right now. I'll hopefully get a chance to speak to them a bit later on. And then, of course, Norwich City, we've got Dami, who is so experienced and he's so humble. And that's what's great about him is you speak to him and he's had an awesome weekend. He's been playing so well and he just kind of won't admit it. He's so humble. He doesn't want to say, yeah, actually, I'm kind of smashing it. And then you've got Jack with him, who is quite a bit younger, more inexperienced. And I think what's really lovely, as we saw there, is that Jack had felt like Dami had kind of been carrying him through this weekend. And I think he felt like he had a point to prove and kind of wanted to show everyone how good he was. And I guess that he could help Dami too, and as a team, how well they work together. So, yeah, it's been really lovely getting to know them. And we've got our final, and it's going to happen really soon. And I don't want to call it, I don't want to predict anything, because I will absolutely be wrong. And I don't even know who I want to win, because I really like them all. But what we do know is it is going to be pretty epic.
It is indeed going to be pretty epic. Thanks so much, Nicole. Yeah, we really are getting to know all 4 of our finalists, of course. And actually, they do put a lot out on social media. So you want to know what Sam's listening to on his playlists, in his ears, the music, then go on Twitter and he'll be telling you exactly what's on there. But 2 other guys who know a lot about all of our players competing this weekend. Our casters can be casting this grand final, of course, Richard Buckley and Brandon Smith. Guys, give us a bit more of an insight then into our 4 finalists. Nicole just unearthed a little bit more about them, but we do know that Sam Brewster as well is using Eric Cantona, a foot item that we haven't seen used a great deal of, but he's sticking with it, I'm sure, for this final as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the storyline here, as we preview this grand final, is that we've got 3 players here that are playing their first ever ePremier League. Believe it or not, they're in a grand final. Somehow, not really somehow, to be honest, because they've absolutely worked so hard to be here. They've played so well across the weekend. Dami, in his 3rd ePremier League final, it's been the best ever run for him in a Norwich City shirt. Rich says a lot to talk about here. I think the first thing we have to kick off with, no one predicted this to be the grand final. Credit where it's due, and it's just gone to show and question so many things about this tournament in terms of the player quality that's coming through, this next-gen quality of players, why we haven't seen the big names play really well. There was shock exits, especially in Group D, for the likes of Watford and Spurs. So many question marks and so many questions that I don't think we're going to get answered.
We started, myself and Brandon, we were covering Group A. We were looking at Group A, and that's where Brentford found themselves. They've won their first game, and then they started to go on a bit of a streak, and they ended up topping the group 10 points out of 12. We looked at each other after day 1. We wrapped up the day and we said, you know what? Brentford could do this. And you said Brentford or Chelsea
will be in the final.
Will be in the grand final. I brought it up because he forgot. Okay, so he called this. It wasn't Chelsea. It was Brentford. They're in the grand final. On the other side of it, Norwich. When you've got a player like Dami who has been there, he's done it. He's been all over the world. He's almost the term sort of seasoned pro, seasoned veteran. He falls under that. If you looked up that in the dictionary, you'd see a picture of Dami. Okay, especially when it comes to FIFA esports. This is his world. He thrives in this environment. When it was online, we didn't really speak about him too much. He wasn't qualifying. Maybe he wasn't really that interested in playing when it was online. Now we're back online. He's the man to beat. He's the man that's leading this Norwich City side. And look, in about an hour's time, one of these 2 sides are going to be lifting the trophy.
Thank you, Richard and Brandon. Right, let's break down our other team then that are in the grand final with us as well. I mean, Jack, goal poacher, Dami, also an experienced pro representing Norwich. These guys have been on a roll all weekend. They've been non-stop. Dami for one half of it, but in that last game, Jack made the ePremier League semi-final his own. He took the opportunity, and Aga, they're going to want to continue that momentum.
Yeah, definitely. You'd like to continue the form going into a final. And I think both teams had a quite similar path in terms of having a really solid group stage where they took out some big clubs, really. And they did it in a very impressive way, scoring a lot of goals. And yet they still went a bit under the radar, obviously, because some of us, especially me, were doubting if they could keep up with that high level. And they just kept doing that, Norwich. And taking out Leeds in the semi-final was a huge scalp for them. And now they're ready for the final.
Agarol, just to follow on your conversation of exactly who Norwich City defeated in Group D. That's the group they were in yesterday. So they had a draw against Aston Villa. Then they defeated Tottenham, Newcastle and Watford. That was yesterday, of course. And then earlier on in the day, they defeated Chelsea. And then we just saw it earlier on stream. They then went on to defeat Leeds United to progress here to that final. I'm just going to pick up with you, Tom, on Dami, who's on your screen here. The boys are saying really experienced player, maybe not really progressing to the heights he should have done online recently over the last couple of years. Do you think the fact that he signed for a new esports team, Norwich, the end of last year, has given him a little bit of extra motivation to try and perform, especially for a club that are in the Premier League this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's given him a lot of, confidence and belief, and you can see literally there, we have his favourite skills in the preferred formation. I feel like all of that sort of comes into fruition when, you have that sort of big backing behind you, you have that confidence, that belief that, you can go on and you can do this, and you can see it in his play style in this tournament. He's just really playing with that freedom, that free-flowing football, and he mentioned it himself, he's pretty much scoring a lot of goals. He's got that mysterious style of play, as he likes to call it, and no one's really figured him out yet, so we'll see if he can, deliver that in the final.
Now, you did talk about in the previous semi-final that Oli Lito, representing Leeds, he'll really try to figure out the way that Dami does play. It was 0-0 that first leg, so he didn't quite manage to do it. Do you think that Sam Brewster can do that against Dami in this grand final? Figure out the mysterious Dami?
I think it's going to be tough, obviously. It's hard to play against the formation Dami is playing, the 3-5-2, if he's sticking to that. It's going to be interesting what Sam Brewster comes with in terms of formation, because I think the 3-5-2 have been really good at outplaying the narrow diamond. Just because of that extra man, and also in defense, you get your central defensive midfielders to drop back in the defense, or playing with 5 at the back. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting.
Right then, you're the pro. Come on then. So tell us, how would you approach taking on Dami in a game of FIFA 22? What would you do?
I mean, it's tough to say, just because you have different play styles, right? And you want to stick loyal to a game style, especially with the way you've been performing. You don't want to change up anything because it worked for you so far. So I would say that they should stick loyal to their game style because it worked so far, and then you can make adjustment throughout the game if something is not clicking.
Tom, they may have to be prepared. Brentford, this is for a lot of goals being scored as well from Norwich City. Do you remember that Watford game yesterday? 11-4. There you go. That was a defeat there, a really hefty defeat, the biggest defeat we saw all day. Norwich City defeated Watford 11-4. How would you approach a very attacking Norwich City?
I think I would have to be really cautious at the back, just because, Norwich know how to score goals. They're a very attacking side, and Dami scored a lot of goals, especially in the group stages. So I would sort of be cautious at the back. But like Aga said, just play my normal game, try and score as many goals as I can, and just try and do as much as I can to sort of give my partner the best advantage, especially in the first leg.
Right, well, the grand final is coming up very, very shortly. You do not want to miss this one. Brentford taking on Norwich City. It is live from London after this short break.
Like you'll ever get paid to play video games, they said. Now you're players, creators, fans, all in one huge and growing community. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Well, this is the moment we've been waiting for all weekend. We're about to crown our ePremier League champions for 2022. You just saw those beautiful trophies behind us. They will lift them at the end of the next 2 legs of FIFA 22 action and take home the top prize of £30,000. This final is between Brentford and Norwich City, guys. Welcome if you are just joining us. You've joined us at the perfect time. I'm with Kyle Walker, Tom Gebber and August Rosemeyer as well to take you through this awesome final. I mean, let's just talk about it a little bit more. Brentford taking on Norwich City. I believe we can see a little hype video to get you guys at home very excited for this one. A little look at both teams competing today. Both the players, of course, as well.
In towards Cristiano Ronaldo. What a save, Saint-Maximin! Save after save. Finds Ronaldo. Lovely ball. Pulled it into the far post. One more pass. Brilliant save from Schmeichel. Cut back. Saint-Maximin. What a pass. Ball on. Confidence. Need it. Look at the time. And it's Saint-Maximin. They're off to a penalty shootout to the side of grand final. Now up steps CR7. Saved. If they score, that's it. He does score. Brentford in the Premier League final. Well, no one predicted it, but the Bees have certainly stung the rest of the competition here in the ePremier League. The duo of Sam Brewster and Cousinho have done enough to make it here to the grand final in London. They play one game of FIFA for a chance to win £30,000. And who they'll be up against is this team. The Canaries, in their second outing in the Premier League, have had their best ever outing in this tournament. The duo of Dami and Goal Poacher have looked deadly throughout, and they will make this a fierce final in the Premier League Grand Final.
Okay, I am here with our finalists. Guys, does it feel good? Yeah? Yeah. Sam, I'll come to you first. How you feel? You know what? You've been like this all day. I can't deal with you this weekend. You're so calm. How are you feeling inside?
Inside, like, obviously I've been nervous today. Well, I'm being genuinely honest when I said I wasn't nervous yesterday, but that Crystal Palace game's taken it out of me. Like, the nerves there, having to watch Zoe and then come back for extra time and penalties, like, that's the most nervous I've been in a long time. But like, this final is like, it's just like, it's kind of almost like we've been saying all week, it's a free hit. Like, just go out there and play my best and see what can happen.
So after that Palace game, like you said, it took a lot out of you. What have you done between then and now to prepare yourself for this?
I went and sat down in the players' lounge for about 10 minutes, then came down and watched the Norwich PlayStation game, and then, yeah, just been chilling backstage. But, yeah, no, it should be a good game here, and then we'll see what happens.
This is huge for you. You're here on the big stage in the ePremier League final. Doesn't that sound good?
It does sound good. It doesn't sound real either, though. That's probably why I seem so calm, because like, it's bizarre. Like, not expecting to get grouped, but kind of like people putting us odds on to get grouped, and then now we're here, like, just kind of taking it in the stride and see what happens.
And Peace, how does it sound to you? Pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's been a great couple of days. Sam's been amazing. Played really well. I think I performed well as well, and it's just a great feeling to be here and get all the way to the final. It's just one more game to go now.
And you guys have worked so well together this weekend. It's just really clicked for you, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I know what Sam can do. I trust him when he plays. He trusts me. So we just try to help each other out. He gives me a lead. All I got to do is not let him down and not let the club down. A couple of games I've had to honestly play, from a 0-0 start and all that kind of thing. So it's just been like, I trust him. I know he works hard. I know how much he wants this. And so, yeah, and a lovely guy as well. So that makes it a bit better. So just working together and see how far we can get each other together.
Oh, I love that little bromance. Guys, Dami, Jack, you're here for the final, the big stage, the ePremier League. Dami, we've said earlier on, you're experienced, but this must feel pretty great anyway, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't think there's anybody who expected this final to happen. There was a lot of favorites, right? A lot of good teams here, but both teams here have fun. They are willing to risk some things during the games, and we are here, so we're gonna keep having fun.
Jack, does it make it that much sweeter to be here, like Dami said, because no one expected this final, right?
Yeah, it does. It's good for Brentford and us. It's weird because we were 33-1 to win the whole thing. Obviously, we're not saying we are going to or we're not going to, but it's crazy. It's crazy both Norwich and Brentford being here.
Dami, have you got faith in yourselves? Can you do this? Can you win the ePremier League?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I can't play any worse than the last game I've played here, so just gonna start from there and see what happens.
That's the spirit, right? Guys, I'll let you take your seats. Good luck, Richard. Brandon, over to you.
Thank you, Nicole. ePremier League Grand Final time. A journey that started back in November of 2021 last year, where fans of football clubs all over England signed up for the chance to wear a jersey and to compete for a lump sum of cash. Live on TV, live all around the world. 20 came yesterday, and now only 2 remain. Playing for those 2 trophies there. It's been a journey to remember, Richard, and we are still not fully there just yet.
Liverpool, Watford, Manchester City, the 3 previous winners of the ePremier League. Norwich City Football Club or Brentford City will be joining the ePremier League history books. Incredible, absolutely incredible. There'll be people out there that think, you know what, the ePremier League, all the pros sign up for it, all the big dogs sign up for it. Maybe I don't want to go for that team, maybe I don't want to go for this team. This is a beautiful indication that if you support your football club, if you think that I'm decent at FIFA and I want to get involved, this is what can happen. Yeah. 3 out of the 4 players on that stage have never played at a professional FIFA event before this.
And also, what an achievement for these 2 football clubs as well. The fact they've gone so far in this tournament, Richard, I think is an eye-opener to football fans all around the world of just what can be achieved on the virtual pitch of FIFA. This is your grand final, made up of 2 legs. There'll be an Xbox leg and a PlayStation leg. The 2 scores will be added together in an aggregate scoreline. That will determine who will be the 2022 ePremier League champions. A quick word on Brentford to kick off with first and foremost, Richard. Sam Brewster, the man on the left-hand side of your screen in the Brentford jersey. First ever time in the Premier League. 3 of the 4 players we are looking at, it's their first ever time in the Premier League. What has been their journey to success? Why has it happened? Why are we sitting here looking at Brentford as grand finalists right now?
They've kept calm, they've kept composed, but they have been clinical when they need to be. They've been really free-flowing in the attacking third, but every single interview that Nicole's done with them, every time we've spoken to them backstage, Brentford are level-headed. On the other side of that, Norwich have got one of the most experienced FIFA pros in the game, in Dami there. Almost his understudy in goal poacher, but he has stepped up to the plate when they needed, especially in the semi-final.
Well, here it is, your 2022 ePremier League Grand Final. Brentford against Norwich. And it will be an Xbox leg to kick things off here. A match worth £30,000. It's been the biggest ever ePremier League of all time. Of course, Brentford in their traditional home kit from left to right, with Norwich in their third strip. Could be an early start for the Bees. Cuts back inside. CR7 didn't really need to cut back inside again, did it?
Early chance there for Brentford. He won the ball high up the pitch. Did Sam. He was looking to turn it over really quick, getting the Norwich back 3 on their heels. That'll be a good starter, though. That'll be a good sort of indicator of that. I can win the ball back. I can turn this Norwich defence over. N'Golo Kante getting forward for Norwich.
A bit of a right winger there for a split second, did the Chelsea midfielder. Ball into the box. 2 hands on it for Van der Sar. There might be people watching, Richard, thinking, why is Teemu Pukki not on the pitch, or alternatively, Ivan Toney?
So we're playing on FIFA Ultimate Team. It's a game mode within the game of FIFA where you can play with any football item who plays currently in the world of the beautiful game. We're looking at Premier League players only today, or icons. They're items in FIFA who have had historic careers, like Ruud Gullit, like Patrick Vieira. You're out 3 of those icons on the pitch at one time. The goalkeeper, expect to see Schmeichel or usually Van der Sar between the sticks as well. Other than that, all Premier League names that everyone will be certainly aware of.
Here's Dami on the attack for Norwich with Cristiano Ronaldo. Back to Salah.
Oh!
His first block to Norwich in the Premier League Grand Final.
Dami has come to play in the Grand Final. You just heard Sam Brewster there on the mic say, yeah, good goal, fair play, okay. He knows what game he's in. Dami, great start. Beautiful roulette. CR7 opened up the space. And an outrageous shot into that far post. Team of the year, Cristiano Ronaldo as well. Not the typical Ronaldo item that we've seen used over the last 2 days.
And do you think it's hit Brentford yet that they are in the Premier League Grand Final? All we've seen all weekend from Sam Brewster and from his teammate Enzo Henio is them just enjoying life in this tournament. They are not signed as professional FIFA players. This is their first ever tournament, their first ever LAN tournament. I mean, it's been the first one in 2 years anyway, but regardless, it's their first ever experience of playing FIFA at a competitive level. It still just feels like for them, they've just been able to enjoy this tournament process throughout.
But why change? If you've got to the final playing a relaxed style of FIFA, that's what you need to do throughout. Dami sees this as an opportunity to wrap this final up in the first leg.
He might be able to get a second now. Vieira comes to save the day. Or
Can't do that.
Back to goal, CR7. Thought about going left, went right, and then gave possession back to Brentford.
Just before the players walked out onto the stage, we caught them for a quick 10-second, 15-second, how are you feeling? Dami said to me, I've got to be better. I had 0 shots against Olilito in the semi-finals. I have to be better. I got lucky to get through. He has come to play and he's come to put a statement down, a statement of intent in this grand final.
Yeah, we'll have a little look at the mini-map now. You can see that Norwich are playing a 3-5-2. It's been the style that Dami has played. It has left for there to be gaps if there is a quick counter-attack from Brentford here. But alternatively, it comes into a 5 at the back, as we have seen throughout this tournament so many times.
So back 3. Looks like Vieira is the central sort of defender in there, with Rudiger and Varane as the 2 wide centre-backs, and then the 2 wingers, left mid and right mid, is João Cancelo and Mo Salah. But as you said, when they do defend, the wide midfielders really drop in deep. Salah and Cancelo play as wing-backs, and then the midfield of Gullit and Cancelo help out as well. I should say Kante and Gullit, Cancelo at left mid.
Struggled to get out so far as Sam Brewster.
Great ball.
Nicely done. Eric Cantona has been the star of the show for Brentford. Oh, he fancied it. He knows what a chance it was. He went for a cheeky chip. I mean, it was the perfect player to perform, Eric Cantona.
It was delicate. He went to lift it over him. Beautiful running from behind from Cantona. Great idea. That's whipped into the box.
Wow. Oh, that was nearly pitch perfect from Norwich. That nearly is.
What are we doing?
CR7! It's an absolute gift for Norwich City. And is that the lack of experience? A panic on the biggest of stages that could cost them heavily in this grand final.
I don't think he can believe what he's doing. He's rolled the ball out. Diaz has run across him. Do you remember back to the group stages? He did this in the group stages. He played out the back, he lost the ball with his goalkeeper. The group stages is fine. They were already through. This is a grand final for £30,000.
Well, we've been speaking so highly of Ruben Diaz defensively. Not then. Certainly not then. But to be honest, there wasn't much he could do about it. Brentford's 2-0 down. They need a serious wake-up call. Very nice from Gullit. And so close to finding Alan Saint-Maximin with the most delicate of touches. This is a dream start for Norwich as they look to hunt on to be the 2022 ePremier League champions. And certainly, they've got the man in the driving seat in Dami to really help them push that performance forward. Ball across, CR7! Game on!
Come on, man. Brentford are getting excited. They're getting hyped in the booth. Long ball up the pitch. It was Eric Cantona. He won the first contact, just managed to knock it down into Cristiano Ronaldo's path. The ball bounced up nicely for CR7. Outside the right boot. Killing it around the goalkeeper. Exactly what Brentford needed going into half-time.
Again, he was able to make it look so simple, wasn't he? Eric Cantona with the flick on, found Cristiano Ronaldo. The most delicate of touches. If this is your first taste of competitive FIFA, don't go anywhere. This is the grand final in the ePremier League between Brentford and Norwich. It's the first half of 4 completed technically. Let's have a little listen in to what the players are saying at the halfway point.
Half done, keep going, push on. We've got more goals than scores in the defense. I can score, get on your box. Leaving yourself. Yeah, no, I'm all good. Don't rush anything, like, even like goal kicking, don't rush yourself. Yeah. We're going to win. Yeah, I know.
Well, we'll try our best to have a little bit of an insight there between the halves. What was said, we didn't catch much from Norwich, but there was a few words in the Brentford side.
Don't rush. Specifically here, Zohinio say, don't rush, give all kicks. You don't need to rush. You'll create chances. You'll get opportunities to score against this 3-defender formation of Norwich City.
And he also said, quite confidently, Sam Brewster, I'm going to be able to get another goal.
I think the conversation opened with it should be 1-1.
That was a mistake that you certainly can't make in any game of FIFA at this level, let alone a grand final. Remember, it's a 2-legged final, this one. One game on Xbox, then we'll go to the PlayStation after a small break. But if Norwich can get a 2-goal cushion back reinstalled, it'd be an unbelievable position to be in for goal poacher. Sancho, nice ball, Rashford, ball roll, Sancho off the line, Rudiger. What a chance!
Huge opportunity for Dami to go 2 goals to the good. Really big chance. I think he just managed to pull his player back onto the line. It bounced around, and then Van der Sar clutched it close to his chest. You see how Sam Brewster's trying to play, sort of trying to pull one of those defenders out and then knock it in behind. He's happy to go long when he needs to. He's happy to go over the top when he needs to.
Firmino, good feet. It's a double tap pass that doesn't find Ronaldo. Instead, he gives possession back to Norwich. Final 30 here. Expect to see a few changes made in the next 10 minutes or so. Norwich on the hunt for a 3rd goal. They were 2-0 up in this game. They conceded just before half-time. Pull it. Watch Ronaldo. He can finish from that far out. CR7 thought about it for a second. Didn't rush it. Eric Cantona didn't have the best of games in the semi-final. It was something that Sam Brewster made pretty clear. He wasn't happy with the icon. But how can you be that unfaithful to a player that's done so much for you in the tournament?
No, you can't. He's been his magic player, has Eric Cantona, for Sam Brewster of Brentford throughout this entire process. Could get a chance here, potentially. The ball's broken nicely for him.
Pull it. Tried to get his way through there. The midfielder, one of those icon picks that's in this Premier League build. Let's see how he plays his last 25 minutes. Got Sam Brewster. This is the only game on paper that we may have seen him lose. Other than that, he's been flawless for the Bees throughout. Pull it. Back to Firmino, can't find that ball he's looking for again. He just can't find the rhythm.
Yeah, it's a good point. He can't find the rhythm, and because he's not able to ping those passes, just getting a little bit rushed and a little bit hectic in the attacking third when he's trying to force these plays through. He's got time left on his side, though.
And defensively, so much better from what we saw in the first 45. He's managing what Dami's throwing at him a bit more in this difficult 3-5-2. If he can catch him on the break, as you've said, with these long through balls, he can catch out, the left side or the right-hand side of the pitch where the player has not quite dropped back yet. So maybe he could be deadly, but as you can see, it's already a back 5 there. That there's a wall of Norwich shirts. Watch these through balls. Got Ronaldo and Rashford just teasing. A run forward. Hullet and Vieira trying to do their best defensively for Brentford to close those passing angles. Sancho back to goal. That's top quality FIFA for a man that knows this game inside and out.
What a goal from Damie. Incredible work, passing the ball, moving it and grooving it inside the box. Marcus Rashford, 12 yards out, slots it past the goalkeeper with 15 minutes left to play. Norwich City are edging closer and closer to lifting the ePremier League trophy.
Laser focus from Damie. It's a 2-goal cushion. That is massive to take into the PlayStation leg, where goal poacher will look to take the reins. You can find a 3rd goal. That'll be even more impressive. What a goal though from Damie. More time to get it in the grand final. João Cancelo finds CR7. Half volley, it's in the air, it's everywhere.
No, play on now.
Keen to play on with Sam Bruce. The referee said, no, we're going back for a free kick. No, you've got to be careful again there. It's just careless. Just the goal for Brentford here would be massive, Richard.
He's just trying to play it so quickly that he's playing himself into danger.
Well played, Rudiger. Takes the ball off the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo. And to be honest, this is Damie's now.
Sam Brewster's not really been in a position like this in the entire tournament. He's always been in control of these first games. He's had a great record. He's, won 3, drawn a couple as well. He's not dropped a game in the entire process. So this will feel like a really unfamiliar scenario for him. That might be seen where we're seeing a bit of frustration. We're seeing him rushing his passes because he knows how important taking a lead into that second game is. If Damie gets a 4th,
it's a miracle. Needed from his teammate Zohinio. Added time per minute. This is a confident start to the Premier League Grand Final for Norwich. If they find one more, it'd be even better. Salah into CR7. It's hands on the ball from Van der Sar, but he must be happy with that as Norwich take the lead and the scoreline into the halfway interval. They lead by 3-1 on the Xbox PlayStation leg, coming up very shortly.
What a performance from that man just there. Damie representing Norwich City. 3-1 it is after that first leg. So make sure you stick around. Make sure you join us for the second half here at the ePremier League finals.
Round 1.
Bit of a risky off-balance pass around the back that.
Yeah, done well to get it out though.
Yeah, through ball's on, he's in.
The thing is, he's done the right thing so far, not passing it.
Obviously, if he passes that, it's a goal, but he's shot it, so we'll go safe, we'll go safe.
His right leg's bent backwards, so he's definitely shimmed his right foot, so he's probably going to go for the near post for the goalie's right-hand side.
Yeah,
it's not going in.
Not a chance. He's chipped it.
Oh, that's cheeky.
Not the meta thing that you'd expect in that situation.
Let's go for the next one.
Under the middle up here.
Oh, good play in the middle of the park.
Good roulette.
Oh, look at it.
He's trying to find a striker here. Yeah. Good tackle that was.
Good ball. What can we do? Oh, that's not going in. No chance that's going in.
Based off that, he looks like he's going to give it a good whack.
Last one went in, this one's not going.
Nah, I'm sticking with you, it's not going in.
It's going to go high and right.
100% saved. As expected.
If that is a foot item though, like say a Team of the Year Ronaldo.
It could,
Do you know what I mean? It all depends on the card as well.
Round 3, let's go.
Haha, yes, they've
look at the run on the left. Oh, what a tackle.
Hitting him on a counter. A lot of space on the right.
He's got overlapping man.
He's got to play the extra
Yeah,
pass.
he has to play that pass.
He hasn't.
I think that does sneak in.
I agree.
I think
it does.
It's going in.
Scoring.
Near post, going in.
I told you,
Martinez. To be fair, we said if he hits the roof of the net, it's going to be a goal.
Right, here we go, round 4. Come on, here we go.
Go on. Again, it's Villa. And again.
It's going to cross. Maybe.
Never going in. Never going in.
He ain't got the angle to go near post, and he ain't going to dip it over the keeper from there.
Nah, no way. Not from there.
Nah, not a chance this goes in. Yeah, nah, this is...
Nah.
Keeper hasn't bothered. He's.
What is that all about, though? That should just never go in.
If I concede this goal, I'll be very, very mad.
We've got to get this one right.
Come on.
Oh,
What a tackle.
crunching tackle.
Ooh.
Oh, that's bad from him.
Awful dribbling.
No, wait, he's not scoring. He's not scoring.
Just got to shoot this. I think it's a guaranteed goal. It's a really good angle.
100% a goal, this one.
Definitely a goal, yeah.
Yeah. Either cornery as well.
Keeper's got this in his locker.
Yes, keeper.
Good save, good save.
I mean, hit his head. It's a poor finish, that one, I'm sorry.
I'd put that down to the player who's controlling him's fault, because if they was doing the right sort of instructions with the controller, it would have been on their left foot. I actually think that's quite unlucky. It's come off the keeper's head at the end of the day.
It's hard to predict low-level FIFA as well. Like.
Well, hello and welcome back to the grand finals of the ePremier League Finals 2022 between Brentford and Norwich City. Leg 1 has already been played. Norwich City currently leading Brentford 3-1. And you may have noticed Nicole Holliday, our reporter, is standing by already with those two players from the first leg to chat to them right now.
Yes, I am here with Dami and Sam. Dami, I'll start with you. 3-1 up after that first leg. How did that feel for you? How did that go?
No, it feels great after the semi-final where I didn't have a shot. So 3 goals, coming back to my strong form, and hopefully Jack will do his job as he always does, yeah.
Did you feel confident going into this final? Do you feel like your experience has helped here?
Yeah, I would guess so. It was really easy for me to bounce back from the last draw, let's say, because I should have lost that. But yeah, after the Olelito game, I knew that it's not gonna be. I'm not gonna play as bad, basically, right? So I will create some chances, and I just need to take care of them. And yeah, I did. I finished 3, so I'm happy.
And now it's on Jack, your teammate, in this second leg. You think he can do it? He's got this?
I mean, he's doing it all weekend, so yeah, I believe in him.
Sam, look at you. Your demeanour hasn't changed this whole time. Quite chilled. How are you feeling after that? Because you did just lose 3-1 in that first leg.
No, I mean, like, don't feel too bad about it. Like, obviously, I'm gutted to lose, but 2 of Dami's goals were really nice. One of them's on me for making a silly mistake, rolling it out with the goalkeeper, and then he trips over my centre-back. Not much I can do about that. And like, obviously, you've still got peace to play, and 2 goals is nothing in FIFA. Like, especially get a goal in the first 30 minutes, and like, it's just a normal game. Like, it's very winnable.
Did you find it hard to kind of recover from that mistake then earlier on?
It annoyed me, but like at the same time, it's my fault. As much as like FIFA players, we quite often like say, "Oh, the game's like done us over a bit there. Like that, if I can, that's so avoidable for me to do. So that's my fault.
And Dami is such a strong opponent. We know how experienced he is, how good he is at the game. I mean, he showed himself off there, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the viewers have noticed it, but he's playing this 3-5-2, which no one really knows how to play against the whole weekend, and he's so good in it. Like when he goes forward, he's got three kind of strikers pinned against your centre backs, as well as two wingers out wide. It's so hard to defend against when he's just passing across the box. So yeah, he's been playing so well all weekend.
Now, you're standing there smiling because we'd spoken, I can't remember if it was today, yesterday, it's all merging into one, but you kind of said that you think one of your strengths this weekend is that some of the other players can't work you out and don't know what to expect from you, and Sam kind of touched upon it there.
Yeah, I mean, it's really funny because it's not even my tactic. I stole it from one of the players that played here today, yesterday as well, so...
Who's that?
Was Leicester City Painter, yeah, so... It's quite funny because now no one really knows how to handle, I mean, other than Odalito, right? No one really knew how to handle it properly, and yeah, it's just fun to see, and I'm happy because I'm scoring goals.
Well, there you go. It's still all to play for. Thank you guys so much. Kyle, Rachel, back to you.
Thank you, Nicole. Yes, it is still all to play for. This man, though, has put Norwich City in the driving seat. Brentford have it all to do in this second leg right now. During that interview, I did lock eyes with Dami. He gave me a little bit of a wink when he was talking about this mysterious play. No one can face off against him. He did manage to score 3 goals compared to Brentford's 1. But as we always say, 90 in-game minutes to go. It is not over just yet. Let's have a look at that first leg, though. Aga, why is this new formation? It's not new, but this new tactic we're seeing that has been pinched, let's say, from Leicester City, from Painter just there by Dami. Why is it so difficult to defend against?
I think as a FIFA player, you get used to play against a certain types of formation. So usually you're used to playing against the 4-4-2, the narrow diamond, the 4-3-2-1, the formations like that. And sometimes it can take you more than just one game to figure out this new formation your opponent is playing with, and obviously the players only have one game to play, so it's a nice way of surprising your opponents, I reckon. But it is a tricky formation to play against. Like as Sam also said, you can attack with many players, but you can also defend with a 5-back line, which is an extra man compared to the 4-4-2, for example.
I'm sure players will be trying to master countering that formation going forward after the success that Dami has had with it. But let's have a look then at the 4 goals which were scored in this first leg. Obviously 3 from Norwich City and 1 from Brentford. Norwich obviously getting off to the best start. And then we mentioned it, we might get to see the mistake as well from Sam Brewster for the second goal. So keeper there, that little back pass just resulted in that goal. Sorry, the keeper just kind of pushing it out. Not decisive enough there for Sam. He mentioned that before as well. He said that maybe he's rushing, and that obviously leads to mistakes. We saw that, but let's go back to another goal then to wrap things up. Brentford getting one back, and I think there's one more to go still from Dami as we approach the 75th minute. And that's how that one ended. Tom, I'll come to you then talk about the mistake, because you were actually telling Aga it as it unfolded on the screen there. Yeah, what exactly happened?
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's tried to almost rush his play. He's tried to, I think, roll out the ball to the centre-back, which I don't think he needed to do. I think he was still, you know, in a good position. He was quite comfortable with the ball. But he's rolled out, and it looks as if, you know, the centre-back's tripped over the ball, and Dami sort of, you know, taken the opportunity and put the ball in the back of the net. Don't feel like he needed to rush it, but, you know, that's where experience plays a role, and he'll probably learn from that.
How well did you think that Sam recovered from that mistake just there in the grand final?
Well, I think he did well, obviously getting a goal back. Unfortunately for him, Dami got a third, and I think he'll be frustrated because it's a mistake that you can't make in this final. And it's the strength of him, the way that he's so calm playing, but just in this situation, yeah, it was a big mistake.
Well, he said it did fluster him a little bit. Would that have flustered you in that situation, Aga?
I think I would have been very frustrated as well, but what he did well and what I would have done as well is that refocus, get over with what happened. You can't change it. You made a silly mistake, but if you start dwelling with the past, you're already lost.
Right, well, that second leg is coming up very, very shortly. Brentford have it all to do. They're currently trailing 3-1 to Norwich City. Make sure you stay exactly where you are. The second leg of the grand final of the ePremier League is coming up shortly.
Who's been practicing skill games?
Callum has practiced again. I'm not doing it, and again. Oh, crossing. Oh, we know someone likes a cross. Just do your best, mate. I want you to do really, really well. Oh, he's done this before. He's done this before.
Yes! No!
Another knockdown.
Offside.
Disgusting.
Alright.
Oh, there's an obstacle there, pal.
How did he miss?
Here we go.
Here we go.
Oh, he's getting nervous.
Right, there's no way you're losing to Toast. I'm sorry, what is going on here?
I mean, what is it? Let's start again.
You let this guy in. No, you're taking the mix. This ain't real. There we go.
That's deep and dreadful, mate.
Great.
About 0 points.
Oh my god. Right, where's it going?
Four fingers, yeah?
Yes!
No, man.
That was awful.
That's a disgrace.
Round 2.
What is it?
Shooting.
Oh, shooting. Who's got their shooting boots on today then?
It's because we curtains.
Yeah, we're done
come on.
for. We're done for.
Oh,
he's hitting it every time.
Outstanding.
Outstanding, that.
I don't know if that's a good score or not.
Oh, we're straight into it.
No way.
Oh my god, in.
Oh, nah, I'm bottling it.
He's not missed though, I don't think.
Yeah, but.
No!
No! No! How did he beat me? Oh.
Oh. You've got to at least hit the target on the first one, mate. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. He has to score.
Oh my god!
I'm the greatest of all time. Sorry, lads.
What have we got?
Oh. It is over for you.
I think it could be.
Free kicks.
Oh, I don't like the look of this, I'll be real.
Don't let that Joey get in your head.
Alright, it's a good start, it's a good
Tell
start.
you what, that's a nice one.
Yeah,
Allison, you got to dive,
Let's
mate. What am I
take it.
seeing? Oh my, what's he doing now?
I think that's enough to beat you. So, all the best, mate. No pressure. 14,000. Ooh, 2,000 for that. Yeah, you know what? Sympathy points. I'm not bothered.
I'm going to hit like 2 targets. Been rigged. Unbelievable. Oh, honestly, mate, I'm chuffed a bit for you.
Nah, what can I say? It's a great trophy. It's an honour to win this trophy. Honestly.
I can't do this.
Well, welcome back to the Premier League Grand Finals. In just under 20 minutes' time, someone will be lifting those trophies. Will it be Brentford or will it be Norwich? It's all to do for the Bees. They trail by 3-1 at the halfway point. It's moving from Xbox to PlayStation. Myself, Brandon Smith, and Richard Buckley guiding you through the commentary of this game. Richard, the halfway point in the grand final, but there is a lot to do for Brentford, isn't there?
The chips are certainly stacked in Brentford's corner right now, just for the simple fact 3-1 the scoreline, but also I'm looking back to the semi-finals. Goal Poacher got one of his biggest wins in this tournament last round. He beat Mitch Hayward 2-1. He said, finally I've won a game. Finally it's me winning and not Dammy. He's got a 2-goal cushion and he's on Mount Olympus right now in terms of confidence, in terms of momentum. He is so confident and so calm. He's got 2 goals to play with. He knows what's required of him. Dammy's behind him. Norwich City have so much going in their favour right now.
Well, in the hot seat for Brentford is Zohinio. His first ever ePremier League. A local Brentford fan who actually went to the same school as Ivan Toney. He's actually been in touch with him on his journey to this ePremier League final, saying good luck. And I'm sure, no matter whether they win or lose, he'll be over the moon with the performance that he has had on the virtual pitch for Brentford. They have done superbly well. The duo of Sam Brewster and Zohinio. Norwich from left to right in their traditional yellow and green. And Brentford, as we know, from right to left. They're all to play for in the Premier League. £30,000 on the line and a massive trophy.
First goal's everything. I know we say it a lot, and I know that phrase is tossed around probably more than it should be, but at 3-1, you're going into a one-leg shootout, really. That's what it is for these two, Zohinio and Goal Poacher. If Norwich score first, 3 goals, they will lead by 4-1 overall scoreline. I think it's just too big of a hill for Brentford to climb.
Let's see how Goal Poacher does kick off. His first ever pro tournament. Came in as another unknown player. Not for so long, though. Jadon Sancho turns, delivers another blow to Brentford fans' hearts. This is a 3-goal cushion. Not so unknown anymore is Goal Poacher. He's on his way to being ePremier League champion.
Absolutely incredible. It really is. Goal Poacher has played his best FIFA today in the last 2 rounds. Beating Mitch Hayward of Leeds United, and now he's 4-1 up, and he looks incredible. Could have been 5.
One thing that we know about Zohinio, he's fantastic going forward, but he has been a bit leaky at the back across the group stages and into knockout play.
He's in.
He's got it all to do, though. This will be a good start for him. Jadon Sancho is quite a tough angle. It's a good save from Schmeichel. 2 strong hands on it. That waves away the first warning.
I think the rebound off the goalkeeper could have been the angle that he was looking for. Jadon Sancho getting his shot away on a very tight angle, as you said, but the rebound off that goalkeeper, you never know where the ball might deflect or potentially end up to a Brentford City striker. It was Ronaldo and Saint-Maximin buzzing around the penalty area.
The question we always often say, Rich, when a team might play their final before the final, I think that's been the case for Brentford here. It's a 3-goal deficit they trail by against the Norwich team that do not concede goals. They were the 2nd best defensive team in the Premier League. They only conceded 9 goals in what we called the group of death. Remember, Watford, Spurs are in that group.
Potentially, I'm sure we'll break it down throughout the rest of this stream, and then afterwards on the desk as well, maybe what went wrong for Brentford in this final. But for me right now, I'm looking at the performance from Norwich City. I'm saying what's went right, and I can tell you near enough everything. It's been pretty much the perfect performance so far from Norwich.
Well, they're a team that heavily invested into the FIFA esports scene, forming 1J Esports, which is 1J off the back of where Carrow Road is located, the postcode. quite some way to create your own team. And certainly that investment has paid off. And I think goal poacher might have also just got himself a contract alongside the likes of Lyrics and Dammy, who already are resident players for Norwich City. Alongside that, £30,000. Not saying this is done yet, but from what we're seeing, there's a third of this game gone. It's a 3-goal cushion in favour of Norwich City. Brentford need to sting, and it needs to come very soon. There's the pause. Is that an indication, Richard, of
things need to change?
A 3 at the back, an attacking change, something?
I would imagine probably into a narrow formation, lots more bodies flying forward, a constant pressure or a press after possession loss have to be implemented here for Brentford. It's the final. There's no other games after this. You may as well go for it.
Gets half-time without conceding. They certainly will be on their way. João Cancelo wins it back. No real threat again towards Norwich City at this moment in time.
And this, the game can play like this right now for Norwich. They don't have to score again. They've got a 3-goal cushion. Possession is their best friend right now. Keep the ball, ping it from left to right, get the fullbacks involved. You want them to have the most touched out with everybody on the pitch, just pinging it from left to right. You're slowly approaching a 45-minute countdown clock.
One thing nice as well, there is no headphones, there is no music, there is no game sound going into his ears at the moment. He's listening to, he's absorbing everything, the environment he's in right now.
He's living in the atmosphere.
The family and friends that are in the VIP area. Chance, Alisson Maximian, this must be a goal for Brentford, what a save! Another big chance gone. All he's got, I think, is Damien, is it?
That had to fall for Brentford. It was a really good chance. Just couldn't quite get the shot that he wanted. With St. Maximin. One more chance potentially before half-time for Brentford here.
That's it, pretty much.
No one at time, so he had to go forward.
He knows it's a frustrating 45. Let's listen in to both camps.
No, I'm just Three goals on Thompson.
Do you think he feels defeated already, Brentford? He looks it.
He looks deflated. Maybe not defeated, deflated. The thing for Brentford, and especially for Zahinio, he has never, during the ePremier League, been in this position where he's had to go from a losing position. Because Sam Brewster's not dropped games.
Never lost a game.
So he's always been in either a winning or a drawing predicament where the game is really open and he's sort of just playing his own FIFA. He came into this game at the worst time possible in the grand final in a losing predicament. His game plan was already pre-laid out for him because of the first leg result. That could be one of the big flaws.
The ball just goes out of play carelessly from the kick-off from Brentford. Let's see what has been changed at half-time in terms of an attacking game plan that has to be implemented now, or at least in the next 5 or 10 in-game minutes. Norwich score again. I think we can start writing their name on the trophy. CR7 looking for the cutback. And he finds Rudiger's feet.
He wants more, does goal poacher. He wants a 5th and a 6th. Then he can probably start to relax in his own head as well.
Brentford again, no way down That left-hand side, they look to exploit. Ball over the top. It's a runner race between João Cancelo and Alan Saint-Maximin now. Remember, this is the Premier League Grand Final. Winner gets £30,000. Also, they'll book 2 tickets to the Global Series playoffs to play with some of the best players in the world. Unless we're going to see something nicely done. Saint-Maximin, sting out the shot, could be a live steal.
Where's the keeper?
Cut back. Just not falling, just not landing, just not going in. And every single time they can defend, they'll know they are an inch and 1 step closer to lifting those trophies, Norwich City.
No, absolutely. And Brentford's window of opportunity to pull something miraculous out of the hat is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller.
That's the pause for me that says that's 3 at the back. We have to go for this game. However, when will he get that pause? That's another question. If I'm goal poacher, as we've said time and time again on this commentary booth, keep the ball in play. Do not let him go to that pause, because if he goes to a pause, you know what's coming. Constant pressure, everybody forward for the last 25 minutes of this game.
Potential.
Maybe to come forward now. Sancho, does he need that to try and manoeuvre back out? It just didn't land how he wanted to, is it? Starting like that fairy tale story is coming to an end for Brentford. They topped the group in Group A. They were a team that not expected to get out of the groups, in all honesty. We commentated over Group A yesterday, and we're looking towards the likes of Chelsea +1 in at one stage was looking like Brighton or West Ham.
It still has been an outstanding journey for them, though, but by no means is, obviously in their mind, getting to a final and then not performing to your level that you expect or that you have done for the rest of the tournament will be disappointing, but it's been a fantastic performance from Brentford.
Another big win.
But the damage was done in the first leg.
It was. And it's been, as much as it's been 1v1 FIFA games with an aggregate scoreline, there has been a team element to this one. Whether that's been just morally between legs, giving each other a slight leg up with a push of results. But you're right to say, it's crazy to say the goal poacher has got better and better in these rounds. Not, you know, round 4 in the groups. Semi-final, grand final.
Here's where he's pulled his best 2 performances out.
Brentford on the hunt. They need 3 goals. It's just not falling for them. And as every minute goes past, it's a minute closer to Norwich picking up that trophy. Richard, this is going to be Brentford's last chance to try and just throw everything at this game.
You see the changes, constant pressure and the depth being bumped all the way up to 100. Every single player will be in the attacking third for Brentford in this final 12 minutes, but I just don't know if there's enough time. They have to score now, then probably before the 85th, and then have a late surge in the last injury time, last couple of minutes. They have to score from this attack, really.
Another tackle from Reece James. He knows it.
Still on.
First position they've been in when they've been struggling. Chance, Saint-Maximin, everything's going to be rushed now. Everything is going to be rushed at 100 miles an hour. And it's just if they can move at that speed, which doesn't look to be the case again. 8 minutes away. Norwich City played in the Premier League 2 years ago. And back then, it was not a performance like this. 2 years on from that, it's a performance they'll never forget. An ePremier League title for a side that found their way out of one of the most difficult groups in this competition, with household favourite names.
Dami has had such a successful FIFA esports career, but this has to be his crowning moment. This has to be top of the pile. And on the other side of it, goal poacher just looked across. He knows, as a grin goes across Dami's face, that the time is up. One of Dami's best ever performances, one of goal poacher's first of maybe a long list of championship victories in his career. A memorable, memorable weekend for Norwich City Football Club. Absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, they might get one more goal just to celebrate this perfect victory. They win it back kindly. They'll get one more goal. CR7! And that's it. The Canaries have done it. Norwich City FC, ePremier League 2022 champions. The duo of Dami and goal poacher came up against 19 other Premier League clubs, and they've battled it out over the last 2 days. They might not have been predicted to be favourites. They're outside favourites in this tournament. But the duo have done it. 2022 ePremier League champions. Congratulations, Norwich City.
Guys, congratulations! You are our ePremier League winners. Jack, Dami, how's it feel?
Feels great. I've never really expected it. Obviously, I tried my hardest to win, but yeah, it was a crazy weekend. We didn't even lose a single game here, so I'm really, really happy.
Are you okay? You seem quite emotional, which is completely understandable.
Nah, I'm not really okay.
Oh, bless you. Jack, are you seem quite cool, but I think you're quite emotional as well, aren't you?
No, not really. I'm not going to cry, right? But
Oh, no.
I'm feeling good, I can't lie. I mean, I took a 4th place in the group prize money, so I mean, to be honest, I didn't expect to get out of, didn't expect to get to Sunday, didn't expect to get to the final.
Speaking of prize money, £30,000. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Yeah.
Does sound decent, 15 each. Not
Good maths.
Not a bad day's work.
And the guys were saying earlier, Brandon and Richard, that you've played your best FIFA today when it was probably the most stressful situation.
Yeah, well, the last 2 games I haven't been nervous. When I'm nervous, I don't play good. Against Sting, I was too nervous, didn't go forward. But yeah, they played quite well.
How weren't you nervous today?
Well, I didn't expect to be here anyway, so I just thought, what's the point? After the Sting game, when I didn't play well, I just thought, what's the point being nervous? You know, just go out and play, and if we win, we win. If we don't, we don't.
And I read some question and answers with you guys, and you had said that you really want to make your family proud. I think they'll be quite proud of you. Are you like, no, I didn't say that?
I don't think I said that, but yeah, I mean, I do anyway, and it's a good feeling, and I'm sure they're happy in the hotel.
And Dami, what are you going to do? How are you going to celebrate?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet, but yeah, it's a crazy feeling. As I said in the media day a few weeks ago, I think this is my last ePremier League because I'm moving back to Poland this summer. So I wanted people to kind of remember me, that I was a threat for the trophy, and yeah, there's no better way to do it, right?
You've absolutely smashed that. And we were talking earlier and saying where you are quite experienced, how does this rank in the tournaments you've played in? I mean, it's got to be pretty up there now, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more experienced for sure, but I didn't win many tournaments. I was always a kind of player who got to top 8, maybe top 4s, right, and then lose. So yeah, I mean, this is the best tournament for me, 100%, and hopefully I can win some more because this feels really nice.
Is it heavy?
No, it just feels nice, to be honest.
Do you know where you're going to put it?
No, not a clue. I'm going to have to make a stand for it, surely.
Did you ever think that you would get to this point and that you would win the ePremier League?
No, I didn't think I'd make it out of groups. I knew Damien was good, but I didn't really back myself for the tournament, to be honest. But it's a good feeling.
And you've really proven yourselves as a team as well, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm really happy how the whole tournament went. As Jack said, he was, when he's nervous, he doesn't play his best. So I'm really happy that I could give him some time to actually, enjoy the LAN event because it was his first. So yeah, today he just showed that he's capable of playing really, really well. And because of that semi-final, when he carried me, we were able to win the trophy.
But you always had faith in him, even when he didn't always back himself yesterday, didn't you?
Yeah, I think most of the people really underestimated him because I was giving him the leads almost all the time. So I think he went kind of unnoticed for most of the tournament, and that semi-final game just showed that he deserved it as well.
And guys, how would you sum up this weekend, Jack?
10 out of 10.
Sammy?
I mean, there is not much more to say, right? 10 out of 10, we are really happy, and yeah, we go back to the hotel and celebrate.
Have you thought about where you're going to put that?
No, not really. I mean, there is some space in my room. I don't have that many trophies, so I'll make sure it has a really nice place.
Do you think people will be surprised that you guys have won it? Because earlier in the tournament, I mean, yesterday we saw some massive teams like Spurs, Tom and Gorilla get knocked out. Today, Tex, Diogo, and there was kind of like an underdog theme going on. Did you think that you were one of the underdogs coming into this today?
Yes, 100%. I think most of the people, even the players, would say that we are at the best, maybe third team in our group. So, you know, to go through that group first and win the whole event unbeaten, it feels really good.
Well, congratulations, guys, our ePremier League winners. Rachel, Kyle, back to you.
Well, yes, of course, Norwich City being crowned our ePremier League champions for 2022. The fourth champions, of course. The first went to Liverpool, then Watford, then Man City, and now Norwich City lifting that crown. Congratulations once again to Dammy and to Goal Poacher, who are behind us, just having a few photographs taken as well. Commiserations, though, we've got to obviously mention to Brentford. Absolutely awesome. All weekend, of course, runners-up today, taking home £15,000, of course. We have Sam Brewster joining us. Now, Sam, you've been exceptional all weekend. It's your first ever LAN event, of course, only 17 years of age. We've been bigging you up all weekend as Mr. Cool, never really being phased this weekend. Quickly sum up your entire experience for us.
The experience has been great. I mean, obviously got here Friday, met everyone Friday night. Everyone's been really nice, especially like me. I didn't really know anyone in the scene. Everyone's being really accommodating. It's been great. And then the tournament's just been like fun. Obviously, with wait times and stuff, got a chance to talk to people, play practice games against people. And yeah, it's been great. And obviously, we've exceeded everyone else's expectations of us. Obviously, we're both slightly disappointed with how we played in that final. Like, you never enjoy losing a game, and saving your worst game of the tournament for the final is probably not the way to do it. But yeah, when we look back at the weekend tomorrow, I think we'll both be very happy.
You guys at home actually might think, why is peace not with you? That's because actually, Sam, we've got an award for you as well. You are actually our wild card winner. You've won the most individual legs of FIFA, which means you now go into the playoffs this year. I mean, how do you feel about that? Aggie, please present
Here you go.
Sam this trophy. I think a round of applause again over here for Sam Brewster. What a performance on your debut. That there, getting a spot in the playoffs to potentially secure a spot in the World Cup later on this year is massive.
Yeah, yeah. Need to go and buy myself a PlayStation, I think. Yeah, no, I mean, like, making playoffs without touching a PlayStation controller is a bit mental, but like, coming here this weekend, no one knew how I played. Obviously, some people played practice games against me and recorded them for their friends and stuff, but if I'm honest, I played nothing in practice like how I do normally, because playing on Xbox, this week was the only chance I got to practice stuff against pros. So I practiced stuff I wouldn't normally do to see if it worked. But then today and yesterday, I just played normally.
So you'll have the second prize money there, £15,000 to buy yourself a PlayStation just there. You obviously share that with your teammate Zahino over what you've teamed up with over this weekend. We did see him just walk off there. He did look slightly emotional after that. But what have you got any words to say about him?
He's been incredible. Like, even off the pitch, he's been great. Like, we both had the same mentality coming in of, like, we said it as soon as we saw each other Saturday morning. It's like, the only pressure on us is internal pressure. We know how good we are. He's played great. I mean, when obviously some games I've given him a lead and he's held it out well. Then especially the West Ham game yesterday springs to mind. I had a really tough game with Redlac, and then he went out and just won. I think it was 3 or 4-0, and you know, that put us in a great position to get through the group. So he's been incredible, and also just a great guy as well.
Agger, I'd love your opinion on Sam and obviously Brentford as a pairing with Peace involved as well, and how great they've done on their debut here.
Yeah, I think it's been remarkable, as I've been saying throughout the competition, to come in here and being kind of unexperienced with the circumstances, coming to the first LAN event and performing like that. It's been a big surprise, but it's been really impressive to follow throughout the 2 days. So yeah, it's super well deserved, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Successful career in FIFA for this man?
Yeah, I mean, when I hear you say you don't have a PlayStation and like you haven't really practiced against pros and stuff before this, it says a lot about the raw talent that there's there. So I think there's a huge potential for Sam to really make a big career if that's the way you wanna go.
Thank you.
How does it feel to get those words of encouragement and those such positive words as well from a legend in the FIFA scene that is August Rosemeyer?
Also, congratulations on your retirement.
Thank you.
We've reminded him so many times.
But no, I mean, like you say, like it's just not being able to practice against pros. Like for me, I actually didn't mind it. Like no one knew how I played, and truthfully, like the best way to play out is just play raw FIFA, not try and play like a kind of pro refined game. Like you saw people going out yesterday who are really experienced pros, and like playing a different style wasn't a bad thing.
That was obviously your secret weapon a bit, wasn't it? People not knowing you and you not really knowing this experience of all the cameras. Was it what you expected?
On the pitch, it's what I expected, everyone being very good and kind of the way everyone was playing. Off the pitch, we've been treated really well, hotel's really nice, and the studio's incredible, and playing on broadcast all 3 games today has been great as well.
Love those positive words. But once again, Sam Brewster and Peace, of course, your teammate, congratulations, Brentford.
Thank you.
Right, well, let's focus and turn our attention to the winners, Norwich. This man just here, Dami, what a performance from him and his teammate, Goal Poacher. Incredible throughout the entire tournament. As Dami said, they haven't lost a single game, only drawing one of those yesterday. Yes, they managed to come out of the groups with 10 points. And today, well, what a performance from them. Beating Chelsea 5-2 in that quarter-final number 4. Then it was straight on to the semi-finals for them, where they beat Leeds 2-1. And they progressed through to that grand final where they beat Brentford unbelievably 5-1 it was to lift those trophies just there, the ePremier League trophies, plus take home £30,000 between them. Thomas, great to have you back just here. Great to hear from Sam and the Brentford guys, but also just the final we had, those 2 teams, focusing on Norwich, just how good are they?
Nah, absolutely class, and it just showed that both of them started to build confidence as it went on. Dami was absolutely excellent throughout, but you got to give credit to Goal Poacher as well. His confidence grew, and I felt like once he got into that semi-final and he really, stepped up, he said it himself, he really wanted that game to be 0-0. He really wanted, that opportunity to step up and show what he can do, and it felt like a weight was lifted off his shoulders, and from that point on, they looked comfortable, and I think he won almost the second game as well, so looking good.
Aggie, obviously, Dami gave a strong lead, didn't he? 3-1 going into that second leg. Let's just mention what Dami said as well to Nicole a little bit earlier. I'm going back to Poland in the summer and I want to be remembered here in England. I mean, I think he's done that now, becoming the Premier League champion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been the best competition for him in his entire career. And he's always been a player that's been knocking on the door. He's been 1 or 2 games away from the big game, the big title, and it must be a huge relief for him to finally take it, and deservedly so. It's been very, very interesting and impressive to follow the 2 players, because I think their win really show what the format was about. It's a team-based effort. Dami really doing well in the group stage, and picking Goal Poacher up, where they both contributed to eventually winning the final pretty comfortable. So I gotta say, overall, they've been the best team here.
It's been brilliant to see both of those, as you said, work together as a team. At one point, you would have said, oh, well, Damie's the star man. But really, Jack, in these last 2 games, he's really shown himself. Championship Sunday demands big players in big moments, and he's proved he's one of those.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what it's all about. You know, he kind of was probably feeling that subconscious pressure himself, on himself as well. You know, Damie was winning games, you know, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0, and that massive game that we mentioned earlier. So he probably felt, you know, he wanted to sort of step up and really try and put his foot forward. And, you know, he's done that. You know what I mean? He really set foot in the game. He knew when to sort of see the game out, but also knew when to score goals. And I feel like he had the right balance, especially in the latter stages. And that's really when it matters. You know, when there's so much on the line, that's when you want to perform your best.
And there was a moment where Jack, or goal poacher, turned around and just looked at Damien. It was a look of confidence, like, we've done it, I've done it, we've done it together. And that's when you really knew, okay, this guy's arrived on the scene.
When you know, and like it was pretty obvious for all of us to witness that when, as you say, he gave that look to Damie, they were going to win the match. They took a comfortable lead and played an extremely structured and disciplined match in the second leg. So yeah, goal poacher finished the job and peak time, really. He peaked at the perfect time, and yeah. Again, huge congratulations, a huge surprise, but at the end of the week, they were the best team.
I was going to say, actually, goal poacher, he's kind of turned into this pressure performer almost, because yesterday wasn't particularly his day, and that's not me saying that. He said that himself, and coming in today, you know, he's just gone up a level when he really needed to, Tom, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, pressure makes diamonds at the end of the day, and that's what it was all about. Like Age said, you know, literally when, you know, the pressure was really on, that's when he peaked and really stepped up his game, performed really well and scored some really nice goals along the way. There was a little like double tap with Rashford where he scored that, and, you know, people were quite surprised that went in. And I feel like once that first goal went in, his confidence grew and grew and grew. And once we saw in the semi-finals, you know, literally, like I said before, weight was almost lifted off his shoulders. He had like a really big exhale, and I feel like once he got into it, you know, he just went from strength to strength. Mentioned himself as well that, you know, he wasn't feeling nervous in those final 2 games, whereas, you know, the day before his nerves were all over the place, and he doesn't play well when he's nervous. So credit to him, man, to get rid of those nerves.
Agar is really the experienced player of Damie and the inexperienced player of goal poacher. How much do you think goal poacher will have taken away from playing with Damie this weekend, and what do you think he'll learn? Maybe that 3-5-2 formation we keep talking about that Damie excelled at this weekend? I
think when you have best of the both worlds, you get the perfect cocktail, really. Damie using his experience to make some inputs to goal poacher, and on the other hand, goal poacher is saying thanks for the trust, thanks for the advice. I'm gonna try to do that, and eventually it worked for them.
Final question on this moment just here. Do Norwich make the power rankings for you now, Age? Would they go in there?
I will say they just slightly sneaked in as number 1.
Tom, final question for you as well. Moments of the weekend.
All right, I mean, it has to be the Liverpool Crystal Palace game, first of all. You know, it was just a really, really good game. And just the confidence that they both had, they both really felt that, you know, the winner of this game is going to go and win the whole thing. Obviously, we knew that wasn't to be, so that was one of them. And then maybe, you know, just Norwich going through the group stages, because we weren't really expecting it. Now they've gone and won the whole thing. I think that's probably a moment to cherish for everybody.
Agar, most dramatic moment of the weekend for you?
I think the semi-final between Palace and Brentford, the way that Sam and Nick Snap had to play again after sitting back, that's something we haven't really seen on the competitive scene before, and it was an interesting aspect to see how they responded to that. And obviously a penalty shootout is always super dramatic, where there only can be one winner.
They only can be one winner, and there was one winner that we saw today. Norwich City, what a day it was yesterday for them, beating Tottenham 3-2. Then it was 7-0 against Newcastle, 3-3 against Aston Villa, 11-4 against Watford, and into Championship Sunday, 5-2 against Chelsea, 2-1 against Leeds, and then it was all eyes on the grand final, where both players showed up, winning 5-1. What an incredible weekend it has been. We welcomed all 20 clubs here to East London. We whittled it all the way down after 40 games, 80 legs of FIFA yesterday to just 8 teams today, and every single one of those has been absolutely incredible. Aga, Tom, Rachel, it's been such a good experience to be back here at a LAN event. You can feel the buzz in the room, and I think all that's left to say is what an incredible weekend it has been, and well done to Norwich City, our ePremier League champions.
We're ready to head into our first quarter-final of the day, leg 1. Passing it back, seeing you get more players towards the box. St. Maximin is going to lose the ball, gets it straight back. And the opening goal works out well.
Quite hard, but there's a big chance here.
Big shot from Ronaldo, and that's exactly what you have him in your roster. One-on-one with keeper. Schmeichel can lay it off to Firmino, and that's might just seal it here for Crystal Palace. Right now, looking to continue on. St. Maximin, first goal early. Players there, Rashford, nice little back heel, great combination, and exactly what Davey was looking for. Big chase on against Cristiano Ronaldo now as Varane is coming back. Great control and no chance whatsoever.
Here we go, the ePremier League semi-final time live in London. This is nice. Ronaldo finds St. Maximin. Is there one more pass? Ball on, confidence, need it!
At half-time was keep it the way it is, and you might get the breakthrough. This could be it.
Look at the time. Alan St. Maximin! Crystal Palace! Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, as it's Crystal Palace to defend first. Up step Brentford's Eric Cantona scores. Palace with their Cristiano Ronaldo. Up step CR7 saved!
If they score, that's it! He does score! Brentford are in the ePremier League final!
The fairy tale continues for the Bees. What tournament is to kick off his career. Nicely done, finds Ronaldo. Lovely ball! Even better finish! Driving forward for the Canaries. Come back! One more pass! Norwich City! Maybe, just maybe, are on their way to a grand final in the ePremier League. St. Maximin, Elastico, back to goal, shot comes in, but Norwich City will make an ePremier League grand final. 20 came yesterday, and now only 2 remain. Playing for those 2 trophies there. It's been a journey to remember, Richard. On the attack for Norwich, with Cristiano Ronaldo. Back to Salah, CR7! His first block to Norwich in the ePremier League grand final. To the box. Oh, that was nearly pitch perfect from Norwich. That nearly is it. CR7! It's an absolute gift for Norwich City. Seeing Dammy to really help them push that performance forward. Ball across. CR7! Game on! Close those passing angles. Sancho back to goal. That's top quality FIFA for a man that knows this game inside and out. What a goal! Poach does kick off his first ever pro tournament. Came as another unknown player, not for so long though. Another blow to Brentford fans' hearts. They might get one more goal just to celebrate this perfect victory. They win it back kindly. They'll get one more goal. CR7! And that's it. The Canaries have done it. Norwich City FC, ePremier League 2022 champions.